The setting sun resembled blood. A gentle breeze rustled through the falling leaves in a small grove at the northeastern edge of the hidden leaf village. A boy stood, gripping a kitchen knife tightly as he rubbed it against a whetstone, producing a sharp clinking sound. The golden rays of the setting sun filtered through the sparse leaves, casting a warm glow on his youthful face. His eyes were not particularly large, his eyebrows were not thick, his lips were not full, and his nose was not prominent yet. Due to his tender age, he could barely be considered handsome. A hint of tension was evident on his face as he intently focused on the knife, as if he could see something extraordinary within it. Cough, cough. A low, rumbling cough broke the silence, causing the boy to momentarily stiffen. His gaze shifted, breaking from his intense concentration, his expression becoming animated. After a brief moment of confusion, he weighed the knife in his hand, seemingly realizing what he was doing. His face twitched slightly as he straightened up and walked over to a burly man who was half squatting nearby, taking a deep breath. The kitchen knife was raised high and then came crashing down. Splash! Crimson blood sprayed forth. The boy hurriedly dodged, but still ended up with a few drops of blood splattering onto his sleeve. He glanced at the lifeless body before him, adjusted his hairstyle, and murmured softly, "Turns out it's quite simple." A large hand descended from above, landing squarely on his head, ruffling his hair. Of course, how hard can it be to kill a chicken? With your little courage, how can you even think of becoming a ninja? What did your uncle teach you? Look at your clothes, stained with blood. Your aunt will have to wash them when you get home. Uncle, don't mess up my hairstyle. It's fine if my clothes are stained. Aunt will surely blame you for not watching over me. The boy muttered softly, avoiding the hand above him, his eyes losing focus, and soon his face fell in disappointment. Sigh, I didn't gain any attribute points. Is killing a chicken not enough? Must I kill a person? What are you mumbling about? You little rascal. Clean the chicken and let's cook it. What's gotten into you today? Instead of helping me and your aunt during the break, you're running around the village like that silly boy from your class, and now you suddenly want to buy a live chicken too. Kill. Uncle, they'll leave the rest to you. The boy grinned and turned to run away. The burly man rolled his eyes, a hint of worry creeping in. This little guy is acting strange today. Could it be he's in love? At just 8 years old, he's already better than I am. The boy quickly exited the grove and stepped into the eastern alley of the hidden leaf village, holding a shuriken while carefully combing through his thick black hair, his gaze fixated on a shimmering, ethereal panel before him. Template: Apprentice Ninja 03. Basic attributes 3. Physical strength, 16.71. Mental strength, 27.92. Chakra amount, 16.45. Main skills 4. Body flicker technique, level 081. Throwing technique, level 074. Chakra refinement method, level 072. Taijutsu level 051. Auxiliary skills 9 hidden. Free attribute points 0. The boy's name was Zheng Dai. This was his first day in the world of Naruto. After grappling with a whirlwind of complex emotions, he found himself comparing notes with a legendary attribute panel that had mysteriously appeared before him. His accomplishments included running a considerable distance around the hidden leaf village, which had increased his physical strength from 16.70 to 16.71, and it seemed that the adult soul had replaced the original child's soul within him, leading to a rapid increase in mental energy, accompanied by a slight boost in chakra. But it was not enough. The fact that he did not gain any free attribute points from killing a chicken implied that this measly panel would accompany him for quite some time, and the world he had entered was none other than that of Naruto. Naruto, also known as the bloodline legends of the 5 villages, belonged to an extremely perilous realm. As a devoted fan of Naruto, a seasoned analyst known by the nickname Correcting Belt, due to his name Zheng Dai, he was well aware of the intricacies of the Naruto universe. With effort, even a genius could surpass their limits. This phrase, which had touched countless hearts, ultimately proved to be false. Perhaps it was not entirely wrong. Hard work might allow one to surpass a genius, but how could one surpass a cheat? Moreover, the myriad dangers in the Naruto world were overwhelming. The hidden leaf village had been destroyed multiple times, and a moment's inattention could lead to demise. Thus, Zheng Dai, who had never even killed a chicken, hoped to become a cheat in this world. for the only path was to cheat the cheats. Killing people? I likely won't have the opportunity in the short term. Even if I did, I might not gain attribute points. Besides, I'm too afraid him just a keyboard warrior. He was quite self-aware, with an intense desire for strength as a Naruto analyst. He could personally explore the unsolved mysteries of the Naruto universe, ensuring authenticity without needing to engage in disputes with Nippokursa. Blissful existence indeed. Yet, without sufficient strength, many secrets of the ninja world would remain beyond his reach. Contemplating the nitpickers led him to recall the moments before his transmigration. Who developed the 8 gates was a frequently debated topic. Some claimed it was Might Guy, others insisted it was the second Hokage. Each had their reasons and their unresolvable points. Zheng Dai leaned towards the notion that the second Hokage proposed the concept, laying the groundwork, while Guy was the first to successfully open the 8 gates with Rock Lee, perfecting it to its pinnacle. Of course, this was merely his personal conclusion, open to debate. However, one nitpicker adamantly claimed that it was an ancestor of the Uzumaki clan who developed the 8 gates. Who was this ancestor? Zheng Dai initially thought he had overlooked something, but upon further inquiry, he discovered that it was a character created by an online novelist in a Naruto fanfiction, nearly causing him to explode with anger. Had you ever seen Naruto? What a ridiculous title. Who would ever read that? With a mocking intent, he read a couple of chapters and found himself unable to resist staying up all night. After finishing that extraordinarily captivating fanfiction, he even started to believe that it was indeed the Uzumaki clan who developed the 8 gates. After subscribing to the official version, Zheng Dai planned to take a short nap to recharge and prepare to present a new perspective, igniting a new round of debates claiming that the 8 gates can be viewed as a form of sealing technique, with the 8 gates serving as the 8 buffer seals for chakra circulation in the human body, making it reasonable for the Uzumaki clan to have developed the 8 gates. Then Zheng Dai had a peculiar dream, a rather strange dream, the specific content of which he could not recall, but he vaguely remembered that in the dream, Madara was grinning at him while Orochimaru was sticking out, his tongue terrifying. Upon waking, he found himself transmigrated. I can't remember the specific details at all. Zheng Dai stepped into a household, calling out, "Enshio, I'm back. Sorry, I accidentally stained my clothes while killing the chicken. Your uncle can't do anything right." A plump, middle-aged woman emerged from the inner room, scolding, "Just throw them in the basin, it'll wash them after dinner." "All right, what's for dinner, Enshio?" "They'll make your favorite fish, and we'll stew half of the chicken you just killed." "Fish?" Zheng Dai blinked, his expression suddenly stiffening. "Is it live fish?" "Of course, fresh. I just killed it." "What's the matter, little Zheng Dai?" Nothing, I'm just a bit tired." "He'll go lie down for a while. Take a nap, dinner will be in an hour." Bang! The door closed, and Zheng Dai immediately pounced onto his bed, frantically ruffling his hair, then tenderly fixing his 3-7 hairstyle, sighing, "This is a disaster. It seems my soul has transmigrated into a child with not much intelligence. Killing chickens and killing fish? It's driving me crazy." Thanks to the seamless merging of memories, on his first day of transmigration, Zheng Dai naturally communicated with his guardians, Uncle Xiong and Aunt Xiao. They were not his biological parents, yet they were more than parents to him. The 3 of them originally belonged to a small village in the Land of Fire, which had been ravaged in the Second Shinobi World War that ended 2 years prior. He lost his parents, while Uncle Xiong and Aunt Xiao lost their child. Among the few survivors from the village, they were taken to the Hidden Leaf Village, forming a new family of 3. Uncle Xiong was a Chunin and a rare craftsman-type ninja, skilled in creating ninja tools. Thus, after relocating to the Hidden Leaf Village, the 3 of them lived relatively well, even able to support Zheng Dai, who showed potential as a ninja in attending the Hidden Leaf Ninja Academy. Regrettably, Zheng Dai has not been particularly ambitious, consistently achieving rather mediocre results, placing him near the lower tier of his class, merely a few steps away from being the absolute bottom. Having traversed through time, Zheng Dai understands that he cannot place the blame on his younger self. Those born in the 33rd year of Konoha and attending the Ninja Academy in its 41st year are remarkable individuals indeed. Yet, even if he were to truly be the lowest of the low, it would at least afford him the opportunity to mingle with his fellow stragglers. However, Existing in this ambiguous position of mediocrity is far more inconspicuous and awkward. After all, the only ones who stand out in the world of Hokage are either the top achievers or the absolute failures. This particular cohort of failures is especially daunting. Uchiha Obito, a tragic figure who stands against love and the world as a quintessentially dramatic antagonist. Might Guy, hailed as the strongest of the non-cheat user faction, embodying a spirit of determined idealism. Hatake Kakashi, capable of holding his own in battle against any one weight. Zhang Dai scratches his head. Who exactly are these so-called failures? Obito, Guy, Kakashi? Oh heavens, not only is my intelligence lacking, but have I truly become a fool in this new life? With a lingering concern of appearing foolish, the dinner, consisting of both chicken and fish, was rather tasteless. After the meal, I casually mentioned retreating to my room to refine my chakra and swiftly dashed back to my quarters. Uncle Jiang and Aunt Shio exchanged glances, muttering about how the child had matured a bit too quickly, indulging in trivial gossip. In Kakashi's room, he was fervently rummaging through his memories, graduating at 5, becoming a chunin at 6, none of it aligned with the original storyline. How could Kakashi possibly have been in the same class as me all the way until the 3rd grade? He was merely a year younger than Obito, thus a year younger than myself, 7 years old. Shouldn't he still be in the Ninja Academy? The more I pondered, the more perplexed I became. Was it due to the original animation? In that version, Kakashi did participate in the Chunin exams alongside Obito when Obito was 9, but that would mean he couldn't have been lagging behind. As I continued to sift through the memories left by my younger self, my expression grew increasingly bewildered. What was going on? The following morning, Monday, I swiftly completed my morning routine, 5 minutes in the restroom, another 5 to style my hair into a neat part. And with my small backpack in tow, I hurried off to the Ninja Academy. Upon entering the classroom, I located the duty student, a boy named Gu Liang, who had similar academic standing and a decent rapport with me. After a brief moment of contemplation, I inquired, "Do you know where Kakashi's seat is?" Gu Liang, wielding a broom and sweeping the dust from the steps, glanced at me with half-closed eyes, his expression blank. Duty students arrive half an hour earlier than their peers. And to him, losing half an hour of precious sleep during the youthful bloom of life, especially on a Monday, felt like sheer torment. Only when I spoke did he stir, mumbling, "Oh, it's you, Zhang Dai. Who are you asking about? Kakashi? He hasn't arrived yet. By the way, why is that jerk still not here? He's supposed to be on duty with me. How infuriating." I breathed a sigh of relief, thinking, I'm not foolish. But then I realized, wait, you asked where Kakashi sits? What do you intend to do? Swap seats with him? Gu Liang suddenly became more alert, his tone wary. Could it be that you also have feelings for Lin? I was taken aback. Also, wake up, Gu Liang. You are merely a background character. Setting aside Lin for now. Didn't I triumph over Kakashi during last semester's practical exams? Gu Liang stared at me as if I were an idiot, replying, have you really forgotten? Yes, you won. But beating him isn't a huge accomplishment. Indeed, Kakashi had always been among the top 2 in our class, universally recognized as the best in combat. However, ever since Lord White Fang's tragic demise 6 months ago, Kakashi had fallen into a slump, not even putting up a fight. Who wouldn't best him under such circumstances? I fell silent. Kakashi had indeed lost his spark after White Fang's death. This aligned perfectly with the memories from my younger self. Yet where was the discrepancy? Was I in an alternate version of the Naruto universe? A fan fiction? Infinite Tsukuyomi version? Ninja Master version? Ultimate Storm version? Mobile game version? A series of question marks floated above my head. At that moment, Gu Liang's eyes suddenly lit up, and with a swift motion, he pushed me aside, grinning brightly. Lin. Good morning. You arrived quite early. Lin? My thoughts faltered momentarily as I turned around. A charming girl with short brown hair and large, deep brown eyes came into view. On either side of the girl's cheeks, 2 prominent purple patterns adorned her face, a rare feature that unmistakably signified her identity, Noera Rin. She appeared to have hurried over, slightly out of breath, and, upon noticing them, she expressed her apologies. Good morning, Gu Liang, Zhang Dai. I'm late. I forgot that I had exchanged duty times with Kakashi earlier. Is there anywhere that still needs cleaning? Leave it to me. Gu Liang was taken aback and promptly shook his head, saying, it's nothing, really, Rin. It's just a little chore, and I'm almost done. You don't need to help. Truly, you don't. He smiled brightly, completely transformed from the person who had complained about Kakashi's tardiness. TSK. The disdain he felt towards Gu Liang was suppressed by his excitement at seeing Noera Rin. Zheng Dai managed to restrain himself from reaching out to pinch her cheeks. Curious about the material used for those purple patterns. The windowsill hasn't been wiped, has it? Rin paused, nodded repeatedly, and quickly dashed to her seat to place her pink handbag down before fetching a cleaning cloth, leaving Gu Liang in a state of astonishment. Then, Gu Liang cast a disdainful glance at Zheng Dai, opening his mouth to speak, but ultimately shaking his head and returning to sweep the floor by the window. So mature for her age, Zheng Dai sighed softly. He was certainly intrigued by Rin, albeit in a different manner. After all, at this age, one hardly had the means to pursue romantic interests. Moreover, at this moment, Kakashi piqued Zheng Dai's interest far more than Rin did. Thus, Zheng Dai chose a seat near the door, his gaze fixed intently on the entrance. As time passed, he recognized numerous familiar faces. When it came to renowned figures within the realm of Hokage, his class boasted even more than Naruto's. Among his classmates were Obito, Ibiki, Fu, Kurenai, Asuma, Mizuki, Rin, Shino, and Guy, while the senior grades included Ebisu, Yamashiro Ahoy, and Noera Kakashi, alongside junior students like Tetsu, Akado, Kamizuki Izumo, and Tsukuge's Kaze. As Zheng Dai rummaged through his memories of the past, he recalled interactions with many of these individuals, half of whom he had conversed with at some point. Given that Monday mornings were reserved for core classes, mandatory for all grades, these individuals gradually entered the classroom under Zheng Dai's watchful gaze. Zheng Dai fought to suppress his emotions, yet he couldn't help but notice a few individuals appeared visibly uneasy, leaving him perplexed. It wasn't until 2 minutes before class began that Kakashi finally sauntered in. Had it not been for his mask, Zheng Dai might have struggled to recognize him. His white hair was disheveled, resembling a bird's nest, his eyes vacant, and the corners of his eyes bore evident signs of sleep. He trudged towards his seat, as if he were a rural woman strolling through the marketplace. His short blade, his father's, the legendary Konoha White Fang, swung awkwardly behind him. For some inexplicable reason, Zheng Dai felt a surge of anger and frustration, akin to the vexation one might feel upon encountering a poorly executed cosplay at a convention. This pathetic cosplayer is ruining my Kakashi. With a sudden flash of inspiration, he crossed his legs, inadvertently brushing his foot against Kakashi's trousers, leaving a noticeable smudge of dust. Kakashi paused momentarily and turned his head to look at him. With a sly smile and a lowered voice, Zheng Dai playfully remarked, "My apologies, I accidentally bumped into you. Would you like me to wipe it off, defeated one?" Kakashi furrowed his brow slightly and continued towards his seat, leaving behind a curt reply, "No need." Observing Kakashi's stride, which remained unchanged, Zheng Dai let out a sigh of relief. The man he once was, who had taken lives, was indeed different. If Kakashi were to retaliate with a few punches, he might very well find himself begging for mercy. Nonetheless, there was evidently a significant issue with Kakashi. Even when provoked, he merely displayed a hint of annoyance. What could have caused such a deviation? This Kakashi perhaps needed some correction. Having only engaged in verbal sparring online, he now found himself with a rare opportunity to rectify the real thing, which stirred a sense of excitement within him. At that moment, 2 lines of subtitles floated before Zheng Dai's eyes. Kakashi's correction degree, 1, earned 1 free attribute point. Zheng Dai was taken aback, blinking rapidly as his heart raced. After adjusting his bangs, he barely managed to suppress his astonishment. Was this a wish fulfillment system? Template: Apprentice Ninja 0, 3 basic attributes, 3 physical strength, 1671, mental strength, 2833. Chakra amount, 1975, main skills, 4, abbreviated, auxiliary skills, 9, hidden. Free attribute points, 1. The prominent value of free attribute points at the end of the attribute bar brought a smile to Zheng Dai's face. Kakashi's correction degree of 1, correction degree? The term wish fulfillment system felt like mere jest, and after a brief contemplation, Zheng Dai glanced at Kakashi, who had returned to his seat. If he understood correctly, all he needed to do next was to conquer Kakashi to grow stronger? How much could a single free attribute point enhance his power? He scanned the attribute bar back and forth. When his gaze landed on the 3 basic attributes, he noticed an additional 10, causing his eyes to widen in disbelief. 10 points? His current physical strength was merely 1671, which meant that adding 1 free attribute point would enhance his physicality by 60%. This revelation excited him. Yet he instinctively touched his hair, forcing himself to remain calm. Before grasping the effects and mechanisms of attribute allocation, an instantaneous surge in strength could pose significant risks. He still possessed this small frame. Being only 8 years old, would a sudden increase in physical strength lead to an unexpected growth spurt or the development of bulging muscles? In this era, foundational training should have begun. Orochimaru was also in Konoha. After all, one must remain vigilant. He glanced downward, noting that the main skills had increased by 20 and the auxiliary skills by 30, quite straightforward. Suddenly, 2 more lines of subtitles flashed before his eyes. Kakashi's Correction Degree 2. Kakashi's Correction Degree 3. What was happening? The more he pondered, the more frustrated he became. Zheng Dai turned his head to meet the reproachful gaze of Lin, who had a hint of disappointment in her large eyes. No way, was she reporting him? The corners of his mouth twitched. And what further vexed him was that he received no free attribute points for correction degrees 2 and 3. Did this system really require some form of favoritism? In Lin's eyes, Zheng Dai appeared utterly indifferent, sulking slightly while losing focus, showing no sign of remorse. Even with her gentle disposition, she couldn't help but feel a tinge of anger, primarily directed toward Kakashi. Zheng Dai was not mistaken. She and Kakashi had not exchanged duties at all. This morning, she had gone to Kakashi's home to invite him to school, but he refused to rise, and seeing that they were about to be late, she reluctantly rushed to school to take his place. Kakashi, when will you regain your spirit? As she sighed, a young man with short hair and a slightly plump face strode into the classroom, books tucked under his arm, capturing the attention of all the students. It was Teacher Omaki, a Chunin and an elite instructor at the Ninja Academy, currently Zheng Dai's homeroom teacher. This morning's major lecture on the characteristics of ninja philosophy in the Land of Fire was his class. Zheng Dai pondered further. He remembered this individual from the original narrative. In Gai's recollections, Teacher Omaki had provided Kakashi with an ideal environment to showcase his skills. Kakashi had performed a technique of shadow clones, demonstrating what genius looked like, which had also ignited the countless duels between Gai and Kakashi. But would Gai still view Kakashi as his lifelong rival now? Zheng Dai felt helpless. He, as a transmigrator, had yet to accomplish anything, and now his prophetic advantage was crumbling. Teacher Omaki ascended the podium, retrieved several books from under his arm, and arranged them neatly on the desk. He turned and rapped on the blackboard. Bang, bang, bang. Students, awaken. It is time for class. Sleeping students? Omaki paused for 2 seconds, took a deep breath, and called out, Uchiha Obito. Here. Obito, jolted awake, stood up to respond, eliciting laughter from his classmates. Sit down and pay attention. We have only a month left until our first semester final exams. The course on the characteristics of ninja philosophy in the Land of Fire is one of the easiest subjects to score in. Some students are unwilling to even aim for passing grades, which gives the teacher quite a headache. Oh, and one more thing. Your physical education teacher is on a mission. So this afternoon's PE class for the 3rd year has been changed to self-study. The teacher has prepared a set of mock exam papers for us to test ourselves. Oh, that task-oriented PE teacher cheered the 1st, 2nd, and 4th year students, while the 3rd year students grumbled. Zheng Dai rolled his eyes, trying to suppress a laugh. The system at the Ninja Academy differed from those of schools Zheng Dai had attended in his previous life. Each academic year was divided into 3 terms, segmented by spring, summer, and winter breaks. Evaluation was based on a credit system. There were 4 compulsory subjects totaling 10 credits, which students had to take every year. These credits must be earned. If not graduated, students would still need to continue their studies to maintain their GPA. Elective courses consisted of 6 subjects, totaling 9 credits, which could be chosen selectively. To apply for graduation assessments, one needed to accumulate at least 6 credits from elective courses. Passing the graduation assessment meant becoming a genin. This system was not the same as that of Naruto's generation, primarily because the Second Ninja World War had ended less than 2 years prior. Konoha was in urgent need of new blood and did not require students to study for a specific number of years. As long as one possessed sufficient talent, one could graduate upon admission. However, if one failed to graduate indefinitely, they could not endlessly waste educational resources at the Ninja Academy. During wartime, the ninja school followed a 3-year system. If one could not graduate within 3 years, it would be exceedingly difficult to become a ninja thereafter. After the war concluded, a 6-year system was established, which means that currently, the most senior students at the Ninja Academy are merely in their 4th year, while the younger cohort is still striving to catch up. Among them, the diligent student, Zheng Dai, is fervently hoping to graduate by the end of his 5th year, revealing that his academic performance is rather mediocre. His compulsory courses are manageable, allowing him to pass and accumulate credits, with a few subjects yielding scores in the 70s. However, in elective courses, he has managed to pass only one, with the worst subject barely earning him a score in the teens. A struggling student indeed. Zheng Dai raked his fingers through his hair, glancing at the auxiliary skills column. Introduction to the unique ninja philosophy of the Fire Nation, level 0, 69, hidden. How weak. With only one attribute point, must my rise begin with rote memorization? Memorizing things is quite taxing on the mind. He sighed and turned his gaze back to Kakashi, his eyes lingering on the lunchbox that was partially exposed from his backpack. The course on the unique ninja philosophy of the Fire Nation consists of 2 parts: the Ninja Code, which is universally taught across the ninja world, and the Will of Fire. This class requires a total of 72 hours each academic year, with 2 sessions on Monday mornings, each lasting 80 minutes, making it one of the most soporific times of the week. After enduring these 2 sessions, it was finally lunchtime, and the students, like wild horses freed from restraint, either ventured out alone or in groups to return home for their meals. A small number, however, had prepared their lunches in advance and chose to eat in the classroom. Kakashi was among them. He casually pushed the books on his desk aside, turned to retrieve his lunchbox, and suddenly noticed a small note that had slipped out and fallen to the floor. This caught him off guard. It had been a long time since a girl had passed him a note. He bent down to pick it up, quickly growing bemused and frowning as he turned to look at the lunchbox. Timid fool, you only deserve to taste my saliva. Hee. With a playful face, is that you, Obito? How childish. After a moment's hesitation, he reluctantly returned the lunchbox to his backpack. What's wrong, Kakashi? Is today's lunch unappetizing? I have some leftovers. Would you like half? Rin inquired upon noticing the situation. No thanks, I'll eat out, Kakashi declined, discreetly crumpling the note into a ball. Rin, perceptive as ever, silently reached out. The two were locked in a moment of tension for 3 seconds until Kakashi conceded. Kakashi's correction level 4, correction level 5, gained 1 free attribute point, correction level 6. 3 subtitles flashed by, and Zheng Dai, observing from a distance, felt his spirits lift and a smile spread across his face. Meanwhile, Rin puffed up her cheeks, displeased, and pronounced each word deliberately. OB. 2. After lunch, the third-year students gradually returned to the classroom. The atmosphere was notably quiet, punctuated only by the occasional rustle of turning pages. In one corner of the classroom, a small drama unfolded as Rin, with her cheeks puffed out, glared at Obito for a full 10 minutes. Obito transitioned from confusion to nervousness, then to blushing, delight, and finally to daydreaming, until he realized they could have children together. It was then that Rin softly said, Obito, you need to apologize. Huh? Oh, I'm sorry. Obito flustered, attempting to explain, suddenly feeling dazed. How did Rin know what he was thinking? Had he accidentally spoken it out loud? What a disaster. It's not to me. It's to Kakashi. Kakashi? That timid fool. Why should I apologize to him? What did you say? Huh. I found myself utterly bewildered as another individual, Zheng Dai, skillfully imitated my tone to craft a note. This juvenile method of shifting blame was not something he held much hope for. In his perspective, even if discovered, it bore little consequence. After all, to successfully win over Kakashi, he would likely need to assume the role of the antagonist. If fortune favored him, that would be splendid. For they were merely children, easily deceived. After observing discreetly for a brief moment, he redirected his gaze to his textbooks. Zheng Dai possessed knowledge unique to him. Despite feeling he had flawlessly inherited memories, he lacked confidence without revisiting the material. Upon perusal, his uncertainty only deepened. Having studied the fundamentals of Marxism in elementary school, he pondered the complexities of being a ninja. Merging this with Zheng Dai's recollections, he closed his eyes, reflecting on the content from an adult's perspective, which seemed to enhance his understanding significantly. Upon reviewing the attributes, ninja ideology of the Land of Fire was still at level 070. It had not improved. Restlessness gripped him as the allure of free attribute points beckoned. Zheng Dai deliberated over whether to invest precious points into this seemingly inconsequential auxiliary skill, a quandary that occupied him for the better part of the afternoon before he finally resolved to proceed. Allocating points here would offer the simplest and most accurate means of assessing the effectiveness of his investment, with minimal risk involved. The attribute status fluctuated, Ninja ideology of the Land of Fire now stood at level 10. Zhengdai sat in silence for half a minute, only to realize he felt no significant change. There was no anticipated surge of enlightenment or sudden enhancement of memory capable of reciting the entire textbook. When the exam papers were distributed, he quickly scanned the 10 questions and was astonished to find he could answer them all. A closer inspection confirmed it was not an illusion. Remarkable. His classmates remained silent, diligently focused on their papers, refraining from whispering or cheating. This was merely a straightforward in-class assessment, not contributing to their final grades. Teacher Damu advised, "Begin your answers. You have half an hour. Make haste." Zhengdai picked up his pen, but paused abruptly. The 6th question read, "Briefly explain the content of the 23rd rule of the Ninja Code." Zhengdai fell into deep contemplation. It was not that he couldn't answer. Even before his reincarnation, he would have been able to tackle this well-known question. It simply reminded him of something significant. This question held potential. In stark contrast to the composed Zhengdai, I found myself in a state of panic. I was imbued with the fiery will to become Hokage. Yet when faced with the exam, I thought, I'll answer a bit, then copy a bit. Perhaps, should I be fortunate, I might manage a passing grade. My lack of confidence plagued me as I scratched out 3.5 answers over the course of half an hour. The remainder? Completely beyond my grasp. Elaborating on the 23rd rule of the Ninja Code? With over 100 rules, who could possibly memorize them all? Suddenly, a small paper ball landed on my desk. I paused, glancing around furtively before reaching out to unfold the note. Upon discovering it densely packed with answers, my heart raced with excitement. Could it be from Rin? Surely. It was Rin. In this moment, he and Lin's child had grown a few years older and had entered ninja school. After a brief moment of fantasy, he hastily began to copy. With only half the time remaining, the volume of words was quite overwhelming. It was not until 2 minutes before submission that he barely finished transcribing the answers, confidently putting down his pen, having filled the entire sheet of paper, awaiting collection. "The exam time is up. Students, please cease writing and put down your pens," instructed Teacher Damu from the back row. Soon, 41 papers were gathered on the teacher's desk. Contrary to expectations, Teacher Damu did not collect the papers and leave, allowing them to study instead. He leisurely sat down and pulled out a sheet of paper from his pocket. Students with keen eyes noticed that it was a report card. "Teacher Damu, did you not say that the in-class tests would not be counted towards the final evaluation? Indeed, they will not be recorded. This is your second grade final report card." The teacher compared it, noting that after 2 additional months of study, Hu was still stagnating. With narrowed eyes, Teacher Damu scanned the classroom, and many students lowered their heads in guilt. Stagnation? For compulsory subjects that had already been assessed, not regressing was already commendable. Boosting grades? That was the privilege of the gifted. Teacher Damu had anticipated this and was not at all angry. He could generally gauge the students' progress or lack thereof from their usual classroom demeanor. However, a few surprised him. Kakashi did not submit a blank paper this time. He had answered question 6. Teacher Damu hesitated for quite a while before marking it with a check, awarding 10 points. "Kakashi, 10 points," he announced, and the students' gazes converged. Kakashi remained indifferent as he stepped forward to collect his paper. "Asuma, 89 points. Well done." "Shizune, 94 points. Steady performance." "Guy, 33 points, showing improvement." "Oh," Guy cheered. Teacher Damu announced the scores one by one, and the classroom atmosphere was half relaxed and half tense, with most students entirely unengaged in studying. "Yahiko Lin, 99 points. Keep it up." "Gu Liang, 67 points. Acceptable." Zhengdai, Teacher Damu called out, suddenly elongating the name, looking up to recall which student it was. Zhengdai responded with the innocent smile of a good child. Teacher Damu nodded with a smile. "Very good. Significant improvement, 91 points." The classroom fell silent, soon followed by numerous astonished gazes. After 2 years together, everyone was well aware of each other's abilities. Did Zhengdai secretly engage in supplementary studies? Gu Liang's eyes flickered. Sensing that the matter was not simple, was Zhengdai trying to blend into the good student circle to get closer to Lin? Such ulterior motives. Kakashi also glanced at Zhengdai, all thanks to the teacher's guidance. Maintaining his innocent smile, Zhengdai stepped forward to collect his paper, returning to his seat, and subtly raised an eyebrow at Kakashi, playfully flipping his bangs. Kakashi corrected to 7. Teacher Damu, oblivious, contentedly lowered his head to grade the next paper, only to freeze momentarily. Uchiha Obito. He elongated the name, glaring up at the student. Obito immediately tensed up. Oh no, I copied everything thoroughly. What if I don't get full marks? Can teacher Dama believe that? This is absurd. If a mere student like Zheng Dai can score 91, is it not entirely reasonable for a genius like me to achieve a perfect score? How justifiable? He puffed out his chest, exuding pride. Teacher Demu was momentarily taken aback. His eyes twitched as he raised his hand and slammed it down, sending the papers fluttering through the air. Are you still feeling proud? 0 points. What? Who got 0? Me? Impossible. This makes no sense. Dai Tu found himself engulfed in a wave of bewilderment once more, staring blankly at Teacher Demu, then stealing a glance at Lin, who wore a look of astonishment. In that fleeting moment, he and Lin were reduced to the naivety of elementary school children. Was it because I failed to apologize to that coward Kakashi? But why should I apologize? No, that can't be right. Lin wouldn't think that. Did I inadvertently plagiarize? Wait, the handwriting on that note doesn't resemble Lin's at all. Then whose is it? Dai Tu finally stumbled upon the blind spot. He couldn't recall Lin's handwriting distinctly, only that it was exceptionally elegant, something he could not emulate. Unlike Dai Tu's scrawl, which was horrendously illegible, Lin wouldn't discern any difference without careful scrutiny. A soft giggle broke the silence in the classroom, as Hong in the front row stifled her laughter, drawing attention to herself. This was followed by a chorus of laughter erupting around the room. As a lower-tier member of the Hyuga branch, Hinata Shushue, who usually ranked above average in class, should have taken this opportunity to mock Dai Tu, but instead, he wore a serious expression, his face taut. Cursed be the scoundrel who caused this. I must not let Dai Tu know my frustration. I'm even tempted to report this to the teacher. Fortunately, he wasn't foolish enough to act on it. How would I explain it to the teacher? Someone handed me an erroneous cheat sheet. The first to break into laughter, Hong clamped her right hand over her mouth and waved a piece of paper with her left, apologizing silently to Dai Tu, indicating it was unintentional. The paper that Teacher Demu had thrown happened to drift onto her desk, and she could no longer contain herself. After a few moments of fuming, Teacher Demu seemed to find humor in the situation, as if a thought struck him. Hong, why don't you read Dai Tu's answers to the class? With a chuckle, Hong laughed again before quickly suppressing it, replying, Yes, teacher. The first question, you have just graduated, and your client expresses distrust in you due to your youth. How would you respond? Dai Tu's answer was a solemn declaration. I would tell the client that initial appearances can be deceiving, and one should not underestimate youth. Initial appearances? Underestimating youth? Though no one had heard such phrases before, the classmates pondered and grasped the essence of his words. Laughter erupted once more, louder than before. This response truly resonated with Dai Tu's character. Dai Tu was perplexed. Was my answer incorrect? One should not underestimate youth. That sounds quite profound. But why the emphasis on being poor? True, I don't possess much wealth. Hong continued reading. The second question, she glanced at Dai Tu and couldn't help but add. It seems your original answer to this question was correct. Why did you strike it out? Dai Tu froze, feeling the flames of embarrassment ignite within him, as if his mastery of the great fireball technique had intensified. The sixth question summarized the 23rd rule of the ninja code. After 2 minutes, Hong finally reached the crux of the matter. Dai Tu straightened in his seat slightly. Yet, Hong abruptly halted, her expression one of confusion as she scanned the paper, then looked toward Teacher Demu with a questioning gaze. Teacher Oki gently nodded, indicating for them to recite. In summary, the 23rd rule of the ninja code states that regardless of any unforeseen circumstances, a ninja must prioritize the completion of their mission, Hong recited. Laughter within the classroom abruptly subsided. On one hand, it seemed that Obito had answered correctly. On the other, the incident involving White Fang was still fresh in their minds, having occurred only 6 months prior. The pride of Konoha, the leader of the Hatake clan, Hatake Tsukuyomi, had sacrificed his mission to save a comrade, resulting in a tremendous loss for Konoha, and he had taken his own life amid the ensuing condemnation. Being in the same class as Kakashi, they felt this matter even more acutely. After all, Kakashi, once a top student consistently ranking in the top 2, had now become the bottom of the class. Obito did indeed answer correctly. Someone murmured in confusion. So why did he receive a 0? Obito's answer is not complete, Hong weakly interjected. There's more, however. When a comrade is in crisis, exceptions can be made. Exceptions can be made? The students paused, reciting the answer together. Regardless of any circumstances, a ninja must prioritize the completion of their mission, except when a comrade is in crisis. Isn't this precisely referring to the White Fang incident? Instantly, many gazes turned toward Kakashi, hovering between him and Obito, as the atmosphere grew increasingly ambiguous and solemn. Kakashi maintained his usual disheartened demeanor, his face devoid of expression. Yet the fluctuation of Kakashi's correction level to 8 clearly indicated that this matter had touched him deeply. Rules are rules. They cannot be broken at will. Hinata Hyuga, who had been serious all along, suddenly shattered the silence, directing his ire at Obito. Obito was momentarily taken aback, still bewildered. Is there something wrong with my answer? Hong's face flickered with a peculiar expression as she continued. Those who break the rules of the ninja world are deemed worthless. But those who fail to cherish their comrades are even less than worthless. This time it was over. After finishing her recitation, Hong noticed the lack of response and weakly reminded the class before sitting down, forgetting that there were still 4 questions left to read. Lin's gaze flickered, her expression quickly transforming into one of relief and joy as she glanced back at Obito. Obito remained perplexed, wondering who had handed him the answer. As he responded with such conviction, the crucial question was there a mistake? Why was Teacher Oki not awarding him any points? The classroom fell silent once more, and Kakashi became the focal point again. His expression unchanged, only his form subtly trembled. After a few seconds of waiting, a barrage of notifications began to rain down. Kakashi's correction level 9, Kakashi's correction level 10, acquired 1 free attribute point, Kakashi's correction level 34 ultimately. The data settled at 34, with increments of 10, 15, 20, 25, and 30, each awarding him 1 free attribute point, totaling 5 points. Coupled with the additional point not yet allocated, Kakashi felt as though he possessed a substantial sum in savings. With savings, one must contemplate how to enhance the quality of life, ensuring not to squander it all at once or leave it to stagnate, as it was unlikely to accrue interest. Subsequently, events unfolded with only a fraction of his focus, as he observed a minor dispute in the classroom, paying particular attention to the obstinate Hinata Hyuga. In the realm of anime, one might wonder about this character, who met an early demise. Does he share a personality akin to a youthful Neji, perhaps having endured similar experiences and outcomes? Kakashi's correction rate stands at 35, granting him a single attribute point. The subtitles flashed briefly, momentarily catching the attention of Zheng Dai. The others were discussing a potential windfall, which was rather delightful. Alas, it was merely a fleeting classroom session, and the irritating consolation from Obito was all Kakashi could accept. As the end of the class approached, the subtitles ceased to appear. During this time, 6 of the 7 attribute points had been earmarked for enhancement by Zheng Dai. When the bell rang, as he organized his desk, Zheng Dai suddenly noticed a figure standing before him, Hyuga Shisuke, whose forehead was wrapped in a white cloth. "Don't leave after school. Wait for me at the training ground," he commanded. Zheng Dai responded with a bewildered "oh," feeling slightly dazed. Was he being challenged to a duel? What had he done to provoke him? Was it merely because his hair was fuller? Shisuke offered no explanation, issuing his directive and turning away. Meanwhile, Obito finally shook off his stupor, pondering which scoundrel had ensnared him, only to be plunged back into confusion. "Obito, I apologize for misjudging you. It turns out your prank was intended to motivate Kakashi. Let us strive together." Rin clasped her hands, tilting her head sweetly against her chest, a sight so endearing it could melt hearts. "Ah, it's all right," Obito replied, his face flushed, not quite understanding yet unable to refuse. After all, he and Rin's child had already matured. When the bell rang, Zheng Dai did not hastily shove his books into his bag like the other students. Instead, he took his time to organize. He felt a sense of unease. There existed a substantial connection between him and the Hyuga clan. The very villagers who had brought his family back to Kanehagakure were Hyuga members, and their residence was quite near the Hyuga territory, leaving an indelible mark upon him. Thus, being unexpectedly summoned by Hyuga Shisuke after school left Zheng Dai in deep thought, and once he grasped the reason, he felt a headache coming on. Teacher Oki. He cheated on the exam. Having no past grievances nor recent quarrels, the only possibility was that his act of tossing paper balls at Obito had caught Shisuke's eye. The day after his arrival in this new world, a few notes had sent Kakashi and Obito into a frenzy. Just as the feeling of superiority began to blossom, it was doused with a bucket of cold water. How could he have forgotten about the Byakugan? Surely, the Hyuga clan would be pleased to see him tormenting a Uchiha. Would Shisuke praise him? Yet, such accolades were unwelcome. He had no desire to be a sycophant. Though he moved slowly, the 2 books were soon packed away. And with a deep sigh, Zheng Dai resolved. Let it be. He would ignore him. Just then, a loud crash startled him. Hey, I heard you kick Kakashi today. Obito exclaimed, slamming his hand on the desk. Zheng Dai nearly believed the situation had escalated. Not far off, Rin stepped forward to intervene, saying, Obito, let me finish what I have to say. Zheng Dai, much like his peers, harbored a desire to see Kakashi rejuvenated, while Obito instantaneously transformed into an innocent young lad, devoid of any imposing presence. Rin grasped my arm, and as Zheng Dai surveyed his surroundings, he found that, unbeknownst to them, only the three of them remained in the classroom, along with Gu Liang, who was quietly sweeping the floor and observing them in silence. Even Kakashi had departed. When Rin extended an invitation for him to join the group aimed at revitalizing Kakashi, Zheng Dai began to comprehend the situation. Had that crumpled paper ball inadvertently aided Obito? However, he dismissed the notion of joining. Rin, you misunderstand. My intention in kicking Kakashi was not to uplift him. I merely found him irritating. Rin was momentarily taken aback, while Obito appeared somewhat bewildered, raising his hand slightly, as if to strike the table and muster his resolve. From the side, Gu Liang hurried over. We'll join. We'd be more than willing to assist our classmates. Rin, don't be upset. Zheng Dai is probably just groggy from lack of sleep today. Obito's hand faltered as he observed Gu Liang's eagerness toward Rin, his desire to slam the table intensifying. Bang! Zheng Dai, however, preempted him, suddenly slamming the table and startling the three of them. Gu Liang, don't make decisions for me. Even I cannot defeat him. Hatake Kakashi is beyond saving. I advise you not to squander your time. After awkwardly tossing out that remark, Zheng Dai grabbed his backpack and turned to leave. It wasn't until he exited the classroom that Obito regained his senses. You jerk. Stop right there. What? Do you want to fight? Finish the day, and I'll be waiting for you at the training ground. Want to fight? So casually? Obito clenched his fists, yet he didn't forget to comfort Rin. Rin, don't be angry. Just watch me give him a good thrashing. Rin hesitated, shaking her head. No fighting, Obito. Zheng Dai isn't that kind of person. Positive encouragement pales in comparison to the motivation derived from an antagonist. As Zheng Dai strolled home, he adjusted his hairstyle, contemplating. I might as well embrace the role of a villain. Naturally, if it weren't for his familiarity with the childhoods of Obito and Rin, he wouldn't dare to assume such a role. 20 minutes later, Zheng Dai arrived home. Simultaneously, Obito, panting heavily, raced back to the ninja academy. He was determined to complete the fight, no matter how exhausting it would be. Since Rin wouldn't allow it, he first escorted her home before sprinting back to school, nearly succumbing to low blood sugar in the process. His vision blurred. He vaguely discerned someone standing in the middle of the training ground. Obito leaned on his knees, gasping for breath, yet felt a sense of relief. You jerk, you're still here? Don't take advantage of my state. Let me catch my breath for 2 minutes before I thrash you. He raised his hand in declaration. Uchiha Obito? Huh. The voice was off. And Obito looked up in surprise, exclaiming, Hinata Shuji? What are you doing here? Where's that jerk Zheng Dai? Hinata Shuji's expression darkened, the veins on his forehead subtly pulsing. As Obito became instantly defensive, are you using Byakugan? Did that jerk know he couldn't defeat me and sought your assistance? Hinata Shuji, with a scowl, dismissed him. Meanwhile, Zheng Dai had thoroughly enjoyed a delectable dinner prepared by Aunt Shio, letting out a satisfied burp. Uncle Jiang, Aunt Shio, I'm heading to the grove to practice throwing. He grabbed his ninja tool bag and set off. This child has been training diligently these past few days. I hope he doesn't overexert himself, Uncle Jiang remarked with a frown. Aunt Shio harbored some concerns. Could it be that the girl he was enamored with was exceptionally talented, or worse, from a prominent ninja clan? Such a disparity in social standing would indeed pose a challenge. Both were momentarily consumed by their anxious thoughts. Whoosh! Just yesterday evening, while he was in the small grove, a kunai glided through the air, brushing past a robust tree and embedding itself into a slender sapling. Zheng Dai took a moment to deceive himself, but soon faced the reality, silently approaching to retrieve the kunai, and opened his attributes panel. Template: Apprentice Ninja 03 Basic Attributes. Physical Strength, 1671 Mental Strength, 2899 Chakra Amount, 2533 Main Skills, for Shadow Clone Technique. Level 0, 81. Throwing Technique. Level 0, 74. Chakra Refinement Method. Level 0, 72. Taijutsu. Level 0, 51. Auxiliary Skills, 9. Hidden. Free Attribute Points, 7. The benefits bestowed by his journey through dimensions had ceased, and the enhancement of his mental strength and chakra amount no longer affected his capabilities significantly. He remained but a weakling. Correlating his recent examination results, he surmised how levels translated into strength. Under the standards of Ninja Academy, a score of 70 at level 0 was deemed passing, equivalent to a score of 60. Therefore, the number 10 within the percentage could fluctuate slightly. On average, his throwing skill stood at level 0 with a score of 74, which translated to a score of 64 on a 10-meter fixed target. The likelihood of hitting a tree of similar thickness was indeed slightly diminished. After retrieving the kunai, Zheng Dai returned to his original position, a thought igniting in his mind, and he allocated 2 attribute points. Throwing technique, level 1, 14, whoosh. Bang. The kunai once again embedded itself into the sapling. No more self-deception. That was the target. Zheng Dai approached to inspect, noting that the new mark nearly overlapped with the previous one. Indeed, the effects of his attribute allocation were instantaneous, unscientific, perhaps, but undeniably impressive. With renewed determination, he utilized 4 additional attribute points, allocating 1 to Shadow Clone Technique and 3 to Taijutsu. Shadow Clone Technique, level 1, 1, Taijutsu, level 1, 11. In a mere span of seconds, he transformed from an underperforming student barely passing to excelling in 3 subjects, igniting a tingling sensation throughout his body. He adjusted his hairstyle, reminding himself to remain grounded while meticulously testing the results of his enhancements, yet the tingling persisted. Physical strength, 1673. Physical strength, 1675. Zheng Dai clenched his fist. Was he indeed growing stronger due to the investment in taijutsu? The attributes clearly influenced one another. Why was the itchiness intensifying? In the northern part of Konoha village, within the Sarutobi clan's territory, the third Hokage, nearing 50 and acutely aware of his declining health, reclined in a rocking chair after dinner, reflecting on Asuma's recent tales at the dinner table. Uchiha Obito, the third Hokage, mused. The boy from the Uchiha clan who clamored to become Hokage, quite reminiscent of Shinshu. Such aspirations are admirable. This is the true will of fire. If it were up to me, I would grant him full marks. Regrettably, if Shomo could have heard these words, with such a companion, Kakashi might have found the strength to uplift himself. In the ethereal realm, Shomo's thoughts flickered one after another as the third Hokage, reclining in a rattan chair, gradually succumbed to slumber. Yet, in a fleeting moment, as if in a trance, he straightened his back, squinted, stood up, and approached the pile of firewood in the corner of the courtyard, fiddling with it for a while before extracting a pipe, giving it a gentle tap. Returning to his chair, he struck a match. "Father, you are smoking again in secret." The third Hokage jolted awake, as if roused from a dream, gazing bewilderedly at the pipe in his hand, then at Asuma, who had emerged from the corner, his face a mask of indignation. He stammered, "Of late, I seem to be sleepwalking for some reason." Asuma rolled his eyes, stepping forward to snatch the pipe from the third Hokage's grasp, confiscating it and hiding it within the firewood. "I've told you countless times, smoking is detrimental to your health. Do not smoke. Do not smoke." "Yes, yes." The third Hokage replied sheepishly, obediently yielding to his younger son's admonishments. Life has become unbearable. Bang, bang, bang. Adding more was indeed fraught with peril. In front of a sturdy sapling, he continued to twist his hips and kick, one foot following another, for nearly half an hour, using pain to alleviate the itch. Incrementally enhancing his physical technique was advisable. A sudden increase of 3 points in strength could be overwhelming. His physical intensity had surged to 1994, having increased by more than 3 points, allowing him to distinctly feel his muscles becoming firmer, accompanied by an insatiable itch. He felt fortunate that he had not recklessly allocated points directly to physical intensity. Otherwise, a leap from 16 to 26 might have caused a catastrophic explosion. With a physical intensity below 50, it was imperative to avoid direct increments. 100 was decidedly more prudent. Ah, how unbearably itchy. As he lamented, the sensation resembled a seafood allergy from a past life, with rashes emerging all over his body. Fortunately, the increasingly agile and powerful movements offered him some solace. Yet, as his strikes grew swifter and more forceful, blood began to surface on his fists and feet, yet the itch remained unrelenting. Should he rub against the tree? How embarrassing. Just a little rub, nothing more. Surely, no one would come by here. Regardless, he dismissed his concerns, drawing back his fists, spreading his arms wide, and embraced the tree. Just then, a voice startled him from behind. "Found you, Zheng Dai." "Huh." Bang. Startled, Zheng Dai collided face-first into the tree, momentarily dazed. His body stiffening as he slid to the ground, a mark appearing on his forehead, yet a peculiar smile graced his face. At last, relief from the itch. Hinata Shuju's eyes twitched violently, a chill running down his spine at the sight of that unsettling grin. Steadying himself, he asked, "Why didn't you come to the training ground to find me? Your hair is all disheveled." Slowly rising from the ground, Zheng Dai retrieved a kunai to comb through his hair, parting it in the middle, and replied, "I was detained by Uchiha Obito after school." "So you lured him to the training ground?" "Yes." "Did that fool Obito actually go?" Hinata Shuju scrutinized Zheng Dai, whose clothes were disheveled and body mottled with bruises, yet was still preening his hair, slightly furrowing his brow, and added, "Why did you relay incorrect information to Uchiha Obito?" "Indeed, it is due to this matter." Zheng Dai pondered for a moment and tentatively inquired, "Is it because of your displeasure towards him?" "Why is that?" Zheng Dai hesitated, feeling the shame of uttering the words regarding following Hinata's steps and reprimanding the Uchiha clan. Fortunately, it seemed unnecessary to voice it. Surely Hinata Shushu could infer the meaning. "Should I be praised?" Hinata Shushu indeed began to grasp the direction Zheng Dai was hinting at, yet he had no intention of offering praise. "You seem to have forgotten something," he stated sternly. You are merely a commoner. Remember your place. The noble clan must not be insulted." Hinata Shushu's tone carried a sense of admonishment. Zheng Dai felt somewhat disoriented, attempting to organize his thoughts, only to find them still in disarray. Being reprimanded by someone from the Hyuga clan for teasing a member of the Uchiha clan, with the reasoning being his status as a commoner, felt absurd. Were the two clans not in stark opposition? Shouldn't he be more pleased if a commoner were to tease Obito? The disparity between clan ninjas and commoner ninjas led Zheng Dai to ponder, observing the serious expression on Hinata Shushu's face. A realization dawned upon him. The class divide might be far more pronounced than depicted in manga, thus in certain fan works. If the commoner protagonist were to confront the Uchiha clan, they would gain the friendship of the Hyuga clan. What a deception that had been. He needed to be more cautious. Fortunately, it was Obito. The itch began again. "I understand now. Have you eaten?" "You should hurry home for a meal," Zheng Dai urged. "Go on. I need to catch up with the tree." "Was that mere pretense?" Hinata Shushu let out a soft huff. "It seems you are entirely oblivious. Since the establishment of our village, from the 9 major clans to the current 30 or so ninja clans, the existence of these clans is vital to the village." Zheng Dai scratched his arm. While it is true that in recent years, a few talented commoner ninjas have emerged, it is ultimately the clans, including the Hyuga, that have sustained the village and secured victories in the 2 great ninja wars. A mere commoner, regardless of the reasons or stances, must not be allowed to insult. Zheng Dai scratched his leg. "Commoner, adjust your attitude," Hinata Shushu asserted. Witnessing Hinata Shushu's relentless lecturing, Zheng Dai felt a headache coming on. If a commoner were to insult a clan ninja, would that not invite disdain from all the ninja clans? Hinata Shushu nodded, for the most part. If that scene from class were to spread, would Konoha not find it intolerable? Zheng Dai scratched his chest. "It's not that severe. You should be grateful that we are merely students at the Ninja Academy. In the eyes of our elders, we are at an age where we can act foolishly. However, since your family is under our Hyuga's protection, I bear the responsibility to educate you on what is appropriate. Can students of the Ninja Academy truly act foolishly?" Hinata Shushu frowned. Interrupting others while they speak is quite impolite. My apologies. I have one last question. If I were to bully someone like Obito, would he seek help from his elders to reprimand me? Are you insulting the dignity of a noble clan? Hinata Shushu's forehead twitched, seemingly activating his Byakugan. The idea of calling upon elders to resolve disputes among peers at the Ninja Academy is a disgrace. No clan would tolerate such weakness within their ranks. Zheng Dai completed a circular scratch on himself, his eyes brightening as several thoughts raced through his mind, suddenly struck by a rather immature idea. Hinata Hideki is merely an average student in class, and his performance in practical lessons is rather mediocre, often scoring only a good in throwing events. Given my proficiency in 3 subjects, I could likely defeat him, serving as a convenient trial opponent. Moreover, wouldn't it be amusing? Hideki, if I were to give you a good thrashing, you certainly wouldn't dare to report it at home, would you? Did I mishear? This commoner dares to threaten me? Hinata Hideki, taken aback, had yet to utter a confirmation when he noticed Zheng Dai charging toward him after flexing his wrists. Indeed, he meant to strike me. How audacious. As a mere commoner. I had no intention of using force against you, yet you dare to make the first move? Your combat course grade ranks near the bottom of the class, while I stand among the top 13. How can you presume to challenge me? Utterly delusional. Thoughts raced through his mind, and confronted with this absurdity, Zheng Dai's straightforward punch caught the typically serious Hinata Hideki off guard. He attempted to deflect Zheng Dai's wrist with his left hand while aiming to deliver a powerful blow to Zheng Dai's most sensitive acupoint with his right, intending to teach him a lesson. However, he faltered on his first attempt. What he had presumed would be an easily pushed-away arm felt as rigid as iron, and with a thud, it struck his chest, producing a muffled sound. Hinata Hideki gasped, stumbling backward, clutching his chest, coughing heavily, his complexion turning slightly purple as he glanced at Zheng Dai, who was scratching his rear. He opened his mouth to speak, but another bout of coughing interrupted him. Before him, Zheng Dai suddenly sidestepped with a jump, causing Hinata to cough with a tremor, raising his guard instinctively. Zheng Dai, with a serious expression, declared, "Damn it. You've been concealing your strength all along. I underestimated you. But do you think this is enough to defeat me, commoner?" Hinata coughed, struggling to catch his breath. Zheng Dai leaped back and continued, "All right, let us see who prevails in this contest. Remember, if you lose, you cannot tell your parents or seek assistance." Zheng Dai jumped again, adding, "Complaining is for cowards. It's shameful to whine about losses. Moreover, the one who shall inevitably lose is you, commoner. Come forth and witness the gentle fist of the Hinata clan." With that intention in mind, Hinata Hideki finally regained his composure, although the effort took longer than expected, nearly overwhelming him with embarrassment. Seeing Hinata recover, Zheng Dai's face flushed slightly as he assumed a fighting stance. With a crack, his punch was met firmly by Hinata's palm. At that moment, Hinata truly wished to utter a retort along the lines of "Do not underestimate me, commoner." Yet he recalled Zheng Dai's self-indulgent demeanor. The gentle fist technique is upon us. Observing the distinct bulging veins on Hinata, unlike the usual, Zheng Dai immediately braced himself. As a practitioner of the correctional technique, he was well acquainted with gentle fist techniques. At a recent gathering of manga enthusiasts, a certain delusional individual had even showcased a segment of gentle fist techniques. However, this time, it was undoubtedly the real deal. Utilizing the Byakugan to assist him, he aimed to strike acupoints with the minuscule chakra needles emitted from his fingertips, obstructing chakra flow, or employing chakra-infused palms to vibrate internal organs, inflicting penetrating damage that could not be easily avoided. Without prior combat experience, defense would rely on instinct for the time being. What is often deemed instinct is, in truth, a manifestation of the body's memory, enhanced by a significant elevation in martial arts proficiency. Initially, in the first 2 seconds, Zheng Dai felt somewhat unsteady, yet soon discovered that regardless of Hinata Hideki's attacks or their intricate angles, he could effortlessly counter each strike. His martial arts skills indeed surpassed those of his opponent, allowing him to relax and transform instinct into initiative, experimenting with various body parts to parry the assaults. The rhythmic sounds of their bodies colliding were exhilarating. Meanwhile, Hinata Hideki's face flushed. How could this commoner's strength be so formidable? Being merely 8 years old, the strength among children of this age is typically comparable, barring a few exceptionally gifted individuals. Due to Uncle Takumi's profession, Zheng Dai's strength was already above average from swinging heavy hammers, and now, with the recent improvement, Hinata's gentle fists were simply ineffective against him. After merely a few dozen vigorous exchanges, Hinata's body began to tire, struggling to maintain his stance. Fortunately, Zheng Dai also appeared fatigued, ceasing his offensive to adjust his hairstyle, and the two faced each other, breathing heavily for a few moments. "Hinata Hideki, hello? What do you mean by hello?" Puzzled, Hinata's words were interrupted as Zheng Dai charged at him once more, inciting his ire. After several exchanges, Hinata felt as though his body was no longer his own. Were it not for the pride within him that forbade surrender, he would have gladly succumbed to slumber. Observing Zheng Dai, drenched in sweat, yet vibrantly spirited, he felt a twinge of fear. Zheng Dai appeared capable of launching several more rounds of attacks. Could it be that this commoner would truly best him? No, Hinata could not bring shame upon himself. With this thought, he summoned a semblance of spirit. Pivoting on his feet, one leg stepping forward into a lunge, one arm thrusting forward while the other arched back, adopting a rather unique stance. Zheng Dai was enveloped by an inexplicable aura, startled by the sudden shift. Bagua Zhang. Surely not. Could Hinata Hideki possess the skill to execute such a technique with his meager strength? It cannot be the 64 palm variations. Perhaps it is merely 32? Is there even a 16 palm style? Am I overestimating this? In the next moment, Zheng Dai hastily quelled all distractions, for since the initiation of their skirmish, it was the first time Hinata had taken the initiative to attack. The Bagua palm technique, while rooted in the principles of gentle fist style, possesses its own unique characteristics. Perhaps one could say it is an enhancement of the standard gentle fist. Its speed is swifter, its strikes more precise, and its continuity more fluid. The key point lies in its seamlessness. Consecutive strikes yield compounded benefits. The first two palms were easily deflected by Zheng Dai, but the third, with its cunning angle and accelerated speed, caused a momentary disruption in his defense. The fourth palm forced him to retreat a half-step. This marked Zheng Dai's first slight disadvantage, affirming the prowess of the Bagua palm technique. Had Hinata been able to utilize the 32 palms, he would certainly have landed a few hits today. The 16 palms might just have been manageable, but with only 4 palms executed, was he jesting? Gazing at Hinata, who lay awkwardly on the ground, unconscious and restless, Zheng Dai found himself at a loss for words, standing still for half a minute to recuperate and tidy his hair while observing the surroundings. Zheng Dai realized that no one had emerged from the shadows, and he let out a sigh of relief. Indeed, Hinata Shook Tree was not like Hinata, a mere branch family member, devoid of any significant presence, and it was unreasonable for him to have elders following and protecting him. This made things considerably easier. With a somewhat lewd smile, Zheng Dai adjusted Hinata Shook Tree's body, shifting him into a reclining position, straightening his attire, and even arranging his hair, muttering softly that his hair quality was inferior to his own. Once Hinata Shook Tree was neatly arranged, Zheng Dai lifted him under the armpits and effortlessly hoisted him onto his back. Let us go, young master Hinata Shook Tree. This commoner will carry you home. The painful memories of the Second World War had faded a year and a half ago, and the villagers had long since emerged from the shadows of conflict. Although night had fallen, the eastern alley of Konoha village remained bustling with life. Hundreds of lanterns illuminated the streets, and the crowd was lively with laughter and chatter. Vendors called out their wares, groups gathered around chessboards, and even street performers entertained passers-by. A young man in his 20s, sporting a small mustache and not a ninja, juggled 2 porcelain plates atop slender bamboo sticks, occasionally tossing them high into the air for a brief exchange. The onlookers cheered bravo. However, a moment later, the plates shattered with a loud crash. The crowd paused in astonishment before erupting into laughter, some teasing the mustached man. With a resigned gesture, he pointed in a certain direction, prompting the crowd to look. Is that the blacksmith's child? How did he end up like this? As the eyes of the crowd focused, they saw Zheng Dai struggling to walk while carrying the unconscious Hinata Shook Tree on his back. At that moment, Zheng Dai's clothes were tattered and covered in dust. A bruise marred his forehead, and his exposed wrists and ankles bore numerous wounds, with traces of blood visible, an image of sheer misery. In contrast, the unconscious Hinata Shook Tree appeared unscathed, though his expression was somewhat contorted. This duo, if not merely 2 children, resembled the scene of a wounded soldier returning to the village during wartime, one with visible injuries but relatively unscathed, carrying another who was gravely injured internally. An older man stepped forward. Hey, blacksmith's kid, who did this to you? Zheng Dai paused in his tracks, responding with a hearty laugh. We were just sparring among classmates. It's nothing serious. These are mere trifles for ninjas. Can a child of such stature even claim to be a ninja? Someone jested. Another voice chimed in. The one on your back is from the Hyuga clan, right? Did you knock him out? Is he seriously injured? Not at all. Zheng Dai shook his head. He's just tired and fell asleep. I'm merely carrying him home. Thank you for your concern, uncles and aunts. But I must be on my way to the Hyuga compound. The questioner paused, exchanging glances with others, a subtle look of discontent creeping onto their faces. This situation echoed the principle of inequality. Zheng Dai bore the scars of battle, while Hinata Shook Tree merely slumbered. Yet it was the injured Zheng Dai who was tasked with carrying him home. It felt exceedingly unfair, especially since one was a child from a humble background while the other belonged to one of the leading clans of Konoha, further fueling resentment. Despite the underlying dissatisfaction, ultimately no one offered to assist Zheng Dai in seeking an explanation. The status of the prominent clan was deeply entrenched. Only a few suggested aiding Zheng Dai in returning with Hyuga, but he declined their help. Thus, he strolled along the bustling eastern alley of Konoha village until he arrived at the gates of the Hyuga clan. The Hyuga estate was vast and imposing. As one of the oldest families, their customs were rather antiquated, and it was uncommon for clan members to wander outside after dark. Therefore, at this hour, around 7 o'clock, the gates of the Hyuga estate were firmly shut. However, before Zheng Dai could knock, an individual swiftly appeared before him. The man, appearing to be in his 30s, bore cataracts, with his forehead protector positioned low, and his visage bore a striking resemblance to Hyuga. Without allowing Zheng Dai a moment to speak, he activated his Byakugan and scanned both Zheng Dai and Hyuga for a brief instant, soon exhaling a sigh of relief. A lecher. He dares to peer at me so brazenly. Is this Hyuga father? If things go awry, I'd be the one bullied by the elder. The likelihood of him being a Chunin is high, while the chance of him being a Jonin is low, but one thing remains unchanged. I cannot prevail. Steady yourself. Steady yourself. I shall momentarily overlook his invasive scrutiny. After mentally reciting a few calming phrases, Zheng Dai greeted him. Good evening, uncle. You must be Shoshu's father. The man replied affirmatively. Zheng Dai nearly responded instinctively, but managed to restrain himself. What a trap. What on earth is happening here? With a forced smile, he presented the explanation he had meticulously prepared. Do not worry, uncle. Shoshu and I had arranged to engage in practical combat training at school. It seems he became fatigued and dozed off, so I entrusted him to you. Hyuga Shoshu's father furrowed his brow slightly, sensing that Zheng Dai's words lacked completeness. Under his Byakugan-esque scrutiny, he observed that aside from a minor bruise on Shoshu's chest, the boy bore no other injuries. However, his arms displayed slight muscle strain, consistent with the fatigue from excessive training. In contrast, Zheng Dai bore numerous injuries, though lacking significant bruises from combat. He exhibited various contusions and abrasions that did not appear to be inflicted by Hyuga. Where did you practice? The father inquired. In the woods over there. Zheng Dai replied. This seemed plausible. Hyuga father nodded slightly, but his expression soon darkened, conjuring images in his mind of Zheng Dai being relentlessly battered against trees under Shoshu's assault. Practical combat training? A child from the Hyuga clan seeks out an opponent for taijutsu? This boy, whom I've never heard of, does not appear to be a prodigy based on this pitiful state. Is this training? This is bullying. What misfortune has befallen our household? He stepped forward, hoisting Hyuga onto his shoulder with a simple, forceful motion. Then, he regarded Zheng Dai, hesitating for a few moments before uttering, Thank you for your efforts. May I ask your name? Zheng Dai, he replied. Zheng Dai, from the blacksmith family? The father inquired. Your uncle is quite renowned. Zheng Dai nodded. The father's expression darkened further. Though Hyuga remained oblivious, he was well aware that a craftsman of Chunin rank, despite not bearing the Hyuga surname and being of commoner status, held considerable weight in the Hyuga clan. After a moment's contemplation, he unexpectedly retrieved a banknote from his pocket and extended it to Zheng Dai. Thank you for your efforts. The second round was arduous. In truth, it was an apology. Zheng Dai was momentarily taken aback, hesitating before accepting the silver note. It's nothing. Thank you, uncle. Shall I head home now? Hinata Hideki's father hesitated for a moment, as if he wished to say something further, but ultimately waved his hand, carrying Hinata Hideki away in a swift motion. Returning to his own family, Zheng Dai lamented the necessity of climbing over walls. Glancing at the silver note in his hand, he noted the substantial amount of 1,000 taels, quite generous indeed. Such a reasonable parent made him feel a twinge of guilt. In the world of Naruto, one tael was roughly equivalent to 10 yen, or a little over 6 RMB, meaning this silver note possessed a purchasing power akin to over 600 yuan. A simple bandage would hardly require such a sum. However, considering that 1,000 taels was likely insignificant to the other party, Ninja belonged to a high-income bracket. A D-rank mission, evenly divided among a small team, could yield nearly 1,000 taels per person. In another decade or so, his classmate Asuma's bounty would be worth 30 million taels. A sudden sensation akin to guarding a treasury washed over him. Half of his plan had succeeded. The remainder depended on how thin-skinned Hinata Hideki was. Regardless of the outcome, this 1,000 taels was a worthy return on his investment. Zheng Dai adjusted his bangs and headed home, for he still had a performance to enact. Coincidentally, as Hinata Hideki was just being laid back onto his bed by his father, he slowly regained consciousness. His gaze was momentarily dazed before he sat up abruptly, a wary expression crossing his face as he scanned the surroundings, soon revealing a hint of bewilderment. "Father? Did you bring me back?" "It was not me, but your classmate Zheng Dai who carried you back," his father replied. "Zheng Dai?" Hinata Hideki instantly became fully alert, hurriedly checking his body for injuries. Relieved to find none or any other marks, he exhaled slightly, thinking that the commoner had not truly dared to strike him. Yet, the realization that he had lost to a commoner gnawed at him, and he seethed inwardly. Hinata Hideki's father, noticing his son's distress, furrowed his brow and inquired, "Do you have a grievance with him?" Hinata Hideki replied, "During the previous examination, he passed a note to Uchiha Obito. The note contained all incorrect answers, humiliating Uchiha Obito by resulting in a score of 0. Hinata Hideki's father understood, yet his discontent grew as he remarked, "Did you activate your Byakugan to cheat during the exam?" Hinata Hideki replied, "There must not be a next time." "Indeed," he nodded obediently. "I gave that child 1,000 taels. You are classmates, and now that he has learned his lesson, do not turn this into enmity." "You gave Zheng Dai a silver note of 1,000 taels? He has learned his lesson? Why is that? I was the one who was knocked unconscious. Why do you reward him with a silver note?" Hinata Hideki was perplexed. He wished to explain but felt ashamed at the same time. The earlier dramatics of Zheng Dai's self-portrayed grievance lingered in his mind. That crude commoner. "I understand, father." Hinata Hideki gritted his teeth, resolutely determining to train diligently. Once he could unleash the 8 trigrams palm, he would ensure that the uncouth commoner received a thorough beating. Meanwhile, Zheng Dai returned home. Upon seeing the disheveled Zheng Dai, Uncle Jiang and Aunt Xiao were immediately alarmed and rushed to inquire. Zheng Dai, with a hint of grievance, replied, "I just had a spar with my classmate Hinata Hideki." "From the Hinata clan?" Uncle Jiang bellowed. "Is this a spar? Can the Hyuga clan bully others at will? Haven't I sold them ninja tools at cost for the past 2 years?" "Xiao Zheng, wait here. I shall seek a proper explanation." Hey, uncle, please don't rush." Zheng Dai managed a strained smile as he produced a banknote. "These are merely surface injuries. Hyuga Shoshu's father even compensated me with 1,000 taels. Let it go, uncle." 1,000 taels? What is that worth?" Uncle Jiang retorted. "Let me handle my own affairs, shall we? It won't be long before I can defeat Hyuga Shoshu handily. Trust me," Zheng Dai suddenly declared. "I need to clean myself up." Uncle Jiang was momentarily taken aback, while Aunt Xiao interjected, "Wait, let me bandage your wounds." "No need. It's just a minor injury." Zheng Dai shook his head in refusal. "It would be so embarrassing if I healed before you finished." After a long pause, Uncle Jiang sighed. "The child is growing up." "Indeed," Aunt Xiao agreed. After a quick wash and changing into fresh clothes, Zheng Dai returned to his room, lay back on his bed, smoothed his hair, and exhaled a long breath. Acting is truly exhausting. He opened his attribute panel. Template: Apprentice Ninja 03 Basic Attributes. Physical Strength, 2244 Mental Strength, 2899 Chakra Amount, 2533 Main Skills. 4 repeatedly omitted auxiliary skills. 9 hidden, free attribute points. 1 his physical strength had ceased to grow, increasing by nearly 6 points, roughly a third. Zheng Dai contemplated, sat up, measured his height at the desk, and pinched his arm. Indeed, he had grown a bit taller and his arms had thickened slightly. Had Uncle Jiang and Aunt Xiao been more observant of his injuries, they might have noticed. Thankfully, such changes are hardly unusual for an 8-year-old child. Martial arts carry risks. One must be prudent with attribute points. Until reaching adulthood, while his bones and body develop, he must be cautious about enhancements. Moreover, he was uncertain who aside from Kakashi might provide him with attribute points, making balanced development seem quite challenging. It would be wise to conserve attribute points for a while. A sudden surge in strength could attract unwanted attention, especially from Orochimaru and the Root organization. He must devise a way to learn a few ninjutsu techniques and allocate points there, becoming a master of techniques rather than a muscle-bound brute, which would be quite unappealing and might hinder his chances of finding a partner. Finding a partner. There are numerous beautiful girls in the world of Naruto, several of whom are in my class. Zheng Dai mused, suddenly displaying a rather inappropriate grin typical of a devoted otaku, as visions of fan art flashed through his mind before he quickly composed himself. "I am a serious person, truly very serious." His smile morphed into something rather unsettling. Kakashi correction level, 36. Kakashi correction level, 37. Suddenly, 2 lines of text flashed across his mind, causing Zheng Dai to startle as he eradicated all inappropriate thoughts. Smiling broadly as he hummed, "In the stillness of the night, do you find yourself suddenly recalling me? What is that child singing? Has he been influenced by something? I didn't catch that. Shoo, keep your voice down." Zheng Dai's expression darkened. "Uncle Jiang, Aunt Xiao, I'm studying. Please go to sleep and don't worry about me." Time seemed to freeze for 2 seconds. "Xiao Zheng, you should turn in early as well." Uncle Jiang's somewhat awkward voice filtered in. Zheng Dai, with a sense of helplessness, shook his head and lost the inclination to hum a tune. He truly picked up a book titled Theoretical Guidance for Autonomous Ninjutsu Development. As he opened the supplementary skill attribute panel, he glanced at his level 0, 39. "I am indeed quite inept," he mused. The theory of autonomous ninjutsu development is, however, a valuable resource. Zheng Dai murmured softly to himself, "This is genuine ninja knowledge. I must delve into it." Unlike the introductory material, this content proved to be genuinely useful. As someone who could immerse himself in online resources about Naruto to the point of neglecting sleep, he quickly immersed his mind into this authentic ninja tome, only interrupted occasionally by the flickering barrage of comments. Kakashi's despondent state was not particularly complex. He merely seemed to be stuck in a rut. Zheng Dai aided him by enhancing his recovery ability and initiated a dialogue. In the stillness of the night, upon reflecting, Kakashi found himself unable to extricate from his thoughts. At midnight, as Zheng Dai lay in bed with his eyes closed, he was on the verge of sleep when subtitles unexpectedly flashed before his eyes. Kakashi's correction level, 45, gained 1 free attribute point. Thus, Zheng Dai found himself wide awake. "Hey, aren't you going to sleep?" he thought, realizing the troubled child was burdened with thoughts. "I suppose I won't sleep either. I'll rise and read," returning to the mindset of preparing for exams. These enhancements seemed wasteful, yet as a transmigrator endowed with a golden finger, having squandered years in the Ninja Academy, he felt he might need to withdraw from the group. Is it merely memorizing a book? Having excelled in the college entrance examination and postgraduate entrance exam, could I truly be daunted by this? The late nights may damage my hair, which is somewhat bothersome. Zheng Dai glanced at his pillow, then rushed to the wardrobe mirror to check his reflection, murmuring, "Although my face cannot compare to my original exquisite beauty, my hair is indeed abundant, which is delightful. A little damage is of no consequence." Outside the door, 2 pairs of eyes met in silent understanding. It seemed that little Zheng Dai had genuinely been affected. What was he causing such a ruckus at this late hour? Early the next morning, with faint dark circles under his eyes, Zheng Dai departed his home under the concerned gaze of Uncle Craft and Aunt Embroidery, heading towards school. Coincidentally, upon nearing the school gate, he encountered Rin and Kakashi, who were walking together. Rin wore a beaming smile, as if she had just received delightful news. No, it was not merely a semblance. For her, it indeed was a joyous occasion. Zheng Dai scrutinized Kakashi, who had tidied his disheveled hair and adjusted his short blade, appearing more presentable, though his gait still seemed somewhat sluggish. Overall, he had mostly regained his usual demeanor, which was a comfort to Zheng Dai. Unfortunately, the dark circles under his eyes were quite unflattering. After all, it was no surprise. The subtitles had flashed every hour, continuing until 49, suggesting he had likely spent the entire night awake. Zheng Dai yawned lazily and greeted, "Good morning, Rin," and the prodigious Kakashi. Kakashi shot him a glance, but said nothing. Rin replied, "Good morning, Zheng Dai." She bore no anger. Her eyes even reflected a subtle concern for him. "Zheng Dai, what about Hinata Shushu?" Rin inquired. Zheng Dai was taken aback, realizing the news had traveled swiftly. Living in the eastern alley of Konoha, she must have heard from someone that he had been bullied by Hinata Shushu. He shifted his gaze to Kakashi, noticing the questioning look in his eyes, and immediately understood that Kakashi was unaware. Thus, he chuckled and said, "It's nothing. I just got a beating, that's all. I strive diligently in my practice, and once I am capable of surpassing him, I shall return the blows, shall I not? I am certainly not like certain individuals, who, with their peculiar intonations, can only lament and wallow in self-pity when faced with adversity." Speaking of such individuals, his gaze incessantly darted towards Kakashi, making his intentions unmistakably clear. Rin, dissatisfied, pouted, "Zheng Dai, without subtitles, it becomes increasingly challenging to guide as we progress." Zheng Dai sighed inwardly, facing the charmingly indignant Rin, and with a playful shrug, he replied, "True. After all, certain individuals, despite their despondency, have you, Rin, to tend to them with utmost care. I, however, must strive for independence. Rin's cheeks flushed slightly as she stated earnestly, classmates should indeed care for one another. Zhengdai, do you have a conflict with Hinata? All right, enough of that. You should focus on our brilliant genius, Zhengdai interjected, waving his hand as he stepped into the schoolyard ahead. Rin frowned in discontent, but was suddenly caught off guard by a soft voice. Thank you, Rin. Startled, she turned her head. Kakashi reiterated, Thank you, Rin. Filled with delight. Rin responded, Kakashi's accuracy increased by 50, earning him 2 free attribute points. As he entered the classroom, Zhengdai received 2 notifications, causing him to trip over his own feet. What has Rin said or done now? It must be far more stimulating than I anticipated. Contemplating this, Zhengdai suddenly paused. Did I just gain 2 points? Opening his attribute panel, he saw free attribute points, 5. Originally, he had 1 point left. And with the addition of 2 points from 40 and 45, it indeed summed to 50. Zhengdai felt invigorated. Could it be that 50 is a pivotal threshold? Or perhaps as the challenges intensify, the rewards grow more substantial? As time passed, more students trickled into the classroom, a few whispering and pointing at Zhengdai. He paid them no mind and remained engrossed in his reading until he caught a glimpse of Obito out of the corner of his eye, prompting him to extract a pen and place it upright in the center of his desk. Smack. Ugh. Intended to slap the desk, Obito instead struck the upright pen, emitting a dragon-like roar that drew the attention of his classmates. Upon realizing it was Obito, they returned to their own conversations, unfazed. Zhengdai glanced at the pen now split in 2 and remarked coolly, You owe me for that pen. Oh. Obito's eyes widened in surprise, his previous pain intensifying. You bastard. I didn't even use the pen tip. Obito paused, reflecting on the situation, and surprisingly felt a tinge of gratitude. Thank you, but I can't repay you. You, bastard, stop interrupting me. Where were you for the fight we agreed upon yesterday? Do you still have the heart for a brawl? Huh. Did you not see Rin and Kakashi holding hands on their way to school this morning? Zhengdai whispered. What? No way I saw that. Obito exclaimed, shaking his head vigorously. It's impossible. Rin was merely assisting Kakashi as a member of his motivational group, nothing more. Just look at Kakashi. Obito was taken aback and turned his head, his mouth agape. Upon entering the classroom, Kakashi had made a beeline for Zhengdai, completely oblivious to the fact that today he appeared vastly different, reverting to his usual flamboyant self. What else, apart from romantic entanglements, could cause such a transformation? Zhengdai chuckled mischievously. Hurry and keep an eye on him. I can only assist you this far. You're not deceiving me, are you? Why would I dare? You wouldn't either, Obito huffed, brimming with determination as he strode towards Kakashi. With a wry smile, one might jest that one cannot be deceived so easily, can they? To everyone's surprise, Obito has returned. Has he finally come to his senses? Thank you, Obito murmurs softly. Zhengdai is momentarily taken aback. Ah, it's nothing. Nothing at all. Have I been too excessive? In a moment of self-reflection, he turns to meet the fiery gaze of Hinata Shoji, who has just entered the classroom, and realizes, indeed, it has been rather excessive. Time flies, and as June 41st of Konoha nears its end, Zhengdai has been subjected to bullying by Hinata Shoji. Except in the presence of a select few, such as Obito, Rin, and Kakashi, he has donned the guise of a diligent bookworm, spending his days either immersed in literature or honing his skills. He is indeed making an effort. Though the knowledge imparted at the Ninja Academy is rather rudimentary, Zhengdai, fortunate enough to encounter authentic ninja teachings, has become deeply engrossed. At the very least, he must elevate his grades to prepare for examinations. Having undergone 9 years of compulsory education and 7 years of further studies that did not guarantee a promising career, his ability to tackle examinations is undoubtedly superior to that of his classmates, and perhaps even the entire ninja world. In the recently concluded final cultural exam, while he cannot assure perfect scores across the board, achieving satisfactory marks is certainly within his grasp. Thus, on the morning of June 30th, Zhengdai, unusually, refrains from his reading and sits at his desk, meticulously arranging his hairstyle. He intends to present himself in the most dapper manner to receive praise from teacher Oki and astonishment from his peers. A time traveler ought not to flaunt their prowess, akin to a richly adorned figure traversing the night unobserved. In the teacher's office, Oki meticulously reviews the report cards, a warm smile gracing his face as he prepares to head to the classroom. However, He is momentarily taken aback by the unexpected entrance of a visitor. Promptly bowing in greeting, Lord Third Hokage. The Third Hokage, with a gentle smile, reassures him, there is no need for surprise. Is it so peculiar for the principal of this ninja academy to visit? Not at all. Oki hastily shakes his head. It is an honor that you could spare your busy schedule. The Third Hokage raises his hand, interrupting the flattery. Oki, you teach the third grade, correct? Is that the report card you hold? How have the students performed this semester? Are there any particularly remarkable improvements among them? In truth, having heard Obito's responses a month prior, he has kept a watchful eye on Kakashi. Over the past month, Kakashi appears to have rallied considerably. He feels remorse for having succumbed to various pressures and challenges, failing to live up to the legacy of White Fang. Thus, his primary purpose in visiting is to personally assess Kakashi's current situation. There is indeed a student who has shown remarkable progress, Oki remarks, glancing at the report card with a nod of affirmation. Oh, which student? The Third Hokage inquires with a smile, intrigued by Kakashi's evident improvement. Zheng Dai? Oh, Zheng Dai is it? The Third Hokage is taken aback, momentarily mistaking him for Kakashi. The name Zheng Dai does not ring a bell. After a moment's contemplation, the Third Hokage recalls a fragment of information, and Oki prompts him. From Kumogakure. Oh, the Third Hokage exclaims in realization. Is he the child from that village? Has he performed well this time? Quite well. His average score has surged from the 5th lowest in the class to the 5th highest. And he has also accrued enough credits to meet graduation requirements. This child has always been diligent, and his efforts have intensified over the past month. Daiki's face was adorned with admiration. Every teacher in any realm appreciates a child who revels in reading. The Third Hokage was somewhat taken aback. To leap from the 5th lowest to the 5th highest position was not merely a result of hard work, but rather an indication of genius. Remarkably, it had only taken one semester. Daiki nodded and then shook his head, asserting that it was more accurate to say it had only been this past month. He too had not anticipated such significant progress from that child. He leaned closer to the Third Hokage and whispered a remark. The Third Hokage was astonished, then nodded in understanding. I see, what a good child. How did that Hyuga child who bullied him fare academically? The average score was the 16th in the class, and he had been surpassed by that child. The Third Hokage chuckled. As Hokage, he did not overly concern himself with the conflicts among children. However, this discord had unexpectedly gifted Konoha with a promising prodigy of impeccable character, which piqued his interest in both children, particularly in Zheng Dai. He took the report card from Daiki's hands and glanced over it. The top 3 were all girls. The first was Nara Rin, the second was Shizun, and the third was Yuhi Kurenai. The Third Hokage was not surprised. Historically, female students had excelled in academic subjects, and this year's cohort was no exception. He paused, recalling Kakashi Hitaki, and chuckled to himself, realizing he had forgotten his original purpose. A quick scan revealed Kakashi's name, which brightened his expression. 15th place, not bad. Upon hearing this, Daiki understood that the Third Hokage was particularly interested in Kakashi. Kakashi has made great strides in the past month, but the Third Hokage tilted his head, prompting him to continue. But it seems there is some discord between him and Zheng Dai. I often observe them arguing. As if Zheng Dai looks down upon Kakashi's lethargy, Daiki remarked. The Third Hokage merely smiled and returned his focus to the report card. In 4th place was his son, Asuma, and in 5th place, Zheng Dai. The scores were as follows. Ninjutsu Fundamentals. 89. Introduction to Ninjutsu. 84. Overview of the unique ninjutsu of the Land of Fire. 94. Ninjutsu Research Methodology. 91. And Study of International Relations among the 5 Great Countries. 90. He was not far from achieving excellence in all subjects. As the Third Hokage continued to read, he was taken aback. Surely, Asuma could not match this performance? Just as he pondered this, his peripheral vision caught something. Study of the works of past Hokages. 12. The Third Hokage's expression instantly soured. 12 points? No wonder. This child, to whom I have poured my heart and soul into imparting ninja insights, managed only a 12? Daiki, perceptive as ever, quickly interjected, Lord Hokage. Zheng Dai did not choose to take the course on the study of the works of past Hokages this semester. That 12 points is merely a carryover from last semester's final grade. The school rules dictate as much. Zheng Dai has excelled in every subject this time, leaving only that one subject glaringly apparent. The Third Hokage felt an ache in his heart. Not selecting a course was even more egregious than performing poorly. He exhaled deeply, recalling how Asuma would complain at home about the convoluted and tedious nature of the ninja experiences he had penned. Oh, these children simply did not comprehend the affection of the Hokage. The third Hokage contemplated for a moment and gently stated, "As a teacher, it is essential to encourage students to develop comprehensively. A lack of balance in their studies is absolutely unacceptable." Damu nodded affirmatively. "Indeed. Proceed. Additionally, I shall be present to observe the practical assessment shortly." 2 minutes later, Damu stood in the classroom, his results sheet laid flat upon the desk. A few eager students in the front row stood on tiptoe, craning their necks to see. Damu gestured for silence, his gaze sweeping over Kakashi, Zhongdai, Hyuga Shushu, and others, as he proclaimed, "The results of the final exams have been released. Some students have performed consistently well, others have shown significant improvement, while a few have not fared as well as hoped. Overall, I am satisfied, yet I also harbor some dissatisfaction. Is the teacher experiencing a split personality?" Zheng Dai mused inwardly, wondering why he could not simply offer praise. Moreover, what position did Kakashi achieve? For instance, Zheng Dai. The moment had arrived. Zheng Dai sat up straight. His efforts this month had been evident to all. While others played, he buried himself in books, and even during meals or bathroom breaks, he was absorbed in his studies. With dedication, rewards will surely follow. In this examination, Zheng Dai achieved an average score of 84, placing 5th in the class. Applause erupted, initiated by an unknown student, as the entire class gradually joined in, their eyes fixed on the composed and dignified Zheng Dai. To leap to 5th place? How impressive! It seemed he simply had not applied himself before. What thoughts might Shushu harbor? Under the weight of many gazes, Hyuga Shushu struggled to maintain his composure. Initially, he felt too embarrassed to explain his defeat to Zheng Dai, but as time passed, he found himself unable to articulate it. How could this insufferable commoner surpass me even in the academic subjects? Gu Liang silently seethed. This fellow has truly infiltrated the elite circle. Amazing, Zheng Dai. Obito clapped loudly. Having nearly been charmed into submission by Zheng Dai over the past month, Kakashi tilted his head, regarding Obito with a bemused expression. Obito immediately shot him a glare. Yet he found that Kakashi's gaze evoked a sense of nostalgia and joy. Zheng Dai maintained the innocent smile of a diligent student. The third Hokage, who was peeking from the doorway, could not help but chuckle, secretly joining in the applause. Who would have thought this child possessed such a character? It appears that merely studying the works of past Hokages is insufficient. Refinement is necessary. After a moment, as the applause subsided, Teacher Damu suddenly shifted his tone. However, Zheng Dai, remain humble and diligent. There is still ample room for improvement in your academic performance, particularly in the elective course on the study of the works of previous Hokages, where you only scored 12 points. Teacher, isn't it true that for elective courses, one can obtain 6 credits with just 9 points? I believe I have met the requirement, Zheng Dai interjected, raising his hand. Damu paused, you see. You are just one subject shy of completing your credits, and there is a considerable possibility for you to elevate your rank to the top 3, or even strive for first place. Must I really study? Zheng Dai scratched his head. Although he had not officially chosen the elective course on the study of the works of past Hokages, he had taken the time to familiarize himself with its content. It had helped him unravel a perplexity. During the era of the first Hokage, the course's difficulty was approximately. During the era of the second Hokage, the difficulty of this course was approximately 5. Yet now, it has escalated to a staggering 100. Why is the third Hokage referred to as the Ninja Doctor? It is because he has an insatiable penchant for writing, often in a manner that is quite perplexing. The entire Sarutobi clan is indeed a reflection of my esteemed self. Standing awkwardly in the corridor, the third Hokage felt somewhat embarrassed, especially upon witnessing the ongoing excuses from the students, who were in agreement with one another. With a resigned cough, he could only clear his throat twice and enter the classroom personally. Upon his arrival, an immediate silence enveloped the room, particularly from those students who had been the loudest just moments before, now frozen in place, lamenting their misfortune. Kakashi was similarly taken aback for a brief moment. Connecting the dots, he considered that Teacher Omuki was rather mischievous. Good day, Lord Hokage. Initially, the greetings were sparse, but soon the students rose collectively, bowing in respect. The third Hokage smiled benevolently and gestured for them to take their seats. It has been over 2 years since we last convened like this. Back when you first entered the academy. As the principal of this ninja school, I must admit my shortcomings. As he delivered this familiar line, Omuki did not provide any comedic relief. Silence lingered for 3 seconds. The students exchanged glances, with a few wanting to speak but rendered speechless by anxiety and excitement, creating an exceedingly awkward atmosphere. The third Hokage's gentle smile began to feel strained. With a sigh, Kakashi thought to himself that these children lacked emotional intelligence. Allow me to intervene and remedy the situation. Not only are you the principal of this ninja academy, but you are also the Hokage of our Leaf Village, responsible for all the ninjas and villagers. Your name alone gracing the principal's position inspires us to learn, and we are immensely grateful. Omuki, you flatterer, Asuma muttered under his breath. The third Hokage chuckled, his laughter more genuine than before, internally mocking the smooth-talking nature of the child, who seemed quite distinct from the others. Just moments ago in the corridor, he had overheard numerous students express their grievances regarding the elective course on the writings of past Hokages, reluctant to engage in it. Why was this so? The third Hokage boldly inquired. Why? Because your works are simply too numerous, and the difficulty of this course is unparalleled. Once again, the room fell silent. None would dare to respond so directly. Uchiha Obito, I recall you declaring your aspiration to become Hokage on your first day at school. The writings of the first Hokage, the second Hokage, and myself encompass the responsibilities and experiences of a Hokage. How can you aspire to become Hokage if you do not study diligently? Called out, Obito was momentarily stunned before breaking into a wide grin. The third Hokage must have faith in my potential to succeed him. Indeed, I shall become Hokage. Thank you, Hokage Grandpa. The third Hokage was momentarily perplexed by Obito's train of thought, yet he astutely noted 2 individuals in the class rolling their eyes simultaneously, Kakashi and Kakashi. Thus, he turned his gaze towards Kakashi. Kakashi, why did you choose not to enroll in this elective? Do you deem it useless? A perilous question indeed. Kakashi silently mused. Since his reincarnation, this was the first time he had encountered the third Hokage in person, yet it felt entirely familiar. The third Hokage is a character steeped in controversy within the anime realm. His contradictory portrayal of strength is one facet, while the tragedies that befell Konoha during his tenure as leader starkly contrast with his seemingly benevolent, grandfatherly demeanor. This is another. Is he a resolute, iron-willed ninja or a kind-hearted scholarly elder? Upon initial reflection, the latter seems more plausible. After all, his involvement with the elective course on the writings of previous Hokages exudes an air of youthful innocence. You must understand, Hokage-sama. Zheng Dai stood up. My choice not to enroll in this course is not due to its lack of significance, but rather its immense importance. The works of the Hokages, especially yours, require extensive study and contemplation. Within the confines of the Ninja Academy, we simply cannot grasp their profound intricacies. Thus, I intend to keep several of your volumes close at hand post-graduation, dedicating my lifetime to their careful study. Asuma's eyes widened in surprise. Red and Rin exchanged bewildered glances. Hyuga Hayashi covered his forehead with one hand, thinking this audacious commoner was even more shameless than he had anticipated. Shizun stifled a gasp, astonished by the exchange. Obito nearly slipped beneath the table in disbelief. Ah, the vigor of youth, exclaimed Guy. Kakashi, taken aback, found himself equally surprised. Did this truly provoke Kakashi? Little did he know, Kakashi felt a sense of embarrassment at having been irritable with him during this period. The third Hokage, equally perplexed, had never encountered such forthrightness. At first, it seemed insincere, but upon reflection, it was rather pleasing. He turned to Oki, inquiring, "Did you teach him this?" Oki, with a scowl, shook his head emphatically. The third Hokage pressed his lips together and said, "Zheng Dai, please take your seat." "Yes, Hokage-sama." After a brief lull in the classroom, the third Hokage gradually regained his composure and spoke. "I am delighted to hear you express such sentiments, Zheng Dai. I hope you continue to uphold this attitude in the future." With a warm smile, he cast a glance at Zheng Dai, who, with his innocent demeanor, smiled and nodded in agreement. However, merely studying post-graduation will not suffice, the third Hokage continued. The inclusion of the study of previous Hokage's writings as an elective course is not without reason. In truth, I wish to elevate it to a compulsory subject. You may not comprehend its value now, but in time, you will come to appreciate just how precious this course is. Moreover, it is not an insurmountable challenge. Did not Rin achieve a score of 88 in her recent examination? Rin, an academic prodigy, consistently scored 95 in all subjects except this one, which prompted a silent grumble from Oki. He should have mentioned to you that while one can graduate with a score of 10 in compulsory courses and 6 in electives, the distinction in credits ultimately leads to different classifications upon graduation. The categories superior, excellent, good, and pass bear significant weight. A mere 2 credits can determine a shift in classification. Zheng Dai paused, recognizing that these details resonated within his memory, albeit faintly. During his earlier years, he had been solely focused on graduation, paying little attention to such matters. Now, with the third Hokage's words, he listened intently. It became clear that graduates of this era's ninja academy were indeed categorized into 4 distinct levels. Compulsory courses and elective courses total 19 credits, with 12 credits allocated for graduation assessments. Achieving a total of 31 points is deemed exceptional. Scores ranging from 28 to 30 signify excellence, while those from 25 to 27 represent good performance, and scores between 22 and 24 indicate passing status. The varying levels of assessment significantly influence future class placements and mentor selections. The choice of mentors becomes increasingly critical, particularly with the looming Third Shinobi World War. It is known that Minato and Dingzhou will serve as the guiding instructors for this cohort, with Akimichi Dingzhou among them. It is likely that the other 2 will also be present, ensuring at least a semblance of the boar, deer, and butterfly mentorship. The third Hokage successfully captured the students' attention, his smile radiating warmth as he continued to inspire them. Additionally, students, those who graduate with exceptional honors will be immortalized in the annals of our Ninja Academy's history. Do you not desire the admiration of future students? Established 6 years ago in Konoha, the Ninja Academy has seen 35 graduating classes, with 62 exceptional graduates to date. It is hoped that your class will produce the 63rd, 64th, and even the 65th and 66th exceptional graduates. Among those 62 exceptional graduates, 17 achieved excellence across all subjects. Some of you may recognize names such as the Uchiha clan's young leader, Uchiha Fugaku, who has garnered considerable attention. Hinata's young leader, Hinata Hayashi, stands proudly, while my disciple, Tsunade, the princess of the legendary Sannin, elicits even greater admiration. Zheng Dai found himself speechless. Did Tsunade truly possess so many challenging texts during her studies? Even if she did, it is doubtful she would have engaged with them thoroughly. Remarkably, 2 graduates attained perfect scores across all subjects, receiving significant rewards that would profoundly impact their ninja journeys. Perfect scores. Gasps of amazement filled the air. The special rewards were of little concern to most, as they were unattainable. A student inquired, "Who are they?" The third Hokage chuckled, his face wrinkled with mirth. "My disciple, Orochimaru, and my disciple Jiraiya's disciple, Namikaze Minato." At the training grounds of the Ninja Academy, the third-year students, invigorated by the third Hokage's motivational speech, arrived with enthusiasm. The first, second, and fourth-year students had already gathered, each group engaged in lively sparring. Zheng Dai surveyed the scene. In the 4th year, 2 unfamiliar novices were clumsily battling, while in the 2nd year, another pair of unknowns clashed. In the 1st year, 2 familiar novices were faring better together, Yusho Washi versus Suki no Kaze. Zheng Dai observed closely, barring unforeseen circumstances. Washi was likely to emerge victorious. He soon averted his gaze, lost in contemplation. The third Hokage's remarks had perhaps not fully considered the possibility of a student achieving a perfect score this year. Mentioning Orochimaru and Namikaze Minato seemed merely a boastful reference to his disciples. However, Zheng Dai was deeply affected. Attaining a perfect score was a formidable challenge, one he could not accomplish solely through personal effort. The pressing issue was that only half a year remained before the 3rd year concluded, and he had no desire to extend his graduation by an additional 2 years. Time was of the essence. Yet, he could still enhance his performance. Adding a single attribute point in each subject would suffice. Honor was secondary. What truly captivated him were the special rewards mentioned by the third Hokage that could influence a ninja's path. What could these rewards entail? Guidance from esteemed masters? Perhaps one could select a jutsu from the Book of Seals. Achieving the famed flying thunder god technique of the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze. Initially, I assumed that Jiraiya had interceded on his behalf, yet now it appears otherwise. If indeed he were to choose a technique from the Book of Seals, it would be immensely tempting for him. With his attribute panel, He could master any jutsu. The Edo Tensei is unlikely to be granted to him, and the Flying Thunder God technique may not be either. He lacks the chakra for the multi-shadow clone jutsu, and even if he were offered the Shiki Fujin, he would refuse. I wonder if Jiraiya's array of hair-related jutsu has been documented in the Book of Seals? With hair as splendid as mine, employing those techniques would surely render me exceedingly powerful. Wiping away the drool at the corner of his mouth, he opened the auxiliary attribute panel. Auxiliary skills. Forging. Level 0. 13. Ninjutsu Fundamentals. Level 0. 81. Overview of Ninjutsu Studies. Level 0. 99. Introduction to the Ninjutsu Ideology of the Land of Fire. Level 1. 4. Methodologies for Ninjutsu Research. Level 0. 90. Studies on International Relations among the 5 Great Nations. Level 0. 91. Frontiers of Modern Ninjutsu. Level 0. 95. Theoretical Guidance for Independent Ninjutsu Development. Level 0. 89. Study of Historical Hokage Works. Level 0. 22. Free Attribute Points. 15. During the past half a month, he had refrained from allocating points, tirelessly honing his skills while simultaneously tormenting Kakashi, thus accumulating a substantial total of 15 attribute points. After reaching level 50, the points bestowed by Kakashi indeed doubled, now yielding 2 points for every 5. Consequently, he found himself quite affluent. Should he allocate a portion to each subject? A total of 8 subjects. How painful. And that 12-point allocation would require a period of self-study first. Hey, what are you pondering? Jindai. Obito nudged him with his arm. I should lead the practical exercises. Cheer for me. Go find Rin. Jindai dismissed him. Obito appeared somewhat sheepish. With the Hokage present, it wouldn't be appropriate to have Rin cheer for me. My goodness, you're actually aware of modesty. Jindai expressed genuine surprise, causing Obito to fume in embarrassment. If you don't want to, then don't. Who needs it anyway? Just wait. This time I will surely flatten that guy Kai. Obito huffed as he strode away. Jindai chuckled helplessly. This past month of intense study had distanced him from his former friends. Gu Liang had grown estranged for reasons unknown, while the easily manipulated Obito had become a companion. Due to his constant bullying of Kakashi, his social standing had declined. Within the class, only Obito could be considered a friend. Not even Kai would acknowledge him. Alas, my situation is truly dire. I have sacrificed so much for you, Kakashi. Jindai adjusted his hairstyle, took a few steps sideways, and draped an arm over Kakashi's shoulder. Kakashi frowned, while Rin immediately tensed beside them, and several classmates who had joined Kakashi's support group also grew vigilant. Kakashi, do you remember? Last semester's finals. You were taken down right here by my punch, Jindai reminisced nonchalantly. It's a pity that our scores differ so greatly this time. We are unlikely to be grouped together, allowing you to escape a calamity. It is you who has evaded disaster. Oh, look who has learned to retort. If it weren't for the Hokage standing over there, I would have you pinned down right now. Do you believe me? Jindai, do not go too far, a member of the support group, Hong, chided him. Jindai cast a glance at Hong. Our scores are quite comparable, aren't they? A flicker of tension crossed Hong's flushed face. But then she recalled that Zheng Dai was catching up. However, I need not fear him in terms of strength. Moreover, Zheng Dai, our grades are quite comparable. Asma, with a calm demeanor, spoke up. The youthful Asma was the epitome of beauty in the class, making his words sound particularly striking as he leaned closer to Hong. Embodying a chivalrous protector, Zheng Dai chuckled, about to say something when a small figure darted out from between Hong and Asma, separating them. Are you bullying Sister Hong? The child interjected. Adults are speaking. Children should refrain from interrupting. Return to your first grade lineup. Zheng Dai responded playfully. All right then, Hong Do. Hong pulled on Hong Do's arm, asserting, he cannot bully me. Congratulations, you've once again triumphed over the Moonlight Gale, Hong Do declared proudly. Just a minor matter, he added, from a distance of a meter. Asma glared at Zheng Dai with a mocking expression, his temper flaring. Zheng Dai shrugged, turning around to notice several classmates covertly observing him. All top performers who might be grouped with him. Were they underestimating him, hoping to impress Lord Hokage? He truly wondered how Hinata Hayashi had met his demise. Meanwhile, the 4 homeroom teachers of the respective grades gathered before the third Hokage, receiving their instructions before returning to their classes to continue organizing assessments. For the third grade first-term practical examination, the first group, Uchiha Obito against Might Guy. Please step forward, Damu announced. This was no surprise. Such matchups occurred every semester. and both participants were well composed. However, Obito felt a twinge of nervousness. Aside from winning in the first term of the first grade, he had been on a losing streak for the past 2 years. This time, the Hokage was watching. Surely, the overly confident fellow would leave a favorable impression on him. I cannot lose. Obito, you can do it. Zheng Dai encouraged. Obito felt a surge of joy. Zheng Dai was indeed reliable. He tilted his head, giving Zheng Dai an appreciative glance. Rin paused, slightly taken aback, and Zheng Dai instinctively raised his hand to cover her mouth. Kakashi quietly pulled Rin aside, narrowly avoiding Zheng Dai's gesture. She glared at Zheng Dai. What are you doing, Zheng Dai? Save your energy to cheer for Kakashi. So he doesn't suffer a humiliating defeat, he retorted. On the field, Obito and Guy commenced their duel. Unlike the animated version of the Chunin exams where Obito was knocked out by Guy's kick, their taijutsu skills were not so disparate, allowing for a back-and-forth exchange. For the first time, having someone cheering for him, Obito felt a surge of strength, momentarily gaining the upper hand, silently grateful to Zheng Dai. It seemed this time, victory was within reach. Sister Hong, after the match, let us go eat together, Hong Do chimed in as he prepared to return to his class lineup. As the teacher had called for him, Hong nodded gently. All right, a new meatball shop has opened on West Street. Let us go there. I tried it. It's very sweet. You know I don't like sweet food. Let's South pick another place. Oh, all right, we can discuss it further. Obito, go for it. Zheng Dai exclaimed, suddenly pausing, glancing at the bouncing Hong Do. What did she just say? She doesn't like sweet food? Hong Do doesn't like sweet food? In the arena, Obito hesitated for a moment, puzzled by why the encouragement he was wearing had suddenly ceased. Continue, don't stop. A scream echoed through the air. Turning back, he found that Guy had knocked him out with a flying kick, leaving him sprawled on the ground in a most unfortunate position. It was quite tragic. He stifled a laugh. It would be inappropriate to find humor in this. Ha ha. Obito lay on the ground, one hand clutching his chest and the other his backside, wincing in pain. Once again, he had lost to Guy. His dejection deepened, especially as the fool who had defeated him jubilantly shouted about youth, giving thumbs up and flashing a toothy grin, resembling a complete imbecile. Had he truly lost to such a simpleton again? And in front of Lord Hokage no less? Perhaps this was the disdain of a foolish one for another fool. Guy, exuberant, hopped forward and extended his hand to Obito. Get up, Obito, regardless of victory or defeat. It's all part of youth. Reluctantly, Obito was pulled to his feet. He cast a glance around the arena, his gaze landing on the third Hokage, who was stroking his beard in the distance. Pouting, he felt the need to redeem himself and declared to Guy, next time, I will definitely win against you. Just because I'm not fat doesn't mean I won TB later. Guy paused, visibly moved to tears. Youth, he exclaimed. Obito, now smeared with snot and tears, was bewildered, struggling in a frenzy. Teacher Orochimaru intervened to put an end to this farce. In the second match, Gu Liang faced off against Bianze. After leaving the arena, Obito received a couple of encouraging words from Rin, lifting his spirits once more. As he approached Guy, he purposefully elongated his face. However, before he could voice his complaints, Guy's mutterings diverted his attention. I like spicy food. I don't like sweet food. This is heresy. It must be corrected. Obito was baffled. Can't eat spicy? Guy glanced at him. Eat whatever you like. No one cares. You lost, right? Go cry to Rin, and while you're at it, give her a hug. Obito's face flushed. I want to cry like a baby. Hugging her is different. He stood frozen, lost in thought. Guy successfully dismissed him and gazed up at the sun, contemplating profound questions about the world. What had happened to the world of Naruto I had traversed? Kakashi's despondency was indeed not an isolated case. Another emerged who disliked sweet red bean buns. This contrary disposition bore a resemblance to the infinite Tsukuyomi world. Reflecting upon the dream before his journey, with Madara and Orochimaru, he pondered the singular truth. Orochimaru had developed black technology for time travel, bringing Madara into modern society. Yet, they did not seek out Kishimoto, nor did they engage in any infinite Tsukuyomi. Wait, if this truly were the infinite Tsukuyomi world, why hadn't Obito and Rin undergone any changes? And Guy wasn't the trendy guy either. How strange. As he pondered these enigmas, the battles within the class progressed fervently. However, the last match, though somewhat entertaining, was merely a spectacle of mediocrity. After that, the subsequent matches were nothing short of farcical brawls. The third Hokage watched, struggling to maintain his smile, drifting into contemplation. After graduation, I'll carry a few of my works with me to study for a lifetime, he murmured softly, casting a distant glance at Guy. A glimmer of amusement in his eyes as he waved to Orochimaru, issuing a command. Half a minute later, Teacher Orochimaru stepped into the center of the arena. The winner is Guy. The next match was Kakashi against Guy. The two students approached. Kakashi and Guy? Why are they the ones? As the final word fell, a chorus of astonished inquiries echoed around. Just moments ago, a match had unfolded between the students ranked 17th and 18th, so it was only logical that the next bout would feature the 15th and 16th ranks, correct? Kakashi, holding the 15th position, was expected to face Hinata Shu, who held the 16th. Moreover, the 5th-ranked Zheng Dai should have still been far from taking the stage. Asuma, brimming with urgency, recalled witnessing Zheng Dai engrossed in conversation with Hong, exchanging questions for quite some time. This was unacceptable. The presence of the third Hokage momentarily caused him to hesitate, but just as he was about to speak, he noticed Kakashi silently striding towards the center of the arena. A short blade slung across his back. Rin, feeling a touch of anxiety, was acutely aware that Zheng Dai loved to bully Kakashi. How could they be placed in the same group? Kakashi, he called out softly, shaking his head gently, directing his gaze at Zheng Dai, his intentions unmistakable. Rin, taken aback, understood and ceased her protests, silently mustering her support for Kakashi. Both Kakashi and Zheng Dai had demonstrated remarkable improvement in their academic pursuits this semester. Their progress left the teachers somewhat puzzled. It seemed fitting that they would be pitted against one another for this final assessment. A light chuckle escaping Damu as he provided an explanation that left many unconvinced. As a teacher, he felt no need for extended clarification. The practical evaluation was entirely within his purview. Zheng Dai, please step forward, he beckoned. Zheng Dai, adjusting his bangs, began to advance slowly. Mr. Damu, or rather, third Hokage, is being rather petty. Surely he is aware of how I've tormented Kakashi over the past month. Is this merely an act of revenge for my attempts to evade studying the Hokage's writings? It's quite distressing. In class, Zheng Dai felt no intimidation from anyone, even if it meant engaging in a physical contest with Kai or a spar with Asuma. Given his current capabilities, he was confident of victory, or at the very least, a stalemate. However, Kakashi remained the sole exception. Who could fathom the pent-up frustration Kakashi had been harboring, while the anger of others bore little consequence? Kakashi was a prodigy who should have already attained the rank of Chunin at 6. Now at 7, he was a seasoned Chunin? Such logic was flawed, as the Kakashi before him diverged from the original narrative. Yet, prior to his recent setbacks, he had been universally acknowledged as the strongest in the class. Having personally witnessed Zheng Dai's conquest of Kakashi, who had reached a formidable level of strength, Zheng Dai found himself uncertain. He absolutely could not afford to lose. A defeat to Kakashi would render the remaining 21 points unattainable. As he stood opposite Kakashi, gazing into his fierce eyes, Zheng Dai maintained a relaxed demeanor, casually adjusting his bangs and grinning. Kakashi, in the same position, the outcome will be identical, one punch. Kakashi regarded Damu with a calm expression. Kakashi, give it your all. The spirited cheers filled the air. Take that guy down. The voice of Hong Do echoed from afar. Zheng Dai, you can do it. Only Obito offered a timid cheer for Zheng Dai, while Rin didn't even glance his way, leaving him feeling rather undignified as he turned to support Kakashi instead. Several meters away, the third Hokage shook his head with an amused smile. It appears this match will be one-sided. Kakashi seems to have truly regained his vigor, yet Zheng Dai does not appear overly anxious. Perhaps he might yet deliver a surprise. His arrangements were imbued with deeper significance, not merely an exercise in academic prowess. Damu glanced around. Let the battle commence. Wait, Mr. Damu. As Zheng Dai suddenly expressed his concerns, he wondered aloud. Isn't Hinata Shushui the 16th member of our class? Kakashi was originally supposed to fight him. Is it not inappropriate for me to take his place? It was apparent that Zheng Dai was anxious about possibly provoking Hinata Shushui, fearing that he might face further bullying. Many classmates shared this sentiment, casting glances at Hinata Shushui. The veins on Hinata Shushui's forehead throbbed, resembling the activation of his Byakugan. Damn this commoner, here again? Who would willingly face Kakashi, whose strength remains uncertain? Besides, I wish to gauge just how formidable you truly are. However, as a member of the Hinata clan, showing fear was not an option. He resolved to engage. Fortunately, Damu waved his hand dismissively, stating, I have my own arrangements. Let the battle commence. Zheng Dai exhaled deeply, realizing that there was no escaping this confrontation. Fine, if it must be, then let it be a fight. Who is afraid? Today, I shall make Kakashi call me father. Oh dear, Kakashi is charging at me. If one were to rank the most detestable individuals in Kakashi's mind, the top spot would undoubtedly belong to that uncle who, after being saved by his father, had the audacity to blame him. The second place was likely held by Zheng Dai. Kakashi had never encountered anyone so bothersome. With fists striking his nose, elbows targeting his abdomen, and legs aimed at his side, he found it difficult to reach the target, as this bastard was too tall. He retaliated with a flurry of attacks, feeling a long-lost thrill in combat. However, despite Zheng Dai's retreat, he managed to parry Kakashi's strikes and counterattack twice, only to be swiftly subdued by Kakashi's superior speed. Indeed, after a prolonged absence from real combat, had his prowess diminished? He had failed to dispatch Zheng Dai instantly. As they paused for breath, he heard Zheng Dai taunt. Is that all you've got? Wow, this person is truly insufferable. Kakashi thought, slowly reaching for the short blade at his waist. Damu, acting as the referee, noticed the shift in Kakashi's demeanor and was about to intervene when the third Hokage gently placed a hand on his shoulder, smiling reassuringly. No need to worry. I am here watching, and nothing untoward will occur. Yet, trouble was brewing. Zheng Dai sighed inwardly, realizing after their exchange that he was indeed in a precarious position against Kakashi. He was significantly disadvantaged in speed and had little edge in technique. Kakashi was no ordinary opponent. Even after a 6-month hiatus, he remained the prodigy who had shattered the record for early promotion to Jonin. After all, following the deaths of Obito and Rin, Kakashi had endured a lengthy period of grief. Despite that, he had emerged in his 20s as an elite Jonin. The backbone of Konoha. What did a 6-month break matter in comparison? Now, as he prepared to draw his blade, Zheng Dai swiftly arranged his hair into a serious style, which transformed his entire demeanor. Kakashi was not Hinata Shushui. It was clear that he needed to summon all his focus and channel his recent growth and efforts to defeat him. Zheng Dai reached for his ninja tool pouch, retrieving a kunai and sliding it onto his middle finger, twirling it. Throwing technique, enhanced by 4 points. The attributes fluctuated, and Zheng Dai felt an inexplicable connection with the spinning kunai, as if it resonated with his very spirit. Throwing technique level 1, 1002 has reached the current template limit. Huh, what is this? No upgrade to level 2? Zheng Dai was momentarily taken aback, yet lacked the time to ponder further. With a flick of his finger, the kunai ceased its rotation, and with a deft twist of his wrist, it shot straight toward Kakashi. Kakashi brandished his short blade, his expression tightening as he caught a glimpse of the swift movements of his opponent, who had deftly launched a second kunai from his pouch. One was visible, the other concealed? No, it was not just that. To Kakashi's astonishment, the second kunai actually caught up with the first, colliding with it before both altered their trajectory. One flew toward his face, the other aimed for his foot. Kakashi narrowed his eyes, remaining composed as he stepped back to evade, swinging his short blade to deflect the kunai before suddenly realizing, with a constriction of his pupils, that a third kunai was on its way. When had the third kunai been thrown? He swiftly adjusted his strategy, slashing at the third kunai with his white-toothed blade while leaning his head back to avoid the impending strike. With a sharp ping marking the collision of blade and kunai, he felt a slight sting on his cheek as a small piece of his mask was severed, leaving a fine cut on his face. Kakashi was somewhat taken aback by this kunai-throwing technique. A fourth kunai would certainly complicate matters. His heart raced as he straightened up, holding his blade in a defensive posture, only to see his opponent awkwardly rummaging through his pouch, asking, "Teacher Okamura, could you lend me a few kunai to throw?" Okamura stood momentarily stunned, not even aware of when the third kunai had been launched. More importantly, when had his student mastered such flamboyant kunai-throwing skills? The third Hokage observed clearly that while his student reached for his pouch a second time to release the second kunai, he had simultaneously readied the third kunai in a concealed manner. Stroking his beard with delight, he acknowledged that the student had indeed surprised him. Had the opponent not been Kakashi, Asuma might have found himself in trouble from that very maneuver. A true genius among the common folk. Kakashi, too, felt a sense of pride. The heavens favored Konoha. The other students stood in stunned silence, many realizing for the first time that kunai could be thrown in such a manner. The precision and force required for the second kunai to catch up with the first was truly astonishing. If Hyuga Hayashi were to switch places with Kakashi, he would likely find himself thoroughly pierced. The audacity of this commoner was infuriating. Rin clasped her hands in concern, while Obito's eyes sparkled with excitement, eager to learn such a stylish technique from his classmate. "Teacher Okamura, do you have any kunai?" came the voice of his classmate once more. Instinctively, Okamura reached for his pouch, only to realize and reply sternly, "Typically, a ninja carries 3 kunai at most. If you recklessly throw them all in battle, how would you have the opportunity to ask for more? So there aren't any?" Zengdai pouted, turning to Kakashi and quipping, "Almost ruined my appearance, you fool. Come, let me show you how to catch a blade with empty hands." Kakashi raised his hand to his face, the cut from the kunai having already ceased to bleed. Adjusting his mask, he wasted no time, dashing towards Zengdai, his white-toothed blade glimmering like starlight as it cut through the air towards him. Zengdai's feet sank as he channeled chakra, stamping the ground with force. With a resounding boom, a shockwave erupted, and in an instant, he vanished, reappearing at Kakashi's side. The third Hokage furrowed his brow. Although his chakra manipulation skills were commendable, given his age, he had undoubtedly expended at least a third of his chakra. Yet, such a tactic would likely prove futile against the swift swordsmanship renowned within the Hitaki clan. What a blunder. He had underestimated Kakashi, as the latter's chakra reserves had notably increased recently, and this expenditure amounted to merely 1/5. His other assessment, however, was indeed accurate. This strategy held little merit against Kakashi. With a mere twist of his wrist, Kakashi retracted the strike that had missed its mark. The transition from extreme motion to utter stillness was instantaneous, and he swiftly executed a counterattack with a spinning white fang. The short blade moved with astonishing speed, yet it emitted no sound of slicing through the air, as if the resistance of the wind could not possibly reach his blade. Reflecting on White Fang's true teachings, the third Hokage stroked his beard in admiration, only to suddenly widen his eyes, accidentally pulling out 2 strands of hair. That child Ping. Kakashi was momentarily taken aback, staring in bewilderment at the object that had intercepted his white fang blade. What was this? A shuriken? Where did it come from? Hadn't he already thrown all 3 shuriken? Feel the force of my kick. Kakashi's opponent executed a 180-degree turn in midair, delivering a powerful kick straight to Kakashi's chest. With a resounding thud, Kakashi staggered back, twisting his body to absorb the impact, but still ended up sitting on the ground, coughing repeatedly. "Kakashi!" Rin and the others exclaimed in shock. Kakashi shook his head, signaling that he was fine, slowly rising to his feet while keeping a wary eye on his opponent, who was swiftly retrieving the 3 shuriken he had previously thrown. "Those are your shuriken," his opponent replied, displaying all 4 shuriken together for Kakashi to see. Teacher Obito was right. How could one throw all shuriken at once? If the battle isn't resolved, it would be quite embarrassing. So I saved one. Don't make that face. This is strategy. Do you understand tactics, Kakashi? You genius, TSK. Kakashi's proficiency had reached 80, granting him 2 free attribute points. "Ah, there's my return on investment," his opponent gleefully remarked, adjusting his bangs. Kakashi's anger flared as he grasped his short blade. "Well done," knocking Kakashi down. Obito's face was tense, feigning concern alongside Rin and the others, yet inwardly he was elated. His comrade had once again employed cunning tactics, even deceiving Kakashi. Why did I say even deceiving? The battle continued. Kakashi, composed, wielded his blade, engaging with the dark, sharp shuriken. 1, 2, 3, 4 shuriken? Was there a 5th? Another one? Kakashi heightened his vigilance, only to see his opponent suddenly halt and form hand seals. Was that fire release, great fireball technique? Could he even utilize ninjutsu? Kakashi immediately retreated, preparing a substitution technique, his gaze fixed warily on his opponent's mouth. The onlooking students also took steps back, while Obito nervously sidestepped, ready to intervene. Where had he learned fire release? From Obito? The third Hokage remained still, shaking his head in resignation. This child was amusing. As he completed the hand seals, Kakashi's opponent suddenly erupted into a fit of coughs, shaking as he stepped forward to retrieve the shuriken, exclaiming, "I unintentionally failed the technique, transforming it into a smoke release. It nearly choked me." Daiki, fellow students, Kakashi, feeling a surge of bloodlust, questioned, "Do you take me for a fool? How could you possibly learn the great fireball technique? Even Obito, in his folly, would not impart his family's jutsu to you." It dawned on him that Obito could not perform the great fireball. while he might glean the hand signs from Obito. The intricacies of chakra flow were not something anyone could teach him. He was merely jesting with Kakashi. Boredom? Not at all. Kakashi's adjustment level rose to 81, then to 82. Such adjustments were not easily attained. This battle was not in vain, though perhaps it had become somewhat reckless, for Kakashi appeared on the verge of exploding. With a flick of his right hand, Daiki launched two kunai like arrows released from a bow, which were swiftly met with two sharp clangs as Kakashi deflected them with his blades. Daiki deftly maneuvered, transferring the kunai from his left hand to both hands, positioning them against Kakashi's incoming short blade. Ping! The clash of weapons ensued, a struggle lasting 3 seconds. Daiki, observing the blade closing in on him, let out a resigned sigh, realizing that despite being over half a decade older than Kakashi, he was still slightly weaker. The disparity in talent was indeed significant. Outmatched in strength, he sidestepped, allowing the kunai to slide up Kakashi's blade, aimed at forcing him to relinquish his grip. Kakashi complied, spinning gracefully, delivering a swift kick to Daiki's chest. Daiki lowered his elbows, bracing for impact, the collision of foot and elbow sending him sliding back several paces. Kakashi seized the descending short blade, advancing with a series of strikes. Ping, ping, ping. With each clash, Daiki found himself retreating, the tide of battle clearly against him. The members of Kakashi's support group were filled with exhilaration. Kakashi had indeed regained his composure, living up to his reputation. Asuma, his brows previously knitted in concentration, relaxed, feeling somewhat embarrassed by his earlier astonishment in front of Sakura, coolly remarking, "That guy merely relies on clever tricks. His true strength is quite mediocre." Sakura shot him a glance, but chose to ignore him. Asuma, feeling a pang of anxiety, questioned silently, "Did I speak out of turn?" Clumsy and frantic, Obito felt an urgent desire to intervene, convinced that were he to face Kakashi, he could surely deliver a decisive blow. Daiki was truly foolish. Meanwhile, those with a bit more insight marveled at Daiki's prowess. Against Kakashi's relentless onslaught, they doubted they could withstand even 3 strikes. Not only had Daiki excelled academically, but his combat skills had also vastly improved. Alas, it seemed he was on the verge of defeat. Kakashi remained the same Kakashi, once revitalized. The era of his dominance and practical assessments would surely return. Yet, Daiki did not perceive defeat as imminent. He merely found himself at a loss for how to secure victory. His throwing technique had stagnated at a level too low to advance, leaving him frustrated. Otherwise, he could have easily elevated it to level 3 or even 4 and claimed victory. Now, enhancing his throwing technique seemed futile. He hesitated to enhance his physical techniques, and chakra refinement proved of little use. Was it time to resort to body duplication techniques? No, there were also auxiliary skills. Ninjutsu fundamentals at level 0, 81. This course encompassed 2 components, the assessment of hand sign speed and chakra control. Without hesitation, Daiki decided to allocate 4 points, with each point allocated to auxiliary skills. Every freely assigned attribute point enhances the capabilities by 30. After distributing 4 points, Zheng Dai's ninjutsu foundation instantly escalates to level 1, achieving the utmost limit of the current template. Concurrently, he perceives a remarkable transformation within his chakra, becoming as deft and obedient as the kunai in his grasp. However, he must first confront an imminent crisis. The moment he reallocates his points, a fleeting distraction befalls Zheng Dai, leaving him vulnerable to Kakashi's relentless assault, exposing a significant opening in his defense. Kakashi's spinning kick is perilously close to his chest. There is neither time to evade nor retaliate. Damu squints, his toes barely shifting. Suddenly, a resounding thud echoes as Zheng Dai is struck by Kakashi, transforming into a mere wooden stump. A synchronized exhale of astonishment escapes from the spectators in the third-grade viewing team. Damu sways slightly, regaining his balance. The third Hokage casts a knowing glance at him. Zheng Dai's fundamentals exceed my expectations. His hand seals are both discreet and swift. Quite commendable, Damu. You have imparted your teachings well. A ninja must prioritize their foundation. Damu's face flushes with embarrassment, pondering why the third Hokage still appears so unsettled. He had been poised to announce the conclusion of the match, oblivious to the precise moment Zheng Dai executed the substitution technique's hand seals. As the contest intensifies, Zheng Dai's chakra is dwindling, while Kakashi's vigorous attacks have also depleted his stamina. The third Hokage comments once more. Damu braces himself. casting a peculiar glance at the third Hokage. The third Hokage absent-mindedly plucks at his beard. Heh, Zheng Dai's chakra reservoir is slightly more abundant than I anticipated. Quite impressive, cough, indeed. Zheng Dai's chakra has nearly doubled since a month prior, now retaining over half of his total chakra. Chakra level, 142-42729. His chakra manipulation skills have improved, allowing Zheng Dai to effortlessly channel chakra to his feet, enhancing his grip and preventing further retreat. Chakra envelopes his arms, augmenting his strength. Ping, ping, ping. The tides of battle shift, with Zheng Dai gradually overpowering Kakashi's. Kakashi's drive stems from anger, while Zheng Dai's stems from a pang of compassion. Having expended all 8 attribute points, he feels compelled to extract every last ounce of Kakashi's prowess, as it would be a disservice to his striking hairstyle. The clash of short blades and kunai resonates repeatedly, as the substitution techniques interchange. Zheng Dai breathes heavily, while Kakashi's legs momentarily falter, barely perceptible. A spark of realization ignites within Zheng Dai. After 6 months of minimal training, your stamina seems lacking, doesn't it? Then allow me to demonstrate my unique taijutsu. He tosses his head, his lustrous dark hair flowing, and his figure spins with an air of charisma. The hair sways, culminating in a spinning kick. Regrettably, no one among his peers appreciates the artistry. They are too captivated by the sight of Kakashi being launched into the air once more. The audience, entranced by the swift ebb and flow of battle, forgets to gasp in awe or offer applause. Kakashi's correction rate stands at 84, it rises to 85, granting him 2 free attribute points. It then escalates to 89, and finally to 90, now transformed into 3 points. Breathing heavily, yet feeling elated, Zheng Dai realized that he had not squandered his efforts. Although he had expended 2 points from his attribute pool, his prowess had significantly surged, enabling him to dominate the Ninja Academy without rival. Meanwhile, Kakashi found himself sprawled on the ground, gazing blankly at the sky, lost in thought. Was Zheng Dai truly this formidable? In the past 6 months, he had indeed squandered his time, allowing his classmates to catch up. If he could not even best Zheng Dai, how could he hope to defeat Asuma and the others? Asuma's face bore the weight of experience. The victor is Zheng Dai. Teacher Daiki declared loudly. Next pair, Hinata Shuji versus Chitose Motoyuki, please step forward. Hey, you're quite capable, aren't you? You've exhausted me thoroughly. Can you even rise? Do you need a hand? Zheng Dai approached Kakashi, shaking his head with a TSK. You were so close, just a hair's breadth away from winning. What a shame. Kakashi glanced at him, ignoring his remarks. Rin, accompanied by their group to uplift Kakashi's spirits, rushed over to assist him. Among them, the traitor Obito, while helping Kakashi, discreetly gave Zheng Dai a thumbs up, signaling his commendation. Oh dear, you really can't get up? I barely nudged you. It wasn't a heavy kick. You were quite fierce with that last strike. Is that what they call the famed Hitaki blade technique? You even managed to ruin my bangs. Zheng Dai's eyes widened in shock, his heart aching as he quickly took out a kunai to check his reflection, gritting his teeth in frustration. I went easy on you, Zheng Dai. Rin glared at him angrily. Kakashi, shaking his head, withdrew his hand from their support, addressing Zheng Dai with a serious demeanor. In our next match, I will prevail over you. Kakashi's correction garnered a 91, prompting Zheng Dai's expression to soften slightly. He decided to let it go. After all, Kakashi was currently unwell, and there was no sense in holding a grudge. Moreover, unlike in his previous life, he was still young, and his bangs could grow back. There was no need to panic. 91. Kakashi is nearing completion of his strategy, Zheng Dai thought, calming his nerves as he turned to glance at the first-year students, whose practical exercises seemed to be concluding. Once the teacher finished admonishing them, they would officially be free. Would Akane come to witness the red battle? At that moment, Zheng Dai noticed the third Hokage waving gently at him with a warm expression. Looking around, he nudged Obito's shoulder. The Hokage is calling for you. Obito paused momentarily before scampering over. Grandpa Hokage, what's up? The third Hokage replied. Those words you shouted earlier were quite impressive. But what was that about first fat, then fat and poor? Obito pondered the origin of that statement and replied, to be honest, I'm not quite sure, but that is how the teacher taught us in class. What class? Who was the instructor? It was Teacher Daiki, Obito exclaimed, evidently forgetting that this was his own answer from the course on the philosophy of ninja arts in the Land of Fire. That's nonsense. I authored the textbook. The third Hokage lamented, waving his hand. I see. You may return now and bring Zhengdai over. Oh, Obito hurried back. Zhengdai, the Hokage wants to see you. Zhengdai approached swiftly. Once he stood before the third Hokage, the latter stroked his beard and spoke kindly. You performed admirably in that last match. But why did you say those things to Kakashi? Simply because I found him irritating, Zhengdai replied candidly. With a bashful smile, Zhengdai candidly stated, Respected Hokage, your keen insight is commendable. It is only natural for classmates to assist one another. I merely employed a rather clumsy method to help Kakashi emerge from his shadows. The third Hokage expressed his relief. Well, however, I have heard that a month ago, you were bullied by a member of the Hyuga clan. Would you like your grandfather Hokage to intervene on your behalf? Zhengdai knew this would be the topic at hand. The unexpected confrontation with Kakashi had compelled him to reveal his full strength, rendering his excuse of being driven to improve after being bullied by Hyuga Hiragi somewhat tenuous. No matter how talented one might be, it is improbable to bridge the gap between Obito and Kakashi within a mere month. Yet, Zhengdai remained composed. From the onset of his troubles with Hyuga Hiragi, he had prepared his explanation for the inevitable exposure. By pushing Obito forward, he had also bought himself time to formulate his narrative. Well, somewhat, he replied. Somewhat? The third Hokage pressed on. I did indeed engage in a scuffle with Hiragi, but I did not sustain significant injuries. In fact, I exhausted him. Oh, was it not said that you were quite injured? That was primarily due to my training. Though it appeared severe, I was able to recover within a day. Zhengdai confessed, feeling a bit sheepish. You see, Hokage-sama, Hiragi is a member of the esteemed Hyuga clan, while I am merely a commoner. After our altercation, I felt a bit intimidated and pretended to be injured. I see. The Hokage mused. So, a month ago, you were capable of defeating Hyuga Hiragi? Why, then, have your previous combat results been less than stellar? I was small and rather frail. However, this semester, I have grown 5 or 6 centimeters and doubled my strength. My victory over Hiragi a month ago was quite fortuitous. Fearing his retaliation, I devoted myself to training and felt myself becoming stronger. Zhengdai asserted. If even the underdog Obito can claim that being overweight doesn't count against him, then surely I can too. The third Hokage chuckled softly, somewhat bemused, pondering whether this phrase should be incorporated into the curriculum to strengthen the resolve of the academy's students. Growth in stature and strength is indeed a sign of development. You are merely 8 years old, quite early for such changes. How are your academic studies? I have been studying diligently this semester, Zhengdai replied. I aspire to become a ninja, yet I fear further outbreaks of war. If the Ninja Academy transitions to a 3-year system, I may not graduate and fulfill my dream of becoming a ninja. Forgive me, Hokage-sama, I misspoke. The third Hokage gazed at Zhengdai and gently shook his head. No matter. His expression grew contemplative as he reflected on the intelligence reports regarding the movements of various nations, all of which were amassing resources and ninja tools on a grand scale. It seemed likely that a third Shinobi World War could erupt within the next few years. Furthermore, their ally, the Sand Village, had recently embarked on a covert research project, raising concerns. Inquiries had been dispatched, yet results were still pending. With these thoughts occupying his mind, the third Hokage lost interest in further questioning. The villagers from Kamiyama had been thoroughly investigated upon their arrival in Konoha, especially considering that at that time, Zhengdai was merely a 4-year-old child. He gestured dismissively. You may return now. Zhengdai bowed deeply. Yes, Hokage-sama. The third Hokage smiled kindly, observing the struggling yet determined Hyuga Hiragi, reminiscing about the day's events, and ultimately chuckled softly, muttering, What an amusing little rascal. Amidst the jubilant cheers, the first-grade students of the Ninja Academy scattered like wild horses, exuberantly racing about. Summer vacation has commenced. The 5-year-old Hondo, with a hint of childish glee, dashed into the third-grade line and exclaimed, Sister Hong, it's your turn, right? Yes, Hong replied. Feeling slightly anxious, Group 3. Go for it. Hondo encouraged, only to suddenly notice Zhengdai staring intently at her. She turned and glared. What are you looking at? Zhengdai raised a hand, adjusting his hairstyle to resemble that of the infamous Grey Wolf, and replied with a slight smile. I just heard you tell Hong that you don't like sweet food. Don't laugh with such ill intent. I heard Sister Hong say you're particularly mischievous. Don't mistake me for that fool Uchiha Obito. Zhengdai chuckled awkwardly, while Hong smiled bashfully. Hondo, she called out, but Hondo turned her head away, huffing. Is there a problem with not liking sweet food? Zhengdai let out a sigh. Hondo was indeed a fiery spirit, and at just over 5 years of age. She was a handful. Pudding, meatballs, sakura cakes. How can you not like such delightful treats? They're all too sugary and lack flavor. Is it wrong to dislike them? Hondo retorted. I prefer spicy food, the kind that sets your entire being ablaze with flavor. It's exhilarating. Zhengdai blinked, realizing that this was a child who needed some guidance. After pondering for a moment, he glanced at Hong, noticing her somewhat pained expression. It appeared that she was not particularly fond of spicy food, but was merely accommodating her friend. It was understandable. Having traversed through a month in Konoha, Zhengdai had yet to discover any establishments famed for spiciness. Most dishes seemed bland, as if the cooks were reluctant to use seasoning, and chili peppers were exceedingly rare. He wondered how Hondo had developed such a peculiar palate. Liking spicy food isn't good. It can damage your hair, he remarked. I like spicy food too, Zhengdai added. Go ahead and eat it then, Hondo replied nonchalantly. Zhengdai choked momentarily, finding this child more difficult to handle than Kakashi. Shouldn't a normal person engage in pleasantries? What a coincidence. He scoffed. Asuma, who had been observing, let out a soft chuckle. Zhengdai shot him a glance and continued. I recall that Hong seems to enjoy sweet food. I've taken note of her lunch, which consists mainly of desserts. Instantly, Asuma glared at him, realizing this rascal had ulterior motives concerning Hong. Don't speak nonsense. Hondo waved her hand dismissively. Sister Hong, she began, but upon seeing Hong's slightly embarrassed expression, she suddenly realized, you're accommodating my taste, aren't you? No, I actually like both sweet and spicy, Hong interjected. Speaking of spicy food, it reminds me of my days in Shomashin village. Zhengdai interjected with a hint of nostalgia. I was brought to Konoha at the age of 4 due to the turmoil of war. You all know that, right? I've heard of it, Hong nodded. Hondo, intrigued, inquired, you actually come from outside the village? What was Shomashin village like? It was a small village, not even 1/10 the size of Konoha. And the strongest, there was merely a chunin, Zhengdai reflected. Back then, I was too young. Many memories are hazy, but one figure stands out clearly, a master named Yongguofu. Yongguofu? What a peculiar name. Hondo and Hong exchanged curious glances. Yongguofu, the esteemed master, hails from a distant land, not even from our fiery nation. Zhengdai nodded in agreement, acknowledging that the name might indeed seem peculiar, but one should not dwell on such trivialities. Beyond the borders of the Fire Nation? Even the humble Red Bean, who had never ventured outside of Konoha, felt a longing stir within her, momentarily forgetting her annoyance with Zhengdai as she listened intently. In Master Yongguofu's homeland, the populace relishes spicy cuisine, spicy tofu, spicy duck heads, and most delectable of all, spicy hot pot. Zhengdai pressed his lips together, stifling a laugh. Spicy hot pot? Indeed, spicy hot pot. It was the highlight of my childhood to savor a bowl of spicy hot pot crafted by Master Yongguofu. The vibrant red chili oil in the bowl alone makes one's mouth water in anticipation. One bite leaves the lips tingling. 2 bites cause beads of sweat to form on the forehead, and 3 bites elevate one to heavenly bliss, far superior to any insipid sweet treat. Red Bean discreetly swallowed. Her curiosity piqued. Is it truly that delicious? How is it made? Even more delectable than I described. Alas, Master Yongguofu vanished during the Second Shinobi World War and did not accompany us to Konoha. For years, I have yearned for that taste. Indeed, a pity. Red Bean instinctively nodded, then furrowed her brow. You wouldn't be trying to pull a fast one on us, would you? How could I? Zhengdai exclaimed, feigning heartbreak. For years, I have endeavored to replicate Master Yongguofu's culinary artistry. Although I have yet to reach even half his skill, I believe it suffices. If you doubt me, I shall prepare it for you in a few days, and it will be so spicy it might overwhelm you. Overwhelm me? I fear you might poison me. Red Bean retorted dismissively. Zhengdai responded with indignation. You may insult me, but do not dare to tarnish Master Yongguofu's name. Just you wait. You will surely exclaim how delightful it is. With that, the next duel commenced. Hinata versus Asuma Sarutobi, as 2 classmates stepped forward. At that moment, Irika's voice resonated, having unknowingly marked the conclusion of 5 or 6 matches. Red Bean, no longer inclined to bicker with Zhengdai, cheered, Go, Sister Hong. Defeat Asuma. Asuma, unfazed by Red's encouragement, flashed her a charming smile and stepped forward alongside her. Red, feeling a sense of calm, frequently glanced back at Red Bean and Zhengdai, apprehensive of another quarrel between them. Red Bean, radiant with a smile that reassured her, whispered, I doubt you would dare to poison me. In a few days? Let me taste that spicy hot pot, and I shall pay you. Just cover the cost of the ingredients. Zheng Dai replied cheerfully, not declining her offer, but suddenly added, May I inquire something rather presumptuous? Ask away. Is your father named Yuhizetsu? Red Bean paused, turning to Zheng Dai with a puzzled expression. Who told you that? It's a rumor. My father is named Yuhi Shite. Understood. Zheng Dai mentally chastised himself, pondering how, as a corrector, he could be swayed by fan fiction. Yet, some of those narratives were so creatively compelling he could hardly discern reality from fiction and felt compelled to investigate. The existence of Konoha's 8 colors was questionable, and he would need to devise a method to ascertain the identity of the elder of the Uzumaki clan. Meanwhile, amidst a vast expanse of yellow sand, a hoarse male voice echoed, What of Shite? The Shite captain has succumbed to a poison needle. He left behind vital intelligence. A man clad in umbu attire respectfully presented a scroll to the pale-faced, gold-eyed, sinister figure. Orochimaru. Has he perished? How feeble. Orochimaru licked the corner of his mouth, his tongue extending grotesquely half a meter as he engulfed the scroll. Do you possess a tail, puppet army? How intriguing. It appears that the secrets of Sunagakure are quite substantial. Lord Orochimaru, I shall safeguard the information for now. Orochimaru's serpentine gaze fixed upon the umbu. You will return to the village and inform the teacher that the ninja of Sunagakure are breaching the borders. I shall confront them here. But Lord Orochimaru, we are still some distance from the border. Engaging the ninjas of Sunagakure here could lead to disputes. Yes, I understand. The umbu, sensing Orochimaru's malevolent demeanor, dared not speak further and hastily retreated. Orochimaru remained silent for 2 seconds. My teacher has grown increasingly timid with age, lacking the audacity of his youth, only daring to let me handle the reception at the border. I wonder if he will feel remorse upon hearing of the death of Shiyu? He raised his serpentine eyes, his hands thrusting back as he moved forward to meet the pursuing squad from Sunagakure. Home. I've invited Kakashi and Rin to join us for lunch at the barbecue place. It's on me. In the previous 2 semesters, Asuma's battles with Hong had ended in a draw. This year, perhaps due to the presence of the 3rd Hokage, Asuma felt compelled to exert himself and ultimately emerged victorious, leaving him somewhat flustered. At the school gate, Zheng Dai, having observed Asuma's display of gallantry with a hint of schadenfreude for a few moments, declined Obito's invitation and headed home with his small backpack. Summer break is here. And Shio, I'm back. Guess what place I rank this time? And Shio, tying her apron as she emerged from the kitchen, replied, It doesn't matter what rank our little Zheng Dai achieved. 5th place, I've met the graduation requirements. Really? Zheng Dai, you're amazing. Aunt will prepare something delicious for you. Aunt Shio turned back to the kitchen. Zheng Dai, feeling helpless, recognized that his non-ninja aunt had no understanding of such matters. He would wait for Uncle Jiang to return home that evening to discuss it. He returned to his room, tidied his hair, sat on the bed, and opened his attribute panel. Template, Apprentice Ninja 23 basic attributes, 3 physical strength, 2355 mental strength, 2890 chakra amount, 2730 main skills, 4, throwing technique level 1, 1002, current template limit reached, repeats omitted, auxiliary skills, 9, hidden, free attribute points, 14 after his battle with Kakashi. His basic attributes experienced a slight enhancement. Furthermore, the indication that he had reached the current template limit intrigued Zheng Dai, his gaze lingering on the template section. The Apprentice Ninja template had a skill level cap of level 1 at 100. To elevate further, he must upgrade the template. The first line of the attribute panel indeed displayed the template, which Zheng Dai had long noted. However, he had previously considered the template merely a description of ninja rank, assuming it would automatically transform into a Genin template upon graduation. It now appeared otherwise. The number in parentheses following the template had changed from 03 to 23. If he was not mistaken, this, too, represented the 2 skills at the template limit he had achieved. In other words, if he were to max out 1 more skill, would he not be able to upgrade the template? He pondered for a moment, contemplating which skill to enhance. The body flicker technique? Its current level was sufficient for his needs, enabling him to utilize it flexibly in combat with adequate concealment. Unless confronted by a highly experienced Chunin or even a Jonin, it would largely remain undetected. Further improvement in the short term would yield minimal returns. Next, I must devise a way to learn several ninjutsu techniques, as the quantity of chakra is paramount. Thus, let us enhance it. Chakra refinement technique level 0, 74, plus 7 points. Chakra Refinement Technique Level 1, 10014 has reached the current template limit. A line of subtitles flashed across. The ninja template has met the upgrade conditions. Would you like to upgrade? Indeed. The attributes momentarily dimmed, and after a few seconds, they gradually re-emerged. The ninja template upgraded to the lower ninja template, increasing the skill level cap to level 2, granting 5 free attribute points, and acquiring 1 true skill. Note, the level cap for true skills is the template limit of 2. 5 attribute points, true skills. A level cap of the template limit 2. Zheng Dai, filled with joy yet tinged with curiosity, scrutinized the new template. Template, Lower Ninja 04. Main skills, 4. Body Flicker Technique Level 1, 7. Throwing Technique Level 2, 2. Chakra Refinement Technique Level 2, 14. Taijutsu Level 1, 19. Auxiliary Skills, 9 True Skill 1. Free Attribute Points, 12. What might those 3 question marks signify? Zheng Dai's face flushed crimson, yet he was unable to unleash any primordial power. Nor did he exhibit any previously undiscovered super abilities. After a prolonged examination yielding no results, he could only scratch his head in confusion and turn his attention elsewhere. Could it be that his strength was insufficient, preventing activation? The other changes were not particularly significant, merely the advancement of skills from level 1 to level 2. Zheng Dai retrieved a kunai, measuring it with greater familiarity. He then sat upon his bed to refine chakra, and compared to the past, his refining speed had nearly quadrupled. To upgrade to the Chunin template, I must elevate 4 skills to level 2, achieving 100. Currently, my attribute points are insufficient. At least 13 more are needed. No, even 13 points would not suffice, as there are ninjutsu techniques to learn, and the nature of true skills remains a mystery. When will they be activated? If they are not particularly formidable, prioritizing the upgrade of the template might instead hinder the enhancement of my strength. I must first find a way to learn ninjutsu. Zheng Dai adjusted his hairstyle, pondering where to begin. Obito would be the easiest to persuade, yet the Uchiha clan presents certain complications. Asuma is antagonistic towards me, and Kakashi, the copy ninja, would also be difficult to deceive. Among the remaining acquaintances, who else possesses ninjutsu? If only I had a guiding teacher after graduation. But there are still 6 months until then. Perhaps I could write a little yellow book and see if I might chance upon Jiraiya near the women's bathhouse. No, that one do. I cannot seek out Jiraiya, nor can I take him as my master. He is far too astute, and daily interaction would likely reveal my ulterior motives. What to do? The Rasengan. Zheng Dai sat at his desk, scribbling and sketching, drawing upon his knowledge of the Hokage to compile a lengthy list of Konoha ninjas and their personality traits, analyzing each in turn. He utilized Chinese characters, unafraid of being discovered. Unfortunately, many of the more prominent characters in Naruto either had yet to be born or were still attending the Ninja Academy, while the older generation of ninjas were few and far between for Zheng Dai to interact with. After contemplating this circle, he found himself back at the starting point. Today, what did Hong Do say her father was named? Yuzuki Yatsuki? Not to be confused with Konoha's 8-color Yuzuki Zxiao, but surely her father must also be a ninja. Wouldn't he? Indeed, given Akane's prowess, it is certain that she commenced her training prior to enrollment. Would it be feasible to deceive her father with a few ninjutsu techniques under the guise of spicy hot pot? The challenge is formidable, yet there remains a possibility for success. Zheng Dai has decided to take a chance, and, while delivering the hot pot to Akane, will attempt to gauge the character of Yudo Matashi. Thus, he must first prepare a delectable bowl of hot pot. Rising from his seat, he headed towards the kitchen, hesitating momentarily to allocate a few attribute points to his physical skills. With his physical skills now at level 1, 39 points. A tingling sensation coursed through his body as his physical strength gradually increased. The recent confrontation with Kakashi had made him acutely aware of his own inadequacies, revealing that he had underestimated the potential of the children within the world of Naruto. A modest investment in physical skills would not turn him into a muscle-bound figure. Aunt Shio, I'm here to assist with dinner. No need. Stay out. The smoke is overwhelming, she replied. Zheng Dai flashed a grin. Aunt Shio, my teacher said that chopping vegetables can enhance one's eyesight and arm strength, which is quite beneficial for a ninja-esque training. Let me give it a try. Is that true? Aunt Shio responded, half believing, yet she did not impede him further. But you can't even. Aunt Shio, you're underestimating me. The 5th best in the 3rd year of Ninja Academy. Zheng Dai cheerfully nudged the 100-pound Aunt Xiao aside, seizing the knife from her grasp, and began chopping scallions with enthusiasm. Aunt Xiao paused, her face breaking into a wide smile. Little Zheng Dai is truly remarkable, so skilled at everything. Zheng Dai, who had cooked before his transmigration and was no stranger to culinary tasks, continued his work. After finishing the scallions, he proceeded to slice cabbage, expertly cutting through even the cabbage cores. Little Zheng Dai, fantastic. Aunt Xiao praised again. Zheng Dai chuckled. Aunt Xiao, I unintentionally learned a special dish. Would you and Uncle Jiang like to try it tomorrow? Really? Little Zheng Dai is wonderful. Success. Zheng Dai had secured the right to use the kitchen and the opportunity to experiment with the hot pot. Unfortunately, due to his previous aversion to spicy food for the sake of preserving his hair, he was not well versed in Sichuan cuisine and could only attempt a simpler version of hot pot, hoping to impress Akane. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Would his culinary skills appear in the skill bar? No way. True Skill 1, Culinary Arts Level 2, 47 points. What in the world? 3 days later, in the evening. So, tonight's dinner is again the hot pot prepared by Little Zheng Dai? Uncle Jiang inquired with a hint of concern as he sat on a chair. Regardless of whether you enjoy it, I will appreciate the child's heartfelt effort. Aunt Xiao retorted. Besides, aside from the spiciness, Little Zheng Dai's hot pot is quite flavorful. Flavorful? It's as if the mustard was free. Uncle Jiang sighed in resignation. The child's intentions may not necessarily be for us. If it's not for us, then for whom? Have you forgotten he is pursuing a girl? Aunt Xiao paused, realization dawning. That girl enjoys spicy food? How wonderful. Little Zheng Dai is truly remarkable. Perhaps you should focus on the matter at hand. Don't you wish to know which girl Little Zheng Dai fancies? You mentioned he ranked 5th. Is he not a genius? Such a remarkable child could surely be worthy of even the Hokage's daughter, as long as he can provide me with grandchildren. Uncle Jiang facepalmed. Where would the Hokage's daughter come from? And truly, what are you thinking? Grandchildren? Little Zheng Dai is only 8. What of it? Aunt Xiao remarked. Xiao Zheng Dai is maturing quite early, haven't you noticed? His height changes daily, and for over a month now, he has taken to avoiding me during bath time. I reckon in no more than 3 years, he will be a fully grown adult. Is that so? Uncle Jiang replied, somewhat astonished. He had been so preoccupied with his daily routine that he had failed to observe this development. No need to rush. That rascal may not even be able to catch the attention of a young lady yet. Besides, who knows how old she might be? Perhaps a classmate of his. Around 8 years old, or maybe 7.5. Aunt Xiao speculated. At that moment, the kitchen door creaked open, and Zheng Dai emerged, carrying a large bowl. Come, who wants to try today's delicious spicy hot pot? Careful not to burn yourself. Aunt Xiao quickly took the bowl from him and placed it on the table. Pausing for a moment. Xiao Zheng Dai, tell your aunt, are you thinking of making this spicy hot pot for a certain little girl who enjoys spicy food? Zheng Dai was taken aback, wondering how they could possibly know about Hong Do. Did I talk in my sleep? Uncle Jiang and Aunt Xiao exchanged amused glances. Aunt Xiao seized Zheng Dai's wrist, pulling him closer to measure his height against her own, exclaiming, before I knew it. Xiao Zheng Dai is almost as tall as I am. Indeed, I've grown quickly lately, Zheng Dai chuckled. With daily training, his physical prowess had nearly reached level 2, increasing his strength significantly. Now exceeding 150 centimeters, he was likely the tallest in the Ninja Academy. Can you tell your aunt about that girl? Which family does she belong to? What is her name? And how old is she? Aunt Xiao inquired. How old? I believe she was born in October of the 36th year of Konoha. Her name is Hong Do, and she is nearly 5 years old. In the 1st grade of the Ninja Academy. 5 years old. Aunt Xiao was stunned. If I want grandchildren, that means I have to wait at least 7 or 8 more years. No. The crux of the matter is that she is 5. Uncle Jiang's expression was equally complex, unsure of what to say. That little rascal, 5 years old. In the world of Naruto, it is common for children to talk about marriage at 13 or 14, so it is not unusual for kids aged 8 or 9 to pursue relationships. And parents often encourage it. But 5. Indeed 5. Uncle Jiang, Aunt Xiao, please refrain from asking further. The hot pot will get cold. I'll serve it. Uncle Jiang and Aunt Xiao exchanged worried glances. 2 minutes later, the family of 3 gathered around the dining table, each with a bowl of spicy hot pot. Zheng Dai savored his mildly spicy portion, nodding in approval. The flavor was at least 50% stronger than what he had prepared the previous day, barely qualifying as delicious. Achieving this level of culinary skill in just 3 days surpassed his expectations. With practice, his culinary skills, honed before his journey to this world, seamlessly blended with the local ingredients and seasonings. Since his skills had been activated, they had been on a rapid ascent. True skill, culinary arts level 2, 81. Oh, but my true skills, they are indeed real. Reflecting on this made Zheng Dai feel a pang of frustration. Why couldn't they have clarified during the template upgrade? Who would have guessed that the true skill awarded required self-learning? The limit was set at template limit 2, clearly intended for mastering lethal ninja techniques. Now, it seemed he was stuck with culinary arts. Zheng Dai could only comfort himself with the thought that the one following his true skill indicated it was not a one-time reward. He would likely receive further upgrades upon the next template elevation, and he must plan meticulously for that moment. The culinary skills may be modest, yet at least the red beans are firmly within his grasp. Consider it a preliminary investment. I digress. Feeling a bit overheated, I resolve to indulge in some spicy hot pot. Alas, there is no sesame oil available, and I must resort to mustard as a substitute, which inevitably falls short in flavor. As I pondered this, I noticed Uncle Jiang and Aunt Xiao appearing somewhat troubled. I inquired curiously, what seems to be the matter? Is the food not to your liking? It is quite delicious. They replied, as long as it pleases you, I shall prepare a portion of spicy hot pot for her tomorrow afternoon. Uncle Jiang and Aunt Xiao exchanged glances, perhaps wondering if young Zheng Dai might be cast out by the girl's parents for pursuing a 5-year-old girl. What a misfortune. Finding the Red Bean family was not a daunting task. The Yusho Washi clan, though not numerous, comprised fewer than 10 individuals, ninja and non-ninja alike. Yet, being a ninja clan, it was simple enough to inquire around and ascertain their whereabouts. Thus, at 10:30 the following morning, Zheng Dai arrived before the grand residence of the Yusho Washi clan, carrying a thermal food container. Upon knocking, a young man in his 20s answered the door, bearing a resemblance to Red Bean. Good day, sir. You must be Red Bean's father, correct? I am her classmate, Zheng Dai stated politely. Red Bean's classmate? The man scrutinized him and remarked, is it true that first graders are already this tall? I am her uncle. Please wait a moment while I fetch her. Thank you, sir, Zheng Dai replied, offering no further explanation as he waited in silence. Before long, Red Bean dashed over, perhaps due to the comfort of home. She wore a rather revealing outfit, a familiar off-shoulder mesh top, reminiscent of the animated character Red Bean. Oh, it's you. Have you truly brought me Master S spicy hot pot? Come in, she exclaimed. Uncle, I want to be dining at your place today. Ah, remember this fellow. If I happen to be poisoned, it will be his doing, she added with a playful tone. Her uncle chuckled and waved dismissively before retreating into another room, while Red Bean led Zheng Dai into her own chamber, as evidenced by the decor. Setting the food container on her desk, Zheng Dai adjusted his hairstyle and asked, are your parents not home? My father is on a mission for half a month. 10 days have already passed. As for my mother, I can barely recall her face. Red Bean replied, your mother is not here? In the narrative of Naruto, there was no mention of Red Bean's parents, and Zheng Dai unwittingly stepped into a sensitive topic. Thankfully, the carefree Red Bean seemed unfazed. He chose to remain silent and gestured for her to open the food container. Red Bean reached in, lifting the lid, and a wave of spicy aroma escaped, causing her to inhale sharply before coughing a couple of times. It smells quite acceptable, she remarked. Of course, Zheng Dai affirmed. Peering into the container, Red Bean exclaimed, my goodness, there are bamboo shoots, tofu, chicken, fish balls, and vermicelli, so many ingredients. She counted the various components and realized there were no fewer than 10 different items mixed together, tilting her head in curiosity. With all these ingredients combined, can it even be edible? You didn't hear I would reimburse you for the materials and deliberately toss everything in, did you? Why not taste it and find out? Zheng Dai replied confidently. Although he felt the hot pot was somewhat lacking in flavor compared to the yang guofu he had relished before crossing over, he still held hope for its appeal. Indeed, Hongdo attempted to pick up a piece of tofu with her chopsticks, placing it into her mouth. As she chewed gently, her large eyes brightened, and a rosy hue spread across her cheeks. The silky tofu melted in her mouth, accompanied by a savory broth that was rich yet not greasy, with a delightful spiciness intertwined with a hint of numbness, leaving an enduring aftertaste and a fragrant essence lingering on her lips. How spicy! Oh, how aromatic! It seems you are not entirely without merit. Burp, I am quite full. After devouring a generous portion of spicy hot pot, Hongdo unceremoniously slumped into her chair, beads of sweat dotting her forehead. One hand vigorously fanned herself, while the other rested on her slightly protruding belly. Is it delicious? Zheng Dai inquired. Hongdo paused momentarily. You haven't left yet? Zheng Dai replied, You mischievous child. Oh right, the cost of the ingredients. How could I not cover that for you? How much is it? Burp. Hongdo remained slouched, her snug outfit inadequate, exposing her little belly, unconcerned about Zheng Dai witnessing it, even letting out a burp in his direction. Spicy indeed. Zheng Dai, feeling helpless, found it hard to be upset with this carefree child. He rummaged through his pocket and suddenly produced a pear, taking a large bite. Let me provide some feedback for the customer first. Customer, do you aspire to be a chef? Hongdo tilted her head, her gaze fixating on the pear in Zheng Dai's hand, and fanned herself, saying, The taste is quite acceptable, but it seems there aren't many spicy food lovers in our village. Do you have more pears? Crunch. This is a sweet pear. Indeed. Not many enjoy spicy food, but I can adjust the flavor. How was the spiciness of that bowl for you? Mild. I didn't notice it while eating. But now it feels a bit fiery. I need to find a glass of water. As she spoke, Hongdo's eyes fixated on the pear in Zheng Dai's hand. Struggling to rise. Understanding her needs, Zheng Dai reached into another pocket and produced another pear. Do you still have an appetite? Was it washed? Hongdo pursed her lips. Yes. Look, there's still some water on it. You can wipe it with your hand. Crunch, crunch. Hongdo accepted the pear, biting into it twice, a refreshing chill spreading through her. She comfortably squinted her eyes, saying, It's too hot. Let us count the pear with the cost of the ingredients. No need. Consider the pear as my treat to you, a reward for sampling my spicy hot pot. Zheng Dai leaned against the table, stating, After finishing Master Yang Guofu's spicy hot pot, I've developed a habit of eating a pear. Master Yang's spicy hot pot has a stronger flavor than what I made today. If you don't eat a pear afterward, the next meal will lack taste. You have quite the appetite. Eating well builds strength. Hongdo gazed up at him, frowning. I noticed earlier that in just 5 days of vacation, you seem to have grown another 2 centimeters. Zheng Dai chuckled, crunching on the pear. Hongdo didn't dwell on it either, also crunching on her pear. For a moment, the room was filled with the sound of crunching pears, as 2 plump, sweet pears swiftly transformed into 2 pear cores. Burp, I'm stuffed. Hongdo patted her little belly and finally uttered a compliment. You're not as bothersome as Sister Hong described. What did Hong say about me? Hey, Hongdo smiled, briefly bypassing the topic, saying, After eating a pear, my mouth feels much more refreshed. I've learned a trick. This is a secret technique. Zheng Dai, with a penchant for bold flavors, mused that for those like him who relish spicy foods, indulging too much can dull the palate. A refreshing sweet pear could serve as an effective remedy, offering a delightful reprieve. Red Bean appeared contemplative, and with a hint of amusement, Zheng Dai remarked, Well, Red Bean, let us settle the bill, 40 taels. He continued, You seem quite the money-minded fellow. Alas, I have no change on me. How about you prepare a spicier portion for me tonight? I shall pay you 100 taels altogether. Very well, my first esteemed customer, Zheng Dai chuckled, lifting the insulated food container. How about a touch more heat this evening? Not a problem. Until tonight then. As Zheng Dai exited Red Bean's room and re-entered the courtyard of the Yusho Washi clan, he was suddenly drawn to a fleeting shadow on the rooftop, prompting him to turn his gaze. Could it be from the Umbu? It seemed to emerge from Uncle Red Bean's home. Upon glancing back, he noticed Uncle Red Bean stepping out, his face ashen and lost in thought, oblivious even to Zheng Dai's presence in the courtyard. What transpired? Zheng Dai furrowed his brow and called out, Uncle, farewell. Startled, Uncle Red Bean managed a strained smile, replying, Take care. As if recalling something, he quickly added, You should visit Red Bean often in the coming days. Of course, Uncle. Zheng Dai responded with the innocent smile of a child, turning away and raising an eyebrow. Clearly, something significant was amiss. What exactly was going on? Zheng Dai could not inquire further. He hastily distanced himself from the Yusho Washi clan, pulling 2 nearly melted ice cubes from his pocket and tossing them to the ground, gritting his teeth and stamping his foot. How refreshing. My trousers are almost soaked. While sweet pears might alleviate some spice, they were largely ineffective. It was the icy pear that truly quelled the heat. In the sweltering July heat, indulging in a bowl of hot and spicy malatang followed by an icy pear was sheer bliss. Child, do not linger here. A sudden reprimand jolted Zheng Dai from his reverie, and he turned to find himself right at the edge of the Hyuga clan's territory. I am leaving. I am leaving. He muttered. This thought led him to recall Hinata Shuki and the recently spent 1000 taels. He adjusted his bangs and opened his attribute panel, scanning it thoroughly. To his surprise, there was no deception skill listed. Physical technique, level 1, 80 free attribute points. 10 finally, there was some progress. Having made a start, he pondered how best to deceive Red Bean further. He decided to invest a few points. Physical technique, level 2, 0. It seemed several individuals had commented on his stature, so he resolved to pause at level 2 for now. Meanwhile, within the Hyuga clan, Hinata Shuki faced a human target, striking peculiar poses. Liu King FAO. 8 trigrams palm. 2 palms. 4 palms. 8 palms. After completing 8 strikes, he staggered slightly. A flash of Zheng Dai's cheeky grin crossing his mind. How infuriating. How could he possibly defeat that commoner even with 16 strikes? The gentle fist technique was not something to be executed through gritted teeth. A serious voice rang out behind Hinata Shuki, causing him to turn in surprise, his face betraying a hint of awkwardness. Lord Nichi, are you here to see my father? He is currently on a mission. I have heard all about it. The child you once easily defeated has now surpassed you in strength. I have met the blacksmith's son, and he does not seem to possess extraordinary talent, Hinata Shuda remarked. For him, I have never truly claimed victory over Zheng Dai, and the statement has become increasingly difficult to articulate. Kakashi has recently regained his vigor and has become a focal point in Konoha village. The one who defeated Kakashi, Zheng Dai, is no longer an inconspicuous figure. In recent days, Hinata Shuda has occasionally felt a twinge of pride for being mistakenly believed to have defeated Zheng Dai, only to be engulfed by deeper shame. I am truly sorry, Lord Nichiha. Hinata has been shamed because of me. He bowed deeply. Do you wish to defeat him once more? Allow me to mentor you for a time, Nichiha stated with solemnity. Hinata Shuda was taken aback, filled with joy. Thank you, Lord Nichiha. By the artificial lake of the Uchiha clan, Obito focused his mind and formed seals. Fire release. Cough, cough, cough. Cursed be it. Zheng Dai has escaped into the smoke. In the northwestern woods of Konoha village, Guy relentlessly assaulted a wooden post. 768, 769 kicks. If you cannot achieve it, then Frog leap 2,000 times. Oh no. Kakashi has finally regained his spirit. I cannot afford to lose to him again. Oh, and there's Zheng Dai. Youth. 2 kilometers away. Kakashi ascended a cliff over 100 meters high with one hand behind his back, occasionally dislodging small stones mixed with sweat that tumbled down. I am so weak. I have unknowingly squandered too much time. Forgive me, Father. I shall reclaim this lost time. Inspired by Zheng Dai's successful comeback, Zheng Dai's classmates have been diligently training in various ways during this holiday. Zheng Dai himself was also striving hard. Upon returning home, he dove straight into the kitchen. A bit of chili oil. A touch of mustard. A little more chili oil. As evening descended, Zheng Dai prepared the broth for his spicy hot pot. Igniting the flame to bring it to a boil, he scooped a bit of soup with a spoon and tasted it with his tongue. The spiciness made him stick out his tongue in shock, causing him to spill the soup back. If the serving sent to Red Bean at noon was moderately spicy, this time it would be extraordinarily fiery. Perfect. Let us deliver a powerful potion to Red Bean and make her cry from the spice. I'll make you love spicy food. He sequentially added the ingredients, cooking them to perfection before placing them into a thermal food container. Zheng Dai lifted it along with a previously prepared mildly spicy hot pot. Uncle Craftsman, Aunt Shio, I will dine with her. Do not mind me. Uncle Craftsman and Aunt Shio exchanged glances, slightly flustered. Little Zheng Dai held deep feelings for the 5-year-old girl. On his second visit to Red Bean's home, he felt quite at ease. The courtyard gate was ajar, and Zheng Dai peered inside, vaguely hearing the sound of conversation from a room in the middle. He hesitated momentarily, choosing not to intrude, and instead approached Red Bean's door, gently knocking twice. Red Bean, I am here. After waiting 5 or 6 seconds with no response. Just as Zheng Dai was about to knock on her uncle's door to inquire if Red Bean was home, her door slowly opened. It was already 6 o'clock. The sky was dimming, and Red Bean's room was unlit, casting shadows. Her complexion appeared somewhat darkened. Are you sleeping? It's barely evening. Have you eaten dinner? Zheng Dai asked, astonished. Red Bean shook her head. Come in. Why have you brought 2 portions? I'm not very hungry. Did you eat too much at noon? I surmise that 1 portion belongs to me, and I have yet to dine. Let us partake together. These 2 servings are not as plentiful as the one from noon. Oh, Hongdo responded, accepting the food box handed over by Zheng Dai, and proceeded to sit at the desk. Zheng Dai furrowed his brow, sensing that the atmosphere felt somewhat amiss. Is Hongdo still awake? His speech was lethargic, and he did not turn on the light. He glanced around, pondering where to eat. Suddenly, a slurping sound broke the silence, and Zheng Dai turned in astonishment, realizing that Hongdo had already opened the food box and begun to eat. Did he not claim to be unhungry? Why such haste? Slow down. This portion is considerably spicier than the one at noon. And do make some room for me. Plop. The sound of water droplets fell. Zheng Dai paused momentarily, glancing towards the source of the sound. Plop. Plop. Tears, the size of beans, fell into the spicy food box, yet Hongdo seemed oblivious, continuing to eat voraciously. Has he truly been brought to tears by the spice? Hongdo, what troubles you? Hongdo turned his head, his face awash with tears, and choked out. You scoundrel! Are you trying to kill me with spice? What has transpired? This does not seem like the result of spiciness. Zheng Dai was reluctant to take the blame. Recalling the scene he had witnessed upon leaving at noon, and connecting it with Hongdo's current demeanor, he began to form some conjectures. Hongdo remained silent. A knock resonated at the door, and moments later, it swung open. 3 figures stood outside, a middle-aged man in his 40s, a youth of 13 or 14, and lastly, Hongdo's uncle, whom Zheng Dai recognized. At this moment, Hongdo's uncle appeared even more troubled than at noon. He glanced at Zheng Dai, managing a strained smile. Ah, you've arrived. When did you come? It's quite late. You should head home now. Perhaps tomorrow you can invite a few classmates to visit Hongdo. Whose child is this? The middle-aged man interjected. Greetings, sir. I am Zheng Dai, a third-year student at Ren School and a friend of Hongdo, Zheng Dai responded, presenting an earnest smile. And you are? I am his uncle. Hongdo hastily wiped away his tears, interjecting, Uncle, have you finished your discussions? His uncle opened his mouth to speak, but glanced at Zheng Dai instead. Zheng Dai, is it? You should head home now. The atmosphere was palpably uncomfortable. Zheng Dai hesitated. Turning to Hongdo, then I shall take my leave. Remember to enjoy the spicy food while it's hot. Hongdo bit his lip and nodded. Uncle, goodbye. Uncle, goodbye. Zheng Dai departed swiftly, navigating through the narrow space between the 3 figures at the door, accidentally brushing shoulders with the youth. They both staggered slightly, and the youth's expression shifted dramatically. As he exited the courtyard of the Yusho Washi family, Zheng Dai frowned and adjusted his hairstyle, contemplating the meaning behind the unexpected collision. The unfamiliar individual appeared to be the son of Hongdo's uncle. What enmity could he possibly harbor towards me? Can I endure such indignities? He stood still for a moment, realizing he had forgotten to grab his dinner, and decided to retrieve it. Within the courtyard, Hongdo's uncle spoke softly. Hongdo, Shuri has tragically perished during a mission. I know you are deeply saddened, and I share in your sorrow. However, you are a child of the Yusho Washi family. You must gather your spirits and not succumb to despair like the child from the Kiki family. You are still young and cannot be left without care. Perhaps you should move to your third uncle's home. He and your aunt will look after you. Moreover, with the sacrifice of the 4-leaf clover, the Mitakashi clan cannot be without a leader. Following our discussions and in accordance with clan rules, I should now be the clan leader, right, uncle? Hongdo interrupted. After all, you are only 5 years old. Understood. Hongdo nodded with pursed lips. What a melodramatic tale. Just then, Zheng Dai happened to return, coincidentally overhearing the conversation. Upon hearing his footsteps, Uncle Hongdo furrowed his brows and turned around. Zheng Dai once again donned the innocent smile of a child. I'm sorry, I forgot to grab my things. He quickly entered Hongdo's room, took his dinner, and made to leave, adding as he did so, Hongdo, I'll come back tomorrow to get your lunchbox. Do you still want me to bring spicy hot pot for you at noon? No. This sudden interruption shattered the atmosphere completely. Hongdo nodded in a daze. While her uncle instinctively wanted to stop Zheng Dai, but couldn't he think of a reason to do so, watching helplessly as Zheng Dai slipped away, disappearing swiftly into the night. Was that child just eavesdropping on our conversation? He asked, bewildered. A hint of helplessness flashed in Hongdo's uncle's eyes. If it weren't so absurd for a 5-year-old girl to assume the role of clan leader. If it weren't for the fact that only the eldest brother remained particularly patient within the clan, and if it weren't for his eldest nephew, at the age of 14, having successfully advanced to a chunin in this April's exam, he certainly would not approve of having his eldest brother, who did not get along well with the second brother, take on the mantle of leadership. It shouldn't be eavesdropping. That child, Hongdo. Suddenly, Zheng Dai's voice echoed from several dozen meters away, interrupting Uncle Hondo's thoughts. He turned in astonishment to see Zheng Dai peering over the courtyard gate, calling out, "Hondo, don't be sad. There are no insurmountable obstacles in life. Don't let trivial people and matters trouble you. Tomorrow, I want to bring you spicy hot pot. It's not suitable for you to eat spicy food right now. Have some sweets instead. The sweetness will bring you happiness. Just try it. I never lie." Hondo was stunned for 2 seconds, and the tears she had been holding back spilled forth. This was her most vulnerable yet bravely defiant moment, and with Zheng Dai's interruption, she could no longer control her emotions. "I will try? You rascal. If you deceive me, I will." Hondo stammered for a moment but could only manage a whimper. Through the barrage of comments, Zheng Dai noticed the gloomy expression on Uncle Hondo's face and the boy who seemed poised to confront him, causing him to turn and flee. However, just as he took a step, he collided with someone's chest, as if hitting a wall, and fell to the ground with a thud. His expression changed instantly. No way. Is Uncle Hondo's body flicker technique that fast? Could he be an elite Jonin? He certainly didn't look like one, with that clumsy demeanor. Oh no, this is bad. I'm going to get beaten. He quickly forced his usual innocent smile, looking up, only for his smile to freeze abruptly. Does sweetness truly bring happiness? A hoarse voice reached him. This voice was distinctly recognizable, sending shivers down Zheng Dai's spine. Before his crossing over, he had always admired certain voice actors from Naruto. Many characters had voices that evoked vivid imagery, each with their own unique characteristics, like the distinctly memorable voice of Kisame Hashigaki or Orochimaru. How could I encounter Orochimaru here? What brings him? Is he here to take Akado as his disciple? So soon? Akado still has some time before graduation, doesn't he? Zheng Dai was momentarily dazed. Suddenly confronted by the formidable Orochimaru, his feet lifted off the ground, his intellect momentarily incapacitated, his entire being frozen in place. "You recognize me?" Orochimaru scrutinized Zheng Dai with an expression of mild surprise, his voice gravelly. "Indeed. You must be Lord Orochimaru." Zheng Dai quickly regained his composure. "Oh, just a few days ago, Lord Hokage mentioned you before the practical assessment at the Ninja Academy, stating that you and Lord Minato Namikaze were the only 2 students to graduate with perfect scores across all subjects. I aspire to achieve perfect scores as well. You are my goal." Zheng Dai complimented earnestly. "Oh." Orochimaru's smile took on a playful tone. Zheng Dai felt a surge of anxiety. His modest skills might suffice to impress peers of his age, having been an adult before his reincarnation, even having endured the trials of the internet, and once having played the role of a professional critic, spinning tales with ease. But to deceive Orochimaru? Zheng Dai was not naive enough to think he could pull that off. Upon raising his head, he sensed that Orochimaru's subconscious expression was likely exaggerated, attributing it to the various Naruto materials and fanfiction that had deified him. Orochimaru was not a mind reader. He surely would not discern any major issues. Why should he fear him? "Get up. Your physique is quite commendable." Commendable physique? Zheng Dai broke into a cold sweat, mentally cursing himself for being overly cautious. Orochimaru must have simply been referring to the impact of their collision. Zheng Dai's physical prowess had surpassed the ordinary range, and in a collision with the previous 13 or 14-year-old boy, they were evenly matched, perhaps even slightly to his advantage. He patted his backside and stood up, attempting to adjust his hairstyle but restrained himself, saying, "Apologies, Lord Orochimaru. I didn't see you and accidentally bumped into you." Suddenly, a forceful tug at the back of his collar caught him off guard, causing Zheng Dai to stumble back a few steps before reflexively grabbing hold of a wrist. Behind him stood the young man from the Yushin family, his face adorned with acne and brimming with impatience as he roughly pulled Zheng Dai back. Furrowing his brow, Zheng Dai exerted pressure on the wrist. The young man frowned in response, applying more force. They remained locked in a standoff. The young man's face flickered with surprise and irritation as he spoke in a low voice. "Eavesdropping on our family matters, and still daring to resist when caught? Let go. Let go." Seeing that Zheng Dai was disobedient, he raised his right knee and thrust it towards Zheng Dai's abdomen. Zheng Dai retaliated by lifting his knee in defense. Bang! Following the impact, pain flashed across the young man's face upon seeing Zheng Dai remain unfazed, leading to a mixture of embarrassment and anger as he swung his empty hand towards Zheng Dai's cheek. Smack! Just before contact, that hand was caught by a pale hand extending from the side. Orochimaru would intervene in such trivial matters? Zheng Dai was somewhat taken aback. Lowering his guard on the ready stance he had prepared, the Yushin youth, slightly stunned, turned his furrowed brow towards the newcomer. Who are you? Brother, you're in trouble. Zheng Dai genuinely admired the audacity of speaking to Orochimaru in such a manner, questioning, Who are you? However, at that moment, Zheng Dai noticed that Orochimaru's serpent-like gaze was fixed intently upon him, and a wave of unease washed over him. Internally lamenting, he realized it was he who was in jeopardy. Was Orochimaru's presence this infrequent? At 14 or 15, how could one not recognize him? How should I articulate the fact that I instantly recognized Orochimaru? Lord Orochimaru. The anxious voice of Uncle Akato reached my ears. His son had been gone for an unusually long time, prompting him to come out and investigate. To his shock, he beheld such a scene that it nearly brought him to tears. Mikage, release him at once. This is Lord Orochimaru of the legendary Three Ninjas. Mikage Yushin was taken aback, his face paling in an instant. He hurriedly withdrew his hand and deeply bowed, respectfully greeting, Lord Orochimaru. This child has eavesdropped on your family's affairs. Orochimaru gestured dismissively, pointing towards Saida. Indeed, is it true or not? Uncle Akato pondered frantically within. That is not the case. He merely forgot his dinner in my room and returned to retrieve it. Akato's son interjected loudly as he dashed out. Oh. Orochimaru's gaze shifted once more to Saida. The latter nodded rhythmically, his head bobbing at a frequency of 20 hertz. You are the daughter of Yotsuba? Orochimaru licked his lips, his eyes turning towards Uncle Akato. Wiping away the remnants of her tears, Akato's daughter replied, Yes, Lord Orochimaru. Are you merely passing through, Lord Orochimaru? Uncle Akato inquired. I am participating as a supporter in a mission assigned to Yotsuba. The intelligence he has acquired is of utmost importance. I have just delivered the task to my teacher, who instructed me to convey Yotsuba's mission reward and condolences. I did not expect to witness such a commotion. My apologies for the disturbance, Lord Orochimaru. What exactly was my father's mission? Akato's daughter could not contain her curiosity, prompting her uncle to hastily pull her back, to investigate the highly confidential experiments of Tsunegakure. Orochimaru stated unabashedly, Confidential experiments? Is it the reincarnation of oneself? Saida instinctively pondered, then adopted a meditative stance, observing his surroundings with the utmost focus. Tsunegakure, you say? Uncle Akato gritted his teeth, glancing at his niece and then Saida. Suddenly, she implored Orochimaru, Lord Orochimaru, may I take you as my master? I wish to learn ninjutsu from you. Akato. Her uncle was taken aback. Do not be foolish. You have yet to graduate from the ninja academy. Saida remained expressionless, akin to a wooden puppet. Is she really seeking to take Orochimaru as her master at such a young age? The manner in which she approaches it is rather direct and unrefined. What a historical moment to witness. Alas, I lack the means to document it. Do you seek vengeance? Orochimaru inquired. Akato's daughter nodded resolutely. The pursuit team from Tsunegakure has been completely eradicated. Your father's avenging has been fulfilled. Akato's daughter was taken aback, tears welling in her eyes once more. She wiped her face and bowed deeply, expressing, Thank you, Lord Orochimaru. Do you still wish to take me as your master? Yes. I long to grow stronger. Orochimaru fell silent, as if contemplating deeply. The earlier scene at the Hokage building replayed vividly in his mind. Orochimaru, I understand that you are dissatisfied with my decision to prevent you from directly participating in missions, but you must comprehend the teacher's predicament. Gathering intelligence for the Umbu is an unspoken rule accepted among the ninja villages. If you were to take part, it would carry a different significance. After all, Tsunegakure is an ally. I, too, mourn Yotsuba's sacrifice. His daughter is merely 5 years old, is she not? I recall that child bearing a resemblance to you in your younger days. Take the mission reward and condolences to her on behalf of our teacher. Resemble me? Orochimaru cast a profound gaze at Akato's daughter, who bore the marks of sorrow yet exhibited an unusual strength. He turned and said, Follow me. Akato's daughter was momentarily stunned, then joyfully chased after him. Uncle Red Bean was somewhat bewildered, his expression a tapestry of conflicting emotions. Had Red Bean truly succeeded in becoming a disciple? Did this mean I would not become the clan leader? The wooden man glanced around, noticing that no one seemed to pay him any mind, and thus decided to slip away. Yet at that moment, Orochimaru's voice echoed from afar. The child who bumped into me. Is it you, Zheng Dai? You may join us. My exceptional qualities shone like fireflies in the dark, impossible to conceal. Orochimaru, with his discerning eye for rare talent, intended to take me as his apprentice. Following closely behind him, Zheng Dai could only offer himself this internal consolation. Yet, he felt utterly despondent. He had no desire to become a disciple, not even of Jiraiya, let alone Orochimaru. Meanwhile, Red Bean, buoyed by his motivational speech, leapt to level 16, earning 3 attribute points. If all went well, perhaps he could tempt her with some delightful sweets, and after a holiday, why not aim for a 50? Attribute points could be amassed with ease. And upon returning to school, he was certain he could ascend to the rank of Chunin. With Chunin within reach, how far could the path to Jonin be? Alas, given the circumstances, he could only think positively. Becoming Orochimaru's disciple would surely ease his worries about learning ninjutsu. Moreover, Orochimaru must possess a wealth of hidden knowledge about the ninja world. Perhaps it would quench his thirst for knowledge. On a brighter note, perhaps I am being overly sentimental. Perhaps Orochimaru has no intention of taking me as a disciple at all, and I could simply wander around before returning? Or perhaps he merely seeks to enrich his experimental materials. As the structures and lights began to fade, Orochimaru led them to a shadowy forest. This was not the small grove near Zheng Dai's home. This forest was vast, located on the outskirts of Konoha. There were no iron nets, suggesting it was not the forest of death. Are you afraid of snakes? Orochimaru rasped. Red Bean boldly declared, not afraid. Zheng Dai, on the other hand, admitted, I am afraid. Orochimaru fixed his gaze on Zheng Dai, who sheepishly smiled. I am indeed a bit afraid. Orochimaru extended his hand, and 4 vividly colored snakes suddenly emerged from his arm. Zheng Dai instinctively took a step back, reaching for his ninja tool pouch. Red Bean, however, gritted her teeth and remained still. Zheng Dai felt a twinge of embarrassment as the 4 snakes slithered to the ground and into the inky darkness of the forest. Orochimaru turned to Red Bean, instructing, before dawn, kill them. Red Bean nodded resolutely yes. Zheng Dai blinked, realizing this was likely Orochimaru's test for Red Bean, tasking a girl under 5 years old with slaying 4 snakes in a pitch-black forest, unaware of other lurking beasts. He found himself more concerned about his own predicament. As Red Bean dashed into the forest, she became solitary amidst the snakes, while Orochimaru's gaze remained fixed on Zheng Dai, seemingly pondering something. Zheng Dai felt powerless and could only muster another innocent smile. Suddenly, he began to wonder if maintaining such a smile would resemble that of Toby. Would it not irritate those who are sufficiently astute? Thus, he retracted his smile and stood at attention. As time passed, Orochimaru finally spoke. Are you very afraid of me? Not at all, Zheng Dai replied. Why is that? I'm afraid of snakes. Oh, indeed, Lord Orochimaru, Zheng Dai answered sincerely. He could swear on his hair that among children raised in modern cities, how many are truly unafraid of snakes? Even though he was aware that a mere kunai could effortlessly slay an ordinary snake, fear still gripped him, an inescapable psychological response. Then why did you choose to follow me? Wasn't it you who called me? Zheng Dai was somewhat bewildered, suddenly recalling that Orochimaru had mentioned he could accompany him. Was there indeed a choice? Why was he putting himself through this? No, he must remain composed. After a moment of contemplation, Zheng Dai addressed Orochimaru with a serious tone. Lord Orochimaru, I wish to learn ninjutsu. Oh, he felt confident that his chakra reserves were sufficient to support several basic techniques. Yet, as a commoner, he lacked access to a path of learning ninjutsu. Gradually, Zheng Dai clarified his thoughts. Although he harbored a fear of snakes, he did not want to forfeit the opportunity presented by Orochimaru. He dared not hope to become his disciple, but merely sought to acquire a few techniques from him. As he spoke, he braced himself for Orochimaru's inquiries. Why the urgency to learn ninjutsu, and whether he was prepared to pay the necessary price. He quickly formulated several responses in his mind. However, it soon became evident that Orochimaru was indeed an unpredictable entity. What ninjutsu do you wish to learn? A random attack and defense technique? Zheng Dai tentatively inquired. Orochimaru licked his lips. Have you not tested your chakra nature? No, I couldn't procure chakra paper. Orochimaru continued. What if the techniques I provide do not align with your chakra nature? Then, Lord Orochimaru, do you possess chakra paper? Zheng Dai asked cautiously. He had not overlooked the importance of chakra nature, but previously, he had assumed that any ninjutsu would suffice. After all, they were merely basic techniques. And at the very least, mastering the hand signs and chakra control should reveal some attributes. A few points and attributes would suffice to diversify his attacks. He did not intend to achieve any remarkable feats. He could consider specializing once he reached Chunin or even Jonin rank. To his surprise, Orochimaru produced a piece of chakra paper and handed it over. Such an item was not commonly kept among ninja tools. It was remarkable that he carried it with him. Was his decision to accept disciples not a spur-of-the-moment whim? A flurry of thoughts raced through Zheng Dai's mind as he respectfully accepted the paper, feeling as if he had just received a lottery ticket. Could he win $5? Do you know how to use it? Orochimaru rasped. Yes. Zheng Dai infused the paper with chakra. The paper absorbed the chakra, becoming damp. He continued to channel chakra, the wetness spreading further. Gritting his teeth, he poured in more chakra until the paper crinkled slightly. Ha ha ha, water and lightning. Orochimaru observed him intently. Only water, he concluded, as Orochimaru cast a sidelong glance at him, forming a hand seal that summoned a scroll with a resounding pop. These techniques are for you. For me? Is this some sort of test? Am I to learn the techniques within a limited time? Zheng Dai was momentarily taken aback, quickly setting down his food container to accept the scroll with both hands, opening it without hesitation. Within the scroll were 3 techniques: water release, water clone technique, C rank, water release, water body technique, C rank, and water release, water bullet technique, C rank. The scroll contained a perfect blend of attack and defense techniques, along with a clone technique that would enhance tactical diversity, precisely what Zheng Dai needed at that moment. Thank you, Lord Orochimaru. With a deep bow of gratitude, Zheng Dai hesitated momentarily, contemplating whether he should prostrate himself in homage to his master. Is there anything else? Orochimaru inquired. No. Then may I take my leave, Lord Orochimaru? Zheng Dai responded. Certainly, came the reply. By the way, Lord Orochimaru, how should I repay you for the ninjutsu you bestowed upon me? No need for repayment, Orochimaru said dismissively. Farewell, Lord Orochimaru, Zheng Dai exclaimed, hastily retreating until he reached the brightly lit northern street, where he exhaled deeply. Clutching the scroll in his hand, he felt an unsettling disbelief. Was the ninjutsu really given freely? What was Orochimaru's true intent? The half-kilogram scroll now felt as heavy as 1,000 pounds, weighing down Zheng Dai's heart. Could it be that Orochimaru had turned over a new leaf? Even if he had, there was no way Zheng Dai could dare to approach him. The last thing he wanted was to become another victim. On the bright side, he had acquired 3 ninjutsu without any cost, which resolved his dilemma. Truly, Orochimaru was a cunning old man, haunting him in dreams and reality alike. Zheng Dai sighed in relief, realizing that for the time being, there was nothing he could do about Orochimaru. He would have to regard him as a mere passerby, bestowing treasures upon him. Had he forgotten something? Oh, how could he be so vengeful, especially after being startled? Let's go? Spicy hot pot, let it burn him. Meanwhile, Orochimaru curiously picked up the food container that Zheng Dai had left behind. Due to a minor offense against the family of Akado, coupled with his inability to decipher Orochimaru's intentions, Zheng Dai hesitated to visit Akado's home directly and instead chose to focus on honing his ninjutsu in the safety of his own abode. It would be more than 10 days before he saw Akado again. During this interval, Akado's progress had only marginally improved, barely reaching a score of 20, granting Zheng Dai a few attribute points, indicating that she had indeed attempted to indulge in sweets, though her fondness remained dubious. Their reunion was serendipitous. Zheng Dai stumbled upon Akado in the practice field of the Ninja Academy. Accompanying Akado were 2 familiar faces, her close friend, Hong, and Asuma, who was always by Hong's side. The trio occupied a throwing target. Akado was diligently practicing her shuriken throwing, launching 5 or 6 shuriken in rapid succession, all surpassing the 8-ring mark, rendering even the 3rd and 4th-year students envious. Yet, she appeared unsatisfied, frowning as she adjusted her grip on the shuriken. Hong, on the other hand, wore an expression of concern. She had only learned of Akado's father's sacrifice 3 days prior and had since devoted her days to keeping Akado company. However, from Hong's perspective, Akado's emotional state was far from optimistic. The once bright smile of Akado had faded, her training had intensified, and most alarmingly, she was forcing herself to consume sweets. Was this a form of self-torment? Yet, Hong felt powerless to intervene, offering only companionship in the hope that Akado would navigate her grief on her own. As Akado completed her 10th round of throwing, she began to breathe heavily. Hong opened her mouth to suggest a brief rest, but was interrupted by Asuma's remark. Here comes that annoying guy. Startled, Hong turned to see Zheng Dai waving in their direction. For a moment, she was taken aback, then suddenly alert. Zheng Dai's sharp tongue could be detrimental. And given Akado's current state, she could not allow any provocations. Zheng Dai, where have you been these past few days? Why haven't you come to my house? Your food container is still with me. Akado's clear voice rang out from behind Hong. Hong blinked in astonishment, momentarily speechless. Zheng Dai, with a smile, responded, "Isn't it just busy with training? Are you practicing throwing? Would you like this expert to offer you some guidance?" "Humph. Who are you?" Red Bean inquired. "Well, it's true that your kunai seems to be thrown quite well. Is there a trick to it?" Zheng Dai replied, "It's merely a matter of practice." "Is that true? Don't keep it to yourself." "Fine, I shall teach you." Hong observed the bright smile of Red Bean, which she hadn't seen for several days, and exchanged glances with Asuma. When did they become so close? As she witnessed Zheng Dai instructing Red Bean in throwing, with Red Bean laughing and chatting, Hong was at a loss for how to react. It wasn't until a somewhat familiar term surfaced in their conversation that Hong suddenly understood. "Red Bean, is the spicy hot pot really delicious?" Absolutely delicious." "Sister Hong, I'll treat you to lunch today." "Zheng Dai, please bring me 2 bowls of spicy hot pot. And for Sister Hong, make hers a little milder." "I'll cover both, totaling 200 liang." Red Bean tilted her head and said. Suddenly addressed, Zheng Dai felt overlooked, while Asuma appeared neglected. Hong smiled and said, "Zheng Dai, you need to train as well. Red Bean, don't trouble him. Not a bother at all. But let's save it for dinner. I want to try that new meatball shop nearby for lunch. Care to join?" Red Bean pondered. "Is that the one Sister Hong mentioned last time?" "Sure, let's go and give it a try." Hong was speechless. Here we go again. Red Bean was craving sweets once more, specifically from that meatball shop. The last time I invited her, she claimed it was unappetizing. Yet now, with Zheng Dai's invitation, she readily agreed. With plenty of time until noon, I continued practicing my kunai. "Zheng Dai, are you here to practice too? Shall I let you take the first round on the target?" Red Bean asked. "No, I don't need to practice throwing," Zheng Dai replied, shaking his head. After a moment, he turned to Asuma. "Could you help me out, Asuma? Let's spar." Asuma was taken aback. "What? Just a friendly match. You wouldn't be too afraid, would you?" Zheng Dai said with a smile. Red Bean immediately displayed an expression of anticipation. Hong looked at Asuma and gently shook her head. Asuma's handsome features twitched. Could he really back down? Absolutely not. Among classmates, sparring was just part of the camaraderie. Zheng Dai turned to Hong. "Come over tonight with Red Bean to my house for spicy hot pot. Freshly cooked, it tastes even better. Afterward, we can go to my room. I have a few questions about the problems I can't solve." Hong blinked, momentarily taken aback. Red Bean eagerly responded, "Sounds great. Let's go?" Asuma's eyes reddened. "Asuma, you need to put in more effort in your training. Kakashi Hitaki has regained his resolve, and Zheng Dai is catching up quickly. My guy is also pushing hard. Your strength will soon no longer place you among the top 3 in the class. Chasing after girls is important, but as a ninja, strength remains paramount. Go train." Standing face to face with Zheng Dai, Asuma momentarily recalled the night of their practical training, where his father, the 3rd Hokage, shared laughter around the dinner table. At that time, he had stubbornly retorted, insisting that his father merely wanted him out of the way to smoke in secret, which might indeed have been the truth. However, as he prepared to face Zheng Dai, Asuma keenly sensed an unwelcome emotion brewing within him, fear, though he refused to admit it. After witnessing the battle between Kakashi and Zheng Dai, reason told him he was no match for either. He feared defeat, particularly in front of the red-haired figure, and was apprehensive about losing while bearing the title of the Hokage's son. Yet, I cannot evade this challenge. I must possess the courage to strike. Asuma gazed intently at the nonchalant figure of Zheng Dai, who was casually grooming his hair. Such an ostentatious fool. Surely I can triumph over him. With a decisive thud, Asuma charged forward. In that fleeting moment, Zheng Dai's mind raced with thoughts. Asuma's shoes are quite impressive. They appear sturdy and durable. Wearing such footwear must enhance his kicking power. No wonder he is the son of a Hokage, raised in wealth and well-prepared. How astute of him to rely on his feet instead of his fists. I must capitalize on the advantage of his footwear. Remarkable indeed. Lost in contemplation, Zheng Dai remained stationary. Hong gasped, covering her mouth halfway, while Hong Do stared in astonishment. Asuma's kick struck Zheng Dai squarely on the hip. Instead of the anticipated sound of impact, there was only the splash of water. Asuma was momentarily taken aback, his momentum carrying him forward as he collided with the water illusion conjured by Zheng Dai. Is this a water clone? As the wind rushed past him, Asuma tightened his expression, quickly deducing his opponent's position and preparing to counter. With a resounding thud, his fist met Zheng Dai's elbow, but to his surprise, Zheng Dai's punch lacked the strength he had anticipated. A feigned attack? It didn't seem so. As he attempted to retaliate, he found himself once again submerged in the spray of water. This is a water doppelganger. Panic ensued. Water release. Water bullet technique. Zheng Dai swiftly formed 4 hand seals in 2 seconds. Then, with a pronounced pout, he unleashed a torrent of water that erupted forth violently, akin to an entire barrel being thrown out. The force struck mere inches from Asuma, soaking one of his pant legs. Asuma froze, realization dawning. I have lost. Zheng Dai offered consolation. Do not dwell on it. You were caught off guard. I have just recently mastered these 3 techniques. Otherwise, I could have held out for at least 3 or 4 more seconds, perhaps even 10. Asuma, slightly bitter, shook his head in silence. Whether it was the water replacement technique or the water clone substitution, he had been completely oblivious. There was indeed an intelligence deficit. But he was not without his own skills, fire release and shadow clone. He had command over them both, yet had never been afforded the opportunity to employ them. He had to concede that a considerable gap in strength had emerged between himself and Zheng Dai. His father was correct. It was time for me to dedicate myself to training. Returning home to change his pants, Hongdo approached, standing on tiptoe to pat Zheng Dai on the shoulder. You did remarkably well, nearly obliterating Asuma. Did Orochimaru-sensei teach you those techniques? Should I start calling you senpai? No, Orochimaru-sama has not taken me on as a disciple. He merely imparted these 3 jutsu. From your tone, it seems you have passed the test? Zheng Dai feigned ignorance. Of course. A piece of cake. Hong replied with a chuckle, though she seemed to have forgotten about the incident where someone had been bitten by a snake and had to hop around on one leg. Noticing Hong Do's subtle cues, she smirked and fell silent. Zheng Dai sensed her discomfort, but chose not to confront it, instead asking with a smile. Orochimaru-sama did not teach you kunai throwing? And yet you come to me for guidance? Not yet, Hong Do replied, shaking her head. Orochimaru-sensei said he would formally instruct me once I graduate, so I must train diligently. Next January, I will graduate alongside you and Hong Jia. Oh, best of luck. Yes, I will practice a bit more. As Asuma returned, it was nearly noon. Shall we go for lunch together? Suggested Hongdo. The two agreed and followed Hongdo back to the target range, where they stood quietly observing. Having accomplished the objective of this outing to seek someone to test ninjutsu, Jindai offered a few pieces of advice to Hongdo, and, finding little else to discuss, grew somewhat bored. He adjusted his bangs and opened his attribute panel. Template, Genin 04 Basic Attributes, 3 Physical Strength, 3974 Mental Strength, 2966 Chakra Amount, 4002 Main Skills, 4, Body Replacement Technique, Level 1, 7, Shuriken Jutsu, Level 2, 2, Chakra Refinement Method, Level 2, 22, Taijutsu, Level 2, 3, Auxiliary Skills, 12, Basic Ninjutsu, Level 2, 10, Water Release, Water Clone Technique, Level 1, 22, Water Release, Water Bullet Technique, Level 1, 10, Water Release, Body Replacement Technique, Level 1, 3. Other skills, briefly. Noted True Skill 1, Culinary Arts, Level 3, 10, Free Attribute Points, 13 having taken a break of just over half a month. Jindai noted a remarkable increase of approximately 50% in both his physical strength and chakra amount, alongside the mastery of 3 ninjutsu techniques, significantly enhancing his prowess. In a potential confrontation with Kakashi, he felt confident he could conclude the battle within half a minute. However, Kakashi had likely made considerable progress during this time as well. Reflecting on the 3 instances where he had narrowly evaded Kakashi's corrections, Jindai realized that Kakashi must have been diligently training. He could not afford to be complacent. He needed to actively allocate his points. Suddenly, he discovered he was quite close to advancing his template once again. Initially, he intended to invest his attribute points into ninjutsu. But over the past 10 days of practice, he had effortlessly mastered the 3 C-rank ninjutsu provided by Orochimaru. Setting aside the notion that his talent was exceptional, he concluded that the second-level foundation in ninjutsu had sufficiently equipped him with chakra control and hand seals, making learning C-rank ninjutsu a breeze. Thus, the reserved attribute points might as well be utilized. He calculated the optimal distribution, 5 points in Shuriken Jutsu, 4 in Chakra Refinement Method, and 3 in Basic Ninjutsu, totaling 12 points, which would leave only 1 skill short of advancement. A moment of hesitation passed before he decided against a full allocation, ultimately adding 4 points to Chakra Refinement Method and 3 to Basic Ninjutsu. Chakra Refinement Method Level 2, 1002, current template limit reached. Basic Ninjutsu Level 2, 100, current template limit reached, free attribute points. 6 currently, the second level Shuriken Jutsu was adequate, and he preferred to retain some attribute points to maintain his level. Advancing to the Chunin template might grant him an additional true skill, so he resolved to prepare thoroughly before proceeding to ensure he would not be encumbered by unnecessary skills. Half an hour later, Hondo completed 10 rounds of throwing, and Asuma returned. After a brief rest, the 4 of them set off towards the dumpling shop on West Street. The dumpling shop was located in the heart of West Street, the most bustling area. In the month since Jindai's arrival, he had yet to dine at any restaurant in Konoha, and the Ichiraku ramen, which piqued his interest the most, had not yet opened. Finding an available seat, a sweet-looking young lady approached them, offering a menu and warmly welcoming them. The menu is quite simple, featuring only 4 dishes. White jade meatballs, 3 servings, buckwheat meatballs, 6 servings, jibe meatballs, 9 servings, and tricolor meatballs, 6 servings. Each serving consists of 3 meatballs, with the tricolor meatballs comprising one of each of the aforementioned varieties. Hong, who has dined here before, remarked, "The portions are quite substantial. I could probably fill up with just 4 servings, 1 of each." "I'll have 3 servings of the tricolor," said Hongdo. Asuma contemplated for a moment and declared, 5 servings of the tricolor. The trio then turned their gaze towards Zheng Dai, who pondered briefly before responding, 3, 4, 5 servings. Since you all are being so orderly, I shall indulge in 8 servings to make it a total of 20. As for the varieties, let's have 2 servings of each." "Very well. Would you like something to drink?" the waitress inquired once more. Zheng Dai nearly uttered Coke. Hong glanced around, suggesting, "How about plain water?" The 3 exchanged glances, reaching a unanimous agreement. The waitress replied, "Please hold on." Hongdo propped her arm on the table, appearing neither hungry nor expectant, and stated, "After this meal, I plan to return home to read. Later, I'll visit your place, Zheng Dai, for some spicy hot pot. But I am not familiar with your home." She looked over at Hong, who paused and shook her head. "I've never been either. I believe it's on East Street." "Yes, at the end of East Street, the 4th house," replied Hong. "The 4th house, understood. Sister Hong, will you still come to my house this afternoon?" "I suppose I will. We can read together," she answered. Upon hearing this, Hongdo shot a sidelong glance at Asuma. However, Asuma hesitated, unusually refraining from suggesting he join them, instead stating, "I have matters to attend to at home this afternoon, so I won't be coming. Zheng Dai, please prepare an extra serving of spicy hot pot for me this evening. I will cover the cost. In light of your generous treat at lunch, I shall only charge you for the ingredients." Zheng Dai agreed. "Thank you, huh?" Asuma replied, perplexed. "Did I ever say I would treat you? Did I?" Hongdo burst into laughter, while Hong covered her mouth and shook her head. "We'll pay for our own." Asuma looked around, speechless, "If I insist, then let me treat. It's no trouble." Although he may not yet possess the wealth of 30 million ryo, as the son of the Hokage, he certainly had more pocket money than Zheng Dai and company. With the matter of treating settled, the waitress arrived, carrying a large platter. "Enjoy your meal." Zheng Dai looked up to see the platter filled with an array of meatballs, white, red, and yellow. He recognized the red ones as buckwheat meatballs, but was unfamiliar with the ingredients of the other 2 varieties. "Shall we begin? Let us dig in." Zheng Dai picked up a tricolor meatball, taking a bite of the white one. After a couple of chews, he squinted. "Glutinous rice. Isn't this just glutinous rice pudding?" After swallowing the white meatball, he moved on to the red one, the buckwheat meatball, which tasted as expected. Upon finishing the red meatball, he sampled the yellow one, chewing a couple of times before shaking his head and tossing the skewer onto the table. "Millet, yellow cake. Using aliases to deceive, and I was actually looking forward to this." The second most renowned dish in the Naruto universe, the meatballs, turned out to be so simple, leaving Zheng Dai rather disappointed. While one cannot claim they are unpalatable, they certainly do not qualify as exquisite cuisine. He couldn't fathom how the original Hongdo came to adore meatballs. For him, they were indeed significantly healthier than spicy hot pot, yet the culinary delight was far inferior to that of hot pot. Hongdo, seated across from him, noticed Zheng Dai's expression, swallowed the meatball in her mouth, and inquired, "You don't enjoy them either?" As I pondered, I found the taste delightful, yet it stirred memories within me. "Memories?" I mused aloud, sighing softly. These dumplings remind me of my days in Ziomushan village and a master craftsman from the Lei family. Hongdo looked startled. Another master craftsman? Indeed, the Lei family master, renowned for his dumpling creations. What left the deepest impression on me were his tofu dumplings, I said, smacking my lips. Alas, he vanished during the Second World War. Hongdo inquired, have I not heard this before? Asuma chimed in, tofu dumplings? Can tofu even be used to make dumplings? Ah, certainly. Tofu dumplings are both tender and delectable, capable of being sweet or spicy. Delightful indeed. Ever since arriving in Konoha, I have been striving to recreate the Lei family master's tofu dumplings. I am nearly there. In a couple of days, I shall prepare them for you all. Hongdo's expression darkened. What is so funny? She retorted. Asuma glanced around, bewildered. I maintained my composure, adjusting my hairstyle. Fortunately, I have encountered diverse culinary experiences. The Lei family's tofu balls from Guizhou are a famous delicacy, though they may not rival the popularity of spicy hot pot. Their golden and smooth appearance and flavor surpass it. I believe Hongdo would enjoy them. Yet, am I merely traversing the world of Naruto as a chef? I silently scoffed. Surely, I possess the prowess of a chunin, perhaps even surpassing that of an ordinary chunin. Shouldn't a feeble chunin antagonist appear for me to vanquish? Just then, my peripheral vision caught an unfriendly gaze. I turned to the window, momentarily taken aback. Hongdo, it's your brother. Yusho Washi, standing outside the dumpling shop, glared at me with an unfriendly expression before gesturing urgently to Hongdo. Hongdo hesitated, then stood up. You all continue eating. He seems to have something to discuss. All right, the trio replied. Hongdo exited the dumpling shop, engaging in a hushed conversation with her cousin. Her expressions rapidly shifted, predominantly showing anger, occasionally accompanied by tightly clenched fists. Observing from a distance, I adjusted my bangs, wondering what trouble had arisen this time. The Hongdo family has been beset by misfortunes lately. After 4 or 5 minutes of dining, Hongdo returned, stating, there's a situation at home. I must leave. Red sister, we can't study together this afternoon, and I fear I won't have time to visit your home for spicy hot pot tonight. Red expressed concern. What happened? I also inquired, can I assist you? Hongdo shook her head, pausing to think before leaning closer to whisper in my ear, people from Sunagakure have arrived. I blinked in surprise. Why did you tell me and not Asuma? It felt odd to have someone whispering in my ear. The warmth of her breath was somewhat uncomfortable, prompting me to subtly scratch my ear. Are they here to seek retribution? I leaned in closer, mimicking her whisper, adding a touch of warmth. Please, do not act impulsively. Your father's vengeance has been avenged by Lord Orochimaru. What remains is no longer your concern. Hongdo scratched her ear and whispered back. But my father's remains are in their possession. Remains? I furrowed my brow. Do you have a plan? Are you asking me? My impeccable and charismatic image has been firmly established, hasn't it? You've come to the right person. However, this matter presents a bit of a complication. Red Bean, what are you doing? Mitsurashi Mikage waited for Red Bean outside the shop for half a minute. When he didn't see her, he entered only to find Red Bean whispering confidentially to that boy whom he found inexplicably detestable at first glance. Instantly, a surge of anger welled up within him, prompting him to shout loudly. The volume was so high that it drew the attention of many patrons in the dumpling shop, leaving him in a state of embarrassment as he turned to the onlookers and apologized. My apologies, elder brothers, sisters, uncles, and aunties, for the disturbance. Asuma, let us settle the bill. Take the remaining skewers to eat. Half a minute later, everyone departed from the dumpling shop. Mitsurashi Mikage recognized that he had been somewhat out of line, yet he felt awkward about apologizing, so he grumbled, Red Bean, both father and Uncle San are waiting for you. I searched for half an hour to find you, and you're still dawdling. Call me the clan leader. Red Bean replied earnestly. Mitsurashi Mikage was taken aback, but resignedly acquiesced. Yes, clan leader. Please refrain from shouting in public. It tarnishes the reputation of our Mitsurashi clan. His face flushed with embarrassment as he glanced at the oddly expressive Zheng Dai and shot him a fierce glare. Zheng Dai, startled, let out a nervous laugh. Red Bean elbowed Zheng Dai. You still have the gall to laugh. Quickly help me think of a solution. Think of a solution? What can he possibly do? Clan leader, stop jesting and return with me. Red Bean, utterly confused, looked around and asked, can't you tell us? Sorry, Red sister, Zheng Dai interjected. I can share what I can. Asuma is the most beloved son of Lord Hokage. He can be of assistance, he continued. Mitsurashi Mikage initially intended to intervene, but pulled back upon hearing this, feeling that his father's ideas might not be entirely appropriate. Red Bean pondered for a moment before quietly narrating the situation. Skipping the intricate details, he merely stated that his father's remains were in the possession of the Sunigakure and that they sought to retrieve them with minimal cost. Why not just demand them back? Asuma inquired, puzzled. Surely you are aware of the 89th rule of the Ninja Code regarding the return of the bodies of the deceased in battle? Ninjas face perilous occupations. No one wishes to be buried in a foreign land. This is an acknowledged principle, he explained. It's not that simple, Mitsurashi Mikage scoffed. Rules are only rules when upheld. Zheng Dai glanced sideways, gaining newfound respect for Red Bean for uttering such a statement. Cousin, let us inform them of the entire situation. Let us all brainstorm for solutions, Red Bean suggested. Mitsurashi Mikage was somewhat reluctant, but upon seeing Asuma, he ultimately began to explain in a hushed tone. The Sunigakure team arrived in our Konohagakure 2 days ago. They are a standard squad, consisting of 1 Jonin and 3 Chunin, ostensibly here to participate in the Chunin joint examination commencing at the end of September. They arrived 2 months early, so it's evident they must have ulterior motives, Mitsurashi Mikage continued. Just yesterday, the leading Jonin from Sunigakure inquired with Lord Hokage about retrieving the remains of the deceased from the puppet squad and demanded an explanation from the village. Now I understand why father seemed so troubled during dinner last night, Asuma murmured. That puppet squad was annihilated by us. Who was responsible? Mitsurashi Mikage hesitated. But Zheng Dai interjected, it was Lord Orochimaru. The esteemed Hokage would never relinquish Lord Orochimaru to the Sand Ninja Village for accountability. Thus the situation has reached an impasse. Correct? Hondo nodded, rolling her eyes, and remarked, my uncle's suggestion is for me to request Lord Orochimaru to apologize. Your uncle might be courting danger, Zheng Dai retorted. Orochimaru could very well bring about his demise. Mitsuhashi Mikage glared in response. Zheng Dai, undeterred, inquired, can we ascertain that your father's remains are indeed in the possession of the Sand Ninja Village, possibly even carried by their elite Jonin? From what we have gleaned from the negotiations, the Sand Ninja Village's Jonin subtly hinted at such a notion, hence the Hokage finds himself in a quandary. Mitsuhashi Mikage scoffed. Well, now that you've finished speaking, what solutions do you propose? Can we not resort to theft? Hondo hesitated. If it is confirmed that Uncle Yuya's remains are with the Jonin of the Sand Ninja Village, could we not simply steal them back? Hondo's eyes sparkled with hope. But Mitsuhashi Mikage doused her enthusiasm. The leading Jonin from the Sand Village is named Rasha, one of their most elite. Unless we resort to extreme measures, it's unlikely anyone in the village could pilfer a sealing scroll from him. Rasha. Zheng Dai adjusted his hairstyle, recognizing the illustrious figure, the father of Gaara, and soon to be the 4th Kazekage. The likelihood that he personally leads the team while carrying Hondo's father's remains as leverage is indeed quite high. Not to mention, in a direct confrontation, it seems that Konoha's chances of victory against him are rather slim. As for a group assault, that would essentially precipitate the Third Great Ninja War. With this promising idea dismissed, a heavy silence enveloped the group, each lost in thought. Mitsuhashi Mikage broke the stillness. Chieftain, you should return home with me. My father's plan is impractical. Let us deliberate amongst ourselves. Hondo glanced at Zheng Dai. Hey, with all your cunning, is there truly no way out this time? What do you mean by my cunning? Zheng Dai, feeling helpless, pondered before replying. Actually, there is one possibility. Thanks to Hyuga Shisuke, he once mentioned that we are still children, mere students at the Ninja Academy, and thus can act with a certain reckless abandon in the eyes of adults. So devious? Bullying others and then justifying it? Hondo complained. Surely you can best him now? If I were you, I would certainly give him a good thrashing. We must find an opportunity, Zheng Dai emphasized. What I mean is that we can create a ruckus. A ruckus? Yes, a ruckus, Zheng Dai affirmed, as Asuma stated earlier. The return of the remains of the fallen is customary, though regrettably, few adhere to this principle. However, the current situation differs. The Sand Ninja Village likely carries Uncle Yuya's remains for greater gain, and we were the victors of the Second Great Ninja War. Their behavior is simply unacceptable. Indeed. Mitsuhashi Mikage interjected, they outright deny it, insisting that my uncle's remains have not fallen into the hands of the Sand Ninja Village. Can we really search them? Would that not provoke a war? Yes, they deny it, and I suspect the Hokage would also refuse to acknowledge that Orochimaru's forces annihilated the Sand Village as puppet team. If I were in his position, I would likely attribute it to a sandstorm. If both sides refuse to acknowledge the truth, then we must compel the Sand Ninja Village to admit it first. That way we shall hold the upper hand. Hondo pondered, nodding in agreement. How shall we proceed? Zheng Dai cast a glance at her and smiled, saying, I have a formidable task for you. Create a scene of tears and chaos. Huh? Create chaos? She replied. Indeed. If you do so, in 5 minutes, Hongdo, Asma, and Yushui Yuang will be left bewildered in line. Is that feasible? Will it truly succeed? Will they express themselves? Why not? You are merely 5 years old, and your father has sacrificed himself. It is not unusual to cause a stir upon hearing that your father's remains are with the ninjas in Sunagakure. As for success, we shall know once we try. Although the possibility of Raza, the elite ninja of Sunagakure, inadvertently revealing something is slim, perhaps one of those 3 Jinin participating in the Chunin exam could be easily persuaded? How can you ascertain without attempting? There is no loss in trying. Hongdo hesitated. That does hold some truth. Yushui Yueying's lips twitched. Perhaps we should return home and discuss this with our parents. I actually believe Zheng Dai's method is plausible. Asma suddenly interjected. Hong nodded lightly in agreement. With a determined expression, Hongdo declared, Then I shall create a scene. If that fails, I will consider other approaches. Zheng Dai adjusted his bangs. In that case, let us deliberate on the details. First, we must prepare for the worst-case scenario. Raza may become enraged and take action against us. Leave that to me, Asma replied. The others regarded him and nodded in unison. Secondly, the 3 Jinin attending the Chunin exam will likely obstruct us. Do you have any specific information on them? Zheng Dai continued. Yushui Yueying shook her head. I only know there is 1 girl and 2 boys, approximately 12 or 13 years of age. Do not worry about them. If they dare to interfere, I can handle 2, while you can deal with 1. My dear, I am truly pleased with your self-awareness. Considering you did not claim you could take on all 3, Zheng Dai thought to himself, yet said, let us be prudent and enlist 2 more enthusiastic classmates. Perhaps Abito and Guy. No need. Yushui Yueying replied, glaring at Zheng Dai. I have already completed 3 B-rank missions, a few Jinin. Even if their strength is similar to mine, will hardly be my match. Zheng Dai raised an eyebrow, hinting at the implication. Having completed B-rank missions means having seen blood? As if he had not encountered it before. He no longer insisted. Asma was nearly of Jinin level, and although Hong was slightly weaker, with himself and Yushui Yueying alongside, they would undoubtedly prevail against the 3 Jinin participating in the Chunin exam. Shall we then prepare separately? Indeed. Meanwhile, at the Sunagakure outpost, Raza sat upright, his expression grave. Opposite him, 3 Jinin from Sunagakure, attending the Chunin exam, knelt in a row. The girl in the center, around 11 or 12 years old, wore a fitted outfit resembling Hongdo's, with dark green hair tied up, 2 strands dyed orange framing her delicate face. Her lips pressed tightly together as if she were enduring something. After a moment, she exhaled softly and said, Lord Raza, I still believe it is somewhat despicable to use the corpses of Konoha ninjas as leverage for negotiation. Would it not be better to first express our sincerity? I trust Konoha will provide us with an explanation. Raza glanced at her, naive. Do you know what the 3rd Hokage has proclaimed? Our village's elite were utterly annihilated by a sandstorm. But my lord, the ninja code dictates. This is not your concern. Your sole mission in Konoha village is to focus on your training and secure the top position in the upcoming Chunin exams in October. The girl reluctantly lowered her head in agreement. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, near the Sand Village's base, the 5 members of the team gathered once more. Jinda observed the black cloth tied around Hongdo's wrist and the white belt wrapped around Yushui Yueying's waist, then inquired, Are we all prepared? Let us not falter now. I'm ready on my end, Asuma stated. So am I, Hongdo affirmed. Yushui Yueying hesitated momentarily. I knew you wouldn't be ready. Jinda proposed, let's shift the perspective. Instead of crying, how about you channel that emotion into fury and demand Uncle Yatsuba's remains? Surely, that's within your capabilities? I can certainly do that. All right. Hongdo, prepare to weep. Hongdo paused, contemplating for a moment before exclaiming, Oh dear, I feel quite sorrowful, but with such a suggestion, who could possibly cry? Jinda produced 2 slices of onion for her. Half a minute later, tears streamed down Hongdo's cheeks as she choked out, Let us go. In the Hokage's office. The 3rd Hokage gazed into his crystal ball for an extended period, revealing an expression of bemusement as he shook his head. That little one certainly has some ingenuity. He lifted his gaze to the individual before him, and said, "Asuma has requested your protection. You should go along. Take Kankuro with you. Let us avoid any major mishaps." The man clad in umbu attire appeared somewhat taken aback. "Do you believe Asuma and his team will succeed?" "Well, at the very least, they won't fail." Within the Sand Village's encampment, a girl with orange bangs practiced her hand seals with a gloomy demeanor, the scorching air forcing two junior ninjas to retreat several meters away from her. Suddenly, a cacophony of cries erupted from outside the base. She furrowed her brow slightly, but paid little heed as one of the boys ventured to investigate. Step aside. Accompanied by shouts and a loud crash, she witnessed her companion, who had gone to check the situation, being struck and sent flying to the ground. A boy, adorned with a white belt, burst through the entrance. How dare someone invade the Sand Village's base? Wearing a forehead protector, he was a ninja from Konoha? How could this be? A fleeting moment of confusion passed, and her figure darted away. In an instant, she dispatched a junior ninja. Though she had taken him by surprise, Yushui Yueying felt a sense of pride swell within him. Upon seeing an exquisitely beautiful girl rushing towards him, he offered no mercy and directly swung his fist to strike. To say it was 1 against 2 was an understatement. With opponents of such caliber, I alone can handle them. Puff. Yushui Yueying's eyes widened in shock as he clutched his abdomen and collapsed. The girl with orange bangs stood tall, retracting her elbow as she demanded, "What are you doing?" A foot stepped into the threshold as Hongdo stammered through her tears. "My cousin, the Chunin, he was defeated in an instant? We are here to reclaim Uncle Yatsuba's remains." Jinda, feeling a headache coming on, stepped forward to face the girl with orange bangs, cursing internally. "I told you to call a couple more people, didn't I? This perfectly laid plan has turned into utter chaos. How can we still proceed?" Having completed 3 B-rank missions without perishing in the field is truly a blessing from the heavens. To think it is the scorching escape of Yetsong. Who can withstand such a force? In a moment of panic, the distraught Red Bean, having witnessed her cousin fall, regained her composure and tearfully implored, "Please, return my father's remains." Her sobbing was rather theatrical, akin to the sound of a miniature train, which did not impress the seasoned actor, Jingdai, who regarded her with disdain. Yetsong, momentarily taken aback, quickly realized she was the daughter of that Leaf Village ninja. Her fierce expression softened slightly, revealing a hint of hesitation. At that moment, the door to the central building of the Sand Ninja Village was thrust open, and a youth with crimson hair, Luosha, stepped out. He surveyed his surroundings, furrowing his brow as he admonished, "This is no place for children to misbehave. Yetsong, send them away." Jingdai, suddenly on high alert, was taken aback to find that Yetsong remained unresponsive, her expression troubled, stirring a sense of concern within him. Yetsong, the hero of the Sand Ninja Village, known for her gentle and benevolent nature, had been betrayed by the 4th Kazekage under the guise of an alliance, ultimately leading to her demise. After being resurrected through impure reincarnation, she had grown cynical. The 4th Kazekage, seeing Yetsong's reluctance to act, Luosha's expression darkened as he commanded, "Jio Exine, Zay." Yes. The 2 youths complied obediently, particularly the one who had previously been kicked by Yushin Yueying, who rushed forward eagerly, deliberately stepping aside to trample on Yushin Yueying's hand. Such a weakling, able to strike others but collapsing from a single blow? Jingdai sighed in exasperation, bending down to pull Yushin Yueying aside. "Asuma, take him over there to lie down." With a swift motion, Jingdai executed a series of kicks, easily sending the 2 Sand Ninja youths stumbling back several steps. His mind resolute. These 2 are not formidable. Simultaneously, he whispered, "Beg her." The fierce wind generated by his rapid movements tousled Red Bean's hair, momentarily distracting her. She quickly wiped her tears and implored Yetsong, "Sister, please return my father's remains to me, will you?" Her pitiful demeanor caused Yetsong to tremble slightly. She parted her lips, only to bite them tightly. At that moment, Jingdai had re-engaged with the 2 lower ninjas, the silver glint of his kunai flashing as they clashed, producing sharp sounds. Yet he managed to steal glances at Yetsong. Observing her expression, he was certain that Red Bean's father's remains were indeed with Luosha. Furthermore, it appeared that Yetsong's chances of success had significantly increased. "Sister, speak to me. Is my father's body with that uncle? Let me see my father one last time." Red Bean became increasingly immersed in her role, her performance intensifying. Luosha's expression darkened further, and he cast a surprised glance at Jingdai, his feet shifting slightly before he halted. surveying the two directions with deep scrutiny. How audacious of the Leaf Village to resort to such tactics. Discontented, he huffed and reiterated, Yetsong, drive them away. Yetsong trembled once more, letting out a soft sigh as she offered Red Bean an apologetic look. Sister, Red Bean is so pitiable. Yet this time, her plea fell on deaf ears. Yetsong chose to uphold her obligations, swiftly moving behind Jingdai, raising her slender right leg for a horizontal kick. Jingdai's gaze sharpened. PFF. As Yitsong's kick struck Jingdai, it transformed into a spray of water, yet Yitsong was not asthma. With remarkable agility, he evaded the attack from behind, delivering an elbow strike that collided with Jingdai's palm. Jingdai grasped firmly, but Yitsong seemed to have anticipated this, twisting his body and executing a spinning maneuver, raising one leg high to press heavily against Jingdai's shoulder. Bang! Jingdai stumbled slightly, enduring the blow, and with a swift motion, he seized Yitsong's slender calf. Yitsong's pupils constricted as he twisted again, aiming a kick at Jingdai's face. Crack! Jingdai once more caught her ankle, with one hand on her leg. He leaned back to throw her down. Crack! A wooden post shattered under the force. In the rapid exchange, Yitsong employed the substitution technique, her real body charging in from the side to land a kick on Jingdai, who had not yet regained his upright stance. Whoosh! Jingdai vanished once more, dissolving into water. This was a dire situation. He rejoined Hong Do, swiftly adjusting his bangs, muttering in frustration, I might not be able to defeat her. Even if I could, it would take time, and Asma and Hong can't handle the other two. Your cousin is truly useless. Hong Do reflexively flinched. Was it really her cousin who was useless, or were you and this sister simply too formidable? She could barely discern the two silhouettes clashing, unable to perceive when they employed the substitution technique amidst their combat. The well-informed Asma was equally astonished. He was certain that an average Chunin could not match the prowess of either combatant, as evidenced by Hong Do's cousin, who lay against the wall. Was there really such strength among the genin from Sunagakure participating in the joint Chunin exam? Moreover, Jingdai seemed significantly stronger than during the practical exercises. Yitsong brushed aside her orange bangs that partially obscured her vision. Somewhat surprised, you must be one of the strongest genin from Konohagakure. Will you be participating in the joint Chunin exam in October? Oh no. I can't claim to be the strongest genin from Konoha, Jingdai exclaimed, waving his hands in fright. I'm still a student at the Ninja Academy. A Ninja Academy student? Yitsong was taken aback. It was hard to believe that Jingdai, who could defeat two genin simultaneously, was still in school. How old are you? Just shy of 9, 2 months away. 8 years old. Luo Sha, standing at the doorway, focused intently. There had been no mention of this boy in Sunagakure's intelligence reports. Although he was not yet as capable as Yitsong, she was 11, and at 8, she was far from being Chunin level. A talent rarely seen in Sunagakure had been so easily overshadowed by a child from Konoha. Yitsong's expression became complex for a moment before she sighed softly, Please leave. Do not cause a disturbance at our Sunagakure encampment. Hong Do quickly whimpered, Sister. Yitsong closed her eyes, refusing to look. Asma leaned closer to Jingdai. What if I? Jingdai gently shook his head, signaling otherwise. So it has failed? No. Jingdai nudged Hong Do's shoulder with his elbow and turned to Yitsong. Pleading, Sister, we can leave. But could you tell us if Uncle Si Ye's remains are truly in your possession, as we have been informed? Yitsong opened her eyes, hesitating slightly. Luo Sha's gaze darkened. Yitsong, can you not even disclose this? Upon receiving the cue, Hong Do recalled her previous instructions and, with a trembling voice, implored, Sister, I merely wish to know whether father has returned. Even if I never see him again in this lifetime, it would suffice to know that at this moment, he is near to me. Rosa, Zhe Jushin, close the door. Yitsong sighed softly and turned to Rosa, saying, My lord Rosa, please return her father's remains to her. What nonsense are you spouting, Yitsong? Rosa's demeanor darkened, and Jingdai sensed the ground beneath him shifting, realizing they had reached the limit of the confrontation. Rosa was furious. Thus, Jingdai shouted desperately, Help. In an instant, 2 figures clad in umbu attire appeared on either side, swiftly quelling the disturbance. My lord Rosa, please accompany us to the Hokage, one of the umbu stated. Rosa's expression was as dark as a stormy sea, glaring at Yitsong with ire. Yitsong's face flickered with confusion and several emotions before he cast an annoyed glance at Jingdai. Jingdai, however, wore an innocent and unblemished smile. Mitsuyuki Mikage felt as though he had awakened from a nightmare. In his dream, he had been struck down by a junior shinobi 2 years his junior, flung across the ground, and dragged for several meters, his body aflame with pain. Blurrily opening his eyes, he gasped, realizing this was no dream. What was I doing? Demanding my uncle's remains? Oh no. He scrambled to his feet, feeling along the wall, and turned to find a standoff before him, which eased his anxiety somewhat. The opposing parties comprised Hongdo and her 3 companions, facing off against 3 lower-ranking shinobi from the Sand Village. It appeared he had merely been caught off guard, dazed for several seconds, and still had time to recover. Remembering how he had been knocked out by the Sand Village's female shinobi in front of Hongdo and the others, a mix of embarrassment and irritation flushed over his face, chastising himself for being so careless and underestimating the opponent's speed. Thankfully, there was still a chance for redemption. He burst forth, declaring, "Leave this to me." Huh. Zheng Dai was momentarily taken aback. Yi Tsong furrowed her brow. After all, Mitsuyuki Mikage was a chunin, albeit the lowest rank, yet when he put his mind to it, he could hold his own against Yi Tsong for a few exchanges. After a few exchanges, bang, bang, pow, bang, crash, duong. Mitsuyuki Mikage fell, bruised and battered. Hongdo gasped in confusion, "Cousin." Zheng Dai's mouth twitched as he silently lit a candle for Mitsuyuki Mikage and expressed heartfelt gratitude. As Rosa was taken away by the 2 Umbu, Yi Tsong, having just come to terms with the situation, was irate but found relief in venting her frustration, significantly reducing her own peril. Indeed, once Yi Tsong had let out her anger, her previously tense expression softened considerably as she pointed at the fallen Mitsuyuki Mikage, asking, "He is a lower-ranking ninja from Konoha, isn't he?" "He is a chunin." Yi Tsong was taken aback. How could the ranking of Konoha's ninjas be so capricious? After a moment's pause, her gaze shifted between the innocently smiling Zheng Dai and the tear-streaked face of Hongdo. She inquired, "You all were merely acting before?" Zheng Dai blinked and looked at Hongdo. Understanding her cue, Hongdo choked back her emotions, saying, "How could that be? I truly appreciate your help, sister." She harbored no fondness for the ninja from Sand Village who had slain her father, yet found it impossible to entirely despise Yakura, who had rendered her considerable assistance. Her gratitude being sincere, Yakura paused briefly, glancing past her, his gaze landing on Asuma and Hong, detecting a hint of unease. And he let out a soft sigh before turning back to inquire, "Joexine, Zay, do you believe I am truly as naive as Lord Raza claims?" The 2 youths exchanged glances, one of them hesitantly murmuring, "Well, just a tad, but it's rather endearing. Do not comfort me. The village is likely to suffer significant losses due to my actions, is it not? Upon our return, I willingly accept any punishment." A flicker of sympathy crossed Hong's face as she opened her mouth to speak, but Zheng Dai quickly gestured for her to remain silent. Yakura astutely perceived this and, with a resigned shake of his head, turned to Zheng Dai, saying, "So, I've been seen through, huh? It seems those earlier words were all your design?" Zheng Dai smiled enigmatically, feigning ignorance. Hong blinked in confusion, suddenly awakening to the realization that this older sister had been acting as well. Goodness! A shiver of apprehension coursed through her. She had nearly agreed to a substantial compensation in her capacity as the head of the Mitashi clan. She had thought her to be a benevolent older sister, only to discover that, like Zheng Dai, she was equally cunning. Zheng Dai, too, felt a twinge of surprise, but soon comprehended. While Yakura may be somewhat naive, she was by no means foolish. Otherwise, she could not have ascended to the rank of S-class ninja at such a tender age. Quick to adapt, yet unfortunately, she had chosen to showcase her prowess before someone like him. "You certainly do not resemble an 8-year-old, Yakura continued. "Our previous encounter was constrained by the environment. I could not unleash my full strength, and I presume you were similarly limited. Shall we find another location and engage in a rematch?" Was this an attempt to land a few blows as a means of reparation? With the outcome uncertain, Asuma quietly urged caution. Given Zheng Dai's prudence, she initially intended to flatly refuse, but hesitated. The elaborate ruse devised to retrieve the remains of Hong's father had faltered due to Yakura, yet had succeeded because of her, leaving her with a small debt of gratitude. Zheng Dai certainly did not wish to subject herself to punishment as recompense, nor did she believe she would undoubtedly be defeated by Yakura. After all, the advantage of information was substantial, and as long as she could guard against Yakura's flame release, the 11-year-old was not overwhelmingly formidable. Zheng Dai merely pondered the image of Yakura, years later, tragically pierced by countless kunai in battle. Her heart heavy with an unshakable sense of dread. Should she take action? Originally, this matter was merely a regret of a Naruto fan. But now it intertwined with a rather intricate web of relationships. Yakura had perished due to the machinations of the fourth Kazekage, Raza, and today, Yakura had deeply offended Raza through their actions, potentially sowing the seeds of calamity. Enough, Yakura declared, observing Zheng Dai's indecision. You all should leave. Take this fellow with you. This could be a strategic retreat or a genuine desire to spare them further discomfort. Zheng Dai did not scrutinize her motives too closely, stepping forward to say, travel 2 kilometers southwest, and you will find a forest training ground. Let us spar there, and I hope Yakura will show mercy. Yakura stood in astonishment, as did the others. Hong whispered, hey, Zheng Dai, have a bit of faith in me. I can win. Zheng Dai turned around and said, you, along with Hong and Asuma, should carry your cousin back. I will find you later. Yitsong pursed her lips, pondering the possibility of victory. She then replied, Jushinze, you stay here and wait for Lord Luosha. Inform him of my whereabouts. I shall return shortly to offer my apologies. 2 minutes later, Zheng Dai and Yitsong walked in tandem towards the southwestern forest, engaging in casual conversation. Are you truly only 8 years old? I swear on my hair. Zheng Dai stood slightly taller than her, naturally poised. Your abilities do not resemble those of a mere academy student. You are inherently exceptional. Your manner of speaking and acting also belies your age, she added, recognizing his innate intelligence. Yitsong paused, speechless, and remarked, your audacity does not seem characteristic of an 8-year-old. Haha, I am simply naturally thick-skinned, he retorted. Yitsong chuckled. Do not think that your playful banter will earn you any leniency. You can still back out now. Zheng Dai smiled. I shall take this seriously as well. Yitsong shook her head inwardly, unaware that Zheng Dai was fully cognizant of her bloodline limit and had already devised numerous strategies to counter her scorching techniques. The simplest approach was to prevent her from utilizing them altogether. Minutes later, they arrived near a cluster of wooden stakes. Leaf Hurricane. Leaf Great Whirlwind. 500 repetitions of Leaf Hurricane, or 1,000 instances of Leaf Rising Dragon Strike, if you cannot. The green creature persistently kicked at the wooden stakes. Drawing Yitsong's attention, she stammered, Is this how you Leaf Ninjas train? Is he a genin? Oh, pay no mind to him. He is a classmate of mine, not quite mentally sound, rather unique. Let us venture deeper and avoid disturbing him. Classmate? Yitsong was rendered speechless once more. After a few more minutes, she pointed to a figure scaling a sheer cliff face with one hand, stating in a monotone voice, What about that one? Ah, him? Also a classmate, just a useless one, no need to focus on him. Let us move along, perhaps we can engage beneath him. Zheng Dai felt a thrill. Kakashi was unexpectedly training here, a serendipitous discovery. Perhaps he could provoke him a little? Yitsong, having been stimulated, recalled her teacher's words. She could not afford to be careless. Among the Leaf S genin, there might be those who could best her in the Chunin exams, and she needed to be fully prepared. Kakashi, panting heavily after completing his third cliff ascent of the afternoon, sat atop the peak to catch his breath. As he gazed at the increasingly dimming sky, he resolved to jog home for a rest. At that moment, he detected faint movements from below. Could there be others in this secluded area? Kakashi, intrigued, looked down, his expression sharpening. Was that Zheng Dai? And who was the female ninja sparring with him? Were they merely practicing? After a few seconds of observation, Kakashi's demeanor grew serious. Both participants were formidable, and Zheng Dai had evidently grown much stronger. At the cliff's base, after several exchanges of blows, Zheng Dai and Yitsong faced each other, assessing each other's taijutsu prowess. Zheng Dai possessed slightly greater strength and a higher level of taijutsu, yet Yitsong's speed was remarkable. A pure physical confrontation could easily devolve into a protracted struggle. Ultimately, Zheng Dai might prevail due to his endurance, or he could find himself presented with an opening and be taken down in a single sequence. The outcome was essentially a 50-50 proposition. However, this was not merely a contest of physical skill. Yitsong's hand reached back, slightly nodding to politely inform Zheng Dai that she was about to employ a kunai. Zheng Dai also reached back. Whoosh! A flash of cold light flickered. Before Yitsong's arm finished its motion, the kunai she threw seemed to transcend space, its icy gleam arriving first, swiftly reaching Zheng Dai's eyes. Ping! A crisp sound echoed as Zheng Dai calmly swung his arm, using his own kunai to block, deflecting Yitsong's kunai upward, causing it to spin and fall. Yi Tsong's right hand reversed to grasp another kunai, rushing forward with great speed. Zheng Dai's left hand shot up to catch the descending kunai, both hands swinging in unison. Yi Tsong adeptly contorted her body into a unique shape while dodging the two kunai. Seizing the opportunity, Zheng Dai quickly formed hand seals. Water release, water clone technique. An identical version of him materialized beside him, arms outstretched, lunging towards Yi Tsong. Yi Tsong, momentarily taken aback, thrust her kunai, causing the water clone to burst into droplets. In the fleeting moment the water splashed obscured her vision, Zheng Dai, kunai in hand, slipped through the water and accurately penetrated Yi Tsong's body. Boom. Yi Tsong had already secretly utilized a substitution technique, transforming into a wooden stump, her figure reappearing behind Zheng Dai with a kunai poised for a backstab. Whoosh. Zheng Dai also transformed into water droplets. A wave of substitution techniques ensued, and the two stood facing each other once more. No, three figures. Zheng Dai had once again produced a water clone, resembling twin brothers, mirroring the same movements as they fixed their gaze upon Yi Tsong. Yi Tsong's orange-tinted eyes darted back and forth, assessing the two Zheng Dais. This time, Zheng Dai did not summon the water clone in her presence, rendering her momentarily unable to discern which was the original and which was the clone. At that moment, one of the Zheng Dais lunged towards her again. Another attempt at the same move? No. Was this the original or the clone? Yi Tsong, on high alert, retaliated, piercing the Zheng Dai with a splash of water. It was a clone. Is he truly employing the same tactic? Does he possess an abundance of chakra? Such wastefulness? A flurry of thoughts raced through her mind as Yi Tsong opted to change her strategy. Facing the kunai hidden within the water spray, she sidestepped, then countered with a horizontal strike. Whoosh. The second Zheng Dai also transformed into water droplets. Yi Tsong's pupils constricted. Both were clones? Where was the original? This is bad. Above her, clinging to a cliff approximately 5 meters high, Zheng Dai leaped down to strike. Yi Tsong felt a fierce wind rushing overhead. There was no time to form a substitution seal or evade, so she twisted her body into a half-crouch, bracing her elbow to absorb Zheng Dai's powerful kick. Boom. A muffled groan escaped her lips, and after rolling to unload the force, she sprang to her feet, her right arm trembling from receiving Zheng Dai's full weight and maximum strength in a single blow. Before she could catch her breath, Zheng Dai's next assault surged towards her, leaving her with no choice but to endure once more. Boom, 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 ugh. After 3 consecutive heavy strikes, pain flickered across Yi Tsong's face as she was sent flying to the ground. Gritting her teeth, she hurled the kunai with her somewhat weakened arm, hoping to force Zheng Dai to evade and buy herself some time. However, Zheng Dai merely slid his right hand, launching a kunai that collided perfectly with the one Yi Tsong had thrown, both flying into the air. Zheng Dai's speed remained undiminished. Leaf Hurricane. Having just witnessed this move from Kai, Zheng Dai executed it flawlessly, leaping into the air and sweeping his leg in a whirlwind kick aimed directly at Yi Tsong's chest. Yi Tsong crossed her arms in defense. Bang! After several somersaults to dissipate the force, Yi Tsong found herself in a half-kneeling position, one leg forward and the other back, her arms hanging limply. A frown creased her brow, a reflection of the pain she felt. She was inwardly vexed. This carelessness could lead to defeat before she even had the chance to employ her scorch release. However, contrary to her expectations, Zheng Dai's subsequent series of attacks did not materialize, allowing Yi Tsong to exhale in relief. Straightening her posture, she furrowed her brow and gazed at the halted Zheng Dai. Why did he stop? Zheng Dai adjusted his hairstyle, suppressing his joy. Just moments earlier, 2 lines of notifications had flashed before his eyes. Kakashi's correction rate had risen to 96, granting him 3 additional attribute points, which interrupted his offensive. Noticing Yi Tsong's apparent dissatisfaction, he pondered for a moment and said, "Should we continue? I believe I have already won. If we keep fighting, my sister's arm might just give out." Yi Tsong frowned, twisting her arm and wincing at the pain, revealing a large bruise near her elbow. Gritting her teeth, she moved her arm, her expression shifting as she finally sighed. "Indeed, I had no effective countermeasures just now. Continuing would only increase the likelihood of my defeat. It seems I have lost, having carelessly allowed you to seize the opportunity." She felt a deep sense of regret. Her true capabilities had not been showcased. Falling victim to Zheng Dai's 2 water clones and being relentlessly pummeled, with the outcome determined in a mere 2 minutes. Yet, such is the nature of ninja combat. Even a jonin may fall to a genin due to a moment of negligence. A loss is a loss, and she could only attribute it to her insufficient combat experience, taking it as a lesson learned. Unexpectedly, Zheng Dai remarked, "Sister, you appear quite unwilling to accept defeat. Surely, you have formidable jutsu yet to be unleashed? Let us consider the first match as my victory, but if possible, shall we have another round?" Yitsong paused momentarily. Very well. Zheng Dai braced himself for the next confrontation. She thought to herself, defeat is defeat. Engaging in a second match would only bring me further embarrassment. Don't be like that. What is there to be embarrassed about? I wish to witness your ultimate techniques, Zheng Dai encouraged earnestly. After much hesitation, Yitsong, seeing the sincerity in his expression, finally nodded. Then be cautious. Raising her arms, she formed the ram seal, causing the air around her to heat up rapidly, with sparks igniting faintly in the diagonal front. The sparks began to expand. Scorch release, water bullet. Zheng Dai took the initiative. A surging wave of water rushed toward her, leaving Yitsong stunned and wide-eyed as she hastily dodged. Konoha Great Whirlwind. Bang. Uffed. After a clumsy leap, she crashed heavily to the ground, staring silently at the sky, yearning for tranquility. Wasn't it my jutsu you wished to witness? What am I truly sparring against? Kakashi's correction rate, 97. Kakashi's correction rate, 98. Another 2 lines of subtitles flashed by, and Zheng Dai beamed with delight. Suddenly realizing, he asked, "Sister, are you all right?" "I'm sorry, I got a bit anxious. This round doesn't count. Let us try again. I promise not to interrupt your jutsu this time." "Get lost." "Huh." Yitsong sighed, sitting up and repeating, "I said get lost. I no longer wish to engage with you, and I hope I do not have to see you again." "Sister Yitsong, are you truly not going to fight anymore?" Zheng Dai, half squatting in front of her, implored with a hint of reluctance. "Just one last match?" "Just one." Kakashi's correction level had reached an impressive 98. Zheng Dai, eager to capitalize on this momentum, sought to provoke him further, as it was rare to find a worthy opponent like Yitsong. However, Yitsong firmly refused, uttering a curt "get lost." She trembled slightly, lifting her arm to inspect her elbows, noting that the bruises now matched symmetrically. Zheng Dai also noticed this, feeling a twinge of embarrassment as he adjusted his neatly styled hair and plopped down on the opposite side of Yitsong. "Fine, if you don't want to fight, we won't," he conceded. Yitsong glanced up at him with a sideways glare. "Aren't you leaving? Weren't you supposed to find that little girl? Hongdo? It's fine to go there later. But what about you?" Zheng Dai pondered how to articulate his thoughts. "Me? Well, I noticed a dark aura around your forehead." He patted his own hair before continuing. "Sister, please don't take offense, but your team leader, the Jonin, seems rather unapproachable, motivated solely by self-interest. You've crossed him this time, so tread carefully." Yitsong frowned, falling into a contemplative silence. For now, he would refrain from acting out, as he needed her to perform well in the Chunin exams. But whether he would undermine her in the future remained uncertain. Zheng Dai stood up, brushing off his clothes. "It's not my place to say too much. Just keep your guard up. Be cautious with his orders from now on. You know the way back, right?" "Yes." "Then farewell." Zheng Dai turned, casting a sidelong glance at the cliff's edge before striding away. Once his figure vanished from sight, Yitsong rose and sighed. Participating in the Chunin exams and allowing a mere student to win 2 rounds. Should I be wary of Jonin Rasha? He truly is a child. And yet he can be so manipulative. At the cliff's edge, Kakashi stood, feeling the cool breeze, hesitating until Yitsong's silhouette nearly disappeared into the woods, before calling out, "Please wait a moment." Over 20 minutes later, Zheng Dai returned to the Yashirashi clan grounds. The gate was ajar, and the door of the house directly facing it was also open. Standing outside the gate, he peered inside, taking in the makeshift altar, where a white cloth covered a body on a wooden bed. How long had it been? The remains had been returned, and the altar was already prepared? This was astonishingly efficient. Taken aback by the scene, Zheng Dai hesitated, unsure if he should enter. At that moment, Hongdo seemed to catch sight of him from within and rushed out, tears still glistening in her eyes. "Zheng Dai, why aren't you coming in? Who won between you and that sister?" "Of course I won. Asuma and Hongdo have left, right? The people inside are all your family. It wouldn't be appropriate for me to intrude. I'll pay my respects to uncle and be on my way," Zheng Dai replied. "What's inappropriate about it? Thanks to you, my father was able to return home safely." Hongdo sniffled. "Thank you. Truly thank you. No need for thanks. Just make sure to give me detailed feedback when you taste my tofu balls in a couple of days, Zheng Dai replied, straightening his hair to appear more serious. You should try the sweet ones too. Yes. Hong Do nodded vigorously. A sudden barrage of notifications and the acquisition of 3 attribute points left Zheng Dai bewildered. Had he said something particularly noteworthy just now? Could it be that his selfless assistance and unreciprocated demeanor endeared him to Hong Do? This unexpected turn of events was rather surprising. It was not until much later that he realized Hong Do had astutely perceived his intention to encourage her fondness for sweet delicacies. Although the reasons eluded him, the 2 instances of aid he had provided made her willing to give it a try. Surrounded by Hong Do's numerous relatives, Zheng Dai conducted a ritual and learned that due to the commotion he had caused with Hong Do, Konoha had merely compensated with 3 million ryo to reclaim her father's remains. 3 million ryo was a trifling sum for Asuma, and a mere trifle for the village and even the clan, easily manageable by the Yusho family. He had unwittingly offended the future 4th Kazekage, and he would need to tread carefully henceforth. As he strolled home, these thoughts occupied his mind. Upon his return, he was promptly yanked into the bathroom by Aunt Shio, whose thigh was as wide as 20 centimeters. Little Zheng Dai, look at you, covered in dust. Hurry up and take a shower. Change out of those dirty clothes, and I'll wash them tonight. Reluctantly, he stripped and stepped into the bathroom, scrubbing off the grime while accessing his attribute panel. He remained a genin at level 24, yet his attribute points had increased to 12. After a moment's contemplation, he allocated 5 points into his throwing technique. Template, Genin 34 Throwing Technique Level 2 1002 Current template limit reached free attribute points. 7, just 1 more point was needed. Zheng Dai turned off the shower, applied a bit of shampoo, and realized he had ample attribute points this time. However, the advantage of real skills was substantial. Not only did they have a higher level cap by 2, but each attribute point could elevate them by 50, significantly outpacing the secondary skills. Zheng Dai's aspiration was to achieve full marks in all subjects for the special reward mentioned by the 3rd Hokage during the graduation assessment. As the foamy shampoo cascaded down with the water, he closed his eyes yet could still visualize the attribute panel seemingly reflected on his retina, scanning back and forth. To achieve full marks, he needed to reserve 8 points, and he was still a bit short. If the special reward spoken of by the 3rd Hokage was not worth those 8 attribute points, wouldn't that mean a loss for him? He gently massaged his scalp with his fingertips, pondering the need to seize an opportunity to confirm whether the reward was indeed a technique from the Book of Seals. Before that, he aimed to learn on his own, hoping to save 2 or 3 points in simpler subjects. Turning off the water, Zheng Dai grabbed a towel to dry off. After dressing in clean clothes, he stood before the mirror to comb his hair. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed a heap of dirty laundry, and an idea struck him. Water release, water clone technique. An identical version of himself materialized beside him. Zheng Dai blinked and remarked, as a water clone adept in aquatic combat. Isn't it only logical for you to handle the laundry? Quite reasonable, the water clone replied. Exuding a sense of reluctant compliance as it adjusted its bangs in the mirror, Zheng Dai, with a hint of annoyance, shoved it aside. Enough with the grooming. Get to work. He then called out, Aunt Shio, I'll wash the clothes myself. Don't worry, I'll ensure they are spotless. Little Zheng Dai is truly remarkable. Of course. Zheng Dai muttered under his breath. Did you hear that? She thinks I'm great. Now, wash those clothes thoroughly. Yes, the clone replied. As the water clone began its tasks, Zheng Dai found himself lost in thought. Although the water clone was not as effective as the shadow clone, it shared the same memories. Suddenly, a barrage of notifications interrupted his contemplation. What is going on? If you have the skill, come again. At the cliff's edge. Yitsong chuckled. I almost lost to a student from Konoha Ninja Academy for the 2nd time. Are the ninja students from Konoha all monsters? Opposite her, Kakashi lay on the ground, gazing at the drifting clouds, the pain in his body preventing him from rising immediately. After a moment, he inquired, Is there a significant gap between Zheng Dai and me? Yitsong brushed her hair back and replied, No wonder you suddenly called for a match. You want to defeat that guy? Is he your target? Yes. Then you must put in more effort. The difference between you is considerable. In ninjutsu, throwing techniques, and physical skills, you are inferior to him. Though each aspect may not differ greatly, cumulatively, you are certainly not his match. Don't be deceived by the fact that you nearly defeated me. It's because that fellow's kick still aches, and I'm hesitant to exert myself with both arms. Is that so? I understand now. Kakashi said as he pushed himself up. Thank you. Of course, Yitsong nodded in acceptance, suddenly hesitating, silently mocking herself for harboring such self-defeating thoughts. Nevertheless, it was quite an amusing notion. Do you practice here every day? It's rather secluded. I'll be staying in Konoha for another 2 months. I plan to train here as well. You won't mind, will you? What? Of course not, Kakashi replied. Taken aback. The water clone, adept at combat in water, kept its attire impeccably clean, earning praise from Aunt Shio. Thus, the following morning, Zheng Dai declared. Water release, water clone technique. Zheng Dai mused, as a water clone skilled in aquatic combat, isn't it reasonable for you to practice cooking for me? The water clone replied, is that reasonable? Doesn't tea cooking require water? Indeed, quite reasonable. That evening, Zheng Dai commanded, water release, water clone technique. Clone, come here and massage my shoulders. After that, tidy up the house. Is that reasonable? The clone questioned. Zheng Dai responded, ensuring my main body is relaxed and joyful and has ample training time allows me to utilize the water clone more persistently and diligently. Is that not reasonable? Quite reasonable. The next day, Zheng Dai instructed, go practice your culinary skills, help Aunt Shio tidy up when you get tired, and read after that. Understood, the clone affirmed. I promise. You say it's good? You're thoughtful. I'll do my best. I'll go train now. Get lost. Over a month later, at the home of Hongdo, she held a skewer, savoring a golden, crispy tofu ball, emitting a comfortable yet somewhat unrefined hum. Beside her, Hong glanced at Hongdo with exasperation, yet also indulged in a ball himself with a look of enjoyment. Ugh, I can't eat anymore, Hongdo sighed after swallowing, patting her small belly, gazing at the remaining balls on her plate with a hint of distress. Her current state was, stomach, I'm full, eating more will make me burst. Mouth, I'm not full, I can still eat. Throat, how about we save some for later? All right, sounds good, Hongdo agreed. Zheng Dai, your culinary skills are improving remarkably. When you open a restaurant in the future, you'll surely make a fortune. Sure, when I can no longer be a ninja. I'll open a restaurant, Zheng Dai replied with a smile. The sweet flavor of the red bean balls has become readily acceptable. Yet the adjustment level has stagnated at 50 for nearly a week, hitting a bottleneck. Over the past month, his water clone has diligently practiced culinary skills, significantly elevating its proficiency to level 4. This 4th level appears to be a threshold, distinctly different from the 3rd. In the words of the red bean connoisseur, I, the red bean, shall proclaim you the strongest chef of the Hidden Leaf Village. Although this may be an exaggeration, it is true that the Hidden Leaf Village, being merely a ninja village, likely has very few individuals who possess culinary skills as high as this. With such exceptional culinary abilities to rely upon, the red bean's adjustment level has been steadily rising, and now, whether the dish is sweet or spicy, it matters not. However, this remarkable culinary skill has also led to the adjustment level being stuck at the halfway mark of 50, unable to progress further. Nevertheless, the current situation does not concern Zheng Dai. After all, the red bean is quite different from Kakashi. While Kakashi has succumbed to despair, his rehabilitation is entirely justified. The red bean, on the other hand, merely has a preference for flavors, and from a friend's perspective, Zheng Dai feels that a balance of 70% sweet to 30% spicy would be perfectly acceptable. This way, not only would he earn attribute points, but the red bean's dietary habits would also remain healthy. If he were to completely shift to sweet foods, well, let us not dwell on that. Although such a shift would result in a significant loss of attribute points and prevent the achievement of a perfect score, Zheng Dai does not wish to adjust merely for the sake of adjusting. Moreover, once he graduates and interacts with more people, he is bound to discover others in need of adjustment, making it futile to fixate on a singular issue. Here, take this. The red bean produced a 50-tael banknote and handed it to Zheng Dai, contemplating, I've had red bean balls for 2 days. Let us change the flavor tomorrow. Red bean. Tomorrow is September 1st, Hong reminded nearby. The red bean paused, disheartened. So soon? Does that mean I can only enjoy your cooking on weekends? Seeing her despondent expression, Zheng Dai smiled and adjusted his hairstyle. I can prepare bento boxes. Ah, what a splendid idea. Hong's expression turned slightly awkward, and then she shyly asked, may I have one as well? Of course, Zheng Dai replied thoughtfully, pondering, should I consider making large quantities to sell at school? No. I am not here to become a culinary god in the world of Naruto. A few minutes later, Zheng Dai left the Yusho clan's premises, carrying a food container. Upon returning home, he saw his water clone, adorned with an apron, sweeping the floor. He nodded in satisfaction and retreated to his room. Having a diligent and sensible water clone has saved Zheng Dai a considerable amount of time and effort. Although each time he dispels the clone, the memories of its labor slightly dampen his mood. He quickly recovers, finding joy in the process. Since the advent of his water clone, the most notable change has been Aunt Xiao's noticeable weight gain. At his desk, Zheng Dai organized the numerous books scattered across its surface and opened his attribute panel. After scanning it several times, he felt a tinge of frustration. The Einstein-esque hairstyle was proving troublesome to manage. If it weren't for that confounded Naruto manuscript, he might have been able to challenge himself to achieve perfect scores across all subjects without using attribute points. Truly, I am a genius. Outside the door, the water clone paused its sweeping and cast a silent glance in his direction. Meanwhile, beneath the southwestern precipice, Yitsong breathed heavily, a smile gracing his lips. Truly, Konoha is remarkable. I nearly found myself bested by a mere ninja trainee for the second time. Your progress is astonishing. Opposite him, Kakashi sheathed his short blade, adjusted his mask, and replied with a shake of his head, "You have yet to utilize your bloodline limit. I appreciate your guidance during this period." Yitsong chuckled lightly, feigning confusion. Why express gratitude towards me? I ought to thank you instead for sparring with me, as it has significantly enhanced my skills. With the upcoming Chunin exams, I am now more confident in facing your genin. Kakashi paused, observing Yitsong's twinkling eyes, and with a resigned shift of topic, he inquired, "Am I still far behind Zheng Dai?" Well, Yitsong pondered for a moment. A little over a month ago, he might not have stood a chance against you. That fellow has his own brand of mischief. Have you only just caught up to him from a month ago? Kakashi murmured, gazing up at the cliff. Are we climbing again? Let us take a break and converse. You won't be coming by tomorrow when school starts, will you? I shall visit in the evening. At the Hyuga clan's estate, Hyuga Shoji stood before a human-shaped target, focusing his mind. One hand thrust forward, the other raised back. 8 trigrams, 1 palm. 2 palms. 4 palms. 8 palms. 16 palms. 32 palms. Upon finishing his training, his breath remained steady. A stark contrast to the labored gasps he experienced over a month prior after merely 8 palms. 32 palms. That should suffice to teach that commoner a lesson. He suppressed his excitement and deeply bowed, expressing, "Thank you for your guidance during this time, Lord Hisashi. I have succeeded." "Indeed, commendable." Hisashi nodded slightly. "I have witnessed your efforts. Tomorrow, go and defeat that child." "Yes." "Continue your training. Do not be complacent." "Yes." Hisashi nodded and turned, a flicker of unusual light momentarily flashing in his pure white eyes. On September 1st, 41 years into the era of Konoha, early morning arrived. Alas, I still haven't mastered the water clone technique. My chakra reserves are insufficient, and my endurance is lacking. If only I could send a water clone to school in my stead. After meticulously arranging his hairstyle in front of the mirror, Zheng Dai slung his large backpack over his shoulder, bidding farewell to Aunt Xiao before heading to school. The previous night, his water clone had studied late, leaving him feeling fatigued and causing him to rise later than usual. Preparing 3 lunches consumed a considerable amount of time, and fixing his hair took a while as well. By the time he arrived at class, most of his classmates were already present. Amidst the uniform gazes directed at him, Zheng Dai raised his hand in greeting, "Good morning, classmates." He promptly disregarded Kakashi's profound gaze, Shioji's piercing stare, Hong's eager look, Asuma's melancholic expression, and Obito's playful demeanor, returning to his seat. From being a mere shadow in the class to becoming the center of attention, he felt a flush of embarrassment. Stifling a chuckle, Zheng Dai stuffed his backpack filled with textbooks onto his desk and sat patiently. A few minutes later, the plump figure of teacher Oki entered the classroom. "Good morning, students. I trust you are all present." "Good morning, teacher." The classroom quieted as Oki surveyed the room, satisfied with the students' vibrant spirits. It seems the break was not squandered. He waved a stack of papers in his hand and declared, "As per tradition, we shall begin by selecting elective courses." As the forms were distributed, Daiki continued, "Students, choose wisely. You are already third-year students, and you are well acquainted with the graduation regulations of the Ninja Academy, so I shall refrain from elaborating further. Additionally, I must emphasize that the final examinations for this semester will take place on December 23rd and 24th, with the results to be announced on the 28th and 29th. Those who have accrued sufficient credits may apply for graduation once the grades are released. By the way, I must inquire, None of you wish to apply for graduation at this moment, do you? Upon hearing this, the gaze of the students shifted towards the front of the classroom, where the student being observed had become the center of attention, a stark contrast to the previous years when he merely watched others. Daiki scanned the room and suddenly cleared his throat. No one, I presume? Excellent. It is only upon becoming a ninja that you will truly appreciate the happiness of studying at this academy. Pay attention to the distribution of credits when filling out the forms, and it would be wise to avoid focusing too narrowly on any particular subject. Regadai silently picked up his pen and marked a large next to the study of past Hokages, lifting the form to show Daiki. Satisfied, Daiki nodded but then realized, with a hint of embarrassment, that he shot Regadai an irritated glance. Hurry and complete your forms. With little to fill out, Regadai opted to select all subjects, including the final question regarding his intent to graduate this academic year. When Daiki collected the forms, he was not particularly surprised. Good, everyone is finished. Let us begin the lesson. The lengthy and tedious course on the philosophies of the ninja way specific to the land of fire commenced. Regadai chose to study independently, benefiting from the privileges of being a diligent student, which Daiki allowed without protest. As the morning swiftly passed, the bell rang for lunch. Regadai retrieved 2 lunchboxes from his backpack, just as a figure stepped in front of him. Don't leave after school. Meet me at the training ground. The same person. The same words. This felt like a repeat of yesterday, but now Hinata Shishiro regarded Regadai with much more gravity, while Regadai, who had been summoned for a duel, felt less disconcerted. All right. Anticipating this confrontation, Regadai readily agreed. Hinata nodded and added, no trickery to bring Obito along. Trick me? Where to? Obito's voice suddenly emerged from behind Hinata, startling him. He quickly composed himself, casting a nonchalant glance at Obito before walking away. How puzzling, Obito muttered, glancing at Regadai as he was about to speak when he noticed the lunchboxes in Regadai's hands. Oh, did you bring 2 meals? Is the other one for me? Splendid. I admire your unshakable confidence. Regadai was about to respond when the clear, exuberant voice of Azuki rang from the classroom doorway. Regadai, did you bring lunch? Obito turned in astonishment, and the students who remained in the classroom for lunch looked on in surprise. Regadai waved his lunchbox. Azuki beamed with delight, rushing into the third-year classroom and snatching the lunchbox from him. The third-year students were quite familiar with Azuki, who often sought out Regadai, but the nature of their interaction left them puzzled. Yet, as if somewhat shy, Azuki approached him and asked, Do you have my portion? Here, Regadai replied, handing over the second lunchbox. The classmates were bewildered, glancing towards Asuma. Asuma remained unfazed. He had grown accustomed to such occurrences during the holidays and understood Azuki's behavior. Even if he were not constrained by pride, he would still wish for Zheng Dai to bring him a meal. However, Hong's occasional reactions left him pondering whether he should pursue the path of a ninja or that of a chef. After dividing the 2 portions of food, Zheng Dai glanced at Obito and remarked with a smile, That's it. If you're not going to eat, what are you lingering here for? Obito had no retort. Zheng Dai, you have changed. At that moment, Hong Do had already opened the food container and pulled out something resembling a snow rice cake, inquiring curiously, What is this? You mentioned a change in flavor, but it certainly doesn't look spicy. Zheng Dai adjusted his bangs and explained, Spicy food is best enjoyed hot, under the current circumstances. I could only bring you snacks of different flavors for lunch. This is coarse grain yam. Would you care to try? Is that so? Hong Do, somewhat skeptical, took a small bite and, with a pleased sound, her little face lit up with delight. Indeed, the flavor was splendid. Hong also sampled a small piece, nodding in agreement. Obito swallowed nervously. Some classmates expressed doubt, wondering if it could truly be that delicious. Zheng Dai surveyed the room and, inspired, took out his own lunchbox, breaking a piece of coarse grain yam into small chunks to distribute to his classmates. Everyone, taste my culinary skills. Even Kakashi received a piece. He examined it for a moment, then, without discarding it, swiftly completed the trifecta of lifting his mask and consuming the treat, only to be astonished. The taste was, quite frankly, divine. Not only him, but apart from a few who found it unpalatable, the others looked at Zheng Dai as if they had just met him, even contemplating snatching his lunch. Obito took action without hesitation. Zheng Dai easily subdued him with one hand. The classmates calmed down. The portions are limited. Let us enjoy our own lunches and stop fixating on mine. Hey, you there, Jielin, are you still eyeing Hong Do? Is that appropriate? Jielin, taken aback, replied, Am I? Upon hearing this, Hongdo protectively cradled her lunchbox like a mother hen, turning to glare. Zheng Dai, holding his lunchbox, led Hongdo aside, smiling, "Come. Let us eat over here. We need not stoop to their level." Hongdo mumbled in response. Kakashi observed the two now eating at his table and thought, Zheng Dai is still as bothersome as ever. Why the theatrics during a meal? As for Hongdo, her expressive demeanor was endearing, and he could not fault her for it. Kakashi lowered his gaze to his own lunch, muttering to himself, perhaps I should dine outside. Nearby, Rin shot Zheng Dai an irritated glance before storming out. Obito, equally frustrated and drooling, glared at Zheng Dai before following suit. Zheng Dai adjusted his bangs and mused inwardly. Indeed, true skill lies in cooking. How delightful. Later that evening, at the ninja school's practice grounds, Hinata Hayashi remarked, "You have not cancelled again. This is commendable." He then surveyed the audience of Kakashi, Rin, Obito, Asuma, Hong, and around 20 other classmates, remaining silent for a long while. "Your confidence is commendable as well." Zheng Dai wore a look of helplessness. Initially, he had merely called out to Kakashi. Kakashi's rapport level had reached 99 a month ago. Whether from sharing lunch with him or witnessing his swift defeat of Hinata Hayashi, it was all for the thrill of the experience. Zheng Dai was eagerly anticipating the 100 strategies to defeat Kakashi, curious if there was a complete strategy package available. Little did he know, when he called out for Kakashi, Rin was already aware. Once Rin knew, Obito was informed as well. With Obito aware, the entire class soon caught wind of it. As the rumor spread, it transformed into Zheng Dai's quest for revenge, and over half the classmates gathered around. Would this instantaneous defeat of Hyuga Shisuke turn into a deadly vendetta? Leaving him in despair, Zheng Dai felt a twinge of guilt. Perhaps he should let Shisuke have 3 or 4 chances instead. However, this would diminish the thrill for Kakashi. So Zheng Dai opted to compensate with some flamboyant banter. "I am, of course, confident. Shisuke, should I defeat you today, let us end our grievances here. With my ninja abilities, those whose strength I surpass shall never again have the opportunity to surpass me. That's anyone. You stand no chance." As he spoke, he flicked his bangs to the side, directing them towards Kakashi. Kakashi's eyes twitched. Obito pondered, finding Zheng Dai's words rather impressive, perhaps something he could adopt. Meanwhile, Hyuga Shisuke's veins bulged as he activated his Byakugan, exclaiming, "Do not be so arrogant." Zheng Dai maintained his calm demeanor, smiling lightly. "Classmates, please step back. We are about to begin." The female students moved slightly behind their male counterparts, as Shisuke was about to unleash his Byakugan. At his words, a few girls gasped in surprise. Hyuga Shisuke retorted angrily, "The Byakugan only perceives the chakra pathways, bones, and the flow of chakra." Zheng Dai stood tall, his height of 156 centimeters imposing over Shisuke's 145 centimeters. He spoke in a deep tone, "Enough with the nonsense. Come at me. Who has been rambling on?" Shisuke's forehead pulsed with veins, activating his Byakugan. Compared to their last encounter, the veins on Shisuke's forehead were more pronounced, likely due to an increase in chakra, giving him a particularly fierce appearance. In contrast, Zheng Dai appeared relaxed and carefree, even scanning to see which girl had hidden and which had not. Shisuke frowned and charged forward. "You damned commoner, you will pay for underestimating me. Do you think I am still the same as before? You have no idea how diligently I have trained these past 2 months. I am no longer limited to just 4 strikes. Now, I can unleash 32. Stopping just a meter away from Zheng Dai, Shisuke thrust one hand forward and raised the other behind him, unleashing a powerful attack without hesitation. He sought a swift and decisive victory. Seeing the unexpected flicker of surprise on Zheng Dai's face, Shisuke smirked, thinking, now he is cautious. It's too late. 8 trigrams, 32 palms. 1 palm, 2 palms, 4 palms. Zheng Dai skillfully dodged the 4 strikes and landed a powerful punch on Shisuke's wrist, interrupting his flurry of attacks. Shisuke was taken aback, his eyes wide in disbelief, as Zheng Dai moved like a graceful dragon, spinning for a swift kick. With a thud, Zheng Dai landed, concluding the battle. Silence enveloped the surroundings, soon followed by a crescendo of astonished exclamations. Obito, just about to cheer for Zheng Dai, bit his tongue in surprise, wincing in pain. Stealing a glance, Zheng Dai noticed Kakashi's expression remained calm, seemingly unfazed. Had he seen my duel with Yakura? Disappointed, Zheng Dai approached Hyuga Shisuke. Hinata Shisuke lay on the ground, his chest and abdomen aching from the kick. His heart felt even heavier. as he stared vacantly at the sky, his eyes rolling back. He had only managed to unleash the 8 trigrams for palms. Could it truly be that the gap in strength had widened to such an extent that his technique could be interrupted midway? He had exerted himself sufficiently. Yet the disparity between ninjas was profoundly disheartening. Are you all right? A hand reached out before him. He shifted his gaze and grasped the hand that pulled him up. I lost, he uttered softly, turning toward the school gate, enveloped in a shroud of gloom. Zheng Dai scratched his head in distress, pondering whether to console him, though he felt ill-equipped for the task. At that moment, a green figure leaped in front of Zheng Dai, twisting its neck and shaking its hips, exclaiming, Zheng Dai, let us engage in a youthful duel. Stop it. Observing the excitedly trembling guy, Zheng Dai suddenly felt enlightened, and even Hinata Shisuke, who had not strayed far, halted his steps. The talents of Konoha were abundant, yet they possessed little resilience. The stimuli they experienced throughout their lives merely shaped their character. True strength, however, only flourishes under pressure. Yet Zheng Dai did not wish to be entangled with Guy, so he shifted the blame to Kakashi. Guy, defeat my subordinate first before challenging me. He turned to Kakashi. Would you like to spar with me again? Kakashi, slightly intrigued, resisted the urge, shaking his head as he turned away. As of now, I am not your match, but I will seek you out when the time comes. Such self-awareness. When will that time be? 10 years from now. Kakashi paid him no mind and walked away, only to be helplessly intercepted by the green figure. At the school gate, Hinata Shisuke glanced back at the commotion with a sense of detachment before departing, his expression notably softened. It was merely 2 defeats. 32 palms are insufficient. I shall master 64, or even 128. With the support of my Hinata lineage, how could I concede to a mere commoner? Half an hour later, gazing at Hinata Shisuke, who was bowing in apology, Hinata Nichiju remained silent for a long while. You claim it was merely 1 strike? Indeed, Master Nichiju. I have failed your guidance and brought shame to the Hinata clan. Rest assured, I shall double my efforts. Hinata Nichiju fell into contemplation. The following noon, Zheng Dai, accompanied by Hong Do, enjoyed a sumptuous lunch before Kakashi. Upon returning to his seat, Hinata Shisuke approached him once more. Do you wish to fight again? As it stands, I am not your match. I shall seek you out in due time. Hinata Shisuke mimicked Kakashi's earlier words. Do not leave after school. Master Nichiju wishes to see you. Zheng Dai paused, blinking in surprise as he scrutinized Hinata Shisuke's face for a while, perplexed. What is it? Your face seems free of blemishes. Hinata Shisuke was taken aback, his face flushing with embarrassment. I did not report you. I do not understand why Master Nichiju wishes to summon you. Commoner, do not presume that defeating me grants you the liberty to humiliate me at will. Zheng Dai, with a look of disdain, dodged the spittle erupting from Hinata Shisuke's mouth, suddenly breaking into laughter. Hinata Hideki remained undeterred by yesterday's defeat, maintaining his usual demeanor, referring to the commoners as if they were an entirely different species from the clan ninjas, which somehow made him appear quite endearing. However, I pondered the reason behind Hinata Hayashi's summons. After school in the evening, I followed Hinata Hideki to the Hinata clan's estate, recalling the information about Hinata Hayashi that lingered in my mind. He was Niji's father, the twin brother of the future head of the Hinata clan, Hinata Hisashi, who, due to his slightly later birth, became a branch family member, destined to live his life under the control of the main family. He should be around 20 years old this year, and his future demise was linked to the Konoha raid by the Cloud Village in the year 52, during which he willingly sacrificed himself to save the Hinata clan and the village of Konoha. Was he a seemingly stern yet gentle-hearted man? I silently assessed. As I entered the grand Hinata estate, which was far more impressive than the Yamanaka clans, we turned several corners before arriving at a large mansion. Hinata Hideki turned to me, gesturing, and then approached the door, knocking as he called out, Lord Hayashi, I have brought side-eye. There was no response. Just as I took a breath to steady myself, I felt a wave of discomfort and exhaled, twisting my body slightly, cursing inwardly. That ghostly figure was even more intrusive than Hinata Hideki's father. He hadn't even met me yet, and was already attempting to scrutinize me. Hinata Hideki, less perceptive than I, knocked again, questioning, Lord Hayashi? Inside the mansion, the veins on Hinata Hayashi's forehead began to recede as he murmured in surprise. This physique and chakra level are entirely unlike that of a commoner's child. Even my elder brother and I, at that age, were likely nowhere near his caliber. No wonder Hideki couldn't match him. How did Hideki manage to defeat him over 2 months ago? After a brief pause, he commanded, "Come in." Hinata Hideki opened the door and bowed, announcing, "Lord Hayashi, I have brought side-eye." You may leave now, Hideki." "Yes." Hinata Hideki departed, and I slowly stepped inside, my gaze sweeping the room, where I noticed not only Hinata Hayashi, but also a young boy of about 5 or 6 standing nearby. The boy, clad in a school uniform, seemed somewhat familiar, likely a first or second grader, having arrived before both myself and Hideki. I then turned my attention to Hinata Hayashi, slightly taken aback before quickly regaining my composure, greeting him, "Lord Hayashi, good day." Hinata Hayashi was dressed quite casually in a loose robe, with his forehead protector left unfastened, revealing the clan's crest and his uniquely styled hair resembling cat ears. "Do not be so formal, Side-Eye. It is not our first meeting, is it?" Hayashi acknowledged with a nod. "Indeed, I remember meeting you when I first arrived in Konoha at the age of 4. My, how you've grown," Hinata Hayashi remarked, adopting a tone typical of an elder. He gestured toward the young boy beside him. "This is Tsukuma, a first grader at the Ninja Academy. You must have seen him before. It was his father who brought you back." "Oh," I expressed my surprise, glancing at the boy, Hinata Tsukuma, with renewed interest. Hinata Hayashi appeared satisfied with my reaction and continued, "Tsukuma is somewhat introverted, so please look out for him at the academy." "Look out for him? Who would dare bully a child of the Hinata clan?" Zhengdai appeared somewhat dazed, yet he quickly replied, "Rest assured, I shall. However, I intend to apply for graduation at the end of this semester." Hinata Nichi nodded. "Given your capabilities, it is indeed time for you to graduate. No worries. Just do your best. Tokomachi, you may leave now." "Understood." With that, Hinata Tokomachi departed, leaving only Zhengdai and Hinata Nichi in the room. Hinata Nichi rubbed his temples, gesturing for Zhengdai to observe the caged bird more closely. Then, Hinata Nichi inquired, "Are you curious about the mark on my forehead?" Zhengdai responded with surprise, You possess some understanding of the distinction between the main and branch families of the Hinata clan, do you not? I recall that the introductory course on shinobi studies briefly covered the Senju, Hinata, and Uchiha clans, Hinata Nichi stated. Indeed, Zhengdai affirmed. It is called the caged bird, a method by which the main family controls the branch family. The main family possesses the means to activate it, if they wish. They can even manipulate the very lives of branch family members. Why are you telling me this? Zhengdai increasingly felt that today's encounter with Hinata Nichi was rather peculiar, his face displaying astonishment. Manipulating life and death? Precisely, Hinata Nichi confirmed. Doesn't that sound somewhat unreasonable? He shook his head and picked up a scroll from the table. Shifting the conversation, since your uncle arrived in the village, he has been consistently supplying us with Hinata ninja tools. The kindness from those days has already been repaid. Conversely, we have somewhat neglected you over the years, nearly overlooking your extraordinary ninja talents. I heard that your chakra affinity is water? The Hinata clan has acquired numerous water-style jutsu during the war with the Mist Village. I shall gift you a few of these techniques. Zhengdai was taken aback. Such fortune was unexpected. He was not one to hesitate, having the audacity to accept Orochimaru's jutsu. Why should he fear Hinata Nichi? After a brief pause of 2 seconds, he accepted the scroll with both hands. Water release, water prison technique, C rank, water release, water wave technique, C rank, water release, water barrier technique, B rank. 3 more jutsu were bestowed upon him, among which the water prison and water barrier were relatively common in the Naruto series. As for the water wave technique, its advanced versions were quite renowned. The B rank exploding water wave and the A rank grand exploding water wave had been utilized by Kisame to combat Killer Bee. All 3 techniques were of good quality. Perfectly timely, as Zhengdai had nearly reached the 2nd level with his previous 3 jutsu, making further progress increasingly slow. Thus, he expressed his gratitude once more. Thank you. Lord Nichi, should you have any orders, please do not hesitate to convey them. Nichi was slightly taken aback, nodding. Indeed, you are a clever child. Would you like to become my subordinate ninja? Zhengdai was momentarily stunned. The term subordinate ninja referred to gifted civilian ninjas who were recognized by prominent clans and agreed to affiliate with them, becoming extraneous members of the clan, an unspoken rule within the ninja world. Lord Nichi, I have yet to graduate. Moreover, my situation is already akin to that of a subordinate ninja of the Hinata clan, is it not? Not of the Hinata, but of the Hinata branch. Hinata Nichi firmly asserted. Zhengdai's pupils constricted as the events of the day began to connect in his mind, astonishment and realization flickering in his eyes. So it is. How enlightening. After pondering for 3 seconds, he replied, "Yes, my lord." Rija smiled with relief and then spoke seriously. "Very well. Our conversation today is not to be shared with anyone, including your uncle. For now, focus on your studies at the Ninja Academy. I hope that when the time comes for you to assist me, you will not disappoint." "Yes, Lord Rija." "Good. You may return home." As Zheng Dai bowed deeply and turned to leave, Rija watched him depart. This child is even more intelligent and capable than I had anticipated. As long as he does not falter, he can undoubtedly grow to become a pillar of Konoha. In the future, I must cultivate a closer relationship with him. To overthrow the clan's dominance, I will require the support of more commoner geniuses like him. I am determined to bring an end to this decaying system. Let the Hyuga clan be reborn from the ashes. Outside the Hyuga clan grounds, Zheng Dai pondered as he weighed the ninja scroll in his hand. Ding! A new NPC correction? The likelihood is high. The difficulty of correcting Rija far exceeds that of adjusting Kakashi and Hondo. Zheng Dai, somewhat troubled, brushed his bangs aside and made his way home. His thoughts were disordered, leaving him with a sense of helplessness. He did not even know from which angle to approach the correction. How could he make Rija not reject the main family and foster a loving relationship with them? Yet, the system of division within the Hyuga clan indeed harbors significant flaws. How can one foster love under such circumstances? In the original narrative, Rija had expressed dissatisfaction with the clan division system, even harboring murderous intent towards Hinata for the sake of Niji, though it was not as overtly ambitious as it seemed earlier. Furthermore, compared to Kakashi and Hondo, Zheng Dai's unfamiliarity with Rija was substantial. If it were Niji, it would be easier. Deceiving him into harboring no resentment towards the main family would take little effort. But Rija? The disparity in their identities and statuses is too vast. If I were to meddle in the chaotic affairs of the Hyuga clan's division now, it could easily lead to my ruin. Moreover, currently, there are only 2 members of the main family, Rija and the father of the 2 brothers, who Zheng Dai has no means to approach. Is it too difficult? Should I give up? No. Perhaps I can attempt to find an entry point. I might still gain some advantage from Rija. Zheng Dai pondered slightly. The child, Hyuga Dijian, seems quite gullible, and that name sounds somewhat familiar. After a moment of contemplation, he suddenly realized. It is he, the servant of the main family, who was responsible for taking care of Hinata during her childhood. It must be him. The next day at noon, having enjoyed a delightful lunch in front of Kakashi, Zheng Dai detained Hondo, who was about to return to class. Hondo, does Hyuga Dijian usually have lunch at home or at school? Hyuga Dijian? I believe he stays at school, Hondo replied uncertainly. Why do you ask? I need to discuss something with him. Please wait a moment. Zheng Dai returned to his seat and pulled out a stack of written papers from his desk. I'll accompany you to the first grade classroom. Hondo, somewhat curious, took a few sheets, glanced at them, and then returned them to Zheng Dai with disinterest. Are these your class notes? Why are you being so diligent? Isn't passing enough for graduation? Did Hyuga Dijian ask to borrow your notes? Being a disciple of Lord Orochimaru undoubtedly sets you apart. I was hoping to achieve a perfect score across all subjects and secure a superior mentor. Hondo paused for a moment. A perfect score? Just based on your abilities? Cooking might be more feasible. Do you doubt it? Shall we wager? Fine. What shall we bet on? The 2 exchanged playful banter as they approached the doorway of the first grade classroom. Hondo peered inside and called out. Hinata Takuma is in there. I see him. Please call him over for me. Hondo nodded and turned to shout. Hinata Takuma, come out. Zheng Dai is looking for you. All the first grade students turned to look. Zheng Dai sighed. Could you not be so conspicuous? If you're going to call me, just do it without the fanfare. All right, my bad for not being clear. Hinata Takuma, please step out. Hinata Takuma, akin in age to Hondo, had just turned 5 recently. Unlike Hondo's vivacious and generous demeanor, he was a reserved little boy. Unlike Hinata Hidetaka, he did not refer to commoners with disdain, but he still carried the pride of being a member of the esteemed Hinata clan. Upon receiving a sudden directive from Lord Nichi, ordering Zheng Dai to look after him at the Shinobi Academy, he felt a sense of internal resistance, yet he dared not voice his dissent. Initially, he thought that complying with the order would have little consequence, but now he wondered why he was being sought out in class. If word spread that Lord Nichi had assigned him to care for me, would I, Hinata Takuma, still be able to maintain my standing? After a moment of hesitation, seeing that the class's formidable presence, Yoshitashi Hondo, was also present, He ultimately found himself lacking the courage to disregard Zheng Dai and timidly stepped outside. Is there something you need? Zheng Dai smiled warmly, keen to preserve the young boy's dignity as he guided him away from the classroom entrance. Lord Nichi instructed me to look after you, so I've come to check on your situation at the academy. Is anyone bothering you? I can stand up for you. Hinata Takuma was taken aback and glanced at Hongdo. Zheng Dai was equally surprised and turned to Hongdo. Hey, Zheng Dai, what on earth are you doing? Hongdo blinked. Well, if no one is bothering you, who would dare to bully a child of the Hinata clan? Zheng Dai scratched his head. Takuma, how are your grades? Hinata Takuma replied timidly. They're decent, but I really don't need your help. There's no need to be polite. It's Lord Nichi's command, and I must fulfill it, Zheng Dai said with a smile. I'm not being polite. I genuinely don't require assistance. By the way, what was your rank in the last term, Takuma? Zheng Dai inquired kindly. I placed 17th. 17th? See, doesn't that indicate that you could use my guidance? I ranked 5th in the 3rd grade and am striving for the top spot, Zheng Dai said, ruffling Hinata Takuma's hair. The sensation was pleasant. He could easily be my little brother. Hinata Takuma attempted to evade, but could not escape Zheng Dai's large hand. Now there's one more person to add to the list of those who bully me at the academy. Zheng Dai tidied his hairstyle, shaping it into a more obedient and composed appearance, then handed a stack of papers to Hinata Takuma. Take this. It's my compilation of notes on the principles of shinobi from the Land of Fire. I've highlighted the key points, and there are dozens of test questions at the end. Review and complete them tonight, and I will check them tomorrow. No need to be so formal. As a ninja of the Hyuga clan, you cannot be content with merely ranking in the teens like that Hinata Shusuke from our class. Lord Hizashi has entrusted me with your care, and after much contemplation, I have concluded that academic performance is the only area to focus on. Henceforth, I shall present you with a test daily. By the end of this term, you must secure a position among the top 10 in your grade. Hinata Takuma opened his mouth to speak. Just then, Saidai, while stifling a yawn, interrupted, saying, I spent half the night creating questions from my notes. I need to go catch up on some sleep. Do your best. Hinata Takuma hesitated for a moment, watching Saidai's retreating figure, his hand instinctively crumpling the stack of blank paper, only to be patted on the shoulder by Akane. Don't disappoint Saidai's goodwill, she advised as she entered the classroom, wearing a mischievous smile. What had Saidai done to offend him? Hinata Takuma glanced back and forth, feeling utterly despondent. That evening, upon hearing Takuma's recounting, Hinata Hizashi was momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter. That child is indeed quite intelligent and considerate. Is this a gesture of goodwill intended to put my mind at ease? However, the approach is rather unconventional. Takuma, heed his words. The children of the Hyuga clan ought to place within the top 10. You must diligently review and complete the notes and questions he has provided. Tears of joy streamed down Hinata Takuma's face. Since taking Takuma under his wing, Saidai's monotonous study routine had gained newfound vibrancy. Copying notes and creating questions not only reinforced his own knowledge, but, for reasons unknown, his water clone was imbued with renewed vigor. As the volume of notes and questions increased, so too did the bond between Saidai and Takuma, with Takuma's enthusiasm evident each time they met. Saidai discreetly inquired about the dynamics between the main and branch families of the Hyuga clan, acquiring a wealth of information. Yet, how to rectify the situation, or even whether to do so, remained shrouded in ambiguity. Time flowed swiftly. On September 22nd, Saidai exerted considerable effort to bake a cream cake, celebrating his 9th birthday, during which he achieved a significant breakthrough with Akane. His strategy level finally reached 51, causing Akane's preferences to start leaning towards sweets. Perhaps due to several enhancements in physical training, Saidai noticed that he had genuinely begun to develop, exhibiting signs of early adolescence. He welcomed this change, as both his physical strength and chakra began to grow gradually. By mid-October, a piece of news rippled through his life once more. Hey Saidai, have you heard? Exclaimed Obito, glaring as he leaned on Saidai's desk. The recently concluded joint Chunin exams crowned a female ninja from Sunagakure as the first-place winner. What on earth were those lower-ranked ninjas thinking? They should have let me compete instead. Saidai remained unfazed. Given the strength of Yakura, it's entirely expected for her to take first place. Hey, Saidai, why aren't you the least bit anxious? Our village hosted the Chunin exams, and an outsider claimed the top spot. Don't you want to do something about it? Obito slammed the desk in frustration. That female ninja isn't even strong. I heard she once lost to a student from our school. I wonder who that was. Let us go defeat her and restore our village's honor. Side-Eye was taken aback. Had the news already spread? Who was it? Akane? Red? Asuma? He smiled helplessly, saying, "Are you hoping to defeat her and restore the village's honor, thereby claiming the position of the fourth Hokage?" Obito's eyes brightened. "Ah, you understand me well. But you must cheer for me. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee victory." "Victory, you say? After I have subdued her single-handedly several times, how can you still be so oblivious?" With a headache, Kakashi responded, "I think it would be wise for you to first seek permission from the Hokage. Otherwise, if you recklessly challenge the Kunoichi from Sunagakure, it might seem as though we in Konoha cannot afford to lose." "Indeed, but will Grandfather Hokage even agree?" Obito walked away, burdened with thoughts. Having successfully averted a potential disaster, Kakashi breathed a sigh of relief as he tidied his belongings, glancing at Ino and Asuma. "Isn't that them? Or is it Akamaru? Perhaps I should ask her tomorrow at noon." The news of defeating Yakumo would likely have both advantages and disadvantages. Well, to not be envied is to be mediocre. Never mind, it's time to head home. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the Ninja Academy, two boys, aged around 13 or 14, wearing the Konoha Genin headbands, stood conversing. One was stocky with narrow eyes, while the other was slender with a somewhat timid demeanor. "Yudo, pay attention. Point out which of them is the student who defeated Yakumo," said the stocky boy. "Understood. Humph, I hope that student truly exists. Losing to the Kunoichi from Sunagakure is already disgraceful enough. If you dare to spread rumors, I will deal with you." The stocky boy replied, his expression darkening. "No, I won T. I saw it myself near that cliff in the southwest. A child was sparring with her and won. Though it was a bit far, I should be able to recognize him if I see him again." "All right. Inform me as soon as you spot him." The stocky boy felt that the past day had been the darkest moment of his life. In front of many villagers from Konoha, he had been easily taken down by the Kunoichi from Sunagakure, only to witness her effortlessly overcoming challenges to seize the championship. The gazes of the Konoha villagers, filled with either reproach or understanding, weighed heavily upon him. It was particularly painful that this boy beside him had spread the news of Yakumo's defeat at the hands of a mere academy student. Such a formidable ninja could be bested by a mere student? After 5 or 6 years since graduation, have I made no progress whatsoever? I did participate in the brutal Second Shinobi World War, albeit only in the logistics division. After waiting for 5 or 6 minutes, the stocky boy grew impatient. Finally, Yudo, uncertain, pointed. "There, I think that's him. Yes, that's him." The stocky boy turned, his gaze sweeping past several students of the academy, all around 130 to 150 centimeters tall, before landing on Kakashi, who was notably taller at nearly 160 centimeters. "Is that him? He is indeed quite tall." The stocky boy approached and blocked Kakashi's path, questioning sternly, "Are you the student who defeated Yakumo from Sunagakure?" Kakashi paused, observing the boy's attire and headband. Several thoughts flashed through his mind, allowing him to deduce the boy's intentions. He then replied candidly, "You mean the Kunoichi who ranked first in the Chunin exams?" "Of course not. How could I possibly defeat her?" The robust youth was momentarily taken aback, but soon turned back to confront Yudo with a blazing fury, seizing him by the collar. "You were indeed deceiving me." No, that's not it," Yudo stammered in a flurry. "I was referring to that person who turned the corner and vanished." Still making excuses? The sturdy youth dragged Yudo toward the corner of the Ninja Academy with one hand. His other fist clenched tightly. A delinquent? Ninja village violence? He furrowed his brow, for it was the first time he encountered such erratic circumstances since his arrival, and it unnervingly involved him. Reluctantly, he quickened his pace and grasped the sturdy youth's fist, stating, "All right, I was lying just now. It was indeed I who bested Yakura." The sturdy youth released Yudo, turning to glare at Zheng Dai. "You did that?" Yudo exhaled in relief, hurriedly clarifying to Zheng Dai, "No, it's not you. It has nothing to do with you. This fellow is rather capable." Zheng Dai raised an eyebrow, casually sweeping his bangs with his left hand while exerting force with his right. Bang! The sturdy youth stumbled and fell heavily to the ground, his face a mixture of astonishment and rage, before quickly springing up to deliver a horizontal kick at Zheng Dai's abdomen. Zheng Dai deftly lifted his foot to block the incoming strike, then, with the grace of a swan, executed a low elbow strike, countering the sturdy youth's assault to his midsection. The sturdy youth attempted to shield himself, Boom. Not bad. Stronger than Xiuxiu. Zheng Dai narrowed his eyes, now slightly more focused. After a flurry of punches and kicks, the sturdy youth soared half a meter into the air, crashing back down onto the ground. Clutching his abdomen and curling into a ball, retching repeatedly. Yudo stood there, dumbfounded. Zheng Dai sighed again. I disdain those like you. You can't defeat someone. Yet you seek to vent your frustrations on your companions and me? What a coward. No, it's not like that, Daijia, you and I. Yudo stuttered, but the one who defeated Yakura, I distinctly remember, was not you. Why do you claim it was? Why did you strike Daijia? Not me. Zheng Dai was taken aback, nearly instinctively wanting to apologize to the sturdy youth, but then abruptly froze. Who else could it be? How dare anyone else claim such a feat? That evening, under a bright moon and scattered stars, after arranging the study tasks for his water clone, Zheng Dai excused himself to practice outside, heading straight for the southwestern forest of Konoha. Upon sighting the cliff from a distance, he slowed his pace, glancing around and discreetly maneuvering through the denser parts of the forest to conceal his presence. When he reached a spot 100 meters from the cliff, Zheng Dai peered out from behind a large tree, smirking slightly. Oh, how curious. How did these two end up entangled together? He adjusted his hair into a Conan style, a somewhat lewd smile gracing his face, then quickly gasped. Kakashi has made such remarkable progress? Is Yakura acting as his sparring partner? 100 meters away, Kakashi and Yakura were engaged in an intense battle. Under the moonlight, Kakashi's short blade glimmered like a fluorescent stick on stage, casting trails of light across the night sky as his form danced gracefully. Yakura, agile as a leopard, adeptly matched Kakashi's renowned speed, effortlessly countering his strikes. Yakura seems to have grown even stronger, and Kakashi has surprisingly managed to catch up to her, even capable of defeating her. Truly, he is Kakashi. I had thought that in our next confrontation, I could easily eliminate him. What could this situation possibly be? Just as I pondered, my peripheral vision caught a glimpse of an unidentified flying object, prompting me to turn my gaze toward it. It appeared to be an eye. I was momentarily taken aback, then widened my eyes and the third eye, one of the most unique reconnaissance ninjutsu in the world of Hokage, first utilized by Gaara during the Chunin exams for cheating. Only 2 individuals possessed the ability to wield it, and the current practitioner could only be Raza. Raza is nearby? Why is he using the third eye to observe from the shadows? A sense of foreboding began to creep in as I cautiously surveyed my surroundings, taking extra care to conceal my presence, while simultaneously forming hand seals. Water release, water clone technique. The water clone took form, and I quickly instructed it, go find a Suma and remain hidden. The water clone understood my intent and departed silently. I let out a breath, leaning against the great tree, listening intently to the sounds of their confrontation. After a brief moment, the sounds of battle ceased, and my heart lifted slightly as I turned to glance, only to find the two standing face to face, engaged in conversation. Meanwhile, Raza continued to observe with the third eye. The Chunin exams have concluded, and I shall depart for the village tomorrow morning. Tonight is my final opportunity to train here. Let us refrain from declaring a victor, shall we? Yakura smiled. She then expressed a hint of regret. It is truly unfortunate that I could not witness your duel with that being and discern the outcome. When we meet again, do remember to relay the results to me. Kakashi sheathed his blade and exclaimed, next time we meet, I hope we do not find ourselves as adversaries. Yakura shook her head, replying, a week ago, you were not mistaken. Indeed, someone witnessed our confrontation and spread the word of my defeat to you. How vexing. Originally, I was to be hailed as the village's hero after securing first place in the joint Chunin exams, but now, Yakura's demeanor turned somber. Kakashi, taken aback, quickly reassured her, you did not employ your bloodline limit. That does not count as a defeat. My apologies. Ha. Yakura suddenly laughed. You are far easier to deceive than that being. A loss is a loss. I have even succumbed to that creature. Losing to 2 ninja students in Konoha. The thought of returning to be called a hero is rather embarrassing. Kakashi fell silent, at a loss for words. You are so honest. I imagine you frequently find yourself at a disadvantage when dealing with that being? Yakura smiled, waving her hand. The Chunin exams have concluded. It would be unreasonable to continue training under the guise of excuses. Farewell. Farewell, and thank you. Kakashi nodded in farewell as Yakura turned to depart. It felt somewhat like a reluctant farewell between lovers, evoking a scene that only my imagination could conjure. Kakashi and Yakura? What an intriguing pairing. I shrank back further, striving to conceal my presence, wary of Yakura discovering me from several dozen meters away. Once Yakura vanished from sight, I cautiously peeked out, only to feel a tightening in my chest. Raza's third eye remained vigilant. In the distance, Kakashi stood still for 2 minutes, regaining his strength and steadying his breath. He then turned around and commenced his monotonous training of climbing the cliff, a routine he had followed for several months. His previous encounter with Zheng Dai had resulted in defeat, primarily due to fatigue, and observing Zheng Dai's physical growth over the past few months, Kakashi surmised that his strength had likely surpassed his own. Kakashi was determined to bridge the gap between them, even if that meant compensating for their physical disparities. The recent skirmish with Yitsong felt akin to completing a climb, and for Kakashi, who had escalated his nightly single-handed cliff climbs to 7, it posed no hindrance. He navigated the ascent with ease, covering a significant distance in mere minutes. However, just then, a gentle breeze rustled, followed by a faint sound, and suddenly a boulder the size of a head plummeted from above. Kakashi's expression became serious. Throughout his numerous cliff climbs, he had encountered a myriad of unexpected situations. Thus he remained unfazed. With a deft movement of his left hand behind him, he released his right hand, angling his body to effortlessly evade the falling stone. Yet, his pupils constricted in alarm as an even larger rock descended upon him. Surely, the area above had been cleared? He realized that even a change in hand would not suffice to avoid this peril. Gritting his teeth, he made a split-second decision. As the boulder approached within half a meter, he abruptly let go, allowing his body to fall while simultaneously drawing his blade. In a swift motion, he executed a slash. The short blade of his white fang sliced through the enormous rock, cleaving it in two, and Kakashi deftly maneuvered through the gap, exerting force to drive the blade into the cliffside to halt his descent. However, an even more astonishing mishap occurred. The spot where he embedded his blade transformed unexpectedly into a substance resembling sand, providing no leverage whatsoever. His body swayed, and he began to plummet straight down. What is happening? Is this deliberate? Shock flashed in Kakashi's eyes. Suspended in midair, he found himself powerless to act. The substitute he had prearranged was already employed during his encounter with Yitsong, leaving him to surrender to the free fall, desperately channeling chakra to shield himself in a final attempt at self-rescue. Yet, he was acutely aware that he was falling from a height of 50 to 60 meters. Even if he survived, the consequences would likely be severe injuries or even permanent disability. Who is attempting to harm me? Cursed be this fate. Just as despair began to settle in as he braced for the agony of impact, a familiar voice reached his ears. Water style, water barrier. A 3-meter-high wall of water erupted from Zheng Dai's mouth, perfectly cushioning Kakashi's fall. Kakashi plunged into the water, expelling a mouthful of blood, his body racked with pain. Yet he exhaled a sigh of relief. Struggling to emerge from the depths, he surfaced, bewildered. Zheng Dai? Do not rush to thank me, nor to inquire. The danger has yet to pass, Zheng Dai replied gravely. Above them, the figure of Luo Sha slowly materialized atop the cliff. If the previous 2 falling rocks could masquerade Kakashi's descent as mere accidents, the third incident, the cliff wall turning to sand, was irrefutable evidence. Luo Sha was far more deranged than Zheng Dai had anticipated. How dare he act within the confines of Konohagakure? Taking a deep breath, Zheng Dai understood that he was likely facing the most significant crisis since his time travel. Although the just over 20-year-old Luo Sha lacked the formidable strength of the future 4th Kazekage, he was undoubtedly on par with Kakashi at the beginning of the story, an elite shinobi of the highest caliber. Beside him stood only a younger version of Kakashi, who was injured and weaker than himself. Given the speed of the water clone, they should have been nearing the Sarutobi clan's territory by now. Had he known Luo Sha would be so deranged, he would have instructed the water clone to shout umbu in the streets. Now, he had to find a way to stall for 3 to 5 minutes. Is that Luo Sha, the leading jonin of Sunagakure? Kakashi whispered, his right hand instinctively gripping the hilt of his sword, his gaze alert. It is him, Zheng Dai nodded, then called out loudly, Luo Sha. What on earth are you doing? On the cliff, Luo Sha completely ignored him, rapidly forming hand seals. Magnet release, sandwave. Upon completing the seals, he pressed one hand to the ground, and to their astonishment, the entire cliff transformed into a golden tide of sand, surging downward. The golden sands blotted out the sky and moon, prompting Zheng Dai and Kakashi to instinctively turn and flee. This is madness, Truly madness. How dare he employ such a grand-scale jutsu? Zheng Dai cursed as he leapt, desperately evading the surging sands behind him. Kakashi lagged 2 steps behind Zheng Dai, and after sprinting for several dozen meters, he felt the sands graze his rear, causing him to stumble. Gritting his teeth, he quickly formed hand seals. Earth release. Earth barrier. The earth wall rose with a thunderous roar, but it only held for 3 to 5 seconds before being shattered by the sand wave. Water release. Water surge. Just as Kakashi was about to be engulfed by the sands, Zheng Dai, with no other option, returned, summoning forth a column of water that drenched Kakashi from head to toe, while simultaneously striking the advancing sand wave. The water saturated the sands, slowing them down and preventing Kakashi from sustaining more severe injuries as he collapsed to the ground. However, as Zheng Dai's strength waned and the water flow ceased, the sand wave reassembled and surged down once more. He quickly approached Kakashi, instructing, "Hold your breath." Water release. Water prison technique. Utilizing the water he had just expelled, Zheng Dai reached out and encased Kakashi within a water prison, a sphere with a diameter exceeding 2 meters. He crouched behind it for protection against the sand wave. Unfortunately for Kakashi, it was tolerable at first, but as the sand's impacts intensified, the water prison began to turn into a muddy trap, staining him and causing discomfort as he flailed inside. Only after several waves of assault did Luo Sha's jutsu finally wane. To maintain the water prison, Zheng Dai expended a significant portion of his chakra, and upon releasing the prison, he began to breathe heavily. Kakashi, too, slumped to the ground, coughing incessantly. Had it not been for his mask, he would have swallowed a mouthful of sand. Where is everyone? Zheng Dai remained vigilant, scanning the surroundings. The terrain near the cliff had been entirely altered by Luo Sha's jutsu. All the trees had been uprooted by the sand wave, leaving only the patch of earth where he and Kakashi stood, unchanged in color. Kakashi struggled to his feet, mud and water cascading down his body as he surveyed the area with his sword drawn. He still does not fully comprehend the events that have transpired, only aware that he has been saved by Zheng Dai numerous times, accumulating a significant debt of gratitude. With the crisis not yet averted, he feels compelled to take action. Having practiced his blade techniques since childhood, he possesses superior perception and insight compared to Zheng Dai. 11 o'clock. Upon hearing this, Zheng Dai swiftly turned his head, and through the swirling sands several dozen meters away, he caught a faint glimpse of Luo Sha, who was slowly raising his hand. Magnetic sand gold burial. Within a radius of 100 meters, the golden sand surged. Zheng Dai's expression shifted dramatically. Just from the hand gestures, he understood the ninjutsu Luo Sha intended to employ. Surrounded by sand, he and Kakashi had no means of evading this technique, and his chakra reserves did not permit another similar defensive maneuver. With such a commotion, reinforcements had yet to arrive. He deftly slid his right hand into his ninja tool pouch, retrieving 3 shuriken. With a flick of his wrist, the shuriken were hurled sequentially towards Luo Sha, aiming for his head, chest, and groin in a desperate attempt to interrupt the attack. Should this prove ineffective, he would have no choice but to resort to his final trump card, allocating all 11 attribute points he had amassed into enhancing his physical strength. Regardless of any potential side effects or the risk of transforming into a muscle-bound creature, when one's life hangs by a thread, such concerns become trivial. He hoped that tripling his physical strength in an instant would suffice to withstand the imminent threat. However, to his astonishment, the probing interruption struck true, with the 3 shuriken landing squarely on Luo Sha, including the one aimed at his groin, which he failed to evade. Through the swirling debris, Zheng Dai observed Luo Sha's expression darken before he suddenly transformed into a mound of sand. The agitation of the surrounding golden sand ceased. Zheng Dai paused, pondering a clay clone. He scanned his surroundings for Luo Sha's true form. 1 second, 5 seconds, 10 seconds. Suddenly, figures clad in Umbu attire flickered into view around him and Kakashi, one of whom stepped forward and inquired in a grave tone, "What has transpired? Is this ninjutsu the work of Luo Sha from the Sand Village?" Finally, Zheng Dai relaxed, collapsing onto the sand while attempting to tame his disheveled hair. The arrival of the Umbu indicated that the crisis had likely been averted. Kakashi also slumped down, having sustained serious injuries from the earlier fall and subsequent mudslide, his consciousness beginning to blur. Once he regained his composure, Zheng Dai replied, "It was him. Luo Sha from the Sand Village attempted to kill us." "Where is he?" Zheng Dai was momentarily taken aback. glancing at the Umbu before him, surprised that they did not question how he and Kakashi had survived Luo Sha's assault. Oh, they must be among the reinforcements called upon earlier during the retrieval of the body. He wondered where the others were. His clay clone was struck down by my shuriken. But the true body. A pang of anxiety gripped Zheng Dai. Perhaps Luo Sha had never been present at all, merely sending a clay clone in his stead. The chakra reserves had only sufficed to unleash those two techniques, and once expended, he would have been left in a state of exhaustion. This would explain why he fell so easily. We were attacked by his clay clone. His true body may have fled, or perhaps it has already escaped. Quick, pursue him. Upon hearing this, the Umbu leader raised his right hand, and the remaining members vanished in an instant. Now, recount to me the origins and developments of this incident. As Zheng Dai recounted his tale, he responded to several questions from the shadows. Beside him, Kakashi closed his eyes and kicked his legs, ultimately succumbing to unconsciousness. Figures flickered around, and several Konoha Jonin in green vests arrived in succession. Yekom, barely opening her eyes, felt a sinking sensation in her heart. After parting ways with Kakashi, she had entered the forest and had yet to return to the streets of Konoha when she was suddenly ambushed, rendered unconscious before she could even identify her assailant. Controlling her body to remain relaxed, she maintained her breathing rhythm, feigning unconsciousness while assessing her predicament. Am I being carried at high speed? Where are they taking me? The speed is astonishing. Based on how easily I was knocked out and the current velocity, I realized I was no match for the person beneath me. Therefore, I had only one chance. I must strike before he realizes I am awake. Awake? A deep male voice reached her ears just as she was about to forcefully act after channeling her chakra. Her expression changed slightly. The voice sounded oddly familiar. Lord Raza? Ah, you may come down now. Raza gently lowered Yekong from his shoulder and continued forward, instructing her to follow closely. Confused, Yekong steadied her steps and quickly caught up to Raza, questioning, Lord Raza, where are we? Escaping. Escaping? Where's this? Outside Konoha. We must leave the land of fire as swiftly as possible and return to Sunagakure. Upon our return, you must not mention that you were defeated by a Konoha ninja student. Sunagakure needs a hero who triumphed over Konoha in the Chunin exams to shake off the shadows of the Second Shinobi War. Raza commanded in a low tone. Yekon was taken aback. But I lost, and even if I don't speak of it, the news will eventually reach the village. Won't it? What will happen then? Besides, I lost to two individuals. Raza cast a sidelong glance at Yekon, his gaze sharp. You have greatly disappointed me during this trip to Konoha. The losses of the puppet troops and the ridiculous 3 million ryo. Although you secured first place in the Chunin exams, you were seen losing to a student, forcing me to intervene personally. Yekon lowered her head in shame. I apologize, Lord Raza. What do you mean by intervene? That commoner child named Zheng Dai. Your battle was unobserved. If news of your defeat spreads, it will raise doubts. We can claim that Konoha is forcibly creating heroes. As for the other, Hatake Kakashi, he will no longer have the chance to become a hero of Konoha. No chance. Yekon was momentarily stunned, recalling where she had been knocked unconscious and Raza's words about fleeing. Her eyes widened, and her breathing quickened. You killed him. How could you act within Konoha? This will surely bring war to the village. Upon our return, the elders will undoubtedly condemn your actions. Huh, war? Raza scoffed. From the strength of the genin participating in the Chunin exams and the level of the Chunin you easily defeated that day, it's clear that Konoha has yet to recover from the losses of the Second Shinobi War. They are merely a facade of strength and will not hastily provoke conflict. At most, they will send someone to inquire and return that ludicrous 3 million ryo. The elders will support me. Luo Sha witnessed firsthand the profound agitation of Elder Chio upon receiving the news of White Fang's suicide. It was not joy that stirred within him, but a fervent desire to exact vengeance with his own hands. White Fang had slain Elder Chio's son and daughter-in-law, and now, by eliminating White Fang's only son, he would not only escape repercussions, but could also anticipate formidable support from Elder Chio upon his return. Such an act might even bolster his prospects in the competition for the position of the fourth Hokage. Behind him, Yitsong was momentarily stunned, his expression gradually shifting to one of indescribable despondency. He lamented the missed opportunity to ascertain whether Kakashi could triumph over that creature and provide him with a sense of relief. Moreover, it seemed that his demise was somehow intertwined with his own actions. At that moment, Luo Sha abruptly halted. His earth clone vanished, and memories flooded back. His facial muscles twitched, and his expression shifted, settling into a deep shade of purple, his body twitching slightly. This Earth clone had stirred up quite the tumult. Yet, he could empathize. The clone's thought process mirrored his own. If he had been in its position, with the chance to simultaneously eliminate two threats from Konoha, he would undoubtedly have acted with ruthless resolve. However, the failure of that endeavor infuriated him. Yitsong, he snapped, gritting his teeth. Kakashi was rescued by that child, named Zhengdai. Yitsong was momentarily taken aback, then hastened to follow, his heart lightened at the thought that Kakashi had survived. Had that creature truly saved him? Observing Luo Sha's slightly disordered pace, she sighed inwardly. That creature spoke with a certain logic. Luo Sha prioritized his own interests above all else, and I must remain vigilant against his unscrupulous methods. Surely, that creature had now incurred Luo Sha's ire. As for the whereabouts of her two companions from Konoha, she dared not inquire, nor did she wish to know. They were likely abandoned. Accompanying them would yield no escape. In the Hokage building of Konoha village, Zhengdai recounted the events of the night in precise detail to the third Hokage. Using water to create an advantageous environment, and employing the water prison technique for defense, is it? The third Hokage nodded with satisfaction. It appears you have diligently studied my works on the flexibility of ninjutsu, and how to create tactical advantages. Well done. Zhengdai rolled his eyes, attempting to smooth his bangs in an effort to mask his irritation. You so casually appropriated the credit for my intricate strategy, Hokage-sama. Truly, you are remarkable. Noticing Zhengdai's expression, the third Hokage cleared his throat and stated earnestly, the attack on you and Kakashi was indeed executed solely by Luo Sha's Earth clone. Meanwhile, Luo Sha's true self had incapacitated a guard and fled the village with Yitsong. Escaped? With Yitsong? The other two, oblivious to the situation, had already been apprehended by the Yambu. The third Hokage continued, your intervention saved Kakashi and thwarted the Sand Ninja's conspiracy. Your contributions are significant. Upon your graduation, I shall commend you with an A-rank mission in your ninja dossier. As for your reward, the Sand Ninja village will provide it. The third Hokage spoke with resolute authority, his demeanor transforming from that of the ever-gentle, smiling elder into one of formidable gravitas, thoroughly astonished Zhengdai. Upon witnessing the reaction of the third Hokage, Zhengdai felt a profound sense of respect towards the esteemed figure, who then resumed his gentle demeanor, saying, very well, this matter no longer concerns you. I see you have sustained some injuries. Do visit the Konoha hospital for treatment, and perhaps check in on Kakashi while you are at it. Zhengdai paused for a moment, then inquired, Hokage-sama, may I ask you something? You previously mentioned a special reward for achieving full marks in all subjects at the Ninja Academy. What is it? The third Hokage hesitated briefly, then chuckled softly. Do you have confidence? It is permissible for me to tell you. It is a high-level ninjutsu suited to the individual, perhaps even a forbidden technique. Could it truly be the Book of Seals? Zhengdai's heart raced at the thought. Obtaining a forbidden technique and manifesting it as a genuine skill upon advancing to Chunin would undoubtedly amplify his strength. In a few years, as the Third Great Ninja War commenced, it would be ideal for him to be assigned to the battlefield of Sunigakure. Despite the third Hokage's firm demeanor, as long as Luo Sha could return to Sunigakure, he would likely escape without paying the ultimate price. One may not be deemed overweight at first, but it is the later accumulation that becomes burdensome. Luo Sha, let us see who emerges stronger in 3 years. This grudge, Zhengdai firmly etched in his memory. At Konoha Hospital, the effects of the earlier water prison technique had not entirely shielded him from the sandstorm. His exposed skin, even his face, bore light abrasions from the sand's impact, rendering him quite disheveled. Before leaving the Hokage's office, the third Hokage waved his hand, indicating that all medical expenses would be covered, allowing Zhengdai to experience medical ninjutsu for the first time. It was not the palm healing technique, but rather a basic healing technique. A young male ninja in his 20s emanated a faint green light from his palm, which was gently applied above Zhengdai's wounds, causing the abrasions to gradually fade. Not a beautiful medical ninja, disappointing. The healing efficacy was mediocre, disappointing. The process was somewhat irritating, disappointing. Well, that's that, he thought, feeling rather underwhelmed. As the medical ninja continued with his ministrations, Zhengdai's gaze began to drift into emptiness. The mere thought of medical ninjas led him to consider Tsunade. Since Shizen was still in class, Tsunade must still be in Konoha, right? The potential of medical ninjutsu was considerable. Perhaps he could devise a plan to acquire either the palm healing technique or the Yin healing technique when he advanced to Jonin under her tutelage. His musings were interrupted by the medical ninja's voice, prompting Zheng Dai to express his gratitude, shaking off his body to suppress the slight itching sensation. This healing-related itch paled in comparison to the irritation from enhancements in physical techniques. Zheng Dai suddenly pondered. The two types of itch bore a resemblance. Could it be that enhancing physical techniques could expedite wound healing? This was certainly worth exploring. After discovering Kakashi's room, Zheng Dai ascended to the second floor and made his way there. Peering through the door's window, he noticed Kakashi had awakened, his body wrapped in numerous bandages. One leg bent and the other extended as he leaned against the bed's edge, gazing vacantly out the window. Raising an eyebrow, Zheng Dai knocked on the door and entered. "Well, Kakashi, what is this look? The lonely beauty under the moonlight? Are you lovesick?" Kakashi turned, a fleeting glimmer of helplessness crossing his eyes as he straightened his posture and sincerely remarked, "You've come, Zheng Dai. Thank you for saving me tonight. Don't mention it. Though you are rather inept, you are still my classmate. I cannot allow outsiders to bully you. How are your injuries? You're not going to die, are you?" "Oh, you'll be disappointed. I'm not dead. However, the doctor has informed me that I must stay here for 2 days. I will need your assistance in requesting a leave of absence," Kakashi remarked. "Just say I have matters at home. Aside from teacher Yamaki and Rin, there's no need for the others to know about my injury. How naive of you, to think they won't find out about your wounds. After all, am I to save your life for naught?" Zheng Dai casually took a seat by Kakashi's bedside. "I will certainly spread tales of your predicament." Kakashi sighed in resignation. "Do as you wish. What on earth transpired during tonight's ambush? Was the Jonin from Sunagakure captured? I'm not sure. While plotting against you, his true body managed to escape the village, taking Yakura with him." Kakashi's gaze flickered, an observation keenly noted by Zheng Dai, who teased, "Are you truly oblivious to the motive behind your attack? The emergence of a talent like Yakura in Sunagakure, and the prospect of her being swayed to our village. Can you blame them for their ire?" Kakashi, taken aback, furrowed his brow. "Don't be ridiculous. Yakura merely wishes to assist me in defeating that thing she mentioned." "What thing?" Kakashi silently regarded Zheng Dai. Zheng Dai adjusted his hairstyle, falling into silence. A protracted moment of awkward eye contact ensued, lasting half a minute, before Zheng Dai sighed. "Why hold a grudge? Of all choices, to pin her hopes of victory on a useless person like you? She must be dreaming." Kakashi fixed his gaze on Zheng Dai. "If we are not grouped together for the graduation assessment, I hope to face you again after we acquire our ninja headbands." "Oh, a challenge?" Zheng Dai squinted, locking eyes with Kakashi. "I accept." At that moment, their eyes seemed to spark with electricity. The dual post-graduation assessment? Zheng Dai felt a sense of impatience. "In just over a day, we will likely see it through." The following day, in the classroom, Zheng Dai was surrounded by Rin, Obito, Asuma, and Hong. "That sand wave. You've never seen the ocean, have you?" "Well, neither have I. So let us close our eyes and imagine a massive wave of sand, like a tsunami, crashing towards me and Kakashi. That scene is quite terrifying." Zheng Dai, with limited vocabulary, animatedly recounted the tale. At that moment, Kakashi was so frightened his legs turned to jelly, but thankfully I managed to pull him back, saving his life a second time. After that, I dragged him along. But with him as a burden, I couldn't outrun the sand. I had no choice but to turn and confront it with ninjutsu, saving Kakashi's life a third time. Then came the intense battle. While protecting Kakashi, I engaged fiercely with the Jonin from Sunagakure, rescuing him several more times before finally dispatching the Sand Ninja's Earth clone with a kunai, thus preserving Kakashi's life entirely. Reflecting on it now, it truly sends chills down my spine. Yet, if I were to relive it, I would undoubtedly heroically save Kakashi once more. Though he may be inept, he is fortunate to have me as his classmate. "Remarkable," Zheng Dai, Obito said, captivated with admiration. Asuma, in contrast, found this account to differ significantly from what he had heard from his father the previous night. Hong harbored doubts, expressing concern for Kakashi. Rin, fully aware of Zheng Dai's embellishments, nonetheless expressed heartfelt gratitude. "Thanks to you, Zheng Dai. Is Kakashi-kun's injury truly not severe? Rest assured, even if his injury were 10 times worse, he would not perish." Zheng Dai, wearing a smile, glanced at Asuma and inquired, "Did Rasha manage to escape? Did the Hokage mention how to address this attack?" Asuma shook his head before nodding. "He did not disclose that to me, but I am aware. Rasha of the Sand Ninja Village brazenly assaulted Kakashi and you within our village, leaving behind 2 lower-ranked ninjas as evidence. Our village will reinforce the border outposts with a small contingent of ninja troops for deterrence, and simultaneously send personnel to the Sand Ninja Village for inquiries. Just inquiries? Zheng Dai remarked with a furrowed brow, recalling the imposing demeanor of the third Hokage last night. It is not merely symbolic. I overheard a conversation between my father and brother last night. My father intends to have Lord Orochimaru lead the expedition personally, while my brother and sister Hyamaru will each command a team of elite Umbu to escort the 2 lower-ranked ninjas from the Sand Ninja Village. Oh, my brother and sister Hyamaru, whom you have met, were the ones who retrieved the remains of Uncle Shirya that day, taking away Rasha from the Sand Ninja Village. Zheng Dai's expression softened. This was a more acceptable approach. He did not believe that waging war for himself and Kakashi was warranted, yet he would be disheartened if the matter were handled too lightly. Orochimaru's leadership signified a resolute stance from Konoha. Otherwise, a mediator like Mitarashi and would have been dispatched. As for Asuma's brother, was he the Umbu from last night? Zheng Dai almost blurted out, "Is your brother named Sarutobi Shino?" Never mind, there was no need to ask. It surely was not him. Shino, little Shin? Meanwhile, Orochimaru received his assignment. To the Sand Ninja Village? His serpentine eyes narrowed as he recalled the intelligence that Hanabi's father had sacrificed his life for, the forbidden technique that bestows life upon puppets. Initially, he held little interest in it. He was an expert in vitality and knew that most of the research from the Sand Ninja Village would likely end in failure. However, since he was heading there, why not explore the outcomes of their research? Perhaps there would be something of value. A week later, on October 22nd, at the Hanabi residence. "Happy birthday, Hanabi!" Zheng Dai, Asuma, and Hong chorused in unison. Hanabi nodded joyfully. "Thank you." Then, unable to contain her excitement, she exclaimed, "Can we cut the cake now?" Zheng Dai? Zheng Dai, smiling, turned around and presented the birthday cake he had painstakingly crafted. The cake bore the words "Happy Birthday Hanabi," albeit somewhat crookedly. He measured with the knife, slicing through the characters of Hanabi's name. Hanabi playfully punched him, undeterred, eagerly awaiting Zheng Dai to serve her half of the cake onto her plate. "I'm digging in." Without the use of utensils, Hanabi took a large bite, raising her head afterward, her mouth smeared with cream and her face radiant with delight. "Zheng Dai, your cake is delightful. The one from the bakery on West Street hardly deserves to be called a cake." Hanabi's correction level was at 52. The subtitles scrolling past as Zheng Dai remained unfazed. Cakes in the Naruto world do not utilize cream. Those that do differ vastly from what he had created. It was uncertain whether the disparity lay in the recipe or the skill. He cut 3 additional slices of cake, distributing them to Asuma, Hong, and himself. Before he could even lift his chopsticks, Hanabi chimed in, "One more slice. Take your time. Today is your birthday, and no one is competing with you," Zheng Dai chuckled. The red bean's face flushed slightly, a hint of bashfulness evident, but she quickly regained her bold demeanor, exclaiming, "This isn't my fault. Usually, you refuse to do it, claiming it's too bothersome. You even say that birthday cake should only be eaten on birthdays, so I might as well indulge a little extra on my birthday. It's not as if you're the only one who celebrates a birthday. Next time, when Hong celebrates her birthday, and Asuma too, I'll still be here to make it." She stood up again to fetch a knife. Asuma was momentarily taken aback, suddenly overwhelmed with an urge to cry. Finally, she was included. It had been too long. Sister Hong's birthday wouldn't come until next June. The red bean pouted, inquiring, "Hey, Asuma, when's your birthday?" "4 days ago." "Huh." The red bean attempted to snatch the knife from Zheng Dai. Zheng Dai chuckled. All right. I remember that Dato's birthday is in February. We can celebrate it then. Right? February, that's still quite a while away. Cream cakes shouldn't be consumed in excess. Overindulgence is detrimental to one's health. Zheng Dai offered a slice of cake to the red bean. The cream cake was an essential treat for the red bean, but Zheng Dai seldom indulged her cravings. On one hand, making cakes was a hassle. On the other, too much cake was harmful. And finally, Zheng Dai felt no urgency. He intended to gradually adjust her to around 70. It would take time, but he believed it would eventually happen. As for Hinata Dima, Zheng Dai felt their relationship was amicable enough, yet he hesitated to use Dima as leverage against Hinata Nichi. Upon reflection, it seems there are no immediate opportunities to gain attribute points. Red bean correction level, 54 red bean correction level, 55 acquired 2 free attribute points. Zheng Dai cast a quick glance. Free attribute points, 13. With 13 points, and adding at least 3 from Kakashi's 100 correction, he only needed about 3 points to achieve a perfect score across the board. The remaining 13 points would be ample for him to elevate his abilities significantly after upgrading his template. If by then he had not discovered any new candidates for correction, he would assess the situation accordingly. Dealing with Nichi was exceedingly challenging, especially considering that Nichi's 3 ninjutsu had recently been of great assistance to him. He preferred to align himself with Nichi's interests. Helping him overturn the clan? That would be a formidable task. Perhaps it would be best to face Kakashi in a duel and bring his correction up to 100. Zheng Dai yearned for the day of the graduation assessment to arrive swiftly. The countdown, 2 months. 2 months would pass in the blink of an eye. Aunt Shio, could you spare me some money? The final exams are tomorrow, and I need to buy some supplies. Sure, is 20 taels enough? That should suffice. Zheng Dai reluctantly accepted the 20 taels from Aunt Shio and stepped outside. Aunt Shio was rather stingy. 3 months prior, the third Hokage had awarded him 300,000 taels as a reward, but Aunt Shio insisted on keeping it, only allowing him 10 or 8 taels for pocket money at a time. The third Hokage was also quite frugal. The compensation demanded by Orochimaru from the Sand Village amounted to a staggering 300 million taels, alongside countless supplies. As the individual involved, Zheng Dai, despite being supported by the Great Tree of Konoha, felt he should have received at least 1 million. After all, 300,000 was the minimum reward for an A-rank mission. Only the Sand Village was generous. Those supplies represented a significant loss for them, and Zheng Dai couldn't fathom how they had agreed so readily. In truth, the failure to eliminate Kakashi and himself had left Raza in a precarious position upon returning to the village. Without the support of Chiyo, his reckless actions faced unanimous condemnation, with some even suggesting he should be handed over to quell the anger of Konoha. Fortunately, the third Kazekage ultimately rejected this proposal, though he declared that all losses would be borne by Raza, setting the amount at 300 million ryo without much negotiation. At that moment, Raza contemplated burying those detestable elders and the third Kazekage together in the sands of gold. As the final examinations approached, the stationery store was packed. Yet he did not encounter any acquaintances. After some effort to squeeze inside, he casually selected 2 pens, an eraser, and a stack of draft paper before pushing his way back out. Upon returning home, he twirled the newly purchased pens with his right hand while fully opening the attribute panel. Template: Genin 34 basic attributes, 3 physical strength, 4574 mental strength, 3088 chakra amount, 4632 main skills, 4 taijutsu level 2, 28 others omitted auxiliary skills, 15 introduction to ninjutsu level 1, 32 overview of fire country ninjutsu ideology level 1, 21 methodology of ninjutsu research level 1, 11 studies on modern relations among the 5 great nations level 1, 35 frontiers of modern ninjutsu level 1, 42 guidance on independent ninjutsu development level 1, 48 study of historical Hokage works level 0, 94 others omitted real skill 1, culinary arts level 4, 58 free attribute points, 13 his gaze lingered over the auxiliary skills as he pondered in his heart. Based on previous examination experiences, a level 1 skill with a score of 10 was essentially considered perfect within the Ninja Academy. However, the only assessment item he fell short on was the study of historical Hokage works. Without hesitation, he decided to allocate a point there. Study of historical Hokage works level 1, 24 with that secured. He then focused on the ninjutsu research method, which stood at a mere level 1, 11. Compared to other skills above level 1, 20, it was the lowest, barely exceeding the perfect score threshold. Should teacher Oki present a slightly more challenging exam, scoring only 98 or 99 points would mean missing out on a perfect score altogether, leading to a most unjust fate for him. The ninjutsu research method seemed to be quite a useful skill. Mastering it might allow him to develop a few unique jutsu of his own in the future. Unfortunately, given the limitations of modern thinking, mastering it through sheer effort seemed exceedingly difficult. Therefore, he decided to allocate another point. Ninjutsu research method level 1, 41 with this. A perfect score was practically assured, and he still had 11 attribute points remaining. Regardless of any unforeseen circumstances during the examination, he felt confident in achieving full marks. Having secured his rewards would lead to his promotion, but as for the 4th skill to reach the template limit, which one should he choose? He pondered, touching his ear, deliberating over the 6 jutsu he had mastered. On the morning of December 23rd, after waking and washing up, he intended to head to the kitchen but was pushed out by Aunt Shu. "Little Raza, focus on your exams today. Breakfast, lunch, and dinner will all be prepared for you. Just wait to eat." Raza scratched his head and smiled, finding the fuss quite grand. Was it a college entrance examination? However, today's and tomorrow's examinations were indeed akin to a college entrance examination for the students of the ninja school preparing to apply for graduation. The Ninja Academy operates on a tri-semester system each academic year. However, the duration of the second holiday and the third semester is exceedingly brief. The winter break spans from January 1st to January 12th, a mere 12 days, while the third semester lasts only a month, concluding with the spring break on February 13th. This brief third semester serves primarily as a transition period for graduation and reclassification of ninjas, during which no examinations are conducted. Most students typically graduate at the end of the second semester, on December 30th. Graduating at any other time necessitates a special application and separate assessments, which are quite challenging. Thus, for those who do not pass this examination, the prospect of graduation is postponed until the following December. Without the obligation of cooking, Zheng Dai found himself with ample time to organize his examination materials and refine his appearance. It was not until Aunt Shio called him for breakfast that he exited his room. Upon reaching the dining table, he was met with a delightful sight, a plate of pork cutlet rice. The crispy, golden brown fried pork cutlet, paired with Worcestershire sauce, shredded cabbage, and white rice, was undeniably appetizing. Yet, Aunt Shio remarked, "This is breakfast, Zheng Dai." Aunt Shio watched with encouragement. "Eat well, Xiao Zheng Dai." Pork cutlet, victory. In Japanese, the word for pork cutlet phonetically resembles the term for victory. Zheng Dai commenced his rather unenthusiastic breakfast. Upon arriving at the ninja school, students greeted one another, and the aroma of pork cutlet filled the classroom. Inquiring among themselves, 8 out of 10 had enjoyed pork cutlet for breakfast, while those who had not felt a twinge of envy. Obito approached, looking distressed. "Oh no, Zheng Dai, I forgot to eat pork cutlet this morning. I have a bad feeling about the exam." "Don't worry, you must have faith in your abilities," Zheng Dai reassured him. "Yes, I can overcome this," Obito declared with a determined fist pump as he returned to his seat. However, he soon returned with a despondent expression. "But what if I can't succeed, Zheng Dai?" With a hint of embarrassment, he continued, "If Rin and you graduate, I might miss the chance to be in the same class and receive your support." Zheng Dai felt a surge of annoyance, almost wanting to express his disdain. Obito, in certain respects, was thick-skinned, while in others, he was quite sensitive, unable to voice his desire for assistance in cheating during the exam. Zheng Dai, not one to initiate the conversation, playfully nudged and teased Obito, deliberately withholding the words he yearned to hear. "Foolish Obito," Kakashi muttered from his seat, exchanging a knowing glance with Zheng Dai. "Has everyone arrived?" The voice of Teacher Oki echoed through the classroom as he entered, carrying a stack of papers. "Good morning, teacher," the students chorused, before the classroom fell silent, a palpable tension permeating the air. Obito glanced back to his seat multiple times, his expression laden with melancholy. "Good morning, everyone. Are you all prepared? Today, we have a heavy exam schedule, 2 subjects in the morning and 3 in the afternoon. This will test not only your intellect, but also your stamina, so manage your energy wisely." Of course, some students have not chosen to take all subjects, so their burden is somewhat lighter. However, the first subject, the Introduction to the Ninja Way of the Land of Fire, which I personally taught, is mandatory. No one can be absent. The examination commenced at 8:30, with a duration of 1 hour. It was now 8:20, so let us distribute the papers. This time, I shall grant you an additional 10 minutes. May you all perform splendidly. "Thank you, teacher." Damu took a sip from his finger, shuffling the papers and distributing them. As Zheng Dai received his paper, he quickly skimmed through it, a faint smile gracing his lips. "How absurd. Steady now, do not falter. This round is a guaranteed victory." He grasped his pen and inscribed his name, methodically tackling the questions 1, 2, 9, 10. Within just 20 minutes, Zheng Dai had completed the entire exam, having taken great care with his handwriting to avoid losing marks for presentation. Raising his gaze, he surveyed the room. Most of his classmates were still engaged in their answers. Some appeared relaxed, while others trembled with anxiety. Among the anxious was Obito. In the anime, he was a graduate this year. Surely he would pass, right? Zheng Dai pondered, adjusting his bangs. Should he check his work again and offer assistance? Just then, Damu abruptly coughed. Zheng Dai initially thought someone had been caught cheating and looked up, only to find Damu gazing out the door, occasionally nodding as if in communication with someone. He then turned back and stated, "Students, do not cheat. I will be stepping out for a moment." The sound of footsteps receded. Zheng Dai blinked in confusion. Had someone been outside just now? What was Damu up to? Kakashi, too, seemed oblivious to any presence, sharing a moment of understanding with Zheng Dai. "The teacher has left," a student exclaimed, delight mingling with surprise. Obito perked up, leaning forward to sneak a glance at Rin's paper. Rin chuckled helplessly, tilting her paper towards him. Obito beamed foolishly. He and Rin were now grandparents. It was not until 15 minutes later that Damu hurried back. "Students, you haven't cheated, have you?" A timid chorus replied, "No." "That's good. There are still 30 minutes left. Please continue your work." Damu disregarded Guy, who had just pulled his head back from another's desk. Zheng Dai noted that during the following exams, Damu would step out for non-existent calls twice, snore at the lectern on 2 occasions, become entranced by a spider on the ceiling once, and reflect in silence against the wall once more. On the afternoon of the 24th, the third-year students began their final examination with a light and joyful spirit. The last subject was the fundamentals of ninjutsu. This assessment required no written answers. It was a practical evaluation. Each student approached the podium to be queried by Damu, who demanded they execute the required hand seals with utmost speed. The questions varied in difficulty. When Obito was asked about the 5 chakra natures, he learned that yin-yang was not part of the curriculum. When Guy was questioned about the number of cells in the human body capable of extracting chakra, he responded swiftly. When Zheng Dai was queried about the wind release, he articulated which seal initiated and concluded the technique and explained why. The difficulty fluctuated greatly. Zheng Dai discerned that Damu was intentionally facilitating a smooth graduation for Obito and Guy. As for those of lesser capability who were inadvertently released, they would likely be sent back to the academy for further instruction after the class divisions. No wonder Obito and Guy graduated seamlessly in the original narrative. It was evidently a higher directive. Obito performed the rat, ox, tiger, and rabbit seals. Zheng Dai, with a touch of resignation, cast a glance at his formidable teacher, Damu, as he formed a series of intricate hand seals. In a mere 5 seconds, he executed 12 seals, his swift and mesmerizing hands eliciting gasps of awe from those around him. With a long exhale, Zheng Dai felt a sense of relief. The lenient final exam had concluded. At the Ninja Academy, in the teacher's office, Damu rapidly assessed the stacks of exam papers with his red pen. First question, absolutely correct. Second question, absolutely correct. 10th question, absolutely correct. Just then, he paused, sensing something amiss as he reflexively reached for the paper he had just finished grading. Upon re-examining it thoroughly, he was astounded to discover a perfect score. Impressive, Zheng Dai. At that moment, a bespectacled young male teacher across from him spoke up, Damu. That student named Zheng Dai from your class performed excellently. He scored full marks in the methodology of ninjutsu research. Really? Another teacher at the adjacent table chimed in. He also achieved a perfect score in the study of international relations among the 5 great nations. Damu was momentarily taken aback, exchanging incredulous glances with his colleagues. He quickly stood and rummaged through the papers on an adjacent desk. I also awarded him full marks for the fundamentals of ninjutsu. That makes it 4 perfect scores. Before long, Damu unearthed 4 more exam papers belonging to Zheng Dai, distributing them to his fellow teachers while keeping 2 for himself to grade promptly. Cutting-edge ninjutsu. Perfect score. Self-researched ninjutsu techniques. Perfect score. Introduction to ninjutsu studies. Perfect score. As he announced each score, the other 2 teachers eagerly gathered around him to assist in grading the final paper. The first Hokage's founding speech of the Hidden Leaf Village. Accurate recapitulation. The second Hokage's War and Peace. Correct understanding and complete explanation. The third Hokage's Leaf Village Declaration. The Will of Fire's Extension and Expansion, and the Ninja's Code. All understood correctly. Perfect score. Full marks across all subjects. Damu's breath quickened with excitement, elated for Zheng Dai and for himself. A student under his tutelage achieving full marks across the board. The one student of the renowned teacher Minato Namikaze was now a respected director. The 2 other teachers looked on with envy, one of them commenting, Damu, were you perhaps too lenient during the exam? Damu shook his head. That child possesses the capability for full marks. Moreover, I've only graded half the papers. Rin scored 98 in the course on the unique ninjutsu of the Fire Country, so it's not a case of copying. Don't get too ahead of yourself. There's still one subject yet to be taken. His practical exam results remain uncertain. Achieving full marks in all 8 subjects might attract the attention of the Hokage and several elite ninjas, and securing full marks in practical skills is no easy feat. Another teacher remarked. Damu felt a splash of cold water on his excitement, his fervor calming as he hurriedly gathered Zheng Dai's 7 exam papers. I must report this to the Hokage. Minutes later, in the Hokage's office, the third Hokage took a deep puff from his pipe. Understood. Leave the papers here. And you may return to grade the other students' exams. Yes, sir. Daiki bowed slightly and inquired, will you be present to observe the practical assessment the day after tomorrow? The third Hokage took another puff from his pipe and pondered, how did Kakashi perform? There are still a few subjects that have not been graded. But his score in the theory of ninja pathology, which reflects the unique characteristics of the Land of Fire, was quite impressive. He achieved a remarkable 96, Daiki replied. The third Hokage nodded. Excellent, I shall attend. Please arrange for Kakashi to face off against Shodai once more. Understood. Once Daiki exited, the third Hokage's previously tense and composed demeanor relaxed instantly. He exhaled softly, his eyes wide with astonishment. That child truly achieved full marks across all subjects. The last 2 students from the Ninja Academy who attained such perfection were Orochimaru, whose innate brilliance was complemented by the relatively simpler subjects of his time, and Minato Namikaze, whom the third Hokage regarded as the epitome of a flawless ninja. Moreover, Minato attended the academy during a period of peace between the First and Second Great Ninja Wars, completing a full 6 years of study. Thus, Shodai's perfect scores carried even greater weight than those of Orochimaru and Minato. After pondering for a moment, the third Hokage glanced at the class assignment he had drafted, crossing out Shodai's name from the roster of the 5th class, which was overseen by Yamanaka Inoichi, and included students Shodai, Ino, and Yamashiro Aoi. He then rubbed his temples in mild frustration, contemplating, before picking up Shodai's examination paper for review. So this is how my article should be interpreted? Ahem, indeed, quite remarkable. At noon, in Shodai's home. Auntie, your cooking is absolutely delectable. Is it true that everyone in Koyama Village possesses exceptional culinary skills? Red Bean praised. Aunt Shu beamed. Has little Shodai shared stories about our Koyama Village with you? Yes. He mentioned Master Yang Guofu, Master Lei, and Master Baker, Red Bean replied. Aunt Shu was taken aback, while Shodai's face darkened as he pulled Red Bean aside with a strained smile. Come to my room for a moment, Red Bean. I need to discuss something with you. Red Bean, bewildered, was ushered into the room. Aunt Shu paused, curiosity piqued, but was interrupted by the sound of the door slamming shut. Is little Shodai feeling shy? She mused. In the room, Shodai sighed. Red Bean, why did you suddenly come to my house? I want to eat sweets, lots of sweets. Red Bean exclaimed. Huh. Shodai was taken aback. What's the matter? You said that eating sweets brings happiness, and I'm in need of some happiness. Red Bean pouted. Did something happen? I flunked my exam. I might not be able to graduate alongside you and Red's sister, she lamented, her expression filled with discontent. It's odd. I did well in the last final exam, but this time the proctoring was so strict. Shodai was not surprised, from his memories. Examinations in the 1st and 2nd grades were indeed quite rigorous. This seemed to be an unspoken rule. By the 3rd grade, leniency was extended to facilitate graduation. You see, when I assign questions to Decan, I usually let you participate, but you never want to. Don't rush, even if you do fall short in credits. Lord Orochimaru can still ensure your graduation. I hope so. How did you fare? As for me, naturally, I achieved full marks across all subjects. Stop boasting. Shodai chuckled lightly, raised his hand, and performed the hand seals. Water release, water clone technique. Go and prepare something delectable for Hondo. The water clone promptly exited, casting a reluctant glare at Aunt Shio, who was cleaning the doorframe outside. Hondo glared back. You this clone. What? Isn't a clone meant to be used like this? Zheng Dai replied with a sense of entitlement. Meanwhile, news of the 3rd student achieving full marks in all subjects gradually spread among the prominent clans and formidable figures of Konoha. Zheng Dai, who had gained a modicum of fame for defeating the invigorated Kakashi, was becoming more widely recognized. The Uchiha clan, the Hyuga clan, the Inuzuka clan, the Yamanaka clan, the legendary Sannin, Minato Namikaze, and the Inuzuka trio, Mito Gate Flame, and the Nara clan, Shimura Danzo. In the afternoon, after seeing off Hongdo, Zheng Dai ventured to a nearby grove to practice ninjutsu. Suddenly, a figure clad in a black cloak and an intricately patterned mask appeared before him, throwing a kunai. Having been a loyal subordinate to Lord Danzo for 2 years, Yamanaka Ryoma had traveled extensively, contributing to the Foundation's growth and recruiting numerous subordinates for Danzo. Yet, he never anticipated being attacked upon meeting someone in Konoha. He hesitated for a moment, allowing just enough time to evade, resulting in a shallow cut on his cloak, revealing a silk shirt with a loose weave beneath. An awkward atmosphere enveloped them. "Ah, my apologies, I thought you were someone else." "Uncle." "Oh no, I mean sister. I will compensate you for your clothing. You must be from the Umbu, right? Lord Hokage is looking for me. I shall go at once." Zheng Dai hastily spoke, turning to leave. "Stop." A slightly raspy male voice halted him. Zheng Dai paused, turning back with a deeper expression of regret. "Ah, I'm truly sorry. I didn't realize it was you, uncle." With a kunai in hand, 2 sentences exchanged, and the distinctive mask that deviated from typical Umbu attire. Along with the oddly familiar shirt, Zheng Dai quickly deduced the identity of the suddenly appearing individual. A member of the Yamanaka clan, a root ninja. It seemed that since completing his exam, he had been prepared to meet various prominent figures, but he had not expected the first to arrive would be someone from Root. "Uncle, is Lord Hokage seeking me due to my perfect scores? I shall go at once." Zheng Dai attempted to slip away again, only to be stopped once more. "I am not an Umbu ninja, but a member of the Umbu Training Division, a Root ninja." "Zheng Dai, Lord Shimura Danzo has recognized your ninja talents and has specially approved your entry into Root. Come with me," Yamanaka Ryoma answered, sidestepping the question. Zheng Dai pressed on. "So? It is indeed because I achieved full marks, correct?" "Yes." Zheng Dai scratched his head, exclaiming, "Ah, how did this brain of mine come to be so clever?" Yamanaka Ryoma responded. Meanwhile, in the Hokage building, the half-mummified elder Shimura Danzo leaned on his cane as he entered the Hokage's office. Behind the arc-shaped desk, the third Hokage was engrossed in his beloved crystal ball, oblivious to Danzo's arrival or simply choosing to ignore it. Danzo shook his head in resignation, thinking, "Is Hiruzen peeking again?" With a thud, he pressed his cane firmly against the ground, declaring, "Hiruzen." Only then did the third Hokage look up. "Ah, Danzo, come over and take a look." "I shall not." The third Hokage was momentarily taken aback, then huffed in indignation, refrained from harboring such sordid thoughts. Danzo, slightly astonished, stepped forward, his single eye narrowing as he scrutinized the image within the crystal ball. After a lengthy pause, he expressed his dissatisfaction. "Have you been watching him for an extended period? Are you contemplating bringing him under your wing? Jiraiya and Tsunade have already taken on disciples, and Orochimaru has also selected his pupil. Do you intend for him to become your direct Umbu operative?" "No," the third Hokage countered. "I wish for him to graduate normally and join a conventional ninja team." Danzo frowned at this. "Hiruzen, you are squandering his potential. Achieving perfect scores across the board signifies that he possesses a comprehensive and meticulous mindset. Furthermore, during his confrontation with the branch family of the Hyuga clan, he adeptly identified their character weaknesses, feigning vulnerability to elicit sympathy and preserve his own safety, an ability that many trained Umbu and Root ninjas cannot match. Entrust him to me. I shall personally mentor him. Taking him as my apprentice would not be amiss. In 2 years, he will emerge as the most exceptional spy." The third Hokage regarded Danzo with a measured gaze, stroking his beard thoughtfully, remaining silent. Danzo pressed on. "The Second Shinobi World War, rather than concluding, merely saw us exhausted after a decade of conflict, temporarily retreating to recuperate. The specter of war looms ever closer, and we both understand the precarious situation of Konoha. While we may triumph over a single village, should we face the combined might of 4, we would be utterly overwhelmed. Allow me to cultivate him for 2 years. He may very well determine the outcome of future battles. Now is not the time for indecision, Hiruzen. Incorporating him into a ninja team merely yields another competent Chunin or an average Jonin, an utter waste of his espionage capabilities." The third Hokage nodded slightly. "You present a compelling argument. Who would be the most suitable instructor for him?" Danzo replied, and the third Hokage recalled their initial encounter with Kakashi, who had secretly applauded him. He shook his head with a smile. "Danzo, this child is ill-suited for the role of a spy. While he may possess some aptitude for espionage, in my view, his ninja skills are of greater significance. You may accompany me to tomorrow's practical assessment, or choose to observe from the shadows. Danzo's expression soured, just as Kakashi's voice emerged from the crystal ball. What sort of training do you conduct en route? His countenance brightened slightly as he scoffed. Perhaps he will independently choose to join route. Hiruzen, you cannot make decisions on his behalf. Assassination, espionage, destruction, aren't these the very tasks ninjas undertake? I have been studying at the Ninja Academy for 3 years, and now that I am on the verge of graduation, you wish to send me to another school? I refuse. The third Hokage chuckled softly. Really? Am I to learn the second Hokage's water release techniques en route? The third Hokage's smile faltered as he turned to Danzo, who wore a smug grin. I have also mastered the teacher's water release techniques. You possess less knowledge than I do. Huh, he is unaware. The third Hokage felt a pang of regret for his earlier confidence, realizing that Danzo, with his thick brows and singular eye, had indeed deceived the child. How shameless. When speaking of the water release technique, I am reminded of the 3 techniques bestowed upon me by Lord Hizashi. I had pledged to become a subordinate ninja of the Hyuga clan upon graduation. Does this not affect my potential enrollment in the route? The third Hokage's eyes gleamed with interest. Shimura Danzo's expression turned urgent. Within the crystal ball, Yamanaka Ryo spoke of route ninjas, who answer solely to Lord Danzo. Upon joining route, you need not concern yourself with the Hyuga clan. Danzo furrowed his brow. His single eye fixated on the young Hizashi. You see, even a mere 9-year-old child can effortlessly ensnare Ryo with his words. He is a born spy. In the crystal ball, Hizashi smiled amiably at Yamanaka Ryo, asking, Lord Hizashi, what brings you here? Is what he said true? Ryo was momentarily taken aback. Hizashi lifted his gaze, offering a slight nod of acknowledgement, prompting the third Hokage to chuckle as he wiped the image from the crystal sphere, erasing the scene. It seemed that route was no longer an option for him. Danzo, who do you believe is suitable to be his mentor? Humph, you must already have someone in mind. Danzo retorted, visibly displeased. He continued, during the Second Shinobi World War, my intelligence operatives en route suffered severe losses, and we are now critically understaffed. Even my deputy is reduced to just Ryo. Are you unwilling to part with even one, preparing instead to dismantle route? After the Second Shinobi World War, the village is not lacking in personnel, the third Hokage remarked, rubbing his forehead. Who do you desire? Your disciple, Orochimaru. As Route's Yamanaka Ryo departed due to Hizashi's arrival, Hizashi said little, merely exchanging a few words with Ryo before taking his leave. In their conversation, he expressed admiration for Ryo's perfect scores across all subjects and informed him that the main house would likely summon him after formal graduation and class assignments. Ryo understood Hizashi's underlying message, a warning and a reminder to remain loyal to the main house. Previously, even if Ryo had informed the head of the Hyuga clan and Hizashi's father, Hayashi, that Hizashi was secretly amassing power unique to the branch family, it would not have harmed Hizashi in the slightest. However, with his perfect scores, Ryo's words now carried significantly more weight. But I would be foolish to report such matters. Ryo shook his head. His connection to the Hyuga main house was merely through Hinata's father. How close could a branch family member really be? Hizashi's 3 techniques had proven invaluable. His younger brother, Takuma, and classmate, Shusuke, were also part of the branch family. For now, he pushed such thoughts aside. Achieving perfect scores had thrust him into the limelight. And he wondered who, apart from Root and the Hyuga, might seek him out. Surprisingly, the evening passed without any visitors, leaving him to ponder whether he was being overly sentimental. He opted not to share the news of his perfect scores with Uncle Takumi and Aunt Shu just yet. He would wait until after the practical assessments and graduation were complete, then share the news and celebrate. Early the next morning, Ryo hurried to school. Typically, this time would see only 3 or 5 classmates, yet today, the number had swelled to half the class. They were all concerned about their grades, seeking out classmates who performed worse to ease their minds. Kakashi also arrived, looking particularly spirited today, even exuding a radiant aura as he sat upright in his seat, eyes closed in quiet contemplation. Sensing the arrival of Zheng Dai, he opened his eyes, locking gazes with him. Today is the day. Adjusting his collar, Zheng Dai returned to his seat, poised and composed. If they were not grouped with Kakashi for the practical assessment later, they would undoubtedly engage in a duel after obtaining their forehead protectors during the afternoon graduation exam. This long-anticipated battle had been arranged long ago. Zheng Dai held a strategic disdain for Kakashi while simultaneously acknowledging his tactical prowess, as Kakashi was indeed formidable. Zheng Dai had once encountered a post on a certain forum that outlined 3 illogical points commonly found in fan fiction about the Hokage. First, that time travelers could achieve efforts that rivaled even those of Guy and Lee. Second, that time travelers gained the profound trust of Danzo and Orochimaru. Third, that they could be of the same age as Kakashi and surpass him before the age of 12. Kakashi, before his prolonged hiatus, was undeniably the most gifted individual. Aside from the first Hokage and Madara, he was virtually invincible before the age of 12. The more than half a year of inactivity had significantly impacted Kakashi's abilities, which allowed Zheng Dai to surpass him with relative ease last time. However, during this period, it was likely that Kakashi had exerted even greater effort, especially considering his involvement with Obito, suggesting he would not be much weaker than his peers under normal circumstances. Nevertheless, Zheng Dai still believed his chances of victory were an astonishing 10033. After all, who was not a bit overpowered? Yet, due diligence must be observed. After a brief moment of emotional contemplation, the incessant chatter about grades behind him prevented Zheng Dai from fully settling his thoughts. He turned to glance back. Ibiki, how did you fare in the modern ninjutsu assessment? Ibiki paused. Not too bad, I suppose. Perhaps I can score around 80, definitely not as high as you. With a wistful sigh, Zheng Dai replied, Alas, I fear I may have underperformed. What? Is it really that dreadful? Quite so. I doubt I can achieve a perfect score in modern ninjutsu. Zheng Dai shook his head. As the discussions gradually faded, several classmates behind Zheng Dai relocated their conversation. Oh, the solitude of invincibility. Yet tranquility eluded him, for Obito had arrived at school. Hey, Zheng Dai, when I receive my forehead protector, should I tie it beneath my goggles or place it elsewhere? Wrap it around your neck. On my neck? Obito pondered, his face alight with longing, murmuring, Would that not look a bit odd? Hey, Zheng Dai, why are you not excited at all? Did you do poorly? That cannot be. Of course not. I merely learned my results yesterday. The thrill has since faded. Yesterday? You came to school yesterday? Obito exclaimed, What about me? What did I score? I did not come to school. I merely achieved full marks in all subjects. As someone informed me, Zheng Dai replied nonchalantly. Then he turned his gaze, silently counting in his mind. 1, 2, 3. Full marks? Is that true? Are you joking, Zheng Dai? Obito shouted in disbelief. Well done. Zheng Dai felt the attention of his classmates drawn towards them, mentally giving Obito a thumbs up. You have not disappointed me, Obito. He stood up, smiling gently. Everyone, do not rush to idolize me. I merely heard rumors of my perfect scores. It is not yet confirmed, not confirmed. Indeed, at this moment, has anyone informed you of your results, Zheng Dai? Just then, Teacher Demu entered the classroom holding the report card, smiling as he delivered a perfect final assist. After a brief silence of 2 seconds, the classroom erupted into a cacophony of excitement, waves of sound cascading through the air, rendering any further encouragement from Zheng Dai unnecessary. Is it true that Zheng Dai scored full marks in all subjects? A girl inquired. Is that for real? A boy questioned. What about Lin? Another boy asked. What about me? A student named Dai too chimed in. Silence. Teacher Demu exclaimed. Everyone, return to your seats. I will now announce the results. First and foremost, let us congratulate Zheng Dai for achieving full marks in all 8 subjects he has taken. If he secures full marks in the upcoming practical assessment, he will become the 3rd student in the history of our ninja school to achieve such an honor. Once again, the classroom buzzed with astonishment. No one doubted Zheng Dai's ability to attain full marks in the practical examination. In other words, the 3rd student in the illustrious history of the ninja school had emerged among them without any prior indication. In the 35 years since its establishment, nearly 1,000 students had graduated from the ninja school, and until now, only 2 had ever achieved full marks. Everyone understood the significance of this accomplishment. Could Zheng Dai potentially rise to the status of legendary ninjas like Mizukage or Orochimaru? Kakashi glanced at Zheng Dai, while Dai too, Hinata Shuki, and Lin also directed their attention towards him. Teacher, please announce another piece of good news, Teacher Demu proclaimed. As long as our class's 43 students pass the practical assessment, all of you will qualify to participate in the afternoon graduation examination. Cheers erupted instantly. Kai looked around, and after a moment of realization, understood what Teacher Demu meant. Oh, I see. Now, let us continue with the results. In 2nd place, Lin, with an average GPA of 4.795 across 8 subjects. In 3rd place, Hinata Shuki, A wave of gasps filled the room once more. Zhengdai blinked and turned to Hinata Shuki. Could it be that he copied my answers? Hinata's face flushed as he protested. I didn't copy. I copied from Yawahara Lin. Don't look at me. I truly copied from Yawahara Lin. In fourth place, Hitaki Kakashi. Teacher Demu announced the results for all 43 students, noting considerable changes since the last assessment. The top 10 had seen a shift, with Zhengdai rising to first, Hinata Shuki to third, and Kakashi to fourth. The lower 30 had also experienced a complete upheaval, with Dai 2 and Kai climbing to the vicinity of the 20th place, while several students who had previously ranked in the top 10 found themselves at the bottom this time. It could be said that the poorer the grades, the more shamelessly they resorted to cheating. All right, students, prepare yourselves as we proceed to the final subject, the practical assessment. Perform well. As today's evaluation, teacher Demu hesitated, glancing towards the classroom door before nodding gently and swiftly exiting. Please wait for me, students. This time, it was not like during the exam. Someone was genuinely calling for teacher Demu outside, and he returned promptly. I have just received word that our class's practical assessment will not take place in our school's training grounds, but will instead be relocated to the venue of the Chunin exam. Everyone, gather your things. We are departing. The venue of the Chunin exam? A gasp of surprise escaped, as Zhengdai pondered thoughtfully. Perhaps I wasn't being overly sentimental yesterday? Moments later, a cluster of third-grade students entered the Chunin exam venue, their lively chatter ceasing instantaneously, replaced by a profound silence. Zhengdai, recalling their earlier promise, thought, if I'm grouped with Kai again, make sure to cheer for me. At that moment, Obito's booming voice resonated, and only after he spoke did he realize something was amiss, casting a perplexed glance around. Lord Fugaku. On the northwest stand, the stern-faced man, Uchiha Fugaku, stood with his hands clasped behind his back. Nearby, a strikingly beautiful woman with long black hair and a girl with vibrant red locks stood side by side, gazing in their direction. Uchiha Makoto and Uzumaki Kushina. To the mothers of the two male protagonists, it is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Quietly greeting them in his heart, Zhengdai inhaled deeply, wondering if the fourth Hokage had not arrived. This gathering is quite grand. Are they all here to watch me? In the expansive Chunin exam arena, about 20 individuals were scattered in small clusters, some leaning, some standing, and some seated, each adopting a different posture, yet all adorned in jonin vests. Upon the arrival of the third-grade students, their gazes converged, most landing upon Zhengdai's face, with a few directed at Kakashi's masked visage. Zhengdai's eyes swept across the crowd before quickly averting. Being scrutinized by so many was somewhat unsettling. Aside from Uchiha Fugaku, Mikoto, and Uzumaki Kushina, there were many familiar faces. A corpulent man in a jonin vest adorned with a food symbol, a Kimichi Choza, was present, while the handsome blonde, Yamanaka Inoichi, seemed to be absent. The girl with spiky hair, cradling a black one-eyed wolf dog, appeared somewhat impatient. She must be Inazuka Tsum. The cold man, whose face was obscured by a collar and sunglasses, was likely Yamanaka Shino's father, Aburame Shibi. A few other male jonin looked vaguely familiar, but their names eluded him. In the center of the audience, the third Hokage radiated a benevolent smile. It wasn't just the students who felt anxious. Even teacher Okamura seemed a bit tense amidst this grand spectacle. He pressed his hands down to calm them and jogged over to the third Hokage. Bowing respectfully, he returned to reassure the students. There's no need to be anxious. Consider this merely a routine assessment. He continued, today, we will alter the order of battles. The first match will be Kakashi versus Zhengdai. Hyuga Hayashi let out a sigh of relief. Thankfully, it wasn't him facing this commoner in front of so many jonin. Hyuga Hayashi, you must not concede. The students ranked lower also felt a wave of relief, followed by a hint of disappointment. They realized that these illustrious figures, seldom seen in the daily grind, were mostly here for the exemplary students, particularly for Zhengdai, who had achieved perfect scores across the board. For those at the back, the opportunity to shine seemed increasingly unlikely. Zhengdai locked eyes with Kakashi. The encounter unfolded faster than anticipated, yet not unexpectedly. Kakashi, do your best, Rin whispered softly. Zhengdai, give it your all. You and that jerk Kakashi both. Obito chimed in quietly. Go for it. Soon, a few scattered shouts of encouragement echoed. The more than 20 jonin watched as the students, caught in their awkwardness, hesitated even to cheer loudly. Zhengdai and Kakashi advanced in parallel, coming to a halt at the center of the venue, approximately 20 meters apart. They raised their hands to form a hand seal. The surrounding gazes flickered with intrigue. Observing from the northwest stands, Uchiha Mikoto remarked, "We've already delved into the main event in the first round, haven't we? That child with black hair is Zheng Dai, the one who achieved full marks in all subjects. And there's the white-haired Hatake Kakashi, soon to become your Watergate-esque disciple." "Indeed," Zheng Dai replied after a brief pause. "Watergate is quite troubled. It's his first time guiding students, and he has been assigned 3 children with intricate backgrounds. The third Hokage certainly has a peculiar sense of humor. Obito is a good child, though," Mikoto responded with a gentle smile. "By the way, which class has Zheng Dai been assigned to?" Zheng Dai pursed her lips, contemplating before finally stating, "It's that annoying fellow who is leading him." Hey, Mikoto, don't always bring up my Watergate. Speaking of him, you and Fugaku will be tying the knot in 2 months. Won't you? That guy?" Uchiha Mikoto glanced at Zheng Dai, a fleeting glimmer of sympathy in her eyes before she laughed. "Indeed. Are you anxious, Zheng Dai?" Zheng Dai's face turned a shade of crimson. "I'm not anxious at all. Oh, it's about to begin. Let us observe the assessment." Uchiha Mikoto chuckled. "Why are you so quick to respond this time?" In the arena, the signal was given, and the combat commenced. Hearing the cue, both Zheng Dai and Kakashi swiftly sank into their stances, the air around them vibrating with intensity, their bangs fluttering as they closed the 20-meter gap in an instant. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of fists and feet colliding resonated throughout the Chunin exam venue. The rapid movements created a gust of wind that startled the great tree, who had yet to retreat, causing him to stumble backward, nearly losing his balance. These children truly should graduate. If they don't, I might as well retire. Some spectators, who had initially regarded the children as sparring with indifference, began to pay more attention as they recognized Zheng Dai's prowess. Zheng Dai let out a sound of determination. In the arena, Kakashi and Zheng Dai's figures flickered at an astonishing speed, colliding at least 4 or 5 times per second. "Is this even real?" many students murmured, realizing with dismay that they could barely keep up with the two. Kai clenched his fists in excitement, feeling his own speed paled in comparison to that of Zheng Dai and Kakashi. "Dad, there truly are geniuses in this world, and not just one." Bang! After nearly 100 clashes, both fighters unleashed a powerful strike, with Zheng Dai staggering 2 steps to the side, while Kakashi slid backward, creating distance once more. "Not bad at all. I'll need to get serious now, Kakashi," Zheng Dai declared as he reached for his ninja tool pouch. "Ah, me too," Kakashi replied, drawing a kunai with a slow motion that belied the tremor in his arm. The disparity in their strength was evident, greater than he had anticipated. A direct confrontation was not feasible. From the stands, Zheng Dai's expression gradually shifted, murmuring, "Hatake Kakashi's strength is commendable. I should inform Watergate. Well, I've already been out today. I can tell him tomorrow. By the way, I heard that the third Hokage originally intended for you to mentor the all-subject full scorer, Zheng Dai, but then it was changed?" In the stands, Akimichi Dingza chewed on an unfamiliar morsel, speaking indistinctly. Yamashiro Hachi nodded. "Ah, it's a relief to have a change. If I had to mentor him, it would truly be a burden." "Is that so? I have heard that his culinary skills are exceptional. It would have been preferable if you were his mentor," Akimichi Dingza lamented. Yamashiro Hachi chuckled in disbelief. "Do you think the student I guide would be easy to command?" He shook his head. "Just focus on the duel." This throwing technique bears some resemblance to that of the Uchiha clan." "Is that so? Wasn't this child already a member of the Hyuga?" In the arena, after the 3 shurikens clashed, they diverged at sharp angles towards Kakashi. With calm precision, Kakashi wielded his short blade, sweeping it upward to deflect the 3 shurikens in succession. Following them, 6 more shurikens soared through the air, tracing arcs that sealed off all of Kakashi's retreat and evasion routes. Kakashi slightly shifted his body. Thud, thud, thud. "Ah, Kakashi." Following 3 muffled thuds, a chorus of gasps erupted among the third-year students. Only when Kakashi, struck by 3 shurikens, transformed into a wooden stump did they exhale in relief, though their tensions soon returned. Utilizing the body replacement technique, Kakashi quietly appeared behind his opponent, poised to strike. The impaled wooden figure vanished. To the side, his opponent, with a dark expression and kunai in hand, charged at Kakashi. Kakashi, who was 20 centimeters shorter, felt irked by the position of the kunai thrust into his wooden substitute. Fueled by frustration, he resolved to vanquish this scoundrel. Kakashi met the attack with his blade, clashing with a resounding ping. Both combatants staggered back, their arms shaking from the impact. His opponent swiftly retracted the kunai, freeing his hands to form seals. Water release, water surge wave. With an exaggerated pout, he unleashed a powerful column of water, akin to a high-pressure hose, aimed directly at Kakashi. Remaining composed, Kakashi twisted his hips and leaped sideways. His opponent adjusted, guiding the water column to follow. Kakashi retaliated with successive slashes. Splashes erupted, drenching Kakashi but failing to obscure his keen gaze. With a determined stomp, he advanced rapidly to where his opponent had just ceased the water barrage, channeling all his strength into a heavy downward strike. Ping! The forceful blow from Kakashi, who had harnessed his energy, caused his opponent to bend his knees slightly. Yet, he firmly planted himself, deflecting the short blade, and with the grace of a dragon. Countered with a kick, Kakashi braced himself for the impact. With a thud, Kakashi was propelled backward, swiftly bending down to embed his short blade into the ground to absorb the force. The strength he possesses is astonishing. Just 6 months ago, I was the stronger one. Has he truly doubled his power in such a brief period? Is it merely the result of physical development due to age? Kakashi, at 140, scrutinized his opponent. Now at 160, a flicker of helplessness crossing his eyes. The pure disparity in strength left him feeling at a loss, as even his fully charged strike was effortlessly countered. To win, a strategy must be devised. After 6 months of training, my stamina should have caught up. Should I draw this into a protracted battle? As fleeting thoughts crossed his mind, Kakashi observed Zheng Dai once again forming hand seals. Another jutsu? Having already utilized the water surge and water clone techniques, Zheng Dai's chakra reserve appeared abundant. Was that truly the case? Kakashi decided to test the waters. He plunged his short blade forcefully into the ground, using the leverage to halt his backward slide, and swiftly formed hand seals, seemingly faster than Zheng Dai by a margin. Water style, earth wall technique. With a thunderous crash, a wall of earth rose before Kakashi, who bent low, preparing to launch a surprise attack as Zheng Dai's jutsu struck the wall, kicking up a cloud of dust. However, 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds passed, yet Zheng Dai's water projectile had yet to arrive. Kakashi's expression darkened, an ominous premonition dawning upon him. That rascal seemed to be up to no good again. A figure leapt atop the earth wall, prompting him to retreat hastily, only to find Zheng Dai standing on the wall, lips pursed as he playfully blew a bubble. Water style, water bubble technique. AMU. Huh, the mountain boar. In a state of helpless amusement, Patted Dings was back, who was choking. The third Hokage, caught between laughter and tears, cast a glance towards a hidden corner of the venue. Danzo, I told you this child is not suited for root. Kakashi stumbled in anger but quickly steadied himself, veins throbbing on his forehead as he clashed his blade with Zheng Dai's kunai. Ping! Pooh! One blade sent Zheng Dai's kunai flying, while the other sliced through him, scattering water everywhere. Kakashi's pupils dilated in shock. A water clone. Had he concealed it while my earth wall blocked my line of sight? Behind me. He twisted his hips sharply, executing a swift 150-degree backward turn, yet failed to locate Zheng Dai, silently cursing his luck. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of Zheng Dai unabashedly standing atop the earth wall, hands forming seals. Water style, water projectile technique. This time, it was genuine. A torrent of water surged forth. With his momentum spent, Kakashi had no time for further reaction and could only flip his wrist, blade facing downward, bracing to meet the oncoming wave. Kakashi! With a chorus of concerned shouts, Kakashi was struck head-on by the wave, crashing to the ground, while Zheng Dai executed a swift leap to pursue his advantage. Was he to lose again? The pain from the water's impact coursed through him as Kakashi's eyes fluttered shut, an overwhelming sense of reluctance flooding him. How could that rascal have tricked him once more? The momentary flicker of despair on his face vanished, replaced by resolute determination. He refused to lose. Gripping his short blade tightly, a vivid memory buried deep in his mind resurfaced. Kakashi, your body has begun to meet the requirements for learning the Hataki blade technique. Starting today, you are to practice with the blade for 3 hours each day. The blade encompasses 8 techniques: sweep, chop, flick, slice, glide, cut, slash, and stab. My Hataki blade technique emphasizes 3 of these: slash, stab, and cut. Observe closely. This is the slash. When you can channel your strength, chakra, and spirit simultaneously, you shall be invincible, unstoppable. Kakashi's eyes snapped open, sitting on the ground. He raised his arms high. A silvery gleam danced through the air, the gentle breeze stirring as Kakashi swung his arm, the blade's presence concealed. Ji! A brilliant spark of fire erupted where the short blade met Zheng Dai's kunai, causing Zheng Dai's heart to leap as he firmly planted his toes into the ground. Retreating swiftly, White Fang! A cacophony of noise erupted from the stands as the third Hokage glared, pulling out a small handful of his beard. In the shadows, Danzo's solitary eye narrowed. Once steadied, he glanced down at the 20-centimeter gash slashed across his clothing and the shallow wound measuring 4 to 5 centimeters. With a grimace, he tossed aside the half of the kunai in his hand, producing a sharp clang. Another surge of chakra? This is intolerable. Had he not sensed the imminent danger at the last moment, he could have been gravely injured by that blade. Kakashi, on the other hand, staggered to his feet, an expression of regret on his face as he murmured, "I still couldn't defeat you, Zheng Dai. But thank you." He raised his hand, awkwardly forming a reconciliation seal, only to collapse backward, caught by the hurriedly approaching Yamato-sensei. Kakashi! Rin's exclamation echoed through the air. Before Zheng Dai, lines of text flashed. Kakashi's correction rate, 100. Acquired 5 free attribute points. Kakashi fully corrected. Obtained a world correction rate of 1. Received a real Kakashi 31-year-old bonus. Gained a real skill. Choose 1 out of 3. The child is fine. His injuries are minor, merely abrasions and bruises. A half day of rest will suffice. As the highest-ranked medical ninja present, Kushina gradually delivered her diagnosis, prompting a collective sigh of relief from Kakashi's concerned classmates. Zheng Dai also breathed a sigh of relief, though he found himself puzzled as he adjusted his bangs. If Kakashi was unharmed, why did Kushina examine him for several minutes? Was she trying to frighten me and my classmates? Observing the youthful 17-year-old Kushina before him, Zheng Dai felt a slight dissonance, as if he had caught a whiff of an oddly familiar scent. The aroma intensified as he watched Kushina stifle a yawn before lazily making her way toward the entrance of the venue. A homie scent? Surely not. As he watched her figure disappear, Zheng Dai murmured uncertainly, just as 2 medical ninjas rushed over with a stretcher. Kakashi was taken away by the medical team, while Zheng Dai's superficial wound had already stopped bleeding on its own, depriving him of a second round of medical ninjutsu treatment. He was no longer concerned about the outfit he had lost. After changing into a spare set of clothes, he retreated to the sidelines, his gaze wandering as thoughts swirled in his mind. Meanwhile, Rin, having emerged from her worries, stepped into the arena with a nervous heart. In the second match, Rin versus Shizun, Zheng Dai, with a touch of admiration, remarked, "Well done. You managed to take down that guy Kakashi with your cunning." Obito offered his unique praise before whispering, "It's Rin's turn now. Cheer for her on my behalf." "Cheer for you. Lord Fugaku is here to watch me compete. So cheering for Rin feels a bit, well, awkward. Look at him. Is he still around?" "Huh." Obito blinked, turning toward the northwest stands, only to freeze, his face falling as he murmured, "He really left. Must be something urgent with the clan." "Then you needn't worry, Zheng Dai," he consoled himself, while the other classmates were more acutely aware of the situation, although they had anticipated this outcome. The departure of the upper ninjas following the conclusion of Zheng Dai and Kakashi's duel left many feeling a tinge of disappointment, their expressions toward Zheng Dai becoming quite complex. After 3 years in the same class, having spent 2.5 years as an unnoticed presence, Zheng Dai suddenly surged forth in the last 6 months, achieving perfect scores across the board and capturing the attention of significant figures. How could one not feel envy? During this period, Zheng Dai took pleasure in bullying Kakashi in class. His social standing was rather lackluster, with only Obito and Guy able to interact without resentment, while Hinata and Asuma, being familiar, could offer their congratulations. Hinata Shushu's Byakugan was almost turning crimson from his irritation. Zheng Dai, however, was indifferent, calculating an opportunity to approach Kushina for confirmation, focusing his attention on the attribute panel. Kakashi's correction degree stood at 100, not disappointing Zheng Dai, as he not only received 5 attribute points, but also a plethora of fresh prompts, yielding significant rewards. Firstly, the world's correction degree was 1, easily comprehensible. Kakashi was an individual, while the world represented the entirety. Yet, the complete correction for Kakashi was merely 1. Surely, there weren't 100 individuals like Kakashi and Red Bean? Once fully corrected, would I not be able to overpower Kaguya? I must delve deeper. As there may be familiar faces who require correction, yet I failed to notice. Some individuals may outwardly appear one way, but are actually another. Setting aside the world's correction degree prompts, Zheng Dai's gaze shifted to the final row of the attribute panel, revealing additional attributes. Real Kakashi, age 31, unactivated bonuses. Physical strength, 203, mental strength, 248, chakra amount, 165. This was rather impressive. At 31, Kakashi was during the Fourth Great Ninja War, with attributes firmly at the level of a Kage. In contrast, Zheng Dai's own attributes were physical strength, 4583, mental strength, 3089, chakra amount, 4639, each significantly less than Kakashi's, making the gap in strength quite evident, capable of being easily overpowered with a single hand. Nevertheless, he was still only 9 years old, ranking among the upper echelons of Chunin, certainly incomparable to Kakashi, who would participate in the ultimate showdown. With further development, he would naturally catch up considerably. The unactivated status left Zheng Dai somewhat disappointed. The attribute panel did not specify how to activate it, leading him to speculate that perhaps his body was unprepared to harness such power. If that were the case, this acquisition might serve as a benchmark of strength for an extended period, requiring him to surpass it to contain that power, right? But why was there also a real aspect? Zheng Dai squinted, his thoughts swirling. This nomenclature constantly reminded him of a specific genre of web novels he had encountered before his transmigration, where abilities from virtual games could be brought into reality, all tagged as real XXX. Could it be that I have truly fallen victim to the infinite Tsukuyomi? His previous suspicions resurfaced, and Zheng Dai's expression shifted. He decided to observe further, seeking out a few more individuals in need of correction to assess the situation. He glanced at the final acquisition. Real skill 3 choices. 1. XXXXXX Secret Art X Years X. 2. Ninja Art X Color X. 3. XXX Secret Art XXXX Dance. A plethora of grand titles. Zheng Dai shook his head. Was the attribute panel malfunctioning, or was it testing his foundational knowledge of Hokage? Underestimating me. The first option was dismissed without a second thought. Konoha's secret taijutsu. The 1,000 years of pain. Choosing it would be foolish. The second option intrigued him, presenting a bit of a challenge. Winner. Rin. Next group. Asuma against Hinata Shushu. Please step forward. Teacher Oki's announcement interrupted Zheng Dai's train of thought. He lifted his gaze, then turned to Asuma, encouraging him. Good luck, Asuma. Asuma nodded lightly, while Hinata Shushu scoffed. Humph. Zheng Dai. Asuma, give him a good beating. Hyuga Hideki. Humph. Asuma smiled helplessly, glancing at his father, who was watching. Hey. It seems Dad is calling for you, Zheng Dai. Zheng Dai turned to see the third Hokage indeed nodding at him, beckoning him to come over. His expression shifted, and he swiftly ascended the stairs on the northeast side of the stands. Passing by Akimichi Choza and Yamanaka Ino, who had not yet left, he nodded in greeting. Noticing that Choza seemed to hesitate, as if he wanted to say something. Ultimately, he remained silent. Zheng Dai felt a hint of curiosity, but dismissed it and hurried to the side of the third Hokage. Lord Hokage, did you call for me? The third Hokage smiled warmly. 2 months ago, you inquired about the special reward for achieving full marks in all subjects. I never anticipated you would truly attain such a feat. You must have worked exceptionally hard. Not at all. I love studying, Zheng Dai replied. The third Hokage paused, shaking his head with a chuckle. Well then, do not forget your promise. Promise? Zheng Dai was momentarily taken aback. Looking into the smiling eyes of the third Hokage, he suddenly realized and declared, Rest assured, I will keep your works by my side and study them diligently. Haha. The third Hokage laughed 3 times, ceasing his jest, and solemnly produced a scroll from his robe, presenting it to Zheng Dai. Zheng Dai's eyes brightened. Was this the ninjutsu reward for achieving full marks? To receive it on the spot? How delightful. I love you, Lord Hokage. Zheng Dai took the scroll with both hands, eagerly opening it, only to find, to his surprise, that it was not what he had envisioned. There were no hand seals illustrated, nor chakra pathways drawn. The scroll was densely packed with text. Is this a sealing book? He realized that the third Hokage would never give him the original, but surely a condensed version shouldn't look like this. After glancing through it, a flash of realization and disappointment crossed his eyes. It was merely information on ninjutsu. The third Hokage added, This contains details on 11 ninjutsu suited for you. You may select 3. Just 3? Zheng Dai felt even more disheartened. Please, give me all of them. Lord Third, I can master them. Do not be greedy. The least among them are B-rank ninjutsu that are quite challenging to grasp. 3 will suffice for your studies for a long time. The third Hokage replied with a smile. After a few more exchanges, the third Hokage remained firm, and Zheng Dai could only regretfully begin to choose among the 11 ninjutsu. The multi-shadow clone technique, B rank. The shuriken shadow clone technique, B rank. These two immediately caught his eye, with the shuriken shadow clone technique being particularly enticing to Zheng Dai. After all, throwing techniques remain highly effective even in battles between jonin, and he intended to continue enhancing his skills in this area. With the shuriken shadow clone technique, the diversity and power of his throws would significantly increase. As for the multi-shadow clone technique, Zheng Dai felt that his water clone was sufficient for the time being. Moreover, given his chakra capacity, he could at most create 3 or 4 clones simultaneously, making it somewhat excessive to learn, with limited benefits. Water Style, Water Dragon Bullet Technique, B Class, is an advanced version of Water Style, Water Prison Technique, boasting a broader range. Water Style, Water Whip, B Class. Water Style, Grand Water Arm Technique, B Class. Water Style, Great Waterfall Technique, A Class. Water Style, Water Severing Wave, A Class. And Water Style, Water Mirror, S Class, require mastery of chakra perception. A skill of considerable complexity. Are these not all techniques contained within the Sealing Scrolls? A barrage of 7 consecutive water style techniques dazzled Zheng Dai. And apart from the somewhat lackluster Water Dragon Bullet technique with its 44 hand seals, he yearned for every other technique. However, the third Hokage explicitly stated that he could only select 3, and Zheng Dai's attribute points were not infinite. Indeed, there existed the risk of overindulgence. Water Style, Water Mirror creates clones identical to the enemy, allowing the user to replicate the techniques of their adversary, earning it the moniker Water Style, Copy Ninja Kakashi Summoning Technique. This technique stirred Zheng Dai's heart most deeply. If he chose it, would it bestow him the coveted chakra perception as well? Soon, he realized he had overestimated. The final 2 techniques were Rasengan, A Class, and Chakra Perception, S Class Secret Technique. What a sham of a merchant to bundle them together. Furthermore, the Edo Tensei was forgivable, yet the Flying Thunder God technique was absent. Why? Because someone had already learned it, and was there a way to ascertain that he lacked spatial aptitude? Zheng Dai pondered silently, questioning whether this chakra perception was also a means to identify his talent in sensing. How could they judge? He was unable to inquire, for at 17, Minato's fame as the Yellow Flash had yet to resonate throughout the ninja world. It was uncertain whether he had even mastered the Flying Thunder God technique, for he was merely a relatively renowned jonin at this time. The Rasengan had indeed been developed by Minato, and the third Hokage offered it for Zheng Dai's selection. Yet Zheng Dai regarded it with disdain. After some contemplation, he raised his gaze and inquired, Hokage-sama, do the Water Style, Water Mirror, and Chakra Perception count as 2 distinct techniques? Of course. Is there truly no possibility for me to select a few more? 6 or even 5 would suffice. Zheng Dai made one last effort. The third Hokage shook his head. Minato and Orochimaru each learned only 1 technique. Zheng Dai clicked his tongue, but can they be compared? The fourth learned the Flying Thunder God, while Orochimaru acquired the 5 elements of the reanimation technique, correct? Combining these 3 techniques may not even measure up to one of theirs. Nevertheless, the disparity wasn't insurmountable. Those unique water-style techniques from the second Hokage possessed power that surpassed their original ranks, and while he was reluctant to choose chakra perception, it still held value. After much contemplation, Zheng Dai closed his eyes, reflecting deeply before finally reaching a decision. Hokage-sama, I wish to select the Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique, Water Style, Grand Water Arm Technique, and Water Style, Water Severing Wave. Oh, the third Hokage expressed mild surprise. You do not wish to select either of the 2 S-Class techniques? Zheng Dai hesitated momentarily before resolutely nodding. Understanding the essence of choice, not succumbing to greed, and recognizing his needs, the third Hokage's eyes glimmered with approval as his right hand swept across the expansive fabric of his Hokage robe. Boom, boom, boom. 3 resounding thuds accompanied by clouds of smoke ensued, and he produced 3 small scrolls in his hand. Take good care of these. Do not lend them to others. Yes. Zheng Dai returned the overview of the 11 techniques to the third Hokage, and with a pained expression, accepted the 3 small scrolls. After a moment's hesitation, he inquired, Hokage-sama, Will I still have the opportunity to acquire the other techniques? The third Hokage smiled and nodded, saying, once you become a Jonin, opportunities will present themselves. With that, Zheng Dai exhaled a sigh of relief and took his leave, hastily returning to his team. He feared that lingering too long beside the third Hokage might sway his decision. Rationality reminded him that the three techniques he had chosen were indeed the most suitable for his current self. Disregarding the shadow clone technique, the water arm technique allowed him to concentrate a significant amount of moisture in his wrists, granting him the strength to sever iron gates and rock walls. While it could not rival Tsunade's immense physical power, its sharpness offered a slight edge, akin to the lightning release S lightning cutter, serving as an excellent enhancement for Zheng Dai's taijutsu. As for the water release, water severing wave, although classified as an A-rank ninjutsu, its potency was no less than that of a typical S-rank ninjutsu, possibly even surpassing it. This powerful offensive technique, developed by the second Hokage, unleashed a high-pressure stream of water from his mouth to attack foes. The force of this stream was formidable, with a lethal capability akin to a razor's edge, allowing for extensive range and distance in its assault. Zheng Dai contemplated solidifying it as his second true skill, envisioning its elevation to levels 5 or 6, which would undoubtedly serve as a trump card, potentially rivaling the power of the spiral shuriken. He could envision its efficacy against a child. As for the two S-rank techniques he had reluctantly forsaken, each possessed its own drawbacks. The water mirror could only replicate techniques of equal power, consuming considerable chakra, thus serving only as an auxiliary rather than a primary offensive. In regard to chakra sensing, this secret art of the Yamanaka clan could detect chakra within a certain ambiguous radius, dependent on one's chakra reserves, falling far short of the Uzumaki clan's sensory prowess and proving relatively useless in Zheng Dai's hands for at least a few years. Higher ranks do not necessarily equate to suitability. It was indeed disheartening. Nevertheless, he consoled himself, believing that there would be further opportunities with the Hyuga clan. And considering he was on the path to becoming a Jonin, the goal was not far off. Kakashi had become the youngest Jonin at 12. Why couldn't he achieve it at 11? It was merely a year away, allowing the third Hokage to retain his ninjutsu a bit longer. At the very least, he intended to reclaim his chakra sensing before the third Great Ninja War. Upon returning to his third-grade team, Zheng Dai immediately felt dozens of gazes upon him and the 3 small scrolls nestled in his arms. A special reward for perfect scores? Your father granted you 3 techniques? Asuma inquired first. His duel with Hyuga Hayashi had long concluded, and the outcome was best left unmentioned to spare Hayashi's dignity. Asuma asked, while Obito remained silent, which surprised Zheng Dai. Turning his head, he noticed that the ongoing battle was between Obito and Guy. It seemed that during his 20-minute selection period, 7 or 8 matches had concluded. Faced with the curious and envious stares of his classmates, Zheng Dai slowly tucked the scrolls into his sleeve. It was nothing remarkable, 1 A-rank ninjutsu and 2 B-rank ninjutsu. Had it not been for the ease of achieving perfect scores, such rewards would hardly warrant his special effort. His classmates murmured in confusion. Wait a moment. Zheng Dai suddenly blinked, realizing that Kakashi had completed his own achievements. Why was he still being so boastful? Oh no. He had slipped into the role of the antagonist. He hesitated for a moment and declared, after the graduation assessment this afternoon, I shall treat everyone to a meal to celebrate our successful graduation. Oh, perhaps some classmates may not graduate, right? Then let us express our gratitude for the care and support you have all shown me over the past 3 years. Yes, that's it. Without you lovely classmates, I could not have achieved perfect scores across all subjects. It is only fitting that I treat you. This statement was bold and self-affirming. Yet he realized that the response was rather sparse, with only Asuma, Hong, and Lin acknowledging him. Nonetheless, he decided to focus on the upcoming duel. The confrontation between Obito and Guy was quite thrilling, arguably even more captivating than the battle between Zheng Dai and Kakashi that preceded it. The physical combat was only slightly inferior to the duel between Kakashi and Zheng Dai, and Obito successfully employed the fire release, great fireball technique he had just mastered, an impressive display. Of course, utilizing this technique meant that Obito would again face defeat in this match. The subsequent dozen or so duels were rather lackluster, and by a little past 10, all had concluded. Teacher Yamamoto promptly graded the performances. Zheng Dai and Kakashi naturally received full marks, while 11 students regrettably failed. The practical combat class was one of the 3 mandatory courses, meaning they had forfeited their opportunity to participate in the graduation examination. Classmates, you are dismissed. Those participating in the graduation exam should rest well at noon. We shall convene in the classroom at 2 o'clock. After bidding farewell to a few familiar classmates, Zheng Dai, feeling a sense of urgency, hurried home at the fastest pace. He informed Aunt Xiao of his graduation results and finally procured 2,000 silver notes from her, who was beaming with joy, to fund the evening's celebratory dinner. Zheng Dai made an excuse about preparing for the graduation assessment and retreated to his room. He laid out the 3 scrolls from his sleeves on the table, took a deep breath, and closed the scrolls for 2 B-rank ninjutsu. Only the A-rank ninjutsu remained. Water Release. Water Severing Wave. The template upgrade had been long awaited. Water Release. Water Clone Technique Level 289 Water Release. Water Bullet Technique Level 23 Water Release. Body Replacement Technique Level 197 Water Release. Water Severing Wave Level 182 Water Release. Water Barrier Technique Level 177 Water Release. Water Prison Technique Level 128 The 6 Water Release Ninjutsu, ranked from highest to lowest, flashed before Zheng Dai's eyes. From the perspective of allocating attribute points, enhancing the water clone was the most suitable choice. However, considering its utility and long-term benefits, Zheng Dai opted to increase the proficiency of Water Severing Wave, which could create advantageous environments for water release. At 4 o'clock, the Water Release, Water Severing Wave reached level 100, attaining the limit of ninjutsu proficiency. Ninjutsu limit? Zheng Dai was momentarily taken aback as a line of text appeared. The ninja template has met the upgrade conditions. Would you like to upgrade the template? Zheng Dai momentarily steadied his thoughts and responded affirmatively, yes. The ninja template upgraded to the Chunin template, increasing the skill level cap to level 3, granting 5 free attribute points, and acquiring a genuine skill. The process of upgrading from the Genin template was remarkably similar. Zheng Dai glanced over and quickly focused on the Water Severing Wave scroll laid before him, dismissing any other thoughts. He began to form hand seals and channel chakra. 20 minutes later, he succeeded in mastering the genuine skill, Water Release, Water Severing Wave Technique Level 01. Indeed, the intricacies of A-rank ninjutsu are truly formidable. The pathways of chakra flow are exceedingly complex. Were I to embark on learning it independently, I fear it would take no less than 2 or 3 months to attain a satisfactory level of proficiency. Upon releasing it, I found myself contemplating the template. Chunin Level 05 Basic Attributes. Physical Strength, 4583 Mental Strength, 3089 Chakra Amount, 4639 Primary Skills. 4. Transformation Technique. Level 1. Taijutsu. Level 2. Chakra Refinement Method. Level 3. Throwing Technique. Level 3 Auxiliary Skills. 15. Ninjutsu Fundamentals. Level 3. Water Release. Water Surge Technique. Level 2 Having reached the zenith of ninjutsu, I may allocate a few attribute points for advancement, necessitating a Level 3 ninjutsu theoretical foundation for self-research. Self-research guidance. Level 1 Other attributes are less significant. True Skill 1. Culinary Arts. Level 4 True Skill 2. Water Release. Water Severing Wave. Level 0 Available Attribute Points. 21 AM I nearing the threshold for promotion to Jonin? It does not seem too distant. As for the advancement of ninjutsu, the explosion of water surge technique, such a possibility exists. After a lengthy contemplation of my new attribute panel, I clicked my tongue in surprise. With 21 attribute points at my disposal, I found myself uncertain of how to allocate them. A delightful dilemma. After a brief hesitation, I resolved to defer considerations of ninjutsu advancement for the time being, as it would require an investment of 7 attribute points, and the resulting advanced ninjutsu, if it were to be water surge technique, would be challenging to justify. I decided to allocate 4 points to chakra refinement method, 4 points to throwing technique, and 3 points to ninjutsu fundamentals, thus expending a total of 11 attribute points. Chakra refinement method, level 3 throwing technique, level 3 ninjutsu fundamentals, level 3 available attribute points, 10 with the attribute panel reflecting both tangible and intangible aspects. I distinctly felt my chakra becoming more manageable. As I focused my mind, I could perceive wisps of pale blue chakra illuminating my fingertips. This level of chakra control may very well meet the standards necessary for learning Tsunade's monstrous strength. Subsequently, I raised my hand, executing a rapid sequence of 12 basic hand seals, my movements blurring with speed. From an initial rate of approximately 24 seals per second, I had improved to around 3 seals per second, an impressive enhancement. As for the chakra extraction technique and throwing, a further trial was unnecessary. I estimated each had progressed by roughly 25, resulting in a comprehensive enhancement. This time, I had wisely allocated experience points, leaving each skill with a slight deficiency in attribute points, allowing for gradual improvement in daily practice without becoming entirely stagnant at the template's limits. Even a modest gain of 1 point is still progress. The remaining 10 attribute points are earmarked for the 3 newly acquired ninjutsu techniques. Once I master them all, I will allocate points according to their respective difficulty and advancement rates. Naturally, Water Severing Wave will receive the majority of my focus. I then resumed my examination of the selection of true skills, considering the second option, ninjutsu, camouflage. I recalled its nature. The camouflage ninjutsu, wielded by the ninja of Iwa Village, was employed by Oishi during the Third Great Ninja War to ambush Kakashi's team, resulting in the capture of Rin and a series of subsequent events, including the eye transplant. It is indeed a remarkable technique. However, I find myself more inclined towards the third option. He harbored considerable doubts that it was the Flying Thunder God technique. As the names of jutsu from the fourth Hokage were notoriously whimsical, he distinctly recalled the existence of a technique referred to as something dance, style 3, which was executed with casual flair. If there exists a third style, surely there must be a first? Furthermore, from another perspective, the 1,000 Years of Death was Kakashi's technique. While camouflage was a jutsu that had significantly impacted Kakashi's life as an adversary, the third option was a technique belonging to Kakashi's mentor, Minato, which seemed quite reasonable. Wouldn't it? It felt like a gamble. If I thoroughly examined my memories of camouflage tonight, losing it wouldn't be a great loss. But if I succeeded with the Flying Thunder God, it would be a tremendous gain. After finishing lunch, he dedicated time to memorizing the hand seals and chakra pathways for the other 2 jutsu, activating them in his attribute panel. Around 1 in the afternoon, he arrived at school. In the 3rd grade, out of 32 students eligible to participate in the graduation examination, 22 had applied, while the remaining 10 chose to continue to the 4th grade for various reasons. Kakashi had just awakened. Teacher Oki had granted him special permission to skip the examination, allowing him to rest in the hospital, resulting in a total of 21 participants in this graduation assessment. Just as he settled into his seat, Hong approached him, exclaiming in exasperation, Hongdo has failed 4 subjects. She said she can't face Lord Orochimaru. What should we do, Zhengdai? For subjects? Zhengdai was taken aback. Considering that there were only 8 subjects in total, excluding practical assessments, how could Hongdo be so foolish? What could be done? In truth, she was only 5 years old. Spending a few more years at the Ninja Academy would be beneficial, as it was still a place to enhance one's abilities. Hong nodded, and they discussed Hongdo's feeding schedule for the upcoming days, brainstorming ways to cheer her up. Asuma, sensing the situation, also joined their conversation. The trio chatted for about 10 minutes until Teacher Oki entered the classroom and announced, "Is everyone here? We shall commence the graduation assessment shortly. However, before we begin, I have a few words to share with you." He spoke earnestly. Once you become Jinin, you will be grouped into teams of 3, led by a Jonin or an experienced Chunin instructor to undertake missions. I must offer you a final piece of advice. After more than an hour had passed, he concluded, "Well, I shall not prolong my remarks. For those graduating successfully, the path ahead is yours to tread alone. Should you encounter difficulties, know that your teachers will always be here waiting for you." With that, he declared, "Let us begin the assessment." The content of the graduation examination was announced playfully by Teacher Oki. Bang, bang. Some students were so tense they could hear their own heartbeats, only to suddenly realize something was amiss and collectively turned to look at Zhengdai, who maintained an impassive expression. Teacher Oki, both amused and exasperated, exclaimed, "Substitution technique." Oh. Some cheered while others despaired. The graduation assessment consisted of 4 random tasks, including the substitution technique and throwing technique. There would always be those proficient in one while lacking in another. Kai exuberantly leaped onto his desk, thrilled that they would not be tested on transformation or clone techniques. What a relief. Obito scoffed at this, thinking that with these 4 tasks, he could easily pass any of them. How had he not been able to defeat Kai, who was lagging behind? It must have been a failure to perform well. The assessments proceeded according to their rankings. Zhengdai, please demonstrate for your classmates. He was called first. Zheng Dai clapped his hands together, and with a sharp sound, all 21 students sequentially executed the substitution technique, completing the graduation assessment in merely 10 minutes. All passed, with the exemption of Kakashi, this year. The third-grade students of the Ninja Academy graduated, with 22 students receiving their ninja headbands, thus becoming Genin. Of course, the 12-day winter break also serves as a testing period for their team leaders, and it is quite possible that a few may find themselves returning. Nevertheless, this moment is one of exhilaration and excitement for them. Zheng Dai awkwardly tied his headband around his forehead, covering it with his bangs, and shook his head, saying, "Classmates, I'll treat everyone to dinner tonight. Who's joining? What about Teacher Daiki?" Teacher Daiki smiled and replied, "I want to be joining you. Enjoy yourselves. But do not forget to arrive at school by 8:30 tomorrow morning for class division. By around 9 o'clock, the respective team leaders will begin to arrive." Understood. The new Genin responded, exchanging glances. Zheng Dai asked, "Are you all going to join?" Gu Liang suddenly exclaimed, "We must go. Zheng Dai has been in the limelight recently, and we should celebrate him properly." All right. Gradually, the Genin all agreed. Even Hinata Shushui, after a moment of hesitation, nonchalantly chimed in, "I'll go too." Zheng Dai smiled, suddenly recalling something, and looked at Gu Liang in astonishment. "You actually graduated too? Quite impressive, Gu Liang." Gu Liang was reluctant to attend. "You can strive, but that doesn't mean I can't. I absolutely will not concede Lin to you." The following morning, Zheng Dai opened his eyes and glanced at the clock on the wall. It was 7 o'clock. Time to get up. Time to get up. Today is class division. I wonder who I will be paired with and who my guiding teacher will be. Sitting upright, he smacked his lips and patted his belly, recalling the celebrations from the night before with his classmates, and then with Uncle Jiao and Aunt Xiao, which left him feeling as though his stomach might burst. Uncle Jiao even jokingly suggested that as a ninja, he could indulge in a bit of alcohol now. In short, he was not feeling particularly comfortable at that moment. Stumbling to the bathroom to wash up, he only sipped a bowl of porridge for breakfast prepared by Aunt Xiao before stepping out of the house, only to quickly return. He had forgotten to tie his headband. I am a Genin of Konohagakure. Once he secured the headband, a fleeting sense of unreality washed over him, reminiscent of the days when he was merely an invincible keyboard warrior in the online realm. So, does this mean I am invincible? Aunt Xiao, noticing Zheng Dai's dazed expression, had already envisioned Uncle Jiao's unfortunate fate for the evening. Upon reaching the gates of the Ninja Academy, Zheng Dai's mind finally cleared, and he shook his head in disbelief. This body's physical prowess could easily surpass 100 of my former self. Yet my alcohol tolerance is woefully inadequate, just a couple of sips. Scanning his attributes, he was disappointed to find no drinking skill had appeared. With a self-deprecating chuckle, he stepped into the school and entered the classroom. "Zheng Dai, good morning." Several greetings greeted him as he waved back at a spirited Obito and others. Surveying the classroom and noticing that the students had formed 4 small groups. Each grade, 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th, had 1 group. The 3rd-grade students were the most numerous, and the combined count of the other 3 grades was similar, all gazing at Zheng Dai with admiration, clearly aware of his perfect scores across all subjects. Zheng Dai had grown accustomed to this stardom, smiling back at them before making his way directly to the 3rd-grade group. Last night, an extravagant gathering costing over 1,000 taels significantly improved his rapport with the 3rd-grade graduates, earning him numerous nods and greetings. They engaged in lively discussions, dreaming of who would be in which class and which teacher would guide them. A few remarks piqued the interest of Zheng Dai. "Hey, I heard that the renowned Jiraiya will also be the leading teacher of a certain team this time." "Oh, really? Is that the disciple of the legendary Sannin? Your information is quite on point." Asuma chimed in, affirming this news. Zheng Dai chuckled, confident that his knowledge surpassed theirs, as long as he wasn't influenced by them. He even knew which class Jiraiya would oversee. He glanced at Kakashi and Obito, but when his gaze fell upon Rin, he paused momentarily. There she was, hands clasped in front of her, wearing an expression of hope. Zheng Dai couldn't help but tease, "Rin, are you praying to be placed in the same class as Kakashi?" Rin shot him an angry glance. "Do not speak nonsense, Zheng Dai. I merely wish to be assigned to Jiraiya's class." "Oh," Hong interjected with a smile. "Who wouldn't wish for that, Rin? After all, the esteemed Jiraiya is the pupil of the legendary Frog Sage." The Frog Sage?" Zheng Dai was taken aback. Had he misheard? It seemed they were not fans of Jiraiya, but rather of the Frog Sage. Was Jiraiya's moniker truly so renowned? "You don't know the Sannin Jiraiya. who is hailed as the teacher of 1,000. Zheng Dai, did you not read Jiraiya's children's enlightenment books in your childhood? Hong looked at him with curiosity. Zheng Dai appeared utterly bewildered. Jiraiya? Children's enlightenment books? Paradise of affection? How could that possibly be appropriate for children? Wait, their essay catch. I almost forgot, Zheng Dai. You weren't in the village before you turned 4. Jiraiya's works only gained popularity in the village after the Second Ninja War ended, and it was only in the last 2 years that they spread to the Land of Fire and the entire ninja world. He had just recently earned the title of the teacher of 1,000. Oh, no wonder you are unaware of Jiraiya, Zheng Dai. We all grew up reading his works. Indeed, Hong and Rin chimed in, leaving Zheng Dai feeling increasingly agitated. How could I not know Jiraiya? It's just that I'm not familiar with the Jiraiya you speak of. Wasn't he the only one in the dark, as Obito leaned in. Who is this Jiraiya? I believe he is the Sannin Jiraiya, Rin reminded. You must have read the story of the Frog Sage, right? Oh, that. I remember my grandmother reading it to me when I was little. Obito suddenly realized. Zheng Dai fell silent, pondering whether this needed correction. Was it possible to amend such a misconception? After all, he was still just a child. Jiraiya is quite handsome, and he is the object of affection for many female ninjas in our village. Rin spoke with admiration. Yet, it seems Jiraiya's heart belongs to another, having turned down all his suitors and leaving many heartbroken. Ha ha ha. Zheng Dai, what are you laughing at? Oh, nothing. I just felt like laughing, Zheng Dai replied, his face a mask of absurdity. What the hell? Rin and Hong exchanged glances. Hey, Zheng Dai, what's wrong with you? Dai Tu curiously nudged him, suddenly recalling something. He exclaimed, Hey, you didn't happen to know the class placement results in advance, did you? When Third Grandpa called you yesterday, did he mention anything? Are you in the same class as that Wave Wind Minato? Haha, no, Zheng Dai quickly denied. You should ask Asuma about that. I have no idea. Asuma replied that he was also unaware, as the third had said nothing. The group soon resumed their eager discussions about class placements, while Dai Tu's eyes glazed over. Lost in daydreams. If only he could be in the same class as Zheng Dai and Rin, he would protect them. Ideally, the instructor should be Wave Wind Minato. Jiraiya's storybook was quite captivating. Oh, and if he could be in the same class as Rin, that would be even better. It seemed there were a total of 44 graduates, with 3 students per class, so there might be a couple of extra students, right? Bang. Ah, Dai Tu cried out. Clutching his head, he angrily turned. Who hit me? He immediately met Rin's glare, which made him falter. Zheng Dai patted his shoulder, laughing. Ha, next time. If you're thinking something, don't say it out loud. Ha. Dai Tu thought it would be a miracle if he survived until next time. After some playful banter. At 8:30, Teacher Demu walked into the classroom right on time, holding a class placement list. The classroom fell silent, with some even holding their breath, while Zheng Dai finally managed to suppress the twitching of his lips. In the same class as Rin, Dai Tu fervently chanted. Hands clasped together. Those close friends also silently prayed to be placed in the same class. Zheng Dai, however, remained calm. He had no significant demands. Rather than familiar classmates, he hoped for a familiar teacher. Of course, having familiar classmates would be a bonus. Teacher Demu stood at the podium with a smile, saying, Everything that needed to be said was conveyed yesterday by myself and the other teachers. I wish you all a successful graduation from the Ninja Academy. Noticing the eager expressions, he decided to announce the class placements directly. Okay, came the harmonious response. Class 1, Mizuki, Guliang. Class 6, Shizun, Yamanaka Aoi. Class 7, Uchiha Dai Tuesday. Upon hearing his name, Dai Tu sprang to his feet, eagerly awaiting the next announcement. When he saw Teacher Demu forming a somewhat familiar mouth shape, his eyes widened, and he prepared to cheer. Yahiko Rin, Hataki Kakashi. Oh, cough, cough, cough. What? Kakashi. Dai Tu's expression twisted in disbelief. How could I be placed with that timid fool? Kakashi shot a disdainful glance at Dai Tu, while Zheng Dai calmly patted his back. Rin, somewhat helpless, shook her head before revealing a hint of joy. Teacher Demu glanced at Dai Tu, feeling a sense of relief knowing he wouldn't have to teach him anymore. The class placements were determined by Lord Hokage himself. Furthermore, Kakashi and Rin had average scores of 2nd and 3rd respectively, while your overall average was 17th. What is there to complain about? Dai Tu opened his mouth to protest. But Demu ignored him and continued. Class 8, Ibiki, Tsubaki, and Tachi. Dai Tu slumped back down, a despondent expression on his face as he exchanged glances with Zheng Dai. shaking his head before turning to Kakashi with a look of utter disdain. However, when he looked at Rin, he felt a glimmer of happiness. Thank goodness, at least Rin is here. Daiki continued to read. Class 9, Might Guy, Nara Shikumu, Ebisu. Up to this point, the usually composed Zheng Dai finally displayed a hint of astonishment. He had presumed that he would most likely disrupt the class. Yet he found himself excluded. It was inconceivable that the one who achieved full marks across the board would be grouped with two underachievers. The remaining options were Class 10, Zheng Dai, Yuhi Kurenai, and Sarutobi Isuma. As Daiki concluded, Zheng Dai abruptly turned around, meeting the wide-eyed gaze of Isuma and exchanging a glance of delight with Kurenai, smacking his lips in contemplation. Third Hokage, you are quite the trickster. A handsome and talented individual like myself, paired with Isuma and Kurenai. Aren't you concerned that I might inadvertently steal your daughter-in-law? Asuma's lips twitched as he recalled his father's oddly peculiar expression during dinner the previous night. Was that a sign of guilt? Although Zheng Dai was genuinely a decent person, an excellent cook and formidable in strength, having him as a teammate was undoubtedly reassuring. No, Asuma. You must not lower your guard simply because of a few delightful meals. Kurenai's joy was palpable. Zheng Dai's prowess and culinary skills made him a comforting companion. Conversely, while Asuma's capabilities were rather average and he lacked culinary skills, he was still tolerable. Class 11, Hyuga Hayashi. After 5 or 6 minutes, Teacher Daiki had completed the allocation of all 14 classes, announcing that the 2 unfortunate students left behind would be assigned to the senior classes. All right, students, please await your respective class instructors here. I must take my leave, Teacher Daiki intoned. I hope to hear your names again. Not because you've been sent back to the academy, but because you have become renowned warriors throughout Konoha. We will, Teacher, Zheng Dai replied. Goodbye, Teacher Daiki. The students chorused together, Goodbye, Teacher. Daiki waved and exited the classroom, leaving behind a much more robust silhouette than when they first met. Over these 3 years, Teacher Daiki had certainly gained considerable weight. Just as Teacher Daiki departed, 2 young men entered, neither wearing the ninja vest, appearing to be mere chunin, who proceeded to escort classes 2 and 3 away. A minute later, another trio of chunin arrived to take classes 1, 4, and 5. After waiting another 2 minutes, 2 more chunin appeared to collect classes 13 and 14. Finally, a jounin arrived from the Hyuga clan to escort class 11, where Hyuga Hayashi was situated, and he even offered Zheng Dai a nod and a smile. Individuals as stubborn and obsessive as Hyuga Hayashi were indeed rare within the clan. The number of students in the classroom swiftly diminished by half, and the remaining students grew increasingly eager. Each year, the graduating students were typically divided evenly between chunin and jounin, and with 6 chunin already present, the likelihood of the remaining students being assigned to a jounin class was quite high. They shifted their seats, with 3 members of the same class clustering together. Asuma hastily seated himself beside Kurenai, placing Zheng Dai in between them. Seeing this, Obito displayed a hint of annoyance, glared at Kakashi, and then took a long route to sit beside Rin, effectively sandwiching her in the middle. Lin helplessly glared at Obito, who feigned nonchalance, glancing about anxiously. Kakashi scoffed, Fool. Coward. What did you say? Obito, in a flurry of panic, leaped onto the table. The classroom instantly became lively again. When Akimichi Dingza, Yamanaka Ino, and Namikaze Minato arrived together, they were greeted by the sight of Obito shouting at Kakashi from atop the table, while Lin helplessly tried to mediate. And the other students eagerly watched the spectacle. Minato, your class seems quite challenging to manage. Yamanaka Ino chuckled lightly, then cleared his throat to remind everyone to quiet down. The fresh genin focused their attention at the entrance, glancing over Dingza and the charming Yamanaka Ino, ultimately fixating on the face of the esteemed Namikaze Minato. His golden hair and radiant smile evoked gasps of excitement among several onlookers. The presence of the legendary Minato was electrifying. Which class? Which class? Yamanaka Ino remarked with a hint of exasperation as he glanced at Minato. Minato beamed back, prompting another wave of gasps. Zheng Dai also caught his breath in awe. Meeting such an idol as the 4th Hokage stirred a sense of excitement within him. Though he had grown accustomed to the world after more than half a year of traversing it, he remained calm upon encountering Kushina previously. His gasp was driven by the absence of his beloved instructor, who he feared might not show up. After all, the Ino Shikacho trio usually operated in unison. With Dingza and Yamanaka Ino present, Nara Shikaku's absence was conspicuous. Is it possible that my teacher has taken the 4th away, or perhaps Dingza? Yamanaka Ino pondered aloud. His suggestion seemed fitting for guiding Red, but Zheng Dai and Asuma were certainly not illusion-type ninjas. The third Hokage, considering his son's interests, would not likely make such a distribution. As expected, Yamanaka Ino spoke first. The three from Class 6, follow me. Class 9, with me, Dingza called out. Minato, with his sunny demeanor, addressed the group. Class 7, consisting of Hitaki Kakashi, Noara Rin, and Uchiha Obito, greetings. I look forward to working with you. None of them. Zheng Dai was astonished, wondering who it could be. He turned to Asuma, who shook his head, indicating that his father had not disclosed anything. As Obito exited, he bumped shoulders with Kakashi, casting a reluctant glance back at Zheng Dai, which caused Minato's smile to falter slightly, as he scratched his head in mild frustration. Minato, Dingza, and Ino, greetings. Came another voice from outside as another Chunin entered to escort Class 12 away. Soon after, a somewhat unfamiliar Jonin took Class 8, prompting Asuma to sigh. It seems we are left with just the three of us. Asuma, did the Hokage really not inform you of our guiding instructor? Red inquired. No, he replied. He wouldn't even tell me that Zheng Dai and I would be in the same class. So secretive. Zheng Dai raised an eyebrow. So? Does that mean the Hokage told you that you would be in the same class as Red? Asuma's handsome face turned a shade of red. He had not requested it. But if his father were to remain oblivious, he would have to address the matter of his sneaking cigarettes. At that moment, he suddenly remembered something. Hey, Zheng Dai, do you think there's any snack that could replicate the taste of tobacco? In a moment of surprise, Zheng Dai pondered whether Asuma had begun smoking at this age. This lad, having graduated, had already succumbed to poor habits. Why do you ask? With the scent of tobacco, it's certain that such snacks must contain it. Smoking is harmful. You should refrain from trying it, Zheng Dai advised Asuma from the perspective of a concerned friend. Asuma shook his head repeatedly. No, it's not that I want to smoke. I know it's bad for you. It's my father who smokes all the time. As he grows older, I'm trying to find ways to help him quit. Zheng Dai was taken aback. Are you saying smoking is bad? You have no inclination to try it even once? Asuma hesitated. Of course. Well, smoking isn't entirely detrimental. A man who smokes often exudes a certain charm and appears quite dashing. Wouldn't you agree? Zheng Dai, still in the role of a friend, continued to caution Asuma. Asuma appeared bewildered, and soon the three engaged in an intense discussion about the myriad disadvantages of smoking juxtaposed with its single advantage. Zheng Dai felt utterly defeated. The complexity of this matter seemed to escalate, with no clear direction from Jiraiya or Asuma, leaving Zheng Dai in a state of silent mourning. He needed to contemplate this further, and thus interrupted the topic of smoking. Is our instructor not here yet? Indeed, it's already past 9:30. Zheng Dai chuckled inwardly at the thought of their instructor being late. If Kakashi walks in, I might just be impressed. Just then, a boisterous laughter echoed. Oh, my beloved students, I apologize for the delay. You've waited long. The voice, though unfamiliar, evoked a sense of familiarity in Zheng Dai. Reminiscent of Jiraiya, though the esteemed teacher would never behave in such a manner. The voice felt distinctly foreign, and after a brief moment of contemplation, Zheng Dai concluded that it was not someone he recognized. Intrigued, he cast his gaze towards the entrance. Could it be him? Asuma's voice trembled as he remarked. It carries the scent of my father's mischief. It must be him. A young Jonin, around 20 years of age, entered. He was tall and had a handsome face. His dark red hair styled in a rather ridiculous star shape, reminiscent of a cartoon character. Zheng Dai rubbed his eyes in confusion, his pupils dilating in shock. Struggling to swallow. Oh no. He swiftly formed hand seals, channeling chakra. Infinite Tsukuyomi, release. Release. Yet, the scene before him remained unchanged. The young Jonin gazed quizzically at Zheng Dai, blinking. Boy, are you attempting to dispel a genjutsu? Haha. Perhaps you're so excited to see me that you think I'm an illusion? He laughed heartily, hands on his hips. This is no illusion. I am your lead Jonin. It seems you've heard of my esteemed name. Indeed, I am the super ninja of Konoha, the future star of the ninja world. Oh, Haruno Sho. Yes, indeed. On the rooftop of the Ninja Academy, Haruno Sho urged Zheng Dai and the others to introduce themselves, while Zheng Dai contemplated jumping off. He wanted to see if he could wake himself from this bewildering reality. It's rather high. Haruno Sho, father of Sakura Haruno, who was originally deemed a mediocre Chunin, had unexpectedly risen to the rank of Jonin, and was now leading Zheng Dai, Asuma, and Hong's class. A most unusual Jonin indeed. Certainly not ordinary. The narrative of the story has already become quite clear. In the upcoming election for the fourth Hokage, Haruno Sho will surpass Namake's Minato and be elected as the fourth Hokage. Furthermore, during the impending Nine Tails attack on the village, Haruno Sho will sacrifice himself to seal the Nine Tails, thereby allowing Haruno Sakura to become the daughter of a hero in the Hidden Leaf Village. This is the tale of Naruto, the Road of Ninjas, which unfolds within the realm of Tsukuyomi. In a fleeting moment, I dismissed the possibility that I had directly traversed into the world of Tsukuyomi. I abandoned any notions of luck, recognizing that I had indeed fallen into the infinite Tsukuyomi. Yet, where had this occurred? Was it within the limited Tsukuyomi of the film? Or perhaps the vast infinite Tsukuyomi of the Fourth Great Ninja War? Regardless of which, I felt rather powerless. It appears I have crossed over to a time concurrent with Kakashi, having navigated the ninja world for over 20 years as a traveler. Yet I could not preserve my essence under the infinite Tsukuyomi. No, if it were the limited Tsukuyomi, I ought not to have lost my memories. And this is a genuine traversal. Thus, it must be within the infinite Tsukuyomi during the Fourth Great Ninja War. In the climactic battle of the war, I succumbed to the infinite Tsukuyomi, erasing over 20 years of memories from the ninja world, yet retaining the recollections of my past life. Consequently, I must perceive myself as someone who has just traversed. This analysis led me to ponder, what should I do now? The first instinct regarding the infinite Tsukuyomi is undoubtedly to escape, yet escape is impossible. Suddenly, a thought flickered in my mind. Why am I so eager to flee? After all, the attribute panel can be deemed genuinely existent. The dream of the infinite Tsukuyomi would not conjure a divine tool or authentic skills based on my subjective thoughts. If I truly could wield them outside the infinite Tsukuyomi, wouldn't that mean I could sleep and emerge invincible? Only within the realm of the infinite Tsukuyomi would there be individuals in need of correction to earn attribute points. At the very least, I must remain until I am sufficiently powerful and possess enough real skills before contemplating the idea of leaving. As for whether I can catch up with the final battle, if I were to emerge with feeble strength, it would be best not to pursue it. That would be tantamount to courting death. Until then, perhaps maintaining my original existence would suffice. The sole source of my distress is that the dream of the infinite Tsukuyomi is constructed from the memories of this traveler, creating a virtual world. In other words, everyone in this dream, apart from myself, is a mere facsimile. I turned to glance at Asuma, then at Kurenai. Are they all illusions? Jungdai, why are you looking at me? It is your turn to introduce yourself, Asuma remarked with a furrowed brow. Oh, it is indeed the infinite Tsukuyomi. Such a genuine expression, Jungdai mused, blinking as he suddenly reached out to poke Asuma's clean-shaven face. Asuma? Kurenai. Over there, Haruno Sho, she chuckled, ruffling the red star atop his head. Boy, you're not fully awakened yet. Come back to your senses. It's your turn to introduce yourself. You are Jungdai, the one with full marks, right? Ah, yes, teacher, Jungdai replied, retracting his finger, his gaze wandering. And the texture felt rather delightful. No, the realm of the infinite Tsukuyomi is indeed an independent world. It cannot simply be regarded as a dream. Even if it is a dream, living within it for a lifetime, where each individual possesses distinct personalities and thoughts, is not dissimilar to a genuine existence. One cannot regard them merely as phantoms. They exist in this realm as genuine life. However, given the nature of the infinite Tsukuyomi, may I not indulge in a modicum of freedom? After all, once they awaken, they shall remain oblivious to the dream, beyond the veil of slumber. Suspended upon the vast branches of the god tree that traverses the entire ninja world, individuals ensnared in the infinite Tsukuyomi are tightly bound by bandage-like entities. In the heavens, the luminous glow of the Nine-Tomo Rinnegan fades as Uchiha Madara, wielding the sage's staff, lets out a low grunt, an intriguing individual, capable of faintly resisting the power of the infinite Tsukuyomi. Yet ultimately, they too have succumbed to the dream. Now, only a select few remain. He gazes downwards, where Sasuke's complete purple Susanoo shields Kakashi, Naruto, and Sakura, protecting them from the radiance of the infinite Tsukuyomi. Uchiha Madara scans the surroundings, locating Obito, possessed by Kagaya's essence, and descends with determination. As the release of the infinite Tsukuyomi concludes, Sasuke extends the wings of his complete Susanoo, transforming it into purple flames that disperse into the air. Are you all right, Kakashi-sensei, Naruto, Sakura? We are fine. That individual earlier, Kakashi-sensei, he seemed to be one of our Konoha ninjas. Do you know him? Kakashi scratches his head. I believe I recognize him. He was my classmate. though his name eludes me at the moment. This is not the time for such discussions. Kakashi gestures ahead, where Uchiha Madara crashes down, prompting the four to assume a defensive stance. Madara, facing them, initially intended to speak, but his thoughts drift to the peculiar individual who briefly resisted the infinite Tsukuyomi, piquing his curiosity. He turns to Black Zetsu and inquires, "Have you gathered any intelligence on that odd character?" "Yes," Black Zetsu rasps. "A Chunin from the Second Allied Forces of Konoha, named Day, possesses no particular distinction." "A Chunin? Lacking any uniqueness?" Madara furrows his brow, redirecting his focus. "Perhaps it is merely coincidence? Even if it is not, should a concealed powerhouse descend into the world of the infinite Tsukuyomi, what could they accomplish? Eliminating these few adversaries would usher in an era of peace for the ninja world as the savior." Suddenly, a pitch-black arm pierces through Madara's chest from behind, blood spraying forth. "Ugh!" Madara gasps, his eyes wide with disbelief. "Black Zetsu." Hee hee. Black Zetsu chuckles darkly thrice, then abruptly freezes. "Where's the chakra? Why can I not sense the chakra of those ensnared by the god tree in the infinite Tsukuyomi?" He stands rigid for 2 seconds, his pupils constricting. The dreams of all are intertwined, collectively resisting the god tree? Impossible. Each individual's desires and needs are distinct. How could such a phenomenon occur? Madara regains his composure, turning to Black Zetsu with an indifferent gaze. "What is happening? Have you developed independent thought? Are you betraying me, your creator?" Black Zetsu, flustered, realizes that without chakra, he cannot exert control over Madara. What to do? Flee? Yet, mother. Madara. After a moment's contemplation, he strives to adopt his original, subdued tone. "Success is imminent. I do not wish for you to lose your vigilance. Consider this a reminder. I appreciate your concern." Madara raises his hand, seizing the arm that has pierced through him. Across from them, the 4 members of Class 7 exchanged puzzled glances. Had they turned against one another? What was happening? An opportunity presented itself. At that moment, a faint beam of light suddenly emanated from the blood-red moon, heading straight toward the 4. Sasuke gasped, preparing to activate his Susanoo, but there was no time. The light moved at true light speed, enveloping Kakashi in an instant. "Kakashi-sensei, what is going on?" Uchiha Obito furrowed his brow and looked back. Noticing that the eye on his forehead opened and closed, the power of his Rinnegan inexplicably diminished. Was there a secret to the infinite Tsukuyomi that he was unaware of? Meanwhile, as Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura looked on with anxious concern, the light surrounding Kakashi gradually dissipated. Kakashi opened his eyes and instinctively reached behind him with his right hand, but grasped at nothing, managing a wry smile. He hadn't brought his father's blade. The Konoha ninja earlier, named Masaru, was an exceedingly irritating brat. "My name is Masaru. I am 9 years old. I detest nitpickers. I enjoy learning, and my dream is to uncover all the secrets of the ninja world." Hong inquired, "What is a nitpicker?" Haruno Sho remarked, "To comprehend all the mysteries of the ninja world? What an impressive aspiration." "Ha ha ha. Now that you 3 have introduced yourselves, it's my turn," Sho continued. "You all know my name. I am not much older than you, at 18. However, I became one of the youngest jonin in our Konoha village 3 years ago. As for dislikes, well, I don't really have any. I enjoy a bit of sake." He paused, reaching into his collar to retrieve a cherry blossom pendant. A blissful smile gracing his face. "This? A pendant?" Hong murmured, about to inquire further, but she caught Masaru shaking his head and instinctively held her tongue. Sho blinked, his smile momentarily stiffening before he forced himself to continue. "This was given to me by a very gentle and beautiful girl." "Well then, shall we conclude our customary self-introductions and proceed to the next step?" What was that next step again? Treating the teacher to a meal, Masaru reminded them. Right. How could I forget? Sho paused, glancing at Masaru before bursting into laughter, his mouth stretching wide. "To add a little something, I enjoy more than just sake and pendants. I also appreciate jokes. Masaru, you seem quite adept at telling them. How delightful." Masaru remained expressionless. "I never said that." "Ha." Sho laughed, almost choking. Asuma slapped his forehead. "Dad, why on earth did you let him take care of me?" Sho's reputation among the jonin of Konoha was not particularly favorable, but that wasn't a significant issue. He merely enjoyed drinking and telling corny jokes. Asuma knew that Sho's acquaintances usually avoided him, unable to tolerate his puns. The most terrifying aspect was that if you didn't laugh at his jokes, he would persistently bombard you with another until you were compelled to laugh. He was a formidable figure known for vanquishing most jonin in Konoha with his cold jokes, thus earning his notoriety in the ninja community. As for the prowess of Haruno Sho, Asuma was not particularly well informed. However, he had heard that Sho had received guidance from the legendary Sannin, Tsunade, for a period of time. Had it not been for the unbearable nature of his cold jokes, Tsunade might have inadvertently taken his life out of exasperation, and he could very well have become her disciple, suggesting that his abilities were likely commendable. After a considerable time, Haruno Sho finally ceased his boisterous laughter, catching his breath, and unabashedly remarked, "It is impossible for me to treat you all. My finances are rather strained. If I were to invite you, it would only amount to a few slices of bread." "Oh, speaking of bread, I just recalled a joke," he continued. "One day, a slice of bread was walking down the street, and suddenly, it felt hungry. Ha! Can you guess what happened next? The bread invited us to eat, and it would never feel hungry again," he concluded. Zheng Dai was momentarily taken aback. "Ha! The teacher intended to say that it ate itself. Your version is even more amusing, genius." Asuma blinked in bewilderment. Goodness, Zheng Dai can actually keep up with his line of thought? Hong looked on in confusion, wondering where the humor lay. "Zheng Dai, you've inspired me to recall another joke," Sho declared. "Now we ought to discuss the next segment, the assessment, shall we? We have plenty of time for jokes later." Asuma promptly interrupted. "Oh, indeed. The next segment is the assessment," Haruno Sho replied with a serious demeanor. "As your guiding teacher, I must conduct a test regarding teamwork. The task is called Snatch the Bells." He rummaged through his pocket and produced 2 bells, jingling them playfully. "This is it. I will hang one on my waist, and you 3 must attempt to snatch them. There are 3 of you, but only 2 bells. Those who fail to acquire one must return to the Ninja Academy. This assessment is not particularly challenging, for I will not be serious. Otherwise, you would have no chance of snatching them. The difficulty lies in the distribution of the bells. However, I believe that among you, Zheng Dai, who excels in academics, along with Hong and Asuma, who also perform admirably, will easily grasp the essence of this assessment and succeed. Teacher, you have already revealed the crux of the assessment with your very first sentence. Teamwork?" Zheng Dai chuckled at the jest. Haruno Sho paused briefly. Well, the teacher believes that sometimes knowing is more challenging than not knowing. Most people think so, don't they? Zheng Dai turned to Hong and remarked, "This is what one might call a contrarian, in its nascent stage, employing sophistry." He made a gesture that implied shamelessness. Hong chuckled softly. You have once again amused the teacher. Zheng Dai. Haruno Sho laughed heartily. "I almost considered treating you little darlings to a meal. Fortunately, I am short on funds, Asuma's expression darkened. After another prolonged bout of laughter, Haruno Sho finally stated, "At this hour, it is indeed time to eat. Let us find something to nourish ourselves before the bell-snatching assessment in the afternoon, shall we?" "Absolutely. What shall we eat?" "Well, since there is an assessment in the afternoon, we mustn't overindulge, lest I make you all so ill that you might regurgitate." Haruno Sho's eyes narrowed, a sharp glint flashing through them, abruptly transforming from his earlier jovial demeanor. Zheng Dai raised an eyebrow, while Hong and Asuma's expressions grew slightly tense and serious. Did I startle you?" "Asma." Zheng Dai suddenly reclined backward, clutching his chest, and exclaimed, "You scared me to death. I can't recover unless the teacher treats us to lunch." "Chun Yi Zhao?" Asma and Hong exchanged glances, and Hong was the first to fall back, prompting Asma to follow suit. "Teacher, please treat us to lunch." Chun Yi Zhao scratched his head adorned with a red star, chuckling. "Is that how jokes are told? I am truly delighted to have you in my class. We must celebrate with a drink. However, since you are too young to partake, let us dine separately. I shall take my leave now. We shall convene at the 5th practice ground at 2 o'clock this afternoon." With a whoosh, the 3 lying on the ground turned to each other, shared a smile, and rose to pat each other's backs. "What an amusing instructor," Hong murmured, "though he can be quite stingy, As time passes, you might find him less amusing." Asma replied through gritted teeth, "Once I return home, I shall confiscate all of my father's cigarettes." "Bring them to me," Zheng Dai chimed in. Asma, "Hey Zheng Dai, you must not become curious about cigarettes. Once you get hooked, it is incredibly difficult to quit. I only wish to catch a whiff of the aroma. And I intend to concoct the snacks you desire," Zheng Dai smiled. "Furthermore, let's not have lunch together. I plan to find a place to perm my hair." "Perm your hair?" "Ah, perm." Zheng Dai adjusted his hairstyle and waved goodbye. His mention of getting a perm was merely a jest, a reference to a joke that no one here would comprehend. At the tender age of 9, still a boy. Would a curly hairstyle not terrify Uncle Jiang and Aunt Xiao? Moreover, perming one's hair damages it. Indulging in whims is not an act of self-deprecation. He simply wished to be alone for a while, to process the overwhelming information he had absorbed that morning, particularly regarding the infinite Tsukuyomi. Although he might not escape in the short term, nor did he particularly wish to, it was time to prioritize the study of illusion techniques, for preparation is key. Even though basic illusion techniques are incomparable to the infinite Tsukuyomi, he pondered, if one could capture Uchiha Madara or Kagaya in the realm of the infinite Tsukuyomi, would it be possible to acquire comprehensive knowledge about it? The understanding gleaned from anime is ultimately superficial. This thought flashed through Zheng Dai's mind, and he self-deprecatingly acknowledged his daydreaming. After all, what strength did he possess to even consider capturing Madara? Such aspirations were indeed inflated. Yet, when he becomes sufficiently powerful, perhaps he could entertain the possibility. Another question loomed. After Hongdo and Kakashi, which of the newly discovered characters, Hinata Hyuga, who harbors doubts about the branch family system, the reclusive Kushina Uzumaki, the non-smoking Asma, or the children's literature author Jiraiya, would be the most amenable to alteration? Given the proximity to the source, Asma would undoubtedly be the easiest. Contemplating the other three, Zheng Dai's lips curled in a slight smirk. I am genuinely curious to meet Jiraiya, the children's author. He chuckled. After indulging in a brief fit of laughter, Zheng Dai shook his head and proceeded towards the stationery store on the west street of Konoha Village. He recalled that near the stationery shop, there was a fairly large bookstore where he might procure Jiraiya's fairy tale books. On his way, Zheng Dai's thoughts drifted back to the final question. He had yet to make a selection regarding the real skill options, but it was not difficult to choose now. As a skill capable of transcending the infinite Tsukuyomi, being occupied by camouflage would be a tremendous waste. After all, whether one unravels the infinite Tsukuyomi by oneself, participates in the final battle, or waits for Naruto and Sasuke to seal Kagaya before venturing out, the camouflage technique is of no use. It would be better to rely on the 1,000 years of pain. A fully leveled 1,000 years of pain might even possess an effect that guarantees a hit with every strike. Just think of it, a skill of terrifying strength. Of course, opting for the 1,000 years of pain is an impossibility. It is a choice that cannot be made in this lifetime. Thus, one must gamble on the third option. Zheng Dai, using his mind to make a selection, was instantly replaced by words. 1. Konoha's secret martial arts, the ultimate 1,000 years of pain 2. Ninja technique, camouflage 3. Konoha's ultimate, dance of the crescent moon? The dance of the crescent moon? Options 1 and 2 shattered and vanished, leaving only the third option, which seamlessly integrated into the attributes panel. True skill 3, Konoha's ultimate, dance of the crescent moon level 0. How can it be the dance of the crescent moon? Isn't the dance of the crescent moon a Konoha-style sword technique? When did it upgrade to an ultimate skill? Zheng Dai scratched his head in confusion. He felt a tinge of disappointment for not having gambled on the Flying Thunder God. The dance of the crescent moon would suffice, combining with the shadow clone technique for a guaranteed kill. 20 minutes later, in the forest, there was a little pig with a round head, large ears, an upturned nose, and a plump body. It enjoyed foraging through garbage heaps for food, and after eating, rolled around in a muddy puddle, covered in sludge. It thought to itself, I want to take a bath. In a bookstore, Zheng Dai held a copy of Jiraiya's A Little Story Each Night, engrossed in the first tale. Unable to contain his laughter, finding it far more amusing than Haruno Sakura's corny jokes. The story's essence was about a dirty little pig who sought friends. The little white rabbit wouldn't play with it, nor would the little white goose. The pig was utterly heartbroken. Eventually, after taking a bath, both the rabbit and the goose finally agreed to play with it. It is quite educational. Indeed, it is perfect for telling stories or teaching literacy to toddlers. Yet, the thought that it was pinned by Jiraiya had Zheng Dai in stitches. The bookstore owner had been watching Zheng Dai for quite some time, wondering whose child he was. As he dashed straight to the children's story section, clutching a storybook by Lord Jiraiya and laughing heartily. Does this child still possess the innocence of youth? Is it truly acceptable for such a child to don a forehead protector and become a genin? Mister, how much for this A Little Story Each Night? Zheng Dai inquired. Are you actually buying it? The owner thought to himself, but business must go on. 80 Rio. What? Zheng Dai blinked in surprise. 80 Rio. No haggling, the owner explained, adding that the cost price was quite high, given Lord Jiraiya's esteemed reputation. Zheng Dai astutely grasped the unspoken half of the owner's statement. The publisher's share of Jiraiya's earnings was substantial, hence the elevated price of a single storybook. 80 Rio, which converts to roughly 50 yuan, seemed quite dear for a mere 100-page storybook, yet parents could still afford it, regardless of whether in the normal world or the realm of the infinite Tsukuyomi. Jiraiya is indeed a man of great fortune, setting aside the monetary rewards he could earn from completing numerous S and A-level missions. Writing a book could fill his coffers to overflowing. Perhaps he could vie for the title of the second wealthiest ninja in the Naruto world? As this notion crossed his mind, he promptly retrieved 80 Rio to purchase a storybook, and an idea began to take shape. Writing stories. Crafting fairy tales. Who among us cannot do that? Zheng Dai, a modern youth, had perused tales by Andersen, the Brothers Grimm, 1001 Nights, and many delightful fables. While he might not recall every detail, the classics lingered in his memory, sufficient to weave together 200- or 300-page fairy tale volumes. Moreover, many of these tales are not solely for children. Older youths can appreciate them as well. For instance, Spirited Away and Big Fish Begonia, with their elements of fantasy and magic, could easily be adapted with ninjutsu, allowing the children of this world to engage more deeply with the narratives. Could he engage with Jiraiya through literature? It seemed rather intriguing, and moreover, it presented an excellent avenue for profit. Compared to running a restaurant, the prestige of being an author is undoubtedly far greater. Zheng Dai pondered. If he were to usurp Jiraiya's financial streams, might it compel him to pursue a path of less savory literature? The challenge was formidable, yet what harm could come from attempting? Surely, it was preferable to employing seduction techniques. In the afternoon, at the 5th training ground in Konoha, Zheng Dai, Asuma, and Kurenai gathered. Zheng Dai, how shall we execute our plan? You shall devise the tactics, Asuma proposed. Kurenai nodded in agreement. Zheng Dai, as the strongest among the trio, naturally assumed the role of leader. He surveyed the terrain, his gaze lingering on several large stones and the surrounding trees that offered ample cover. You two will conceal yourselves and provide support. I will engage directly, he instructed. Asuma, do you have any smoke bombs? I have one, Asuma replied. Pass it to Kurenai. Kurenai, do not use Jinjutsu on teacher Hoshikage. It would be futile and could harm you. If an opportunity arises, use shuriken to create a diversion. And swiftly change your hiding spot. If there is no chance, simply hold the smoke bomb until you can throw it. Teacher Hoshikage? Kurenai blinked in surprise. Zheng Dai adjusted his hairstyle, and Kurenai understood. And what of me, Zheng Dai? Asuma inquired. Assess my situation. If I find myself in dire straits, rush in to assist. This largely depends on teacher Haruno's leniency. If we are evenly matched, wait for Kurenai to throw the smoke bomb, then dart in to seize the bell. Is it truly that simple? The simpler, the better. After all, this is a test of teamwork, and we shall demonstrate our collaboration. Half an hour later, a gentle breeze swept through as Haruno Sakura appeared in the clearing before the trio, a small bottle of sake in her right hand, her cheeks flushed. Well, my dear little ones, how was your lunch? She asked, belching slightly. We encountered several classes, and their instructors treated them, but ours did not. So our meal was rather unsatisfactory. Zheng Dai replied. Ha ha. Haruno Sakura laughed heartily, then pulled 2 bells from her pocket and attached them to her waist. Let the test begin. The abrupt shift in conversation caught the 3 off guard, and after a few seconds of surprise, Asuma and Kurenai quickly retreated. Oh, hiding are we? Zheng Dai, young man, aren't you going to conceal yourself? Haruno Sakura shook the bottle. Hiding and seeking is not the way of a true man. Zheng Dai shouted, Teacher, be careful. Asuma, who had just concealed himself, looked on in confusion. Haruno Sho, taken aback for a moment, chuckled softly. Young man, reckless indeed, retracting his right hand holding the wine bottle. He effortlessly caught Zheng Dai's fist with his left hand, twisting it with force. In the blink of an eye, Zheng Dai found himself captured in a hold. Pulled close to Sho, Asuma, hidden behind a large rock, widened his eyes in disbelief and muttered in frustration, What on earth is happening? Reluctantly, he leaped out to intervene. Meanwhile, the figure in red perched on a nearby tree instinctively tightened her grip on the smoke bomb in her hand. What is this? Haruno Sho suddenly raised an eyebrow, sensing something amiss, and kicked Zheng Dai in the rear. Zheng Dai vanished like water. Asuma, rushing forward, was taken aback, skidding to a halt, and propelled himself back to his hiding spot. A smirk played on Haruno Sho's lips as he felt a gust of wind approaching from behind. It was clear from the outset that Zheng Dai had used a water clone, unbeknownst even to his teammates. As a distraction, I won't let you seize the opportunity so easily. He reached out with his left hand and grasped a hand that had stretched towards the bell. The fingertips had barely grazed it, yet they remained a half-centimeter away, an insurmountable distance. TSK, Zheng Dai clicked his tongue in disappointment and delivered a powerful kick to Haruno Sho's backside. Sho recoiled, but with a deft maneuver, he used his rear to counter Zheng Dai's leg, propelling him backward. Zheng Dai's wrist twisted once more, and he transformed into water again. Another water clone, how cautious. Haruno Sho's eyes darted, spotting Zheng Dai about 20 meters behind, forming hand seals. Water release, water wave. The water wave, reaching the pinnacle of its technique, was unleashed by Zheng Dai for the first time, showcasing a remarkable transformation from its previous form. With minimal effort, Zheng Dai's chakra automatically arranged itself, significantly reducing the energy expenditure while amplifying the technique's potency manifold. The original water wave, which produced a powerful column of water, had now morphed into a fan-shaped torrent. While it may not rival the grand waterfall technique, the eruption of water resembled a miniature waterfall, crashing towards Haruno Sho with great force. What kind of water wave is this? Haruno Sho was taken aback, the effects of alcohol fading rapidly as he pondered, leaping back several meters. He retrieved a kunai from his ninja tool pouch, deflecting the kunai shot by the figure in red, observing the cascade impact the ground, transforming the arid terrain into a winding stream. 6 shuriken followed, tracing arcs to seal off his escape route. Unlike Kakashi before him, Haruno Sho did not resort to a substitution technique to evade. Instead, he skillfully deflected 2 shuriken with his kunai, leaping forward effortlessly to escape the encirclement, landing on the water's surface. Well done, Zheng Dai. Zheng Dai's expression grew serious. Indeed, teacher Hoshigaki was formidable. After a prolonged period of meticulous planning, the comprehensive assault he had designed was effortlessly countered by his opponent, who relied solely on fundamental ninja techniques such as leaps, evasions, and shuriken blocks. What was even more remarkable was that the half-empty bottle of sake he held in his right hand remained unspilled despite the agile movements he executed, showcasing the remarkable composure of Master C-Star. It was only natural for him to be so formidable, even when compared to the legendary Minato Namikaze, who was of the same age. One could hardly find fault. As he steadied his emotions, he stepped onto the water's surface, his feet finding balance after a moment of adjustment. Observing the recent actions, Haruno Sho believed he could deduce that Masuda was experiencing water for the first time. Yet he adapted seamlessly within a mere second, a clear indication of his exceptional chakra control. How had this prodigious talent honed his skills? It was no wonder the third Hokage had specifically instructed the future star of the ninja world to receive thorough mentorship, even placing his own son in the background. What should he teach him? Haruno Sho pondered, scratching his head in frustration. Meanwhile, Masuda formed hand seals, water release, water clone technique. Clones emerged from the water beside him, creating a favorable environment for water-based attacks. The water clones could multiply combat capability by more than twofold, roughly equating to a Suma-S strength. Noticing Haruno Sho momentarily distracted, Masuda refrained from immediate assault, utilizing chakra extraction techniques nearing the 4th level, or the threshold of a Chunin's capabilities, to rapidly replenish his chakra reserves. Asuma, unwilling to be left out, hurled a couple of shuriken, only for Haruno Sho to easily catch the ring behind them, reflecting them back in a hurried retreat. Just a small demonstration, he thought. Establishing a water-dominant battlefield? I am a water-natured ninja too. Haruno Sho murmured, draining the sake from his bottle with satisfaction. Water release, hidden mist technique. With one hand forming seals and the other raised, he channeled chakra, dispersing a thick mist. Masuda found himself enveloped, along with Red and Asuma, who were concealed several dozen meters away. The mist's range was vast. Yet, the density was not overly thick, allowing Masuda to discern shapes a few meters ahead, suggesting Haruno Sho had shown restraint. Indeed, a water-natured ninja. Enveloped in the mist, Masuda felt a surge of delight. Having a mentor with the same elemental affinity would greatly benefit his training. In the world of Naruto, Haruno Sakura was speculated to belong to the Senju clan due to her possession of water, earth, and yin-yang chakra. Thus Masuda had no surprise in recognizing Haruno Sho as a water-type ninja. Taking a deep breath, he inhaled the thin mist into his lungs and exhaled forcefully, squinting as he surveyed his surroundings, suddenly exclaiming. One day, a matchstick felt an itch on its head, so it reached up to scratch it, and in doing so, burned itself to death. Uft! Ha ha ha! It burned itself to death. The laughter of Haruno Cho echoed back. Over there. Masuda pivoted, swiftly drawing a shuriken from his ninja tool pouch and launching it with precision while shouting, Asuma! Fire release, great fireball technique. Asuma, ever the opportunist, was prepared, unleashing a torrent of flames directed at the location of Haruno Cho's laughter. The mist sizzled as the fireball surged through, creating a significant breach in the hidden mist technique. As the heat and moisture intertwined, the water clone surged forth in two directions, encircling the figure of Haru no Michi. The water clone feigned an attack, while Zheng Dai once more drew a kunai, aiming for the bell. With a series of muffled thuds, Haru no Michi deftly seized the wrists of both Zheng Dai and the water clone, laughing heartily. Zheng Dai, you truly are a master of jest. This is the first time I've encountered someone who could unravel my mist concealment technique in such a manner. It was a concession from the teacher. Recognizing that Haru no Michi could not possibly achieve such mastery over the technique, Zheng Dai suspected he was merely being led to discover it. A peculiar glimmer sparked in Haru no Michi's eyes. This time, I have captured your true form, haven't I? Zheng Dai offered no reply. With a swift shake of his captured hand, he thrust the kunai backward, his index finger hooking into the ring of the weapon, aiming to stab Haru no Michi's wrist. Haru no Michi released his grip and lifted a foot. Zheng Dai braced himself, elbows pressing against his legs. Suddenly, an overwhelming force surged forth, propelling Zheng Dai backward across the water, while he flung the kunai directly toward the bell string. The water clone followed up with a spinning kick. Haru no Michi exerted his left hand strength, easily pulling the water clone toward him, only for Zheng Dai's kunai to splash it into droplets that failed to merge with the river below. With a swift motion, Haru no Michi captured the droplets in his palm. Water release, water dragon whip. He swung his hand, the condensed droplets forming a serpentine arc that shot toward Zheng Dai. Wasn't this a test for the bell? How audacious to use jutsu against a student. A fleeting astonishment flickered in Zheng Dai's eyes. This teacher was unpredictable. He rapidly formed hand seals, water release, water barrier. A wall of water surged upward, intercepting Haru no Michi's water dragon whip, which struck against it with a rhythmic patter. As the water wall dissipated, Zheng Dai discovered that the void left by the fireball technique had once again been filled with mist, leaving Haru no Michi obscured once more. The matchstick has burned itself out. Zheng Dai chuckled, dashing forth while calling out, Asuma. Asuma is with me. Haru no Michi's voice echoed back, prompting Zheng Dai to halt abruptly. Before him, through the mist, a towering figure held what appeared to be a human-shaped object. Wow, resolved so quickly? Zheng Dai frowned. Where's Kurenai? Why isn't she? He paused momentarily, his gaze darting, murmuring about when he had been ensnared by an illusion. Forming a single hand seal, he channeled his chakra, Genjutsu, release. The scene before him shattered, rewinding to the moment Haru no Michi had seized his wrist, while the water clone had vanished, replaced by Asuma, who had been kicked away by Haru no Michi. Not far off, Kurenai was poised to charge. He broke the illusion on his own. Haru no Michi mused, somewhat surprised. Zheng Dai acted decisively, employing the same strategy as before. He thrust the kunai backward, aiming for Haru no Michi's wrist to force him to release his hold. Zheng Dai, Kurenai exclaimed in delight, her eyes brightening as she hurled a smoke bomb with all her might. Just as Haru no Michi had repelled Zheng Dai, the smoke bomb exploded at his feet with a resounding bang. Activated by chakra, the smoke bomb can be utilized even when partially submerged in water, its purple mist spreading distinctively and enveloping Haruno Sho entirely. Asuma, who had just returned, quickly formed hand seals to employ the shadow clone technique, plunging himself and his clones into the mist to engage in combat with Haruno Sho. At the same time, Zheng Dai rushed back, and with two resounding thuds, Asuma's clones were dispersed, sending Asuma flying as he thrust his right hand into the mist. Water release, water prison technique. With a clap, the water prison took shape, and Zheng Dai felt a surge of triumph, only to have his expression abruptly sharpen as he felt the prison shatter with a crack. A foot emerged from the smoke, striking Zheng Dai's crossed arms with a forceful kick. Zheng Dai slid several meters across the water's surface, wincing in pain as he shook his arms and patted his chest. As the purple mist dissipated, Haruno Sho appeared, slightly splashed with water, while Zheng Dai and his companions formed a triangular formation around him. "Teacher, is it a bit excessive to break my water prison with such force?" Zheng Dai inquired, bemused. "I thought we agreed to take it easy." Haruno chuckled. "Ah, Zheng Dai, how did you discern the illusion so quickly?" "Well, there were two flaws. First, although Asuma is rather weak, the moment you laughed and seized him, it was less than a second, and it was utterly silent. I found that hard to believe." Asuma interjected, "Of course. While it's not impossible to incapacitate me within a second, the crux lies in the other point. You couldn't possibly have dealt with both Asuma and Hong in such a short span. In that case, I believe Hong would have thrown a smoke bomb." "Yet she didn't." Hong smiled coyly. Asuma continued. Haruno burst into laughter. "Precisely. Teamwork is paramount. One must trust their comrades. That is how you pass the assessment. As for the bell, it's of no consequence. You're merely embarrassed at having it snatched from you. Aren't you, teacher?" Zheng Dai remarked. "Ha ha ha, Zheng Dai. You truly have a knack for humor," Haruno replied. "All right, enough of this. I'm running late for a date. We shall conclude here. Tomorrow is New Year's. Take a break. The day after, at 8 in the morning, let us gather at the Hokage building for a mission." With that, Haruno vanished in an instant. "Is he in such a rush?" Zheng Dai and the others exchanged glances, feeling that their teacher often left them bewildered. In a secluded corner several hundred meters away, Haruno clicked his tongue, transforming into water and disappearing. At a tavern on the west street of Konoha village, the solitary figure of Haruno raised an eyebrow as he sipped his drink. The illusion was shattered too swiftly, catching him off guard. Relying on his water clone nearly led to his discovery. How embarrassing. The following day, as he finally sat at his desk and picked up a pen, Zheng Dai realized the challenges of aspiring to be an author. Even with dozens of suitable children's story outlines swirling in his mind, translating them onto paper proved to be quite a formidable task. The haze of memory was one hurdle, while uncertainty about which stories were appropriate only compounded his difficulties. The farmer and the snake? I'd likely end up as a target for Orochimaru. The Emperor's new clothes? In the world of Naruto, it would be the daimyo's new attire, too satirical and fraught with peril. Snow White. The questions abound. And it seems that the suitable age for Snow White should indeed be just as significant. Writing is arduous, indeed, a formidable task. Zheng Dai sighed, expressing gratitude for having a water clone. At the very least, compose a story before I return, understood? The water clone nodded impassively. Zheng Dai adjusted his attire, secured the forehead protector, and turned to exit. His delegation of the task to the water clone was not born out of laziness or a desire to evade responsibility. He had pressing matters at hand. Today marked January 1st, 42nd year of Konoha, a festive New Year celebration in the world of ninjas, where nearly all ordinary citizens and ninjas would take a respite. Zheng Dai had initially intended to grant himself a day of leisure, abstaining from training and other duties. However, early in the morning, he received a summons from the Hyuga clan, informing him that the clan leader would be available to meet him around 10 a.m. Thus, his holiday plans were dashed. Out of courtesy, Zheng Dai arrived at the Hyuga clan's entrance by 9:30 a.m. The Hyuga held him in high regard, and a familiar face awaited him at the entrance. "Ah, Hiragi-kun, are you waiting for me?" Hiragi's expression was one of annoyance. "Less chatter, follow me. The clan leader awaits you in the side hall." "Ah, Hiragi-kun, you truly are waiting for me? How troublesome," Zheng Dai replied with a smile, though his mind was racing with thoughts. What did it mean for Hiragi to receive him? Was it an attempt to ease the tension between him and Hiragi? Or perhaps a reminder that the Hyuga clan had become aware of his previous missteps concerning Hiragi? It seemed he had acted rather thoughtlessly. Today would be the perfect opportunity to address this matter as well. Following Hiragi into the Hyuga compound, they arrived at the side entrance of a grand structure at the center. "Wait for me here. I will notify them," Hiragi instructed, pushing the door open and leaving Zheng Dai to ponder the architectural splendor before him. The edifice stood 3 stories high and covered an extensive area of approximately 500 to 600 square meters, with 3 grand doors. Zheng Dai currently positioned at the left side entrance. Not far ahead, 2 cherry blossom trees graced the front, one of which sheltered a Hyuga ninja, eyes closed in repose. Upon catching Zheng Dai's gaze, he opened his eyes briefly before returning to his meditative state. A Jonin guard, it appeared, exuding an aura of strength. The Hyuga clan possessed significant resources, likely able to summon numerous Jonin with ease. Zheng Dai wondered how much support Hyuga Hayashi had garnered for his proposed reforms. As these thoughts flitted through his mind, The door swung open, and Hiragi emerged. "Zheng Dai, you may enter now. Remember to greet the clan leader properly." He offered a light hum before hastily departing. Zheng Dai chuckled resignedly and stepped into the side hall, navigating past an ornate screen to find 3 individuals seated before him. To the left and right, respectively, were Hyuga Hizashi and Hyuga Hayashi, twin brothers with solemn expressions, bearing a striking resemblance. In the center sat a middle-aged man who bore an uncanny likeness to Hyuga Hizashi from his debut appearance in the Leaf Village 60 years prior, equally stern in demeanor. Zheng Dai understood that this was the father of Hizashi and Hayashi, the current clan leader of the Hyuga. "Ah, how should I extend my greetings?" Zheng Dai paused momentarily before hastening forward. "Greetings, esteemed clan leader, Lord Hizashi and Lord Hayashi." After a brief silence, he sensed the scrutinizing gazes of Hyuga Hizashi and the clan leader upon him, as if they could see through him entirely. "There is no need for formality. We have met before, have we not?" Hizashi broke the silence. This remark sounded familiar to Zheng Dai, who inwardly scoffed. "Indeed, Lord Hizashi. I had the pleasure of encountering you when I was brought to the village at the age of 4. How time flies." Hizashi, adopting a tone befitting an elder, continued. "Hayashi mentioned to me that he had seen you a few months ago. Are you willing to become a subordinate ninja of the Hyuga clan?" "Yes. I have always considered myself a subordinate ninja of the Hyuga clan," Zheng Dai responded. "However, Lord Hizashi, clan leader, 6 months ago." He meticulously detailed the conflict he had with Hyuga Hayashi, expressing his apologies. "It was my fault." "No harm done." The clan leader finally spoke, his voice steady. "That child Hayashi is not without fault either. The minor frictions between classmates will fade away once you graduate. There is no need to dwell on it." "Thank you, clan leader." The Hyuga clan leader nodded, and Hizashi continued. "If you wish to become a subordinate ninja of the Hyuga clan, there are certain rules you must abide by. Generally, we will impose few restrictions on you, and you will rarely be assigned tasks. However, on significant matters, you must clearly stand with the Hyuga clan. For instance, the impending Third Shinobi World War or the election of the 4th Hokage." Upon mentioning the selection of the 4th Hokage, a flicker of unusual intensity crossed Hizashi's typically stoic expression, reminiscent of the ambitious demeanor he exhibited when discussing Zheng Dai's position as a subordinate ninja of the branch family. Zheng Dai was taken aback. What is happening? Is Hizashi intentionally vying for the position of 4th Hokage? Is there such a plot in the anime? Does Hizashi require correction as well? Noticing Zheng Dai's silence, Hizashi's expression grew slightly stern. "Are you unwilling?" Hayashi also furrowed his brow slightly. It was evident that they both believed that, should Zheng Dai grow successfully, he would wield considerable influence in the village by the time of the 4th Hokage election, thus placing significant importance on his stance. Zheng Dai hesitated and shook his head repeatedly. "No, Lord Hizashi. I am merely contemplating. If Lord Shoten Haruno, the Jonin, were to participate in the future Hokage election, I might find myself in a difficult position." Hizashi nodded. "I see. Indeed, Shoten has a chance to get involved. However, you need not worry. Compared to the Hyuga clan, his likelihood of becoming Hokage as a mere commoner ninja is minimal. Whether you support him or not will have no impact." This statement indirectly acknowledged that, in light of the 3rd Hokage's advancing age, the Hyuga clan had begun to entertain thoughts of contending for the position of 4th Hokage. Such notions were almost overt, revealed even to a commoner on the verge of becoming a subordinate ninja. What is going on? It seems not only Hayashi but the entire demeanor of the Hyuga clan has shifted. Zheng Dai pondered inwardly while affirming, "Yes, rest assured, Lord Hizashi. Upon becoming a subordinate ninja of the Hyuga clan, I find myself in a position where, despite the involvement of Haruno Sho, a Jonin, in the contest for the 4th Hokage, I shall not lend my support to him." Observing the seriousness etched upon Hyuga Hayashi's face, a hint of a smile finally emerged. "As a member of the Hyuga clan, you stand to gain much more. We shall assist you in your endeavors, be it the Chunin or Jonin examinations, or your daily training. Given your distinction as the 3rd student to graduate with full marks from the Ninja Academy, the 3rd Hokage has rewarded you with 3 ninjutsu techniques, and previously, Hayashi bestowed upon you an additional 3. It seems you have no immediate need for further techniques. As for ninja tools, with your adoptive father's support, you shall not find yourself lacking. Thus, I have specially selected a few items that I believe you would appreciate. Items I would enjoy." A flicker of curiosity gleamed in Sho's eyes. "Thank you, Lord Hayashi." The Hyuga clan leader then instructed, "Hayashi, Please accompany him to retrieve those items. Hayashi responded, Yes, father. Those. Quite a few indeed. Thus concluded the meeting with the clan leader and Hayashi, and Sho followed Hayashi out of the side hall. Throughout the journey, Hayashi maintained a stern silence, while Sho chose not to engage in conversation until they arrived at a modest chamber guarded by sentinels. Upon opening the door, a waft of ink permeated the air, momentarily startling Sho, who observed that the dimly lit room was cluttered with numerous scrolls. Hayashi pointed toward a small pile of scrolls, nearly 100 in total, and instructed, You may take those, but do not share them carelessly. Sho was taken aback. So many? What could they possibly be? He stepped forward, reaching for one scroll to unveil its contents, and under the faint light, discerned the title, Attempts at the Improvement of Chakra Extraction Techniques. A more effective chakra extraction technique? Sho felt a surge of excitement, but upon closer inspection, realized it was not so. The revised version appeared considerably more rudimentary and less refined than what he had been learning. The Hyuga clan is the oldest family in the ninja world, and this collection represents significant knowledge accumulated over centuries, filled with insights unattainable elsewhere. The scroll you hold was penned by a ninja ancestor over 200 years ago, who made substantial contributions to the enhancement of chakra extraction techniques. Given your exceptional academic performance, I believe you will find these insights valuable. Sho blinked in bewilderment. Achieving full marks was merely a means to earn ninjutsu rewards, who genuinely enjoy studying. He felt a headache coming on as he sifted through several more scrolls, each containing similar records of improvements made by esteemed predecessors. Are these documents useful? Indeed. Engaging with them will undoubtedly deepen Sho's comprehension of the ninja profession and enhance his grasp of various techniques. Yet, the effort required seems overwhelming. While learning during the downtime of water clones is feasible, currently, one of his clones is on a mission. Producing an additional clone would disrupt Sho's daily training and responsibilities. As for learning personally, Noticing Sho's reaction, Hayashi furrowed his brow and inquired, Do you not wish to possess this information? Sho hesitated momentarily before candidly responding, It's fine. But I am more keenly interested in materials pertaining to the history of the ninja world. Those intrigue me far more. As Haruno Zhaozhan took on the role of guiding Jonin, his urgency in acquiring ninjutsu had waned compared to before. Rihasha furrowed his brows even tighter, stating, Remember, the historical records of any clan are their most treasured possessions and cannot be demanded lightly. Jindai was taken aback and promptly replied, I apologize, Lord Rihasha, I understand. Rihasha acknowledged with a sound, adding, Furthermore, during this semester's exams, Dijian has progressed to the 6th position in his class. Although you have graduated, if you have the time, do provide him with some additional exercises. Jindai nodded affirmatively, I will. Good. Rihasha suddenly stepped forward, gently patting Jindai's shoulder 3 times, saying, If the ninjas from the route approach you again, do not offend them. It is best to decline politely. Jindai was momentarily taken aback, but responded solemnly, Take the items back with you. There are too many scrolls. I will have Shioshu assist you in delivering them. How can I refuse such a favor from Shioshu? Jindai replied, Come, Shioshu, take your time, just place them on the bed. I will tidy up slowly. Hyuga Shioshu entered Jindai's room with a scowl, nearly obscured by the pile of scrolls he carried, which he hurled onto Jindai's bed. After catching his breath, he turned and glared at Jindai, placing the scrolls on the bed with a flushed face, secretly irked. Naturally, he did not wish to be at a disadvantage against Jindai. They had divided the scrolls equally. However, he overlooked the fact that Jindai was 10 centimeters taller and had considerably longer arms, making it much more laborious for him to carry the same number of scrolls. Shioshu, wait a moment. I will get you a glass of water, Jindai said warmly. Initially intending to refuse, Hyuga Shioshu was suddenly taken aback, glancing at Jindai's smiling face and then at the pained expression of Jindai at the desk. Annoying commoner? A shadow clone. You mean to say that the one who met the clan leader was merely a shadow clone? Hyuga Shioshu exclaimed in anger. Who would dare? That was indeed a shadow clone. Have a seat. I will fetch the water. Jindai turned and exited the room. Hyuga Shioshu snorted softly, his expression softening somewhat. After a brief pause, curiosity piqued. He approached the water shadow clone at the desk. The water clone glanced at him, but did not stop him. The tortoise and the hare? Is this a fairy tale? Such childishness. A minute later, Jindai returned with a glass of water, only to find Hyuga Shioshu exuding an unusual aura as he snatched the cup from Jindai's hand and drained it in one gulp. Commoner, if you can pin such a tail, do not dare to be the hare yourself. What hare? Jindai looked bewildered at Hyuga Shioshu, who stormed out in a huff. Hearing the water clone chuckle softly, Jindai walked over, glancing at the manuscript on the desk, and suddenly realized. He laughed and called out the window. Are you planning to be the tortoise, Shioshu? Hyuga Shioshu stumbled, turning back to glare at Jindai before quickening his pace. Jindai chuckled a few times, pondering thoughtfully. Observing Shioshu's reaction, he felt a renewed confidence in modern fairy tales. Children of the non-digital era should indeed be much more receptive to life lessons than those of the digital age. Well done. Keep up the good work. Write another story before lunch. In the afternoon, shortly after 2:30, Jindai once again stepped out of his home, his destination the small grove nearby. The morning sun unexpectedly tapped him thrice on the shoulder and suddenly mentioned the root, piquing Jindai's interest. Was he being summoned to the grove where the root's ninjas resided at 3 o'clock in the afternoon? Regardless of the answer, he felt compelled to investigate. Around 2:50, Jindai arrived at the same spot as before, surveyed his surroundings, and finding no one, stood still in anticipation. 20 minutes later, he self-deprecatingly muttered that he had overthought the situation and turned to leave. Just then, a piercing chill abruptly surged from behind him. His heart raced, and he instinctively shifted his body, only to see a sharp kunai slice through the hem of his waistcoat. The tail end of the kunai was gripped by a hand. Having failed its attack, the assailant twisted their wrist, flipping the kunai to thrust at Jindai's abdomen. With a swift reaction, Jindai seized the assailant's wrist with one hand while the other elbowed back. Thud! The figure he struck transformed into a wooden post and vanished. Jindai exhaled softly, scanning the area, hearing only the rustle of leaves, yet failing to discern any presence. Throughout the encounter, he remained clueless about the assailant's appearance or even their gender. Who is it? Who sought to kill me? Have I offended someone? Who dares to strike at me within the village? A flurry of thoughts raced through his mind as Jindai endeavored to calm his thundering heart. In terms of strength, they might not surpass me. Their wrist was of a similar build, suggesting the assailant was slightly older than he. It was difficult to gauge their prowess, but the fact that they had stealthily approached him without detection suggested they were adept at assassination and connected to the root. He immediately cast suspicion upon Danzo, estimating the likelihood of his involvement to be above 80%. Was it truly the case that a failed recruitment could lead to an assassination attempt? Was Danzo within the infinite Tsukuyomi even more deranged than the one in the outside world? Jindai remained alert for 2 minutes, but upon finding no sign of the assailant, he cautiously began to move. As he took steps, the chill returned. He halted, and the coldness vanished. Where on earth were they hiding, waiting for a flaw? Jindai pondered, inching forward, advancing 2 centimeters at a time, gradually increasing his pace. As he neared the edge of the grove, the hidden figure could no longer contain themselves. A kunai shot towards Jindai with a swift whoosh. Instinctively, he reached for his ninja tool pouch, deftly drawing a kunai to deflect the incoming projectile while his gaze locked onto the figure, who was skillfully maneuvering through the trees towards him. Indeed, it was a boy of similar height, clad in black, his face obscured, but he appeared to be around 11 or 12 years of age. Jindai flicked his wrist, launching his kunai, but the boy nimbly evaded it, leaping closer until he was 4 or 5 meters away, suddenly swinging his arm. Dozens of fine needles shot towards Jindai. Thud, thud, thud. Jindai, pierced and transformed into water, reappeared on the other side, swiftly forming hand seals. Water release. Water bullet. A massive wave crashed, and the masked boy adeptly twisted and leaped. One side of his body struck by the water, causing him to spin and fall, while he retaliated by hurling 2 more kunai at Jindai. His strength was not formidable. Jindai felt assured, easily blocking the kunai, yet his vigilance remained unwavering. In an atmosphere charged with tension, it was said that he had become something of a celebrity within the ninja circles of Konoha. Anyone wishing to eliminate him would at least need to dispatch an elite chunin or even a jonin. The individual before him, while previously a significant threat in stealthy assassination, proved to be rather mediocre in open combat, perhaps even inferior to a Suma. The peculiarities of the situation hinted at unseen tactics. Indeed, just as he was about to deliver a crushing blow to the masked boy, he felt a sharp sensation akin to a needle piercing his back. His gaze sharpened. Another adversary was present. Reacting swiftly, he pivoted and sidestepped, delivering a powerful strike to the wrist of the assailant with his right fist. while simultaneously connecting his left fist with theirs. His body twisted, and he leaped, delivering a forceful kick that landed squarely on the chest of the attacker, sending them sprawling backward. In a seamless motion, he retreated, evading the thrust of the masked boy, and produced a kunai to engage in a series of rapid clashes. Thanks to his superior strength, he managed to disarm his opponent, sending their kunai flying. As he executed a rolling kick, the masked boy crossed his arms in defense, absorbing the impact and sliding back. A sudden emptiness washed over his face, and as he regained his composure, he realized the black cloth covering his face was now in the hands of his opponent. He scanned the boy's unremarkable visage, his gaze shifting, as a flicker of recognition sparked within him. Had he encountered this face before? He then turned to another similarly clad figure, assessing their height and physique. They appeared to be of similar age and strength to the boy he had just unmasked. Was there a third? As this thought crossed his mind, the two figures exchanged glances and charged toward him in a synchronized arc. With a slight hiss of annoyance, he unleashed a flurry of hand seals, executing a swift jutsu. Water release, water surge. He expelled a massive torrent of water, cascading like a miniature waterfall, enveloping the two attackers. Undeterred, one assailant performed a hand seal of their own. Wind release, great breakthrough. A fierce gust of wind sliced through the deluge, creating a path for them to navigate through the deluge, one to the left and the other to the right, honing in on him with deadly precision. Their kunai poised to strike. With a resounding clash, he seized both of their wrists, channeling force inward, causing their weapons to collide violently and slip from their grasp. The two acted in unison, one extending their left leg while the other extended their right, kicking the fallen kunai upward, sending them hurtling toward him. In a graceful arc, he leaned back to evade the projectiles, simultaneously pulling the two figures forward and twisting their arms in a deft maneuver. As they stumbled, the unoccupied hand of each retrieved another kunai, thrusting toward him once more. In a fluid motion, he released his grip, supported himself with his hands, and kicked upward, striking their arms aside before delivering powerful kicks to their chests. With two resounding thuds, they were sent reeling backward. Just as he regained his footing, the two assailants charged at him once again with renewed vigor. Frustrated by their coordination, he swiftly formed a single-handed seal, summoning a water clone that vanished into mist. In rapid succession, he executed another set of seals. Water release, water clone technique. Two versions of himself emerged, effectively separating the two attackers. Although the strength of the water clones was merely a fraction of his own, it was sufficient to buy him precious time. He capitalized on the opening presented by one of the assailants, landing a decisive kick to the side of their face. The masked scarf fluttered as the assailant was hurled aside, and Zheng Dai caught a glimpse of a somewhat familiar face. Seizing the moment as Zheng Dai's foot touched the ground, the unveiled boy charged forward, wielding a kunai. Zheng Dai swiftly countered with an elbow strike, deflecting the boy's arm as the kunai narrowly missed him. With his other hand, he pressed the kunai against the boy's neck, attempting to subdue him. However, at that moment, the unveiled boy lunged forward, colliding head-on with Zheng Dai. A sound echoed as their foreheads met, and both staggered back. A slight dizziness washed over Zheng Dai. Yet the instinctual sense of danger jolted him back to clarity as he sidestepped. A subtle sting coursed through him. He realized his side had likely been grazed, but dismissed it in irritation as he raised his hand to deliver a powerful blow. With a resounding thud, the assailant who had been struck on the side of his face was met with another heavy hit to the opposite side, collapsing to the ground as dust billowed up and his eyes rolled back in unconsciousness. Meanwhile, across from him, the unveiled boy clutched his shoulder, blood oozing from the wound. Clearly devoid of any remaining combat capability, Zheng Dai wiped the blood from his side, noticing a few crimson streaks, and exhaled softly, silently enhancing his physical prowess to test whether it would expedite the healing of his injury. His vigilance remained intact. The abilities of these two were comparable to the trio from the Sand Village who had come to participate in the examination, with the exception of Yitsong. Yet, the sense of crisis they instilled in him was second only to that of Luo Sha. This was primarily due to their exquisite coordination, their fierce willingness to fight to the death, and their straightforward yet lethal methods. These three factors combined were formidable. What had initially felt like a casual skirmish now solidified in Zheng Dai's mind that these two were indeed members of the Root, having undergone specialized training. He contemplated for a moment, reached for his ninja tool pouch, and withdrew a kunai, bending down to thrust it heavily towards the neck of the unconscious assailant. Suddenly, A powerful hand grasped his wrist, and Zheng Dai's eyes narrowed as he transformed into water, vanishing from sight. He had anticipated the presence of others and had prepared a water clone in advance. Your instincts were not misplaced. After all, a voice echoed ominously. Zheng Dai turned to see Danzo, standing a few meters away. He had come in person. The one who had just seized his wrist was an operative from the Oil Woman clan who had previously sought him out. Have you guessed my identity? Danzo asked in a low voice. Ryoma, take them for treatment. Yes, Ryoma responded, hauling the two assailants away, one in each hand. Zheng Dai, Ryoma previously invited you to join the route, but you were interrupted by Hinata Hayashi. Now, I personally invite you to join. Will you accept? Zheng Dai paused for 2 seconds before responding slowly. You are Elder Shimura Danzo, correct? Did you not recognize them? Danzo inquired with surprise. They are students who graduated from the Ninja Academy last year, having become Jinin a year before you. No wonder they seemed familiar. He had indeed seen them at the academy. Understanding dawned in Zheng Dai's eyes as he quietly awaited Danzo's subsequent words. Danzo's solitary eye scrutinized the wound on Zheng Dai's side. Their talents are vastly inferior to yours, yet they nearly inflicted significant damage upon you. Zheng Dai considered this and nodded in acknowledgement. In his previous battles, he exhibited significant shortcomings, the foremost being his reluctance to employ lethal force. As he sought to capture 2 assailants alive, while they were intent on taking his life, fighting desperately. This disparity in combat experience, along with differing beliefs and mindsets, was evident. Most importantly, the blood he had witnessed was not that of a human. Elder Xia pointed out my deficiencies. Tawanzo nodded and remarked, these two, after merely a year of assassination training in the route, have advanced from being ordinary genin to possessing the strength to contend with you. Do you grasp the implications of this? Zheng Dai pondered for a moment and replied, Thank you for your praise, Elder. Am I truly praising you? The Elder retorted. Zheng Dai appeared bewildered. Isn't that so? They are merely graduates of a year, having undergone training at the route, and only together can they engage me in battle. While I have only graduated 2 days ago. Tawanzo remained silent for a couple of seconds, contemplating whether the boy was feigning ignorance or genuinely held such thoughts. After a moment's reflection, he continued, Let us assume I am indeed praising you. You are undeniably a rare talent. Thus, I formally extend an invitation for you to join the route, where I shall personally guide your training and even take you as my disciple. Wait, Tawanzo wishes to take me as a pupil? Zheng Dai mused, feeling perplexed. Based on today's interactions, Tawanzo's character did not appear to be warped by the infinite Tsukuyomi. Perhaps he had succumbed to a level of depravity that even the infinite Tsukuyomi could not alter. This made joining the route all the more unappealing. Elder, I have officially become a subordinate ninja of the Hyuga clan and have already been assigned to a team. I cannot join your route. It is the route of Konoha. Tawanzo corrected, adding, Regarding the Hyuga, you need not concern yourself. Today, Hinata Nichi invited you here to meet with me, signifying the stance of the Hyuga. Zheng Dai's heart sank slightly. Did this imply that he had not misinterpreted the 3 pats on the shoulder from Nichi? What did Nichi mean by that? At that moment, voices could be heard approaching from a distance, and with 2 muffled thuds, Teacher Kaishin, clutching a small wine flask, staggered toward them. Oh, I sense someone using water release over here. It's you, Zheng Dai boy. Oh, Elder Tawanzo, you are here too, ha ha ha? Tawanzo narrowed his single eye as 2 men in rude attire flanked him on either side. Elder Tawanzo, Tawanzo tapped his cane, indicating he bore no grudge against the 2 for failing to apprehend Haruno-ja, and without uttering another word, he turned and departed. Wait, Elder Tawanzo, you're leaving just like that? I had thought of 2 jokes to share with you because of Zheng Dai. Haruno-ja called after him. Tawanzo did not look back. Zheng Dai was astonished. Could Teacher Kaishin truly intimidate Tawanzo? How formidable was he? Haruno-ja patted Zheng Dai's shoulder, and a gentle green light emanated from his hand, enveloping the wound at Zheng Dai's waist. The injury healed rapidly, leaving only traces of blood. Oh, quite impressive. Your recovery speed surpasses that of an average person, he muttered. Zheng Dai, do not let that old trickster deceive you completely. I still wish to derive more inspiration for jokes from you. Ha ha ha. With a wave of his hand, he staggered away. Zheng Dai opened his mouth to speak, but noticed that Chun Yizhao nearly stumbled into a tree, prompting a chuckle and a shake of his head. Drunkard, thank me tomorrow, he thought, furrowing his brows as he muttered the name Hinata and hurried home. In the evening, at the training grounds of the Hyuga clan, Hinata Demi was wiping the sweat from his forehead and organizing his ninja tools. preparing to return home for dinner. He had been in exceptionally high spirits lately. He had achieved an admirable 6th place in the recent final exams, receiving numerous praises from his elders, which made him walk with a newfound confidence. Most importantly, that tormentor had finally graduated, freeing him from the inhumane life of studying notes and solving problems until dawn. "Hey, Demi, have you missed me?" Suddenly, Hinata Demi heard a familiar voice. He stiffly turned his head and saw Zheng Dai, holding a large stack of papers, waving at him from a short distance away. As if he had been transported back to the Ninja Academy, he rubbed his eyes in disbelief. "It's me, Demi. I brought you some exercises. Aren't you happy?" Zheng Dai laughed. Hinata Demi's eyes glimmered with joy, almost reddening. A few minutes later, under the pretense of needing to revisit some incomplete material taken in the morning, Zheng Dai encountered Hinata once more. Hinata appeared somewhat surprised by his arrival and asked, "Have you met any root ninjas?" Zheng Dai nodded and countered, "Are you implying that you support my joining root?" Hinata was taken aback. "Did I not already advise you to decline more tactfully? The position of root in Konoha is quite unique. I do not fear it. But there is no need to offend them." He continued, "Your previous method of refusal was not entirely appropriate. Which is why this time the root ninja approached me again to extend another invitation, and I chose not to decline." Zheng Dai's expression turned to one of surprise. What was the situation? He recounted the events of the afternoon in detail to Hinata. Hinata furrowed his brow. "You mean Elder Danzo personally extended an invitation to you? And he mentioned that I was tacitly approving of your joining root?" Zheng Dai nodded. Hinata's brow tightened in deep contemplation, while Zheng Dai's expression became peculiar. What game was Danzo playing? Was he manipulating Hinata? Or was he toying with him? At that moment, unexpected notifications flashed before him. Hyuga Clan Annihilation Event Correction Level 1. Earned 2 free attribute points. Hyuga Clan Annihilation Event Correction Level 2. Hyuga Clan Annihilation Event Correction Level 5. Earned 2 free attribute points. Zheng Dai exclaimed, "The Hyuga Clan Annihilation Event." His pupils constricted. Numerous thoughts racing through his mind. Internal family conflicts, ambitious aspirations for the Hokage position, and Danzo. This scenario felt hauntingly familiar. He too fell into contemplation. Meanwhile, beneath Konoha, within Root, Chun Yizhao's appearance signified Hinata's stance. Further invitations were rendered meaningless, especially as another objective had already been accomplished. Danzo succinctly explained to the recently returned oil woman Ryoma, who seemed perplexed. With that child's acuity and caution, he will likely bury today's doubts deep within. Too afraid to confront Hinata directly, a thorn has already been left between him and the Hyuga clan. At that moment, a root ninja suddenly arrived. Whispering a few words to Danzo, the grip on Danzo's cane tightened, and a flicker of astonishment crossed his singular eye. Had Hinata Hizashi directly approached the Hyuga clan? Had I truly misjudged him? No. Could it be that Hizashi merely bestowed 3 water release techniques upon him, and thus earned his profound trust and loyalty? Or was it that he held complete distrust towards me, an elder of Konohagakure? Impossible. It defied reason for him to harbor such skepticism towards me. How could this be? His expression fluctuated between darkness and light. He paced a few steps with his cane. Damn it. If that were the case, Hizashi might also begin to harbor doubts. Did the Byakugan, which rivaled the Rinnegan of the Sage of Six Paths, truly exist? The last thought was barely audible. Were it not for the prompt of the attribute panel, Danzo would have never entertained such notions. Yet, upon the utterance of the 6 words concerning the Hyuga clan's massacre, a strange familiarity washed over him as he pieced together his past experiences. The ambition to covet the Hokage position, the internal conflicts within the clan. Danzo's involvement was precisely one of the 3 elements leading to the Uchiha massacre. Thus, could it be that the infinite Tsukuyomi world was destined to witness the annihilation of the Hyuga clan? And what I needed to rectify was not a person, but this very event. Danzo cast a glance at the attribute panel. Free attribute points, 13. Perhaps this was a reminder regarding Hizashi, leading him to harbor more suspicion and vigilance towards Danzo, resulting in a jump of 5 in correction degree. This 5 translated into 4 attribute points for him. Compared to rectifying a person, rectifying an event yielded 2 additional points, possibly even doubling the gain. What a profit! But no, if it were merely a few points of suspicion and vigilance, the correction degree would at most have increased by 12. Moreover, mere seconds after I recounted today's events to Hizashi, the correction degree surged, indicating that there was something Hizashi had not disclosed to me. A sudden thought flashed through Danzo's mind, recalling another point of suspicion. The last time Hisashi had repelled the root ninja, he had informed him that there was no need to concern himself with their recruitment again. Yet, this time, his attitude had shifted dramatically, urging me to kindly decline. Something must have transpired in between. Could it be that Hisashi, in a bid to overthrow the main family, was conspiring with tigers? That would indeed be a one-way path towards clan extermination. Danzo secretly grew wary, suppressing other words he had intended to say. Simple persuasion would likely be futile, and it would only complicate matters by explaining why he felt the need to be cautious of Root. Thus, he decided to proceed in his own manner. Leaving the Hyuga clan, Danzo paused to adjust his hairstyle, pondering for a moment before walking in the opposite direction of his home. Passing by a fruit store, he contemplated briefly before entering to purchase 2 baskets of apples, one in each arm, and quickened his pace upon exiting the shop. A few minutes later, he arrived at the Konoha hospital for the second time. Upon entering, he intercepted a passing nurse and politely inquired, "Hello, miss, may I ask if 2 boys, around 11 or 12 years old, were brought to the hospital this afternoon? I wish to pay them a visit." The nurse pondered for a moment, asking, "What kind of injuries did they sustain?" One had both sides of his face swollen, while the other suffered a serious kunai wound to his right shoulder. Danzo replied, "It happened around 3:30. A penetrating injury from a kunai?" The nurse was momentarily taken aback. "That does sound rather serious. However, I don't believe I have seen them. Please wait a moment. I will inquire with others." "Thank you, sister," Zheng Dai replied with a smile, standing patiently in place. Approximately 2 minutes later, the nurse hurried back and asked, "Young lad, are you certain they were brought here?" "They should be." Zheng Dai scratched his head uncertainly. "I saw the 2 of them being taken away for treatment. They are both ordinary ninjas. If they are not at the hospital, where else could they be?" "I see. However, our hospital has not received any boys this afternoon. How did they sustain their injuries?" "They were accidentally harmed during a spar," Zheng Dai replied sheepishly. Suddenly, as if recalling something, he added, "Oh, sister, they belong to the Root. Could it be that they have their own medical ninjas, which is why they weren't sent here?" "Root?" The nurse appeared puzzled. "What is Root? You don't know?" Zheng Dai exclaimed in surprise. "Root is under the leadership of the elder, Danzo, of the Hidden Leaf Village." Before he could finish, a voice interrupted him from behind. A hint of a smile flickered on his lips. But he quickly composed himself and turned to see a ninja dressed in Root attire, gesturing for him to approach. Zheng Dai, astonished, hurried over and said, "Are you here to invite me to join your Root?" The existence of Root was a closely guarded secret, and it should not be disclosed to ordinary citizens. Shuri and Kazuhana are receiving treatment in Root, and you do not need to visit them. "Ah, my apologies for the breach of confidentiality. I was unaware." Zheng Dai repeatedly apologized, offering the 2 fruit baskets he was carrying. "Could you please assist me in delivering these baskets to them? I feel quite remorseful for their severe injuries." A flicker of confusion crossed the Root ninja's eyes as he slowly accepted the fruit baskets, nodding in agreement. "Of course. Thank you." Zheng Dai expressed his gratitude before turning to the nurse to apologize once more, then followed the Root ninja out of the Hidden Leaf Hospital. As the Root ninja disappeared with the baskets, Zheng Dai could not suppress a smile. That crafty Danzo is indeed keeping a watchful eye on me. But perhaps he will think twice about doing so from now on. 10 minutes later, Zheng Dai entered the Hyuga clan for the 3rd time that day. Upon seeing him, Hinata Hayashi appeared somewhat perplexed. "What has happened this time?" "Nothing, Lord Hayashi. I just left your presence a short while ago. And considering the serious injuries sustained by the 2 seniors, I felt a bit guilty and decided to buy 2 fruit baskets to visit them in the hospital. However, when I inquired with the nurse, I learned they were not there. And upon mentioning Root, a Root ninja suddenly appeared and informed me that I must not disclose the existence of Root to ordinary people. I wanted to ask you, isn't Root a part of the Umbu? Why the secrecy?" "Root and Umbu are somewhat distinct," Hayashi replied, appearing contemplative. He then asked with furrowed brows, "Are you saying that as soon as you mentioned Root, a Root ninja appeared and confronted you?" Zheng Dai was taken aback. "Yes. Could it be that they are tracking me? Watching me?" Hayashi slowly nodded, a fleeting sharpness in his gaze. "It seems they are not merely monitoring you, but are particularly focused on your movements within the Hyuga clan's territory." Danzo. The Hinata clan annihilation incident. Correction level 6. The Hinata clan annihilation incident. Correction level 7. Is it over? 2 solitary lines of comments streaked across the screen, and I couldn't help but curse inwardly. "You, Dai, are quite the unreliable ally. I've put in so much effort for this performance, and you only offer me a mere 2 points as compensation?" Your disdainful gaze truly seems wasted. Can't you see that Danzo is a cunning old fox? If you provoke him one more time, he might just explode. I genuinely wish to smash your head. In the roots, Danzo stared silently at the 2 fruit baskets before him, his expression darkening. He glanced at his subordinate, who still maintained a bowed reporting posture, nearly unable to suppress the urge to smash his head. I understand, you may leave. Yes, sir. Lord Danzo, should these 2 fruit baskets be sent to Shuri and Kazuhana? Also, should we continue to track that child for a while longer? There is no need to follow him any longer. He has gone to Hinata. Hinata? The root ninja was taken aback. Was I not the only one tracking that child? Danzo tightened his grip on his cane, forcing out a single word. Scram. Ah yes. Fool. Once his subordinate exited, Danzo could no longer contain his low curse. On the same day, to suffer 2 unexpected setbacks at the hands of a child. The recently established cooperative relationship with Dai was likely on the verge of collapse. After a moment, he murmured softly, truly a born spy. I desire to possess you even more. Ryuma, summon Orochimaru to my presence. At 7 o'clock in the evening, Zhengdai, why are you back so late again? The food has gone cold, Aunt Shio chided. Hee hee, Zhengdai replied with a foolish grin, I got held up with some matters. Sorry. Uncle Jiang, Aunt Shio. If I return late again next time, you don't need to wait for me to eat. Just go ahead. That's simply one tea do, Aunt Shio insisted. How can a family eat separately? Oh, how time flies. In a couple of years, Zhengdai will be marrying. And we want to be able to share meals together as often. Zhengdai felt helpless, and Uncle Jiang, unable to hold back, remarked, let us eat. I'm hungry. Hungry. All you think about is food. Tomorrow, Zhengdai will be going out on a mission. And just thinking of the dangers ninjas might face leaves me without appetite, Aunt Shio sighed. Once you become a ninja, there's an adjustment period. D-rank missions aren't dangerous, Uncle Jiang mumbled, not daring to speak loudly. After a moment's thought, he turned to Zhengdai and said, be careful. Understood. Zhengdai replied, adding, Uncle Jiang, I need a knife, slightly longer, about 60 centimeters, and quite sharp. Give me a day. I'll have it ready for you the day after tomorrow, Uncle Jiang promised. The 2 men chatted a bit more about the knife, while Aunt Shio, unable to interject, quickly shoveled a few bites of rice into her bowl. Seeing them still conversing, she urged, aren't you hungry? Hurry and eat. Finish your meal before continuing your talk. Zhengdai and Uncle Jiang exchanged helpless glances. They understood Aunt Shio's sentiment. It was a mix of pride in their child growing up to be smart, capable, and handsome, coupled with a tinge of anxiety. After all, it had only been 5 years since Uncle Jiang and Aunt Shio's biological son had fallen on the battlefield. And Zhengdai remembered that at that time, their son was also of similar age and had just recently become a genin. I wonder if those beyond the infinite Tsukuyomi share a similar experience? Each person was lost in their own thoughts, and for a moment, the atmosphere at the dining table grew somewhat subdued. Suddenly, a clear voice called out from outside, Zhengdai? Hongdo? Zhengdai was taken aback. Aunt Shio was much quicker to react, her nearly 200-pound frame causing the chair to topple as she rushed past Zhengdai with a beaming smile, exclaiming, is little Hongdo here? Ah, is this little Hongdo's elder? Greetings, I am Hongdo's teacher, Orochimaru. The raspy voice resonated. Uft. Zhengdai hastily spat his food back into the bowl, his movements far swifter than Aunt Shio's moments earlier, as he took several large strides forward. Lord Orochimaru. Oh. Zhengdai-kun, long time no see. Hey, Zhengdai, you see the teacher but not me? Hongdo pouted, sniffing the air, before turning to Aunt Shio. Aunt, are you having a meal? It smells so good. Aunt Shio replied cheerfully, I'll go fetch some bowls and chopsticks. Little Hongdo, please come in and sit with your teacher. She did not recognize Orochimaru, but Uncle Jiang stepped out to inquire. Are you the legendary Sannin, Orochimaru? Greetings. Orochimaru nodded. Indeed, it is you. Please, come in. Come in, Uncle Jiang said politely, nudging Aunt Shio with his elbow and whispering. He is a disciple of the third Hokage. Oh. Aunt Shio was momentarily stunned, then her eyes brightened. If the third Hokage's disciple was little Hongdo's teacher, then little Hongdo must be the direct descendant of the third Hokage. Fortunately, my little Zhengdai is quite the genius. He would not be unworthy of little Hongdo after all. How delightful. Amidst a flurry of welcomes, Hongdo unceremoniously sat down to eat. While Orochimaru claimed he had already dined, opting instead to sit aside, his serpent-like gaze constantly surveying Zhengdai. Zhengdai, sensing the situation, leaned closer and asked, "Lord Orochimaru, have you come with any instructions?" "Zheng Daikuan, you have grown," Orochimaru remarked. "It is nothing remarkable, nothing at all. Do not be modest. Shuri and Hifong are the most skilled genin among the new recruits, yet even they were unable to contend with you. You have indeed grown considerably," Orochimaru rasped. Zheng Dai stiffened. Had Orochimaru already joined Root? Was that old thief Danzo sending him to invite himself? What should he do? No, this is the infinite Tsukuyomi world. Orochimaru might merely be a gentle elder who respects life and refrains from human experimentation. There is no need for me to fear him. Besides, I am no longer the same. Compared to when I first met him, I can at least stir a wave now. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Zheng Dai responded bashfully, "Thank you for your kind words. I have indeed grown a little." Orochimaru chuckled softly. "Elder Danzo entrusted me with the task to borrow the materials obtained from the Hyuga clan." He continued with a raspy smile, "I am quite interested in those as well. I wonder if it would be convenient for you to let me select some materials." "I see," Zheng Dai thought, recalling that one must not casually lend to others. The image of Nichi Sha flashed in his mind, and he realized Danzo's methods of retaliation were indeed insidious. Allowing Orochimaru to see would offend the Hyuga, while denying him access would offend Orochimaru. It was surprising that Orochimaru had proactively stated this was a task assigned by Danzo. It appears he is aware that this request may place me in a difficult position. However, the information provided by Hinata is undeniably enticing. It has been utilized by Danzo as a means of manipulation, yet he seems reluctant to accept the blame, instead casting it back upon Danzo. The two are clearly not aligned in their intentions. Zheng Dai swiftly deduces this, feeling more assured as he smiles and replies, "Of course, that is not an issue. However, Lord Orochimaru, this is, after all, material belonging to the Hyuga clan. Upon your borrowing it, I must inform them, stating that it was Lord Danzo who requested this. Is that acceptable?" Orochimaru's serpent-like gaze fixates on Zheng Dai, a hint of amusement dancing at the corners of his mouth as he responds, "That will suffice. Please, lead me to your chamber. Those items are still on the bed, as I have yet to tidy up." Zheng Dai guides Orochimaru into the room, allowing him the freedom to select what he wishes. Most of this information is outdated and deemed useless by the average person. Yet, in Orochimaru's eyes, it is a treasure. The Hyuga clan, truly a lineage that has endured for millennia, earns Orochimaru's praise. Suddenly, a line of subtitles flashes across, causing Zheng Dai to pause momentarily. How is it that I have not yet reported this, and the correction rate has dropped to 6? Just an hour ago, it was at 7. Is it possible for it to regress? Zheng Dai blinks in confusion and then glances at Orochimaru, who is eagerly sifting through the documents. "Hinata, what means do I possess to save you? This requires careful deliberation. I had not anticipated that the correction rate would revert due to my influence, raising the difficulty further, which is quite vexing. Simply alerting the Hyuga internally may not suffice. I must seek external assistance. Am I not that external aid? If the Hyuga clan's annihilation were to occur in Konoha during the 53rd year, I would likely have the strength to act recklessly by then. However, mere recklessness will not do. Should Hinata act impulsively, launching a rebellion without caution, a single hand seal from Hizashi could spell doom for half the clan. The crucial question now is, who would take action against the Hyuga? Danzo is unlikely and too fearful to act personally. A figure akin to Itachi is required. Who could that be? Zheng Dai is lost in contemplation. At 8 a.m. the following day, Team 10 assembles once again. As newly minted genin, they are set to embark on their first mission. Hong is evidently quite eager, while Zheng Dai and Asuma remain remarkably composed. Even Uncle Tsukuyomi is aware that, apart from times of war, newly appointed genin are assigned 2 to 3 months of acclimatization with D-rank tasks, such as weeding, farming, and watering plants. Hardly thrilling endeavors. Zheng Dai contemplates whether he might negotiate with Haruno Sakura to employ shadow clones for the task, allowing him to remain home to train. He has yet to successfully perform any of the 3 ninjutsu for which he received full marks. The high difficulty of the correction concerning the Hyuga clan's annihilation weighs on him, especially since the rewards for complete corrections are substantial. He does not wish to miss out. And deep down, he is reluctant to see the Hyuga clan face destruction, even if Hinata's foolish actions have vexed him greatly. Hong, having gleaned some information from her father, is unable to suppress her excitement and repeatedly inquires of Asuma and Zheng Dai regarding what mission they hope to undertake. Perhaps catching a cat? Zheng Dai casually suggests a moderately challenging task before turning to Asuma. By the way, have you received the Hokage's cigarettes? Upon mentioning this, Asuma clenched his teeth in frustration. No, the old man must have been prepared beforehand. I searched for quite some time and found nothing. This won't do. Searching for items is a fundamental skill for a ninja. After some light-hearted banter, at a little past 8 o'clock, Haruno Sho arrived, saying, I'm late, my apologies. I overslept. Zheng Dai chuckled. Teacher, you are rather too honest. Next time you're late. Perhaps you could say you were helping an elderly lady cross the street or that you lost your way on the journey of life. Haruno Sho's eyes lit up. Bursting into laughter, Zheng Dai, you crack me up. I never make excuses for being late. Late is late. It's a habit I've had since birth, and I cannot change it. A habit since birth? Zheng Dai inquired. Haruno Sho responded seriously. I was born 8 days past my due date. Zheng Dai retorted. While Asuma interjected, in truth, the teacher also wishes to overcome this. Just yesterday afternoon, I bought a rooster to wake myself up. Haruno Sho continued, unfazed. Zheng Dai chose not to engage further. Haruno Sho went on. However, the chicken was so delicious that I overindulged and couldn't sleep at night, hence my late awakening. Ha! Zheng Dai, Hong, and Asuma exchanged glances, bursting into laughter, momentarily transforming the area in front of the Hokage building into a scene of levity. Satisfied, Haruno Sho approached, placing a hand on Zheng Dai's shoulder, gently guiding him towards the Hokage building. Let us head inside. We have a mission to undertake, and there's no need to thank me. Zheng Dai was taken aback, as he intended to express gratitude for the previous day's assistance. Asuma and Hong exchanged puzzled glances before following him into the Hokage building. On the second floor, at the mission reception area, Haruno Sho nudged Zheng Dai and said, We shall not accept ordinary tasks. Come, I will take you directly to Lord Hokage for your mission. Zheng Dai was slightly stunned, exchanging glances with Asuma and Hong, questioning the authenticity of the statement. After a brief pause, Haruno Sho indeed led them into the Hokage's office, where they met the third Hokage, adorned in the Hokage cloak and hat. Lord Hokage, please assign us a mission. The third Hokage seemed to anticipate their request, a hint of resignation flashing in his eyes. He retrieved a mission scroll from his desk and handed it to Haruno Sho. Haruno Sho glanced over it. This will do. The mission scroll was passed around for Zheng Dai and the others to inspect. D-rank mission, fishing in the Xinchuan River. Xinchuan River? Fishing? Zheng Dai pondered, confused. The Xinchuan River was a large river located 7 to 8 kilometers northeast of Konoha village, providing a significant portion of the fish and shellfish consumed by its residents. Their first mission was to leave the village. Fishing? Wasn't that the livelihood of fishermen? Perhaps a water monster had emerged from the Xinchuan River, transforming fish into chakra-infused beings? But even dealing with a water monster would be at least a C-rank mission. Upon further inspection, the payment details were even more perplexing. They were to be compensated by weight, receiving 10 ryo for every pound of fish caught, revealing an air of oddity. Zheng Dai and his companions exchanged bewildered glances when suddenly, Asuma sniffed, abruptly turning to the third Hokage. The third Hokage, startled, cast a guilty glance at his desk. Dad, just hand it over. Ahem, Sho, take them out. The Xinchuan River is not exactly nearby. A glimmer of light flashed in Asuma's eyes as he darted forward, leaning over to peer into the depths of the table. Nothing, he muttered. Cough, Asuma, this is not home. Do not act foolishly. The third Hokage admonished, a flicker of smugness dancing in his gaze as he adjusted his conical hat. Asuma's face showed a hint of embarrassment when he heard the third speak again. Asuma, stop searching. How could the Hokage possibly hide his cigarettes in such easily discoverable places as the table or beneath the hat? Asuma's eyes lit up with realization. The third Hokage cleared his throat, while Haruno Sho chuckled heartily. 10 minutes later, the 4 members of Team 10 arrived at the entrance of Konoha village. Zheng Dai held a tobacco pipe and a pouch of tobacco leaves in his hand, occasionally inhaling the aroma, recalling the flavor with his near-level 5 culinary skills. Meanwhile, Asuma, and Zheng Dai were each burdened with a colossal plastic barrel that stood half their height. They had accepted a fishing mission at the Xinchuan River, only to discover another puzzling detail. There was no client for this task. They were to execute it on their own. They had a time limit of 1 day, with fish to be delivered by 5 in the evening. The Xinchuan River was approximately 85 kilometers from Konoha village, and they had to reach it at top speed within 30 minutes. Could they manage it? Zheng Dai and Asuma turned to Ho, who nodded with determination. Absolutely. Then let us depart. Sho exclaimed, leading the way as Zheng Dai and the others followed closely behind. For ninjas, running 85 kilometers was not an insurmountable feat. Yet completing it within half an hour posed a considerable challenge, especially for Ho, who was merely 9 years old and stood under 140 centimeters tall. Her strides were short, necessitating her to exert maximum effort throughout the journey. The first 5 kilometers were manageable, but the last 3 saw Zheng Dai and Asuma flanking her, ensuring she did not stumble. Upon reaching the banks of the Xinchuan River, Ho immediately bent over, hands on her knees, gasping for breath, her complexion pale. Asuma was also perspiring, while Zheng Dai appeared unaffected, his face unruffled. Sho observed the trio and suddenly declared, Zheng Dai, tomorrow you will carry 2 weights. Zheng Dai was taken aback, but replied, all right. Sho nodded approvingly, gesturing towards the expansive river that stretched hundreds of meters before them, exclaiming, once you've caught your breath, let us go fish. The 3 exchanged bewildered glances. Teacher, where's the boat? They queried. Ha ha ha, are you all sharing jokes with me? If we had a boat, would we need ninjas to catch fish? Roll up your sleeves and get into the water. With a splash, Zheng Dai half knelt at the river's edge, gently stirring the water with his right hand, his gaze shifting intently. At a certain moment, he squinted and suddenly lunged his hand into the water. Splash! Water splattered, a few droplets hitting his face. Zheng Dai stood, shaking his head, pondering the fleeting sensation of having touched a fish only for it to slip away. Sho had forbidden him from crafting a simple wooden spear, insisting that they must catch fish alive. However, catching fish barehanded proved to be a formidable challenge. The fish were slippery, quick to react, and agile in the water. Even with the aid of chakra, after an hour, Zheng Dai had managed to catch only 3 fish, each weighing roughly 1 pound. Given the task's requirement of 10 taels per pound, his efforts had yielded a mere 30 taels, a sum less valuable than the meal he could prepare for the gluttonous Ho, rendering the use of the Hokage's common currency for comparison rather inconsequential. As for Asuma and Ho, the crimson figure refrained from treading upon the water, while Asuma, unsteady on his feet, found himself relying on the other to maintain balance. The 2 fools, supporting one another, frolicked in the shallow waters, akin to a pair of mandarin ducks playfully splashing about. Meanwhile, Teacher Hashihara, having procured a bottle of wine from an unknown source, reclined against the fork of a nearby tree, observing the scene with no intention of offering assistance. Yet, their help was unnecessary. Zheng Dai again knelt at the water's surface, his eyes gleaming with intensity. To catch fish with bare hands is a form of training. Honing one's vision, precision, and stability in movement, Zheng Dai reveled in the challenge. He was beginning to find his rhythm. With his eyes slightly squinted, he focused on a black fish measuring approximately 20 centimeters, holding his breath as he tracked its movements, factoring in light refraction, hand speed, and the optimal position for capture. With a resounding splash, as Zheng Dai's hands emerged from the water, he found himself grasping a 1-kilogram black fish. The creature thrashed violently, its tail slapping against the water, sending droplets spraying onto Zheng Dai. Unfazed, he activated his chakra to prevent the fish from slipping away and strode confidently towards the shore. Zheng Dai, you've caught another one. Asuma exclaimed, a hint of embarrassment in his voice. Just wait a moment. Give me another hour, and I'll come assist you. Hong swayed unsteadily on the water's surface, attempting to speak, but stumbled, nearly falling in, and chose silence instead. Zheng Dai replied, you 2 keep at it, otherwise. The first mission we undertake as ninjas will be left entirely to me. He returned to the shore, approaching the gigantic plastic barrel he had brought, which was half filled with river water and contained 3 lively fish. This barrel could comfortably hold 30 or 40 fish. 3 barrels would be quite the task for 1 person. I'll do my best to fill it, though carrying too many back might prove problematic. As he turned to head back, Haruno Sho suddenly intercepted him. Oh, for fish now? Splendid. That will suffice for lunch. Sho extracted 4 prepared wooden stakes and swiftly dispatched the fish. Zheng Dai was taken aback. What happened to the plan of catching live fish? I worked hard to catch these. Had I intended to kill them, I would have used kunai. Now, if I had 40 fish, I could manage. Asuma, Hong, stop practicing. Come over. It's time for lunch, 1 grilled fish each. Haruno Sho called out, then busied himself retrieving sealing scrolls from his robes, unsealing them to reveal salt, oil, cumin, and pepper. What are you standing there for, Zheng Dai? Hurry and gather some firewood. I've heard you're quite the cook. Can you grill fish? Today, We shall sample your culinary skills. After more than half an hour, Haruno Sho savored the last remnants of fish flesh clinging to the bones in his hand, his expression a blend of nostalgia and delight. Momentarily lost in thought before vanishing in an instant. Moments later, he reappeared, brandishing a lively fish. Zheng Dai understood his intent. Asuma and Hong, sharing a knowing smile while enjoying their fish, would likely have reacted similarly had they not grown accustomed to Zheng Dai's cooking. Though they struggled to catch fish themselves, they relished the fruits of his labor. As the two fish were being grilled to perfection, Haruno Sho was content, while Zheng Dai resurfaced to continue his fishing task. Asuma and Hong persisted with their water-treading practice, while Haruno Sho sought refuge in the shade of a tree, dozing off until 3:30 in the afternoon, awakening naturally. He ambled over to Zheng Dai's water bucket and found it filled with approximately 20 fish, weighing around 30 pounds, which pleased him greatly. Asuma and Hong, however, had yet to catch a single fish. Haruno Sho picked up 2 empty buckets and strode towards Zheng Dai on the water's surface. All right, the time is ripe. Today, only Zheng Dai has earned 300 ryo in task money. The rest will be left for the teacher to catch. Zheng Dai, kneeling at the water's edge, rose as both Asuma and Hong turned to look at him. Is teacher Hashikage really going to catch fish himself? Earlier, when grilling the fish, he had acted so swiftly that they hadn't witnessed a thing, and now they all felt a flicker of anticipation. Noticing their expressions, Haruno Sho chuckled heartily. Zheng Dai, come here and steady the 2 buckets. Zheng Dai hurried over, holding 1 bucket in each hand, stabilizing them on the water's surface. Haruno Sho then stepped forward several meters, turning back, his palms pressed together. Steady now. There's a mop in the water. With a flourish, he unleashed a water release technique, summoning a swirling water vortex that rose like a tornado, enveloping him. Within that vortex, fish of various sizes and colors were caught in the maelstrom. Asuma and Hong stared in astonishment. Having not seen teacher Hashikage perform any hand seals, what kind of technique was this? It appeared extraordinarily powerful. Zheng Dai was equally taken aback. The second Hokage's unique water release technique was now within Haruno Sho's repertoire. Can I learn it? Before long, the water vortex crashed down, and Haruno Sho, with deft precision, flicked the larger fish into the buckets Zheng Dai was stabilizing. Mere seconds later, both buckets were brimming. Haha, are you astonished? Haruno Sho laughed triumphantly. Waving his hand, each of you take a bucket. Let us return to the village. We must run back. We can't spill the water or drop the fish. And we have a time limit of 45 minutes. Teacher Hashikage is quite boastful, but he is indeed impressive, Zheng Dai remarked, pausing momentarily to inquire. Can we freely decide how much we take? That's entirely up to you, came the reply. The journey back to the village proved far more arduous than their initial trek, with Zheng Dai, having claimed the lion's share of fish, panting heavily, while Asuma and Hong were drenched in sweat. Upon reaching the village entrance, Haruno Sho clapped his hands, forming 3 shadow clones. Hand over the buckets to my clones. Today's task is complete. Asuma was taken aback. Teacher, don't we need to submit the task? Haha, did you think this was an ordinary task? There's no reason to hire ninjas for fishing. This was a special task I took on to train you. Haruno Sho chuckled heartily. Now, I must figure out how to handle these fish and also pay the commission fee and Zheng Dai's 300 ryo reward. Tomorrow morning, we will gather at 8 in front of the Hokage building. As they watched teacher Hashikage and his 3 shadow clones depart, Hong was momentarily touched and remarked, Teacher Hashikage isn't so stingy after all. He even took the initiative to post a commission for our training. Indeed, Asuma agreed. Zheng Dai chuckled resignedly. You two should take some time to visit the seafood market. Fresh river fish are priced at 10 ryo per pound, so 50 ryo would be about right. Asuma and Hong stared in disbelief, wide-eyed. As they donned their gear, one inquired why he had not previously exposed teacher Haishing. There seemed to be no need. Indeed, they had gained valuable experience, had they not? This was certainly preferable to merely catching cats or tilling the land. Thus, for over a month, the trio diligently fished in the Xinchuan River. On the riverbank, the sounds of their sparring echoed as Zheng Dai retreated defensively under Asuma's relentless strikes. At that moment, a faint whirlwind enveloped Asuma's fists, each swing generating a gust that carried the essence of the storm. This was a B-rank ninjutsu, the wind release, whirlwind fist. A technique that blended ninjutsu with physical prowess. It significantly enhanced his martial skills. Even Zheng Dai dared not confront its sharpness head-on with his flesh and blood. However, The technique was taxing. After 3 seconds of fierce assault, Asuma appeared fatigued, pausing to catch his breath. "Thank you, Zhengdai," he said. "It was nothing," Zhengdai replied. After fishing in the Xinchuan River for a month and a half, they had progressed through 3 phases. By the 3rd day, Zhengdai could effortlessly fill 3 plastic buckets within an hour, and it was then that Asuma successfully caught his first fish. Consequently, Asuma took the lead while Zhengdai provided support, utilizing the leftover time to practice ninjutsu on the water's surface. As Asuma's fishing speed increased, even Hong was able to assist, allowing Zhengdai to step back entirely. 3 days prior, Hong had become proficient enough to fish independently, enabling Zhengdai and Asuma to focus on their training, often engaging in sparring sessions where Zhengdai primarily fed Asuma techniques. After yet another session of assisting Asuma, Zhengdai unsheathed the long blade crafted with care by Uncle Jiang, centering his thoughts before delivering a powerful downward strike. Each blow from the blade, hovering nearly a meter above the water's surface, carved deep grooves into the water. The acquisition of the genuine skill, Dance of the Crescent Moon, compelled Zhengdai to delve into swordsmanship. Perhaps due to the fact that sword techniques were encompassed within martial arts, the skill did not appear in his skill set. Nevertheless, he could perceive his progress over the past month. More notably, Zhengdai had never attempted to employ the Dance of the Crescent Moon, yet astonishingly, its proficiency had accelerated to level 070. As for the 3 new ninjutsu techniques, he had not ceased practicing. The Shuriken Shadow Clone technique reached level 080, while the Water Release, Great Water Arm technique attained level 072, both of which he could successfully employ. However, the Water Release, Water Cutting Wave presented a challenge of a different caliber. To this day, he had only reached level 048, and the rate of improvement was steadily declining, rendering successful execution elusive. Zhengdai was unwilling to wait indefinitely. The diminishing returns were too low. Once he reached level 50 in Water Cutting Wave, he would allocate his points. Free attribute points, 15. Following the incident involving the Nikko clan's demise, he had garnered a mere 4 attribute points recently, supplemented by 2 additional points from the ever-hungry Hongdo. This was due to some preparatory corrections that still awaited completion, but progress was imminent. For half an hour, he practiced his blade, followed by 5 minutes of hand seals, then a 5-minute rest, and resumed his blade practice for another half hour. The morning passed in this manner. As Zhengdai glanced at the sky, he felt it was time to take a look at the water's surface, preparing to catch a couple of fish for lunch. Just then, Hong's voice, tinged with excitement, rang out. "All 3 buckets are full." Zhengdai turned to see that the fishing task had been completed in just 1 morning, as Hong had caught up in progress. In the serene setting of spring, Haruno Zhaozhan approached 3 large barrels, casting an appreciative glance. "Indeed, it appears that after our midday meal today, we shall return to the village to complete our tasks. Your fishing training has reached its culmination. Is it really coming to an end? Are we finally about to undertake new assignments?" Hong and Asuma queried in unison. Haruno Zhaozhan responded with a hearty laugh. "A month and a half of adapting to D-rank missions is ample. Today, we will return and grant you a few days of respite to reflect on your gains. On March 1st, I shall lead you to tackle more challenging C-rank and B-rank missions. Those can indeed be perilous." The expressions of Hong and Asuma tightened with concern. "Ha ha, have I frightened you? Teacher, the C-rank mission isn't going to involve hunting wild boars in the mountains, is it? And the B-rank mission won't entail capturing ninja beasts from the sea, will it?" Zhengdai interjected, voice raised with anticipation. "Ha ha ha, Zhengdai. You indeed have a knack for humor." Haruno Zhaozhan chuckled heartily. After savoring their final feast of grilled fish, the trio each hoisted a barrel of fish and dashed back to Konoha village, where Haruno Zhaozhan announced the dissolution of their team, allowing them to return home for a well-deserved rest. The date was February 21st, with a holiday extending until March 1st, granting them a brief national holiday. They bid each other farewell and returned to their respective homes. Upon arrival, Zhengdai received delightful news from his water clone. The first volume of his fairy tale book, comprising 18 stories, had finally been completed, pending only final revisions and adjustments. Zhengdai felt immense satisfaction. He had successfully finished writing, and he would personally handle the edits. He gestured toward the corner, where Orochimaru had left the Hyuga scroll untouched for a month and a half, gathering dust. "Go tidy that up and begin your studies," he instructed. The water clone, expressionless, rose and walked over to comply. Zhengdai settled into a chair. Perusing the 18 children's stories and fairy tales he had composed, The Tortoise and the Hare, The Kitten Goes Fishing, The Pony Crosses the River, Little Red Riding Hood, and The Tadpole Seeks Its Mother. Ah, the tadpole seeks its mother? Zheng Dai's brow furrowed as he took up a pen to make alterations, deciding to replace the tadpole's mother with a toad, thereby avoiding any association with frogs. As he continued, he stumbled upon Chao Chong Wei's the elephant. What a peculiar name. Chao Chong, placed within the context of the Naruto world. He mused, prompting him to make further modifications. After considerable contemplation, he resolutely decided to reframe it as Minato Weighs the Toad. He transformed Chao Chao into Jiraiya, and the court officials into a gathering of ninja school students. Minato adeptly calculated the weight of the gigantic toad, earning Jiraiya's admiration and being accepted as his disciple. Wasn't that a potential recipe for disaster? Oh, but that is of little concern, he reassured himself. On the day of class division, I encountered the fourth Hokage and sensed no need for corrections. Besides, Jiraiya merely transformed into an elegant intellectual in my dreams. As long as I avoid self-sabotage, a little harmless folly is inconsequential. Zheng Dai consoled himself, acutely aware that in an era devoid of the internet, achieving instant fame through publishing was virtually impossible. Jiraiya's collection of fairy tales had taken years of effort to garner recognition, coupled with his pre-existing fame, which had gradually led to his current stature. While Zheng Dai harbored confidence in his modern fairy tales and stories, he did not expect them to gain widespread acclaim within just a few months. Moreover, even if they were to achieve such success, he would consider it rather sluggish. In such circumstances, one must employ a few clever strategies. In any case, Konoha Village bears no accusations of infringing upon portrait rights, and he has made slight modifications in subsequent tales. Yet, such alterations remain insufficient. Zheng Dai pondered momentarily. Since he had already made adjustments, why not enhance them further? Scientific research indicates that when individuals encounter minor textual sequence errors while reading, their brains instinctively correct these discrepancies, resulting in no hindrance to comprehension. Thus, Zheng Dai proposed a title, The Frogman and the Fairy Tale 2. There is no need to deceive potential readers with the title. Merely drawing their attention to the book suffices, for they will inevitably be captivated by the tale of the Watergate Frog. With this series of maneuvers, the sales of the book are bound to soar. It felt akin to playing with fire, exhilarating. Zheng Dai adjusted his bangs, considering that this could swiftly propel the book into the limelight, capturing a portion of the fairy tale market and reaching the likes of Jiraiya. The subsequent challenge lay in finding a publisher. Securing a publisher proved easier than Zheng Dai had anticipated. No matter the realm, piracy remains an incessant issue. Even Jiraiya's works are sold with mere cover alterations, quite audacious indeed. Prior to his transmigration, Zheng Dai had mostly supported legitimate publications, but this time he had no choice but to seek collaboration with pirates. His fairy tale, particularly its title, was too reliant on current trends. Legitimate publishers, especially those associated with Jiraiya, would never consider publishing such a work. The pirates, however, would harbor no such reservations, eagerly accepting borderline content. Upon reviewing the material, the proprietor of the pirated printing shop was astounded, even entertaining nefarious thoughts. They were hardly virtuous souls. Fortunately, Zheng Dai was more than a match for them. Shinobi Haruno. You must be quite familiar with Lord Jiraiya, yes? Haruno fidgeted with a starfish, laughing awkwardly. Well, one always finds oneself in need of funds. And I am particularly short at the moment, seeking a quick profit. The pirate print shop owner nodded slightly, voicing another concern. Are you certain this is not a manuscript currently being crafted by Lord Jiraiya? If it is, we cannot proceed with this. Rest assured, what do you take me for? Stealing from Lord Jiraiya's manuscript? I possess far more integrity than that, and besides, can my talent rival that of Lord Jiraiya? What are your demands, then? I require the swiftest circulation to the market. I want to see it in Konoha's bookstores within 3 days, Haruno declared. 3 days? Certainly. I do not require a share. You must pay me 100,000 ryo per month, with 3 months' payment up front. Not an issue. Such promptness? Surely this must be a joke. Forgive me. I am not accustomed to such dealings. Haruno silently regretted, adding, once the book gains fame, I may consider collaborating with legitimate publishers. Until then, how much we can earn depends on your capabilities. The pirate print shop owner's chubby face momentarily displayed concern. Haruno narrowed his eyes, gently tapping the table before him. Is that not possible? Let me share a joke. This table is pirated. A table? Is there even such a thing as a pirated table? With a resounding crash, the counterfeit table splintered, startling the rotund owner into a flurry of perspiration. All right. I agree. This is more like it. Don't think I'm unaware that you all are making a fortune with 100,000 taels a month. It's not much, truly not much. 2 minutes later, Chun Yi Zhao, clutching a hefty sum of 300,000 taels, was respectfully escorted out by the corpulent proprietor. After navigating a few turns, he arrived at a secluded corner where he swiftly dispelled his transformation technique. He took a deep breath, nearly faltering in his disguise, but fortunately, his chakra control remained intact. Exhaling lightly, he completed the crucial step, hoping that subsequent developments would proceed smoothly. 3 days later, in a bookstore on the west street of Konoha Village, a young woman in her early 20s was sifting through children's literature in the children's section, visibly troubled. For a mother, the aspiration is for her child to be as intelligent as possible. However, an overly clever child can sometimes bring about certain vexations. She was currently experiencing such distress. Her son, at 6 months, could call out names. By 8 months, he was walking. At 1 year, he could write. Yet, by the age of 2, when she read him stories, he began to lose interest, finding them childish and dull. At this critical juncture in a child's life, where the establishment of worldviews and intellectual growth is paramount, how could one navigate without the guidance of children's literature? After enduring the repetitive tales from Jiraiya's 2 storybooks for over 6 months, her son was nearing 3 years old, and she could no longer bear it. A child under 3 attempting to refine chakra to become a ninja? That was simply unfeasible. No matter how prodigious, one cannot hasten growth. With a glimmer of hope, she sought to unearth a storybook that would suffice. What is this? The Tale of the Toad Sage 2? When did Lord Jiraiya publish a new book? At that moment, her eyes brightened as she unearthed a volume from the pile. Curiously glancing at the modest cover compared to Lord Jiraiya's other works, she eagerly opened the first page. Watergate's Calling the Toad. Watergate, the Jonin? She murmured softly, her excitement growing as she read swiftly. Truly, he is indeed Lord Jiraiya, and indeed, a Jonin of Watergate. Is there such a story from Lord Jiraiya when he was accepting disciples? Strange, how have I never heard of this before? A fleeting moment of astonishment passed as she closed the book and approached the bookstore owner. Excuse me, how much for Lord Jiraiya's new book? The owner was momentarily taken aback, quickly clarifying, please take a closer look. This is the tale of the Toad Sage 2. The Toad Sage? The woman was bewildered. The owner, with a somewhat amused expression, remarked, the title is merely capitalizing on Lord Jiraiya's name. It's not a new work of his. So don't blame me for not informing you. However, the stories inside are quite engaging, which is why I stocked a few copies. Would you like one? 20 taels each. 20 taels? How affordable. The woman murmured instinctively before realizing that aside from Lord Jiraiya's fairy tale books, the price for a typical storybook should indeed be around this amount. After a brief hesitation, she decided, I'll take it. Having completed her transaction and exited the store, she glanced at the stories following Watergate's Calling the Toad, her expression growing increasingly astonished. Not a work by Lord Jiraiya? A few minutes later, she returned to the Uchiha compound in the southwest corner of Konoha Village. Sister Huizi, you're back? Came a greeting. She looked up and smiled. Yes. I went out to buy a storybook. Meichin, are you going out too? In just 3 days, the wedding between you and Fugaku is set to take place. And you are still stepping out? Uchiha Makoto smiled helplessly. At the behest of Minato, I am going out to take Kushina for a stroll. A storybook? Whose is it? Jiraiya's? No. Keiko shook her head. The author is unknown, but it is rather interesting. It even contains a short tale about Minato as a shinobi. By the way, Makoto, would you like to purchase a copy? The West Street bookstore has it for sale, and it might not be available later. A tale about Minato? Makoto leaned in curiously to take a look, and indeed it was, but the story must be fabricated. Kushina has never mentioned it. It's intriguing, but I won't buy it. It's of no use to me. How could it be of no use? You are about to marry Fugaku, and by this time next year, you might very well be a mother. It's always prudent to be prepared, Keiko teased. A fleeting blush crossed Makoto's face as she playfully nudged. Keiko, you should hurry home and see if your little genius likes this storybook. Sigh. Once you and Fugaku have a little genius of your own, you will understand how troubled I am right now. I hope Shursui will like it, Keiko sighed, though her eyes sparkled with satisfaction. Makoto chuckled helplessly as she brushed past her, exiting the Uchiha clan grounds. She hesitated briefly on the street, contemplating, The West Street bookstore? Perhaps I should buy one for Kushina. Kushina, Kushina. Uchiha Makoto called out, knocking on the door outside Kushina's home. Makoto, come in. The door is unlocked. You're so lazy. Makoto chuckled lightly as she twisted the doorknob and stepped inside. The living room was empty, so she peered around before heading to Kushina's bedroom. Inside, Kushina was reclining on the bed, holding a handful of playing cards. After a moment's thought, she drew 2 cards and declared, pair of 8s. She then placed the cards on her lap, closed her eyes, and groped for another stack of playing cards half a meter away on the bed, fiddling with them. Pair of 10s, she said in a hoarse voice. After placing down the cards again, she opened her eyes, picked up the stack on her lap, and exclaimed, pair of queens. Makoto was taken aback. Kushina, are you playing cards with yourself? Kushina looked over, puzzled. Of course not. How could one play cards with oneself? I'm playing with Kurama. Makoto's lips twitched. With the 9 tails? Yes, Kushina replied, slightly annoyed. I close my eyes when I take its cards. Yet it keeps accusing me of cheating and peeking at its cards. It's infuriating, especially since it's the one watching. Makoto, you came at the right time. If the 3 of us play together, it wouldn't be like this. But wouldn't I be bullied by you too? Makoto sighed, handing the book in her arms to Kushina. Let us not play for now. Take a look at this book. Huh. Kushina blinked, suddenly tossing her cards into the pile. All right, this round is a draw. Let us stop for now, Kurama. I wasn't cheating. Even if we continued, I might not lose, you know. After talking to herself for a moment, she took the book from Makoto's hands. Oh, Jiraiya has released a new book? Minato didn't mention it. Haha, read carefully. Kushina. Kushina paused, then scrutinized it closely. Frog Sage? What is this? A book borrowed under the auspices of Lord Jiraiya. The author remains unknown. Quickly, let us delve into the first tale of this book, Makoto explained. Kushina opened the book. Did Minato weigh a toad? One day, the legendary Sannin, Lord Jiraiya, sought to take on a disciple and thus ventured to the ninja academy. He conjured forth a massive toad and addressed the assembled students. Whoever can ascertain its weight shall become my pupil. The students were plunged into contemplation, except for Minato Namikaze. What nonsense is this? Kushina exclaimed, bewildered. I am in the same class as Minato. How could I not be aware of such an event? Makoto chuckled softly. Indeed. It must be a fabrication. I've never heard of such an anecdote regarding Lord Jiraiya acquiring Minato as a student. Certainly, this is a mere fantasy, Kushina responded, somewhat bemused. Makoto continued. I inquired with the bookstore owner, and this volume was just stocked today. Kushina suggested. Let us seek out Minato and inquire how he intends to address this matter. After a moment of contemplation, Kushina mused. He is currently occupied with those 3 children on a mission. To ascertain his whereabouts, we must first consult Lord Third. He is quite verbose and will undoubtedly delay us for half a day. It sounds rather tedious. Kushina interrupted. Regardless, Minato will appear at noon, utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique to deliver my lunch. We can address this matter with him then. Makoto fell silent, unsure of what to say next. Come on, Makoto. Kurama urges us to engage in a card game. Let us hurry. Makoto's lips twitched, and suddenly she spoke earnestly. Consider this. Minato attends to you daily, bringing you lunch and doing so much for you. Shouldn't you reciprocate in some manner? Kushina paused, contemplating. This book not only exploits Lord Jiraiya's fame, but also fabricates a story without Minato's consent. Do you not wish to assist Minato in resolving this? Makoto pressed. I suppose so, Kushina replied reluctantly. Exactly, Makoto continued. Let us investigate the author of this book and uncover who penned this tale. What do you think? After a moment of hesitation, Kushina acquiesced, albeit with visible reluctance. Very well. Makoto sighed in relief. It was always a challenge to coax Kushina out of the house. Now, she secretly hoped that the author would be elusive, allowing Kushina to spend more time outside. After several minutes, Kushina, fully dressed, reluctantly departed her home. The pair first visited a bookstore on West Street, where they inquired about the source of the stock and located a small vendor. Through inquiries and a show of force, after several twists and turns, just as Kushina was on the verge of giving up, they finally stumbled upon the plump owner of a pirated printing shop. Please, spare me. I truly cannot divulge anything. If I do, that lord will not let me off lightly. That lord? Makoto gasped. To engage in such trivial pursuits and yet possess a significant status as a ninja? She exchanged a glance with Kushina, and they simultaneously uttered a name, Haruno Sho. The rotund proprietor instinctively pouted. and they exclaimed in unison, "You guessed correctly." It turned out to be that bothersome individual. Kushina muttered, "Mikoto, never mind. I feel irked just at the sight of him. I shall have Minato confront him later." "Ah, we have come this far. How can we abandon our quest now?" Mikoto seized Kushina's arm, exclaiming, "Moreover, hasn't Haruno Xiaoyu fallen into our grasp this time? Come, let us share a jest with him." Kushina blinked, her curiosity piqued. Meanwhile, at the residence of Zheng Dai, he was in the kitchen, intently focused on the cookies baking over the flame, his expression serious as he meticulously adjusted the fire's intensity. 5 minutes passed, then 10, and finally half an hour. Zheng Dai extinguished the fire, exhaling softly, and after a few more moments of silent anticipation, he pinched one of the cookies, broke off a piece, and tasted it. As he chewed and swallowed, the rich flavor of cream filled his senses, and he felt a sense of satisfaction. Not bad. Even with a hint of tobacco, it is quite delectable. He then selected another cookie, slightly different in appearance, and sampled it. Ah, splendid. The taste is identical. In truth, the two cookies were distinct. One contained tobacco leaves procured by Asuma from the third Hokage, while the other was infused with tea leaves that Zheng Dai had purchased from a convenience store. After more than a month of experimentation, he had finally perfected the flavors of both tobacco and tea in the cookies, making them equally delightful. The item Asuma had requested was finally created. Zheng Dai beamed with joy, thinking to himself, this will serve as a potent tool for Asuma's correction. If all goes well, attribute points shall soon flow in." Kushina's correction level was at 1, and he received 1 free attribute point. "What on earth?" Zheng Dai was taken aback. "Did you just display the subtitles immediately upon my thought? Such perfect timing. Moreover, Kushina, it seemed she indeed required correction. Was she a shut-in? But I haven't even done anything yet." Zheng Dai could not ignore the sudden influx of attribute points, but more importantly, this involved Kushina, who he had yet to commence correcting. "It must be my influence. She cannot have been corrected autonomously." He pondered carefully, recalling that the only recent incident involving Kushina was when Minato referred to her as a clam. Could it be that this little tale had irked Kushina, nudging her a step closer to the fiery temperament of a little pepper? Would I end up receiving a beating? Zheng Dai suddenly felt quite anxious. The one who had enraged Kushina was not him. In a quaint tavern, Haruno Xiaoyu protested, "How can you be so shameless? The evidence is irrefutable, yet you refuse to acknowledge it. Who is here to share a jest with you?" Haruno Xiaoyu clutched a starfish, utterly bewildered. Mikoto hastily soothed Kushina. Having been close friends with her for many years, she rarely witnessed her in such a fury. "Xiaoyu, you have indeed crossed a line this time. We have not pursued you for fabricating tales about Minato, yet you dare not confess? Hold on, let me gather my thoughts. So, you all found this fairy tale book and claimed it was written by me, and this is not a jest?" Haruno Xiaoyu inquired. "Certainly not. In all of Konoha, who would dare jest with you?" Mikoto replied, laced with sarcasm. "Of course, there are those who would. Zheng Dai is always making jokes," Haruno Xiaoyu muttered, glancing at the book on the table. Kushina and Mikoto regarded him coldly. After a pause, Haruno Xiaoyu awkwardly remarked, "This book does indeed read like a joke." "Oh, forgive me, dear proprietor. Add today's tab to my account, and make it double." "Kushina, shall we step outside to converse?" Kushina pressed her lips together, her anger gradually subsiding. "All right, let us speak outside." Upon leaving the tavern, Haruno Sho waved the pirated book in his hand and declared, "First and foremost, this book is not penned by me. If it were, I would have no reason to deny it." "From whom did you hear that it was my work?" Kushina retorted. "We have located the printer of this book, and he claims it was you." Sho raised an eyebrow. "Let us confront this individual together." 5 minutes later, the plump proprietor of the pirated printing shop was nearly in tears. He glanced at Kushina, then at Sho, and after much internal conflict, decided it was wiser to offend Sho less. "It's a misunderstanding, truly. It was not you, Lord Sho. The person who provided me with the manuscript was masked. I do not know who they are." Kushina stared in astonishment. "You." Kushina, feeling the tension, muttered to herself, "Is it really necessary to be this angry? Is Kushina truly going to come after me?" Unable to articulate her frustration, Kushina remained silent as Mikoto spoke up. "You were not so dismissive before. It would be best if you spoke truthfully." "I am speaking the truth." The plump owner wiped the sweat from his forehead, glancing at Sho with a knowing look. "Rest assured, I shall not divulge anything." Sho narrowed his eyes. "If there is something you are withholding, do not hesitate to reveal it." "There is nothing to withhold." The discontented Mikoto shot a disapproving glance at Sho. Are you threatening a witness? Sho scratched his head, suddenly tapping gently on the table. You do not appear to be speaking the truth, my friend. Allow me to share a jest. This table is pirated. The owner's eyes widened, and he instinctively recoiled, covering his ears. Sho was taken aback. What is it you wish from me, Lord Sho? I am merely an ordinary merchant. I cannot withstand your wrath or intimidation. The owner spoke with a quivering voice. Do not threaten the witness. Sho, displaying a hint of frustration, squinted at the owner. Speak. Who provided you with the story about the toad called Minato for printing? The owner's eyes widened, and he slowly replied. It was a jonin from Konoha, Lord Sho. What? Sho was momentarily stunned. You see, there is no room for evasion now, is there? Kushina grasped Sho's arm tightly. Come, let us find Minato. No, it truly was not me. Wait, Kushina. Mikoto pulled Kushina back, sensing potential trouble. If it were Sho, how could he employ Genjutsu? Mikoto, do not fall for this ruse. He merely wishes for us to think this way. He is utterly deceitful. As Kushina dragged Sho away, the plump owner finally emerged from his stupor, collapsing into a chair, wiping the incessant sweat from his brow, which only seemed to increase. Oh no, how could I be so unfortunate? If they discover that I also pirated the 2 books of Lord Jiraiya, I am truly doomed. His expression shifted as he gritted his teeth, rising swiftly and heading outside. At the corner of the wall, he looked around to ensure no one was watching, bent down to pick up a stone, and scratched a line harshly against the wall. Half an hour later, Elder, I truly had no other choice but to seek your assistance. Having pirated the esteemed works of Lord Jiraiya over the years, I have funneled a substantial portion of my earnings, 8 out of 10 parts, into your coffers. Please, I implore you to assist me, lest the consequences of my actions be unveiled. Are you threatening me, old man? Towanzo retorted, his cane striking the ground with force, his eyes flashing with ire. Were it not for the clandestine casinos being dismantled by that scoundrel Tsunade in recent years, I would never have stooped to accept such foolishness. Utilizing pirated Jiraiya texts as funding for the root organization. Taking a moment to compose himself, Towanzo clenched his jaw and demanded, Now, elucidate the matter to me in detail. Yes, esteemed elder, the portly proprietor replied, wiping the sweat from his brow, and began his tale. Haruno Sho, Uzumaki Kushina, Namikaze Minato. Once again, disciples of Hiruzen. Towanzo's fury intensified, partly directed at the rotund businessman for knowing full well that Sho and Minato were not to be trifled with. Why did he not simply refuse Sho's printing request from the outset? Greed has made him a fool. Haruno Sho has never confessed? He even used Genjutsu on you? Nonsense. Haruno Sho can write? The businessman stammered, but it was indeed Lord Haruno Sho who delivered the books that day, using Tsunade's formidable strength, I assure you. Towanzo furrowed his brow deeply. Something was amiss. Suddenly, his expression shifted dramatically. Haruno Sho, this is dire. In a secluded corner outside Route, Haruno Sho retracted the starfish he had poked out and turned to Kushina and Mikoto, laughing heartily. What did I tell you? It wasn't me. This fat man is definitely up to no good. Where are we? Mikoto inquired. Haruno Sho squinted. Route. The last time Elder Towanzo sought to recruit Side-Eye, I thwarted him. Clearly, he harbors a grudge. Ah, so it was him. Kushina exclaimed, vexed. How bothersome. I wasted so much time because of him. Side-Eye sat at home, his eyelids fluttering. Jumping again? Ha ha ha. Keep going. Don't stop. Just 2 more percentage points. He had come to terms with the situation. One sits at home, while opportunities descend from the heavens. Where else could one find such fortune? In the Hokage Tower. The 3rd Hokage perused the tale of the Frog Sage too, flipping through its pages before eventually asking, You all assert this is a fairy tale published surreptitiously by Root? Are you certain? In unison, Haruno Sho, Kushina, and Uchiha Mikoto nodded. The 3rd Hokage furrowed his brow slightly, pondering Towanzo's intentions, which remained inscrutable. The quality of this fairy tale was commendable, clearly an original work, yet it was being circulated through pirated channels under Jiraiya's name, an act that seemed uncharacteristic of Towanzo. What do you propose we do? Haruno Sho and Mikoto turned their gazes towards Kushina, who pursed her lips in thought for several seconds before stating, Oh dear, this is vexing. Hokage-sama, please ban it, and summon Elder Towanzo to explain why he seeks to slander Minato. The 3rd Hokage shook his head slightly, replying, I see no indication that this story disparages Minato. On the contrary, the tale of the frog will enhance Minato's reputation as a clever child. proving beneficial rather than harmful. Indeed, I share your perspective. Third Hokage, Haruno Sho concurred. Zhou Xian Nai was momentarily taken aback. Is it possible that Hako fabricated this? The third Hokage gently pinched the bridge of his nose, pondering. In that case, you should first seek out Minato and inquire about his opinion. I will investigate and verify matters concerning Danzo. Please provide me with the exact location of that counterfeit printing shop. Third Hokage, where is Minato? He is currently maintaining the training grounds 7, 8, and 9. In the expansive Hidden Leaf Village, there existed a total of 49 training grounds, both natural and artificial. Periodically, the village would officially issue tasks for ninjas to maintain and repair these grounds. The maintenance primarily involved repairing training equipment, such as wooden dummies and replacing damaged targets, as well as clearing the grounds. For instance, during the time they attempted to seize bells from their instructor, the 5th training ground had been flooded and required cleaning. At the 8th training ground, Obito wore a sullen expression as he dug a hole with a shovel, then tossed the shovel aside and moved a target from nearby. With all his strength, he thrust the target into the earth. More force, and even more force. Obito's face contorted with intensity, as if he were taking out his frustrations on the very ground beneath him, as though it were Kakashi himself he wished to vanquish. This tedious task seemed to stretch on indefinitely. Once he had compacted the earth, he let out a long sigh, feeling a twinge of envy for Rin and Kakashi, who had an audacious teacher that took them out of the village for fishing escapades every day. The term audacious teacher referred to the incident when, during his recent birthday celebration, Rin and others had jokingly mentioned it. Is that Kakashi, the audacious teacher, along with Zhou Xian Nai and Meichin? What brings them here together? At that moment, Obito noticed the trio approaching from a distance and hesitated before rushing over. Rin, who was picking up litter nearby, and Kakashi, who was leveling the ground, both cast their gazes in that direction. Obito, where's Minato-sensei? Meichin greeted him with a smile. The teacher went to buy lunch for Zhou Xian Nai and us, Obito replied, turning to Haruno Zhao with a hint of envy. Did Rin's group get a break? Haruno Zhao scratched his starfish. We have a week off. Minato went to buy lunch. Zhou Xian Nai rubbed her belly and glanced up at the sky, exclaiming, it's already noon. I didn't realize I had been out for 3 hours. Ugh. Meichin, you all handle the rest. I want to. Meichin quickly interrupted. Zhou Xian Nai, we've come this far. We can't let our efforts go to waste. Besides, if you go home now, you'll probably miss Minato again. Let's wait for him here. Zhou Xian Nai rubbed her belly again, reluctantly muttering, fine. Sigh, I really shouldn't have come out in the first place. If I had stayed in, I wouldn't have encountered all this chaos. Meanwhile, Kakashi sat at home, beaming with joy. Just one more point to go. The correction level has dropped to 2. This caused him to become restless, rising to pace back and forth, his anger gradually subsiding. Or perhaps they've become too apathetic to come out and confront me. This simply would not do. Kakashi fell into deep contemplation, pondering what to do next. Was he really going to have to go to Zhou Xian Nai's door and face her wrath? It is incorrect to assume that Kushina would easily deduce that the book was authored by me. Thus, her anger should be in a state of diffusion. Even if she were to investigate, the findings would likely lead her to Haruno So-sensei. Zheng Dai's eyes brightened at the thought. The initial transformation was merely a precaution against potential piracy, and now he felt somewhat guilty towards So-sensei. First, he needed to clarify the situation. After donning his attire, he placed his sword on his back and declared, Aunt Shio, I'm stepping out. Oh, will you be back for dinner? He replied, I probably won't be home for lunch, but I will return for dinner. Standing on the street outside, Zheng Dai hesitated briefly before making his way to the bookstore on West Street. Meanwhile, Minato emerged from Kushina's house, holding a meal, astonished by her absence. It was truly rare for her not to be home at noon. Had she been summoned by Makoto? After pondering for a moment, he noticed the neighbor aunt approaching, carrying a bag of fruits and vegetables. He hurried over. Auntie, do you know when Kushina left? Oh, Minato the Jonin. The neighbor aunt exclaimed upon seeing him, her excitement palpable. As expected of you, Minato. You've always been clever since childhood. Minato felt a bit taken aback, scratching his head in embarrassment as he inquired. What about Kushina? Oh, you're asking about Kushina? She was taken out early this morning by that girl who frequently visits her. That big frog you mentioned. Is it really 1,000 pounds? What frog? You mean Wentai? Minato asked, somewhat confused. You still don't know? I just returned from West Street where gossip was circulating about you weighing a big frog and being accepted as a disciple by Jiraiya. Minato stood there, bewildered. Weighing one tie? He had no idea when that happened. Ugh, I can't explain it all. Just check out the book The Tale of the Frogman and the Immortal Child 2 at the West Street bookstore, and you'll understand, the aunt said helplessly. The Frogman and the Immortal? Minato murmured. After standing on the street for a moment, he shook his head with a wry smile and proceeded towards the West Street bookstore. What on earth was going on? Unbeknownst to them, Zheng Dai and Minato encountered each other unexpectedly at the entrance of the bookstore. Stay calm, stay calm. The story about Minato weighing a frog was written by Haruno So-sensei, not me, Zheng Dai thought to himself as he walked over calmly. Minato, are you here to buy books? Minato smiled warmly. Yes, Zheng Dai. Are you here to purchase something too? I just came to browse, Zheng Dai replied. The two entered the bookstore together. It was lunchtime, and the store was nearly empty, save for the owner engrossed in his meal. Who didn't he even lift his head upon their entrance? Are you looking for the tale of the Frogman and the Immortal 2? It's sold out. Minato was momentarily taken aback, while Zheng Dai blinked repeatedly. Did I seriously underestimate the celebrity effect of Jiraiya and Minato? Surely that book hasn't become too popular? Stay calm, he thought. He remained silent as Minato asked, is there not a single copy left? Could you tell me what that book says about me? About you? The bookstore owner furrowed his brow, glancing up in surprise, and hurriedly stood. Ah, it's Minato the Jonin. Welcome, welcome. Is the story about the big frog true? Does it really weigh 1,000 pounds? Watergate. Well, the words of the great Tsunade might hold some truth. But when have I ever weighed it? Ah, suddenly, I truly wish to weigh it. The bookstore owner, noticing his silence, offered a sheepish smile and retrieved a book from beneath the counter, saying, this volume, The Tale of the Frogman and the Immortal Child 2, just arrived this morning. Since it came through pirated channels and is riding on the coattails of Lord Jiraiya's title, I didn't pay it much mind. I was astounded when it suddenly gained popularity. Within a single morning, all copies sold out, and many inquired about it. Yet, I cannot reach the person who supplied me with this book. I reserved one for my child, but if you desire it, please take it. Though it mentions you, are you acquainted with the author? I was hoping to procure a few more copies. Zheng Dai, with a light-hearted demeanor, mused on the unavailability of the supplier. Has that rotund owner been apprehended? Kushina? I wished for the book to succeed, but this surge in popularity is staggering. The public's fascination with works involving well-known figures far exceeds my expectations. Alas, I miscalculated. Experiences from my past life should not be applied here in the Naruto world. Scandals and celebrity affairs are unheard of here, and once they emerge, the attention is bound to be overwhelming. I may have been a bit reckless. Should I admit it outright? Or should I let Teacher Starfish take the blame? That seems rather unfair. Yet this matter cannot be pinned on the king of blame. Perhaps I should gauge Watergate's stance first. Watergate accepted the book, glanced at it, and chuckled. If one were not careful, they might mistake this for a new work by Jiraiya-sensei. A lackluster student might think, oh dear, this seems amusing. I shall give it a try. However, a scholar like Watergate instantly connected it to subconscious thought processes and began to construct a 3,000-word thesis in his mind, linking it to his knowledge of Jinjutsu. He then opened the first page. Watergate weighs the frog. Hearing it recounted pales in comparison to witnessing it firsthand. Upon finishing, Watergate's expression was one of bemusement. Who is this? Zhao. He scanned his acquaintances, concluding that only Haruno Zhao would engage in such frivolity. Yet he doubted Zhao's capability to produce something of this nature. I wonder how Jiraiya-sensei would react upon seeing this book. Watergate suddenly smiled and addressed the bookstore owner. May I purchase this volume? No need to buy it. I shall gift it to you. That seems inappropriate. Ah, thanks to your story, this book has sold out completely. How could I accept your money? Watergate replied, this story is fabricated. The owner was taken aback. Fabricated? Zheng Dai, catching Watergate's slightly amused expression, interjected. So it is indeed a fabrication? The audacity of today's piracy is truly excessive. If I were you, I would certainly seek out the author and give them a stern reprimand. Watergate paused, chuckling. It's not quite that dire, Zheng Dai. You wouldn't consider showing leniency, would you? I've long heard tales of your magnanimous nature, Watergate-sensei. It's quite impressive to witness it firsthand today, Zheng Dai exclaimed in surprise. Watergate, feeling somewhat awkward from the praise, shook his head in resignation. It's hardly a grave matter. They are not disparaging me, but merely offering compliments. Who knows? Perhaps I should even express gratitude to this author. Thank you. But this book has appropriated the title of Lord Jiraiya's work. Is that acceptable? Zheng Dai expressed indignation. I intended to take this book to the teacher, and knowing his temperament, he likely wouldn't mind too much. That is good, I replied. You and Lord Jiraiya truly share a good rapport. He is quite fortunate, Zheng Dai remarked. Minato chuckled and handed the proprietor 50 ryo. No, truly, you need not pay. Since your tale about the frog is fabricated, I certainly cannot accept your money, the proprietor insisted, repeatedly declining. Minato appeared distressed. Zheng Dai swiftly snatched the money and placed it on the table, declaring, I have purchased this book as a gift for you, Minato-sensei. You wouldn't refuse my money, would you? That would indeed be unacceptable. The proprietor sensed something amiss and, upon regaining his wits, realized that both Zheng Dai and Minato had vanished from sight. On the street, Zheng Dai followed closely behind Minato, inquiring casually, Is Kakashi training diligently? Is he constantly proclaiming his desire to defeat me? Does Obito frequently act foolishly? Has Rin managed to mend the relationship between Kakashi and Obito? Struggling for conversation, Minato patiently reciprocated with a few questions of his own. The two traversed from the west street of Konoha to the south alley. As they neared Jiraiya's residence, Minato reflected silently on Zheng Dai's earnestness and naivety. He seemed much easier to guide than Kakashi and Obito, a fortunate encounter indeed. Zheng Dai, do you have business in the south alley? Minato inquired. Nothing in particular. Zheng Dai instinctively responded, then hesitated slightly. Minato-sensei, may I meet Lord Jiraiya? I recall you were not in Konoha during your childhood. Have you read any of Master Jiraiya's works? Yes. The one about the little pig who wouldn't bathe left a deep impression on me. I was quite reluctant to wash as a child. My parents, Zheng Dai sighed suddenly as he spoke. Minato paused. Recalling that Zheng Dai's parents were no longer with him, he skillfully shifted the topic. You have achieved perfect scores in all subjects. The teacher has mentioned you numerous times, and he has been eager to meet you. Really? Zheng Dai exclaimed with joy. Yes, follow me. Minato, holding Kushina's lunch in one hand and the second volume of The Tale of the Frog Sage in the other, led the way. Zheng Dai closely followed. His expression slightly peculiar for a moment before he composed himself. Stay calm, Zheng Dai, you can do this. Although the process has been a tad unsatisfactory, I am on the brink of meeting Jiraiya. Indeed, everything is under control. Upon arriving at a modest two-story building, Minato gestured. This is Master Jiraiya's home. Zheng Dai nodded, his mind clearing of distractions, leaving only anticipation. To meet the beloved children's author and revered teacher, Jiraiya, was truly exhilarating. Minato approached the door and knocked. Teacher. After waiting for several seconds, the doorknob turned, and the door slowly opened to reveal a striking young man. Zheng Dai's eyes widened in astonishment. This is Jiraiya. Although he had anticipated that the Jiraiya before him would differ from his memories, Zheng Dai never imagined the disparity would be so profound. Before them stood a young man clad in a blue robe, exuding an air of nobility and grace. His silvery hair, reminiscent of the snow on the distant peaks, cascaded down his back, with two strands elegantly resting upon his chest. The reddish marks beneath his eyes added an alluring maturity to his otherwise gentle and refined visage, radiating charm and charisma. The resemblance was unmistakable. It was indeed Jiraiya. Wasn't this a bit exaggerated? Minato, who is this child? A warm and magnetic voice emerged from the young man's lips. This is Jiraiya-sama, stammered Zheng Dai. Oh. Jiraiya's elegantly arched brows quirked slightly, his gaze dancing over Zheng Dai. Is this the student who achieved full marks in all subjects among this year's graduates? Why yes, that's me, Zheng Dai replied. Minato beamed. I encountered this young lad on the way and he mentioned being an admirer of your work, so I brought him along to meet you. Is that so? Jiraiya smiled gently. Now that you've met me, are you disappointed? Your reaction seems rather exaggerated. No. You are even more handsome than I imagined. You've completely stunned me. Ha. You certainly know how to flatter, Jiraiya chuckled. You are entirely different from what I envisioned, a stark contrast to Orochimaru and Minato. Is that so? Zheng Dai adjusted slightly. Jiraiya's recent smile had finally aligned with the character he admired from the anime. How could I possibly compare to Lord Orochimaru or Jonin Minato? Achieving full marks was merely luck. There is no need for such humility. It would be unfair to your own efforts, Jiraiya replied as he turned. Don't just stand outside. Come in and let us converse. They entered the room, where Jiraiya guided them to a sofa. Minato then broached the main topic. Teacher, please take a look at this book. Oh, Jiraiya reached out to take the book, glancing at the title with interest. This clever use of a name is certainly more astute than mere plagiarism. When did this appear? The owner of the bookstore on West Street mentioned it was this morning. Please look at the first story in this book. As Jiraiya flipped through the pages and encountered the title Minato had referred to, his expression transformed into one of keen interest. He read intently, occasionally raising an eyebrow or furrowing his brow. Despite the story being only 400 or 500 words long, he spent a full 10 minutes absorbed in it before laying the book down and suddenly closing his eyes in contemplation. Zheng Dai's heart raced with anxiety. Minato, on the other hand, was slightly taken aback by Jiraiya's reaction. Just as he opened his mouth to speak, Jiraiya abruptly opened his eyes, sprang to his feet, and dashed upstairs, slamming the door behind him with a resounding thud. My book embarrassed Jiraiya? Zheng Dai pondered. Minato sighed in relief, shaking his head with a wry smile. Teacher Jiraiya is passionate about his craft. It seems that story inspired him, and he couldn't wait to go upstairs to create. Alas, I wonder when he will finish. Let us leave for now, Zheng Dai. At a loss for words, Zheng Dai remained silent. Don't go. I'll be right down. Jiraiya's voice echoed from upstairs. Minato stood, only to sit back down again. Strange. Usually when he gets into such a state, he would chase us away. After a 3-minute wait, Jiraiya hurried downstairs, a sheet of paper in hand, beaming at Zheng Dai. Come, take a look at this story. Zheng Dai was momentarily stunned, leaning in with Minato to catch a glimpse, and was left speechless. Zheng Dai's academic pursuits? What on earth is this? Zheng Dai received the manuscript and read it from beginning to end. After a brief pause, he suddenly erupted into a fit of coughs, attempting to conceal the laughter that threatened to escape him. The story was, astonishingly, about his own experience of being bullied by Hinata Shushui, followed by his determined efforts to excel and ultimately achieve perfect scores in all subjects. What a farce. How accurately does the narrative depict your emotional journey? Jiraiya inquired. Accurate. Indeed, Zheng Dai thought to himself, displaying a hint of discomfort. Lord Jiraiya, the reality is, it is not quite as simple as that. I understand, Jiraiya nodded. But a story need not be a faithful representation of its original prototype, with appropriate embellishments. It is entirely acceptable to craft a tale akin to the one Minato shared with me, where he is dubbed the Frog. The essence lies in conveying a positive and uplifting message, allowing those who encounter it to gain some insightful understanding. Jiraiya eloquently delivered a lesson on ideological education, leaving Zheng Dai profoundly enlightened. Moreover, while he spoke, Zheng Dai couldn't shake the feeling that the charismatic Jiraiya radiated a subtle golden glow, as if enhanced by a special effect. Minato, with a hint of resignation, asked, So, what are your thoughts on the story depicting us? No objections. As long as it is not maliciously defamatory, I am more than willing to appear in the story to educate the children. Jiraiya replied warmly, adding, Perhaps it could even become a cherished tale. Zheng Dai snapped back to reality, relieved, yet hesitated before saying, I don't mind being included in the story. However, Shushui may not be too keen on it. Jiraiya nodded in agreement. Yes, indeed. In the coming days, I shall make time to visit the Hyuga clan. If that child or the clan is unwilling, I shall alter the narrative to feature a fictitious character. My name must be changed as well. Too many are aware of the relationship between Shushui and me. Jiraiya paused, surprised. Then you. I have no issues with that, Lord Jiraiya. Very well, I understand. Jiraiya replied with a slight smile, turning to retrieve the book titled The Tale of the Frog Sage, saying, I truly must express my gratitude to the author of this book. For some time now, I have been contemplating breakthroughs in my creative endeavors. I aspire for my new work to resonate not only with toddlers, but also with children of Zheng Dai's age. Otherwise, the reader feedback I receive is solely from parents. I would much prefer to understand the thoughts of the children themselves. This tale of Minato and the frog perfectly addresses this concern. I wonder how the other stories fare. Minato, let us leave this book with the teacher for now. I intend to study it. Reader feedback? Zheng Dai's eyes sparkled with interest. Minato replied, Please, take it. Are you attempting to broaden the age range for your readership? Oh. My initial goal is to include children around 8 or 9 years old, and eventually, I will aim to incorporate adolescents age 14 or 15. After all, education knows no age boundaries. Indeed, I firmly believe that Lord Jiraiya will surely write books for adult education in the future, Zheng Dai instinctively interjected. With a grand gesture, Jiraiya exuded a faint luminescence, declaring, "Indeed, I shall certainly endeavor to write books for adult education as well." Jiraiya possesses a certain charm. Yet I find myself stifling laughter at the sight of him. Alas, I suddenly feel a pang of reluctance to correct this impression. Departing from Jiraiya's residence, my mind is heavy with thoughts. Ever since graduating from the Ninja Academy, I have encountered a series of challengers, each more formidable than the last. I now understand why the infinite Tsukuyomi ensnares individuals so thoroughly. It is akin to a springtime dream. One is aware that the goddess in their embrace is but an illusion. Yet being roused from such a reverie at a critical moment can be exceedingly vexing. It is difficult to let go, to part with such fondness. Ugh, what a metaphor. That is Jiraiya, a rugged old man. As I silently critique, my vision is suddenly interrupted by a stream of comments. Kushina's correction level. 1. Goodness, it has decreased again. If this continues, it might plummet to 0, and I hope it won't cost me any attribute points. Ahead, Minato pauses and glances back at me. A look of curiosity in his eyes, as if to ask, "Why are you still following me?" I fleetingly think of expressing my desire to meet Kushina again. Yet I wisely refrain from voicing it. It has been a while since I saw Kakashi. Are you on your way to find them? What mission are they undertaking? Minato smiles. They are cleaning up the training grounds. I will purchase lunch for them first. If you wish to see them, you can head directly to the 8th training ground. Lunch. Are you treating? Oh. Minato nods lightly. Such is the difference between teachers. I feel a weight upon my spirit as I glance at Teacher Starfish and then at Minato. After a moment of hesitation, I inquire about the meal he carries. What do you have there? This is lunch for Kushina, but she is not home. She is likely dining out. Well then, Minato is also unaware of Kushina's whereabouts. Am I to search for her at the plump proprietor's place? No, that would be akin to walking into a trap. At a loss, I declare, I shall head to the 8th training ground first. In the Hokage building, the 3rd Hokage scrutinizes a dossier on the fat proprietor of the Umbu investigation. Yuji, male, 29 years old, single, has resided in Konoha for 33 years. Opening a printing shop in the same year, and began engaging in the sale of pirated prints in the early 34th year, predominantly featuring niche works with limited print runs. This fellow has been peddling pirated goods for 8 years. Niche works with limited print runs? The 3rd Hokage ponders, what motivates him to take such risks with piracy? There must be something suspicious about Danzo's involvement. At that moment, an Umbu member swiftly arrives, reporting, Hokage-sama, upon arriving at Yuji's residence, we found the door forced open, and the interior in disarray. We were unable to locate any suspicious items. The 3rd Hokage narrows his eyes. Has Danzo suspected or discovered that we are tracking him? Things are getting urgent. But wait, if that's the case, the book The Tale of the Frog Sage should not be attributed to Danzo. Who then could the author be? A book that could elevate Minato's reputation, disguised as a trace. What could be the intent? He suddenly rises. Follow me to the root. 5 minutes later, in the dark chamber of Root, the 3rd Hokage and Danzo dismiss their subordinates for a private meeting. The 3rd Hokage states, Danzo, hand over the printing shop owner, Yuji. Danzo replies, what Yuji? I have no printing shop owner here. The 3rd Hokage paused momentarily, a hint of amusement playing on his features as he shook his head, saying, it seems there are significant matters concealed behind you. Have you truly discarded all sense of shame, Danzo? Danzo remained silent, letting out a disdainful grunt. For the sake of the village and the Foundation, I have even resorted to pirating your pupil's writings. I have long since shed any semblance of shame. Let us not dwell on that for now. The 3rd Hokage sighed, adopting a serious tone. Danzo, have you taken note of the origins of this turmoil? Danzo remained reticent, dismissing the inquiry. Do not attempt to extract words from me. The 3rd Hokage, with a sense of resignation, continued. Someone has masqueraded as Shuinyu, commissioning Yongi to print a fairy tale about Minato, a tale that could bestow considerable renown upon him. Danzo narrowed his lone eye. Have you made the connection? The 3rd Hokage refrained from elaborating, allowing Danzo the space to contemplate. After a brief period of reflection, Danzo's mind stirred with revelations. Wave Wind Minato and Haruno Shuinyu were the 2 most favored candidates for the 4th Hokage position, evidently supported by the Nara clan. If Shuinyu were to fabricate a story about Minato and expose it at a crucial moment, it could incite conflict between the 2, potentially undermining their standing. And in a more severe scenario, stripping them of their competitiveness. And to think that the imbecile Yongi had printed this and also struck a blow against me. What a grand scheme this is. Is there an ulterior motive for the Hokage's seat? Perhaps from the Hyuga clan? Are they warning me about my prior actions? In that fleeting moment, a surge of murderous intent flickered within Danzo, only to be tempered by a sense of caution. It seems I have underestimated the oldest clan of Konoha, the second most significant family. How much do they truly know about that fool's actions? What of other matters? Danzo's expression darkened as he sensed the situation spiraling out of control. It appears this matter requires more careful deliberation. The third Hokage, recognizing Danzo's realization, sighed internally. The Hyuga clan must never hold the position of Hokage. Their twisted branch family system, while designed to prevent the leakage of the Byakugan, places too much power in the hands of the clan leader over the lives and deaths of others, which is utterly contrary to the will of the village. Danzo, we cannot afford to appear foolish. From this moment forward, the Umbu will remain inactive, and I hope your root members will do the same. Let Shuinyu and the others investigate what Yongi is hiding. If they cannot uncover anything, I will not pursue the matter further. Danzo's single eye closed slightly as he pondered for a moment. Very well. The third Hokage smiled. You concede. At the same time, Zheng Dai had just arrived near the 8th training ground, when words suddenly appeared before him. 4th Hokage election event correction degree. 1. Acquired freedom attribute points. 2. 4th Hokage? Zheng Dai appeared bewildered, taken aback by the sudden emergence of such information. Hyuga clan extermination event correction degree. 5. Zheng Dai's expression darkened further. What on earth? Why has it decreased again? What has that pig teammate of mine done now? He is truly a hopeless case. The Hinata clan massacre incident correction level 6, correction level 7, correction level 10, earned 2 free attribute points. Correction level 15, earned 2 free attribute points. Correction level 20. Earned 2 free attribute points. Why has there been such a sudden increase? Zheng Dai stood in a daze, gazing at the attribute panel. Free attribute points, 24. Is this truly 24 points? Zheng Dai swallowed hard. Who am I? Where am I? What have I unconsciously done? What have I corrected? But I truly haven't done anything at all. Zheng Dai was completely unaware of the incident involving Danzo, let alone the second incident regarding Hinata. He only felt that since he published that book, The Tale of the Frog Sage, the peculiar notifications from the attribute panel had been incessant. Up until now, he had amassed a total of 9 attribute points. Should he secretly rejoice? Or perhaps he should delight in this fortune? Or perhaps he should simply revel in it? Suddenly, the shinobi template beckoned to him. The acquisition of these attribute points, even if it led to some trouble and a bit of a beating, was worth it. Therefore, after a moment of confusion, Zheng Dai happily continued on his way, and in the distance, he caught sight of the 8th training ground and paused momentarily. At the center of the 8th training ground, 2 familiar figures were engaged in combat. No, it was Obito being thoroughly outmatched by Kakashi. Not far from the two, Teacher Hashikage was crouched with a beaming smile, his lips moving as if instructing one of the parties involved, yet Zheng Dai felt an unsettling intent in his gaze. What is Teacher Hashikage doing here? The 4th Hokage didn't he mention he was helping oversee the class? Zheng Dai puzzled over this, his heart racing. On the bench beside the 8th training ground, he spotted 3 individuals. Among them was certainly Rin, but how could the other 2 be Kushina Uzumaki and Mikoto Uchiha? At this moment, Kushina had removed her shoes, her feet placed together upon the bench, her toes curled, knees bent, elbows resting on her knees, her hands cradling her face. Her red hair cascading down her shoulders, her lips slightly pursed, her profile strikingly beautiful, embodying the image of a delicate and charming fairy. Zheng Dai felt a sudden jolt within him. With both Kushina and Teacher Hashikage present, it was evidently no coincidence. The chubby boss must have fallen into Kushina's hands. Although being beaten might be worth it, not being beaten would certainly be preferable. Teacher Hashikage was strong enough that Kushina couldn't possibly beat him to a pulp. Was he seeking Minato's assistance? He pondered this and formed such a conclusion, just as Teacher Hashikage noticed him from afar. Hey, Zheng Dai, come here. Zheng Dai took a deep breath and approached. The duel between Obito and Kakashi was interrupted, with Obito displaying a hint of displeasure, while Kakashi's sharp gaze fell upon Zheng Dai, a flicker of something passing between them. Since his last defeat to Zheng Dai, Kakashi had likely recharged over the past month. Teacher Zhao, how did you come to be here? Haha, Zheng Dai, your timing is impeccable. The students in Minato's class are lacking in skill. Come, let them witness the fruits of your training under my guidance. What have you taught me? You only exploit us. My training has all been self-directed. At least my cooking skills have improved with the grilled fish. Zheng Dai casually passed over the topic and remarked, Teacher Zhao, I just encountered Watergate, and we discovered a book about the fabricated tales of Watergate. Oh, has Spring Wild Zhao found Watergate? He inquired, raising an eyebrow. I wondered why he was so slow. I thought he was born 8 days late. Not far away, Kushina weakly stated. So where is Watergate now? I feel like I'm starving. What? Senior Ninja Kushina, Watergate didn't he find you at home and assumed you would be dining out? Zheng Dai replied. We just took that book to seek out Lord Jiraiya. Watergate has gone to buy lunch for Obito and the others. He will be here shortly. What? My lunch? Kushina grimaced at Mikoto, muttering, I shouldn't have come out with you in the first place. My correction degree has dropped to 0. Zheng Dai's heart skipped a beat, only to realize his attribute points remained at 24. Can this be farmed repeatedly? He thought, but dismissed it. Practicing alone was no match for sparring. He decided to train with Kakashi. The little Uchiha was no match for him, even with the guidance of his teacher. Obito, filled with indignation, seethed with anger. Zheng Dai turned to Kakashi. Shall we fight? Kakashi nodded in agreement. Zheng Dai adjusted his hairstyle. Although he wasn't particularly in the mood for a spar, his teacher had a point. His recent solitary training could use a partner like Kakashi for potential breakthroughs. Suddenly, Obito rushed in front of Zheng Dai, facing him and shouting, Zheng Dai, let us have a match. Zheng Dai was taken aback, casting a sidelong glance at Spring Wild Zhao. What had provoked Obito? Spring Wild Zhao burst into laughter. Kid, it's been said you're far from capable. With my guidance, you can't even defeat Kakashi, let alone Zheng Dai. How about this? You and Kakashi team up, and you might stand a chance against the Zheng Dai I trained. Who has your trained one? How shameless. Zheng Dai thought to himself, but Obito shouted out loud. Shameless teacher, stop underestimating me. I'm going to be the Hokage. Spring Wild Zhao. Shameless teacher? Zheng Dai felt a twitch at the corner of his eye and quickly replied, All right, Obito, we haven't properly sparred before, so let us have a match today. Kakashi, please wait a moment. Give me half a minute. Idiot Obito. Kakashi rolled his eyes, sheathing his sword and stepping aside. Half a minute? Zheng Dai, you're actually looking down on me. Obito exclaimed, his eyes reddening with indignation. I'm not looking down on you. I'm simply stating the facts. You're still just a junior. Junior? Obito retorted, I'm older than all of you. Zheng Dai stepped forward, chin raised to meet Obito's height. Where are you older? In the distance, a gloomy Kushina let out a chuckle, saying to Mikoto, This child from your family is quite short. Mikoto shook her head helplessly. It's Zheng Dai who is too tall. He has almost caught up to you, Kushina, and you still laugh. Obito, incensed, flared his nostrils. Zheng Dai, I can't argue with you. Watch out. With fury ablaze and possibly enhanced by his fire-release ninjutsu, Obito immediately formed hand seals. Fire style, great fireball technique. Is it appropriate to use ninjutsu like this? Zheng Dai chuckled inwardly, forming the hand seals. Water style, water collision wave. The searing fireball collided head-on with the fan-shaped water column, producing a hissing sound as steam began to rise. For a brief moment, the two forces remained locked in a standoff, until the fireball conjured by Obito scattered like sparks, while Zheng Dai's surging wave of water relentlessly crashed toward him. Bang! A piece of broken wood rolled beneath the water wave as Obito suddenly emerged from the side, his eyes gleaming, delivering a precise hook punch aimed squarely at Zheng Dai's cheek. Success! With a resounding smack, their fists met. Zheng Dai twisted and gripped Obito, forcing him into a half-kneeling position. Obito struggled, squirming his rear in an attempt to break free, yet he remained ensnared. You actually devised a scheme? Zheng Dai remarked, somewhat taken aback. He had not anticipated that Obito's display of anger was merely a ruse. At the moment Obito transformed into a wooden stump, Zheng Dai was caught off guard. Had their strength not been so disparate, he might have found himself in a rather awkward predicament. So close, yet so far. Realizing he could not escape, Obito ceased his struggles, letting out a goofy laugh. Zheng Dai released him, playfully kicking his backside. You've learned your lessons well, Obito. Hey, just now during practice with Kakashi, your shameless teacher gave us pointers, Obito exclaimed loudly. He truly lives up to his reputation, super shameless. Zheng Dai blinked, turning back abruptly. Obito, you have genuinely gone astray. The long, nameless sword measured approximately 60 centimeters, while the short blade, white-fanged, was around 40 centimeters. Zheng Dai, a human, had an arm span of about 62 centimeters, and Haruno Sho had an arm span of approximately 73 centimeters. As he stood face to face with his instructor, Zheng Dai's mind raced with these statistics, quickly calculating that his advantage in reach was 9 centimeters. This is quite a significant edge. Significant, my foot. That foolish lad has been a bane to me, and now he's turned the tables. Zheng Dai sighed deeply, lamenting his desire to spar with Kakashi instead of being schooled by Haruno Sho. Haruno Sho, beaming with delight, said, Zheng Dai, the teacher is about to attack. Just a heads up. Otherwise, you might accuse me of a sneak attack and call me shameless. Impossible. How could you? Before he could finish, Zheng Dai launched himself like an arrow, opting for an offensive approach rather than waiting passively for fate to unfold, seizing any opportunity that might arise. Even a dignified defeat was still a chance. Haruno Sho looked momentarily astonished, his smile broadening as he swung his blade to counter. Ping! A tremendous force surged forth, jolting Zheng Dai's arm and forcing him back a step, only to be met with a flurry of strikes from Haruno Sho. Nearby, Kakashi observed intently, quickly realizing that Haruno Sho's strikes lacked any semblance of technique. Aside from brute strength, there was little to be learned, as his skills were far inferior. Obito, on the sidelines, chuckled, Zheng Dai is about to get clobbered. He thought he could pull one over on me after all those times he made a fool of me in school. In truth, it was during this period after their class separation that Rin had helped him clear his head. Sho has probably never wielded a sword before, he mused. Kushina muttered, relying on sheer strength to bully a child. How shameless. Mikoto stifled a smile. Kushina pouted, glaring at her. You're still laughing? My lunch was ruined. I'm not happy. The Ninetales has been clamoring to play cards for quite a while now, yet remains discontented. Mikoto, with a wry smile, hesitated momentarily before chuckling softly. You ought to blame Zhao Shang, for had he not offended Elder Danzo, none of this would have transpired. It's all his fault. Indeed, it's all his fault. Kushina gently nodded, biting her lip, lamenting, oh, how I wish I could give that annoying fellow a good thrashing. But fighting is quite exhausting, and I can't convince Minato to do it instead. Just then, Zheng Dai had barely escaped a wave of attacks, and, after catching his breath, received another message. Kushina's emotions were remarkably unstable. However, this time there were no attribute points. The repeatedly refreshed dream had died before it could even take shape. He couldn't help but glance at Kushina, only to lock eyes with her. In that moment, her gaze transformed into that of a fox. What in the world? The Ninetales? Is the seal so weak? If Kushina's emotions are unstable, will the Ninetales be unleashed? Zheng Dai felt a flicker of alarm, only to see Kushina's eyes shift back, followed by her murmuring softly, Kurama, do you wish to give Zhaoshang a beating too? Then lend that child a hand. Suddenly, a crimson chakra materialized around her, swiftly darting towards Zheng Dai, enveloping him before he could react. Zheng Dai felt an unprecedented surge of power coursing through him, both from within and without, accompanied by a searing pain on his skin. What is this? Obito exclaimed in shock, while Kakashi's gaze was filled with uncertainty and Rin stared wide-eyed. Mikoto hastily called out to Kushina. Chunyu Zhao furrowed his brow deeply, his expression unusually grave. This is absurd. Kushina, you are recklessly using the Ninetales' power. Withdraw it at once. Zheng Dai cannot bear its strength. The tailed beast cloak? Gritting through the pain, Zheng Dai raised his right arm, noticing a faint layer of red chakra, and quickly understood the situation. But how could this be? Borrowing the Ninetales chakra is something only Naruto, after undergoing rigorous training, could achieve. Does Kushina now possess such capability? A homebody taming the Ninetales? No, that can't be right. Could it be that the Ninetales also require correction? Numerous thoughts flashed through his mind, and Zheng Dai winced in pain, allocating some attribute points to his physical skills. The pain diminished significantly, and Zheng Dai's brow relaxed slightly. Excellent. The attribute points are effective. Kushina, scolded by Chunyu Zhao, wore an unhappy expression as she scrutinized Zheng Dai, observing his demeanor and condition. Isn't he managing just fine? Zhao, are you perhaps afraid that your swordsmanship may not measure up to your studentess? Chunyu Zhao was taken aback, glancing at Zheng Dai with a hint of astonishment. What is going on with this kid? I noticed his self-healing abilities far surpassing that of an ordinary person last time, and now, with such a slight frame, he can withstand the Ninetales chakra? Recalling the days spent being pummeled by Tsunade, Chunyu Zhao suddenly began to wonder if Zheng Dai might have some connection to the Senju clan. He shouldn't be able to endure it. Your Ninetales power is classified. The individuals present here are one matter, but what if others see it? With me here. No one else will see, a resonant female voice echoed from afar. Chunyu Zhao, holding a starfish, chuckled awkwardly. Oh, Yabuki, when did you arrive? Oh, it appears that you have grown bolder, Haruno Zhao Zhao. Bullying students, are we? Go on, give that incompetent teacher a good thrashing. Though only his voice could be heard. Within Zheng Dai's heart, a revelation dawned upon him. Haruno Sakura's mother, the gentle and lovely lady spoken of by Kaishing Sensei, is indeed the master's wife? It seems she has also transformed into a formidable force. He gradually acclimated to the discomfort brought on by the Nine-Tails chakra and discovered that the attribute points allocated to his physical prowess were being absorbed at an extraordinary speed, resulting in a rapid augmentation of his strength, all while his physique remained unchanged. Is this a fortuitous encounter in the world of Naruto? The chakra of the Nine-Tails has temporarily expanded the limits of his body, allowing him to further enhance his physical abilities, which were previously constrained by his age. What a splendid opportunity. He swiftly allocated additional points. Physical skill level, 3 body strength, 530, 5100 mental strength, 321 220 chakra amount, 552, 9100 glimpsing the data in his attributes. Zheng Dai clearly understood the immense augmentation bestowed upon him by Kushina's Nine-Tails power. Except for his mental strength, the other 2 attributes had nearly doubled. In the auxiliary skills section, a new skill had appeared, Beast Power, all marked with question marks, likely because Zheng Dai was not a Jinchuriki, merely possessing the Nine-Tails power temporarily. If only he could allocate points to retain this power, but alas, that seems improbable, unless the Nine-Tails emerges for a taste. Zheng Dai shook his head, dismissing such distracting thoughts. Regardless, he now felt a newfound confidence to challenge Kaishing Sensei. Sensei, my master's wife has urged me to give you a good beating. He laughed heartily. Haruno Zhao Zhao chuckled. That's quite the affectionate term for my master's wife. But you think you can beat me? You have a long way to go. With a sudden burst of movement, Haruno Zhao Zhao transformed into a blur, instantly appearing before Zheng Dai, brandishing his sword for a strike. Zheng Dai quickly raised his blade in defense. The clash resonated with a sound far surpassing their previous encounters. As a fierce gust of wind erupted from the point of contact, tousling the hair of the 3 members of Team 7 nearby, leaving them bewildered. What on earth is happening? Zheng Dai staggered back a step, yet grinned at Haruno Zhao Zhao, raising an eyebrow. Sensei, the gap in our strength is closing. Haruno Zhao Zhao laughed. Little one, you are quite full of yourself. Do you truly believe that strength is all I possess? Sensei, we agreed to focus solely on swordsmanship. Haruno Zhao Zhao paused slightly, his brow furrowing, but soon relaxed with a smile. Very well, let us practice swordsmanship. 100 meters away in Training Ground 8. Minato held 4 takeout boxes in one hand, while the other reached out, furrowing his brow as he touched a transparent barrier before him. This is my barrier, Minato. A voice of remarkable clarity and femininity resonated. Approaching them was a woman clad in a white qipao, wooden clogs adorning her feet, with hair of a chestnut hue. Yachiru? Minato turned to gaze, suddenly realizing and urgently inquiring, has Kushina arrived? Has she recklessly used the Nine-Tails power again? What is the reason this time? Are the 3 children in my class unharmed? Do not fret. It has nothing to do with your 3 students. Haruno Yachiru brushed aside a lock of hair from her forehead and continued, it was that worthless brat, Zhao, who provoked Kushina and bullied the children. Now, Kushina has lent her Nine-Tails power to Zheng Dai, and they are currently engaged in a duel. Rest assured, with my presence, no one will sense the situation here. Zhao Mao and Zheng Dai are in the 8th training ground. The blood-red chakra of the Nine-Tails cannot conceal Zheng Dai's dark complexion as he raises the knife in his hand, examining the blade that has been reduced from 60 centimeters to 10. What more can I say? Chunai Zhao, with a broad smile, remarks, Oh Zheng Dai, why is your knife so fragile? It broke after just a few strikes. If this continues, the teacher will bully you with the knife again. Kakashi, take the knife away. Kakashi, momentarily stunned, steps forward to retrieve the white-toothed short blade, taking the opportunity to closely sense the turbulent Nine-Tails chakra enveloping Zheng Dai, feeling an overwhelming force that captivates the mind. What exactly is this? What power compels Zheng Dai to force a jonin to lose his composure? Zheng Dai, what are you still doing with that broken knife? Come on, let us spar. Chunai Zhao cheerfully encourages. Zheng Dai, at a loss for words, casts the broken knife aside. Look, You've angered Kushina. Not far away, Kushina clenches her small fists, muttering incessantly about losing face, while Mikoto helplessly smiles and tries to calm her. Sparring, huh? Zhengdai, unable to contend with this shameless teacher, tightens his fists and allocates a few more attribute points to his physical technique, raising it to level 3 with 48 points, and leaps into action. In an instant, Zhengdai's figure vanishes from the 8th training ground. So fast, Kakashi gasps in astonishment, scanning the area. Where has Zhengdai gone? Chunai Zhao blinks, scratching his head in confusion as he looks back. With his strength, he could easily track Zhengdai's movement. Yet this lad managed to dash past him without a glance back. Is he running away? Running away. Kushina is equally dumbfounded. What is happening? Why did I lend him the power of the 9 tails? Is he here just to irritate me alongside that rascal Zhao? 100 meters away, Zhengdai collides with an invisible wall, tumbling to the ground, bewildered as he rubs his forehead. A barrier? Is it the teacher's wife's doing? Suddenly, a grin appears on Zhengdai's face as he rises and leaps back, exclaiming loudly, "Ha! Teacher, prepare for my super long run punch." What a ridiculous move. Chunai Zhao bursts into laughter, having thought the boy was going to flee. "Zhengdai, you're cracking jokes again." Kushina comments, her expression a mix of disbelief and exasperation. At the center of the field, fists meet with a resounding impact. Chunai Zhao feels the ground tremble beneath him as it cracks, and a violent gust of wind stirs up a whirlwind of dust. Zhengdai twists his waist, the blood-red chakra of the 9 tails creating a dazzling spectacle as his right leg whips out. Chunai Zhao lifts his knee to block, and as he rotates backward, he counters with a kick. Bang! Zhengdai crosses his arms, sliding back, his right hand swiftly reaching for his ninja tools, launching 6 shurikens forward. Simultaneously, he forms hand seals, shadow clone technique of shurikens. The shurikens split into 2, then into 4, transforming 6 shurikens into 24, overwhelming Haruno Zhao like a torrential downpour. With a swift motion of his right hand, 24 droplets of water emerged from thin air, grasped firmly in his palm, coalescing into a whip. With a flourish, he scattered the droplets back, each colliding perfectly with the shurikens in flight. Water escape, water dragon whip. The 18 shuriken clones immediately dissipated into white smoke, while the 6 authentic shurikens spiraled downward, yet the 24 water droplets remained undeterred, shooting towards Zhengdai, enveloping him in their onslaught. What a bizarre control of water escape. Zhengdai was taken aback. He propelled himself into the air with a tap of his toes, evading the droplets, only to find himself shrouded in shadows. Upon lifting his gaze, he spotted a starfish spinning above, a colossal foot descending upon him. Boom! Zhengdai crossed his arms in defense, only to be struck by an immense force, plummeting straight down. With a thunderous crash, his back hit the ground, yet he quickly rebounded and retreated, narrowly avoiding Haruno Zhao's next kick. Boom! Haruno Zhao's foot struck the ground, creating a massive crater measuring 7 to 8 meters in diameter, leaving Zhengdai with a twitching lip. Was such force truly necessary? Haruno Zhao roared with laughter. Those ensnared by Kushina's device are quite resilient. If I don't exert some strength, my dear teacher fears it may not hurt you enough. Zhengdai inhaled deeply, his gaze shifting to his attributes. Water escape, Great Water Arm Technique Level 0, 73, True Skill 2, Water Escape, Water Severing Wave Level 0, 50, Free Attribute Points, 21. Great Water Arm increased by 8. Water Severing Wave by 11. Water Escape, Great Water Arm Technique Level 3, 13, Water Escape, Water Severing Wave Level 5, 100, Current Template Limit Reached. Free Attribute Points, 2. With a single expenditure of 19 attribute points, Zhengdai felt a sharp pang in his heart. Clenching his right fist tightly, he accelerated the flow of blood within, drawing moisture toward his wrist, where it coalesced into a faint blue luminescence. If I add some more, wouldn't that be a waste? Water Escape, Great Water Arm Technique. Whoosh! Zhengdai disappeared in a flicker. A subtle sense of danger enveloped him, and Haruno Zhao exhibited a moment of surprise, promptly channeling a surge of chakra into his right fist, launching a powerful side strike. Boom! The collision of fists and wrists shattered the ground, sending countless fragments soaring into the air before cascading back down, stirring a cloud of dust. Haruno Zhao emerged from the chaos, shaking his head and flexing his fist. The Great Water Arm Technique. In just over a month, this lad has mastered it to such a level? What extraordinary talent! combined with the corrosive chakra of the Nine Tails. That truly stung. No, I cannot allow this little rascal to bask in glory. Haruno Zhao quickly composed his expression, stating matter-of-factly, "Not bad. You've got some strength, but alas. Such attacks are easily handled by your teacher. Do you have any other techniques? Unleash them." Mid-sentence, he let out a peculiar cry, and from the swirling dust, 7 or 8 slender water columns sliced through the air at high speed, their sharpness, in Haruno Zhao's eyes, akin to the harbinger of death. Water escape, water array pillars. His hands became mere afterimages as he unleashed 7 or 8 robust water columns in succession, forming a barrier before the water-severing wave. Yet they were instantly cleaved in twain. With a sharp intake of breath, the water-severing wave surged forth, embodying half of my strength. An overwhelming force that I could scarcely withstand. Thankfully, I had not spoken too boldly earlier, narrowly avoiding embarrassment. As the water-severing wave approached, Haruno Zhao exhaled softly, intertwining his fingers in a hand seal. Water release. Instant water. With a resounding crash. The sound of rustling leaves accompanied the sight of several slender trees being severed and toppled by the fine, hair-like waves. The momentum of the 7 or 8 water-severing waves did not diminish as they traversed over 100 meters and outside the barrier. Haruno Mei's expression subtly shifted as she leaped forward, pressing her hands against the barrier. Yet, she could only endure 2 waves before the barrier began to fracture. And after 2 more, it shattered with a sharp crack. "Watergate," came the response. Watergate acknowledged, his form flickering as he positioned himself before the remaining waves. Significantly weakened, pushing forth a Rasengan with each hand to counter the onslaught. The sounds of impact echoed, bang, bang, bang. At last, the water-severing waves were completely obliterated. He exchanged a glance with Haruno Mei. Had Sho's water release advanced? No, it was indeed the work of that child. The work of that child? Watergate's face displayed rare astonishment at such power. Suddenly, Haruno Zhao appeared before them, laughing heartily while clutching a starfish. "Oh dear, I accidentally let a few slip through. My apologies for the trouble." "Ow!" Haruno Mei scolded, tugging at Sho's ear. "What are you trying to prove? If you can't handle it, just admit it. Isn't it embarrassing?" "Of course it's embarrassing," Zhao retorted, still defiant. "The venue is restrictive. I simply couldn't perform many water releases." Haruno Mei pushed his head away, conceding that he had a point, albeit exasperatedly calling him a fool. Thud. PFF. Zhao collapsed to the ground. Was it truly possible for that child to command the water-severing wave to such an extent? "How would I know?" Zhao mumbled. Sprawled on the ground. His recovery abilities seem abnormally strong. Perhaps he is the illegitimate child of the second Hokage? Or a secret grandchild? Ha. Enough with the bad jokes. Haruno Mei exclaimed, stepping heavily on Sho's back. Observing from the sidelines, Watergate couldn't help but smile sympathetically, relieved that Kushina was so gentle. At the center of the 8th training ground, Zhao seized the opportunity to allocate his final 2 attribute points entirely to taijutsu. A wave of discomfort surged through him as his physical strength experienced a significant boost, and the layer of Ninetails chakra began to dissipate. Overwhelmed by fatigue, he plopped down onto the ground. Physical strength, 34, for 146, for 83 mental strength, 20, 333, 212 chakra amount, 5, 286, 194. Had he entered a state of weakness? Zhao took a deep breath. The water-severing wave consumed a tremendous amount of chakra, and combined with the earlier Shadow Shuriken technique and water arm. The 8 waves had nearly depleted his chakra reserves, including Kushina's Ninetails chakra. In essence, his own chakra could only permit the release of 3 water-severing waves before he would fall into a standby state. Considering the use of other ninjutsu during a battle, he could realistically only execute 2, or even just 1, water-severing wave. In other words, he was running low on chakra. The might of the water break wave did not disappoint him. The water pillar technique, an advanced form of the water dome jutsu, is classified as a rank. During the 4th Great Ninja War, Tsukuyomi Mei's water pillar was capable of completely defending against Madara's fire release. Naturally, the 18-year-old Sarada Uchiha pales in comparison to the future 5th Mizukage, Tsukuyomi Mei. The water break wave and fire release belong to entirely different categories of jutsu. Yet the ability to shatter the water pillar with a single strike attests to its formidable power. He failed to notice that the water break wave was executed by 2 elite shinobi, not just any ordinary jonin. Otherwise, he would surely have been elated. Zhengdai, are you all right? Obito's anxious voice echoed from outside the pit. This rascal, now showing concern for me, when it was his fault in the first place, Zhengdai thought. His gaze drifting. Suddenly, he collapsed with a thud. Hey Zhengdai, Obito exclaimed, leaping down into the pit, followed closely by Kakashi and Rin. Sister Kushina. Zhengdai is injured. He has fainted. Please come take a look. Kushina, seated on a bench, merely shrugged. That kid seems fine. It's rare to see someone with such vitality after utilizing Kurama's chakra. However, it appeared that after the recent battle, Sarada had indeed been forced to retreat in disarray. Zhengdai, feigning unconsciousness, scoffed inwardly. Convincing Kushina to relent was no small feat. How could one endure her anger indefinitely? Or perhaps, provoke her to the point of explosion? Just then, he felt a trembling hand reaching towards his nose, leaving him utterly speechless. Could such a fool actually ensnare him? He immediately held his breath, and no breath left. Obito exclaimed in shock, turning around. Sister Kushina, hurry help. Kakashi and Rin were startled as well, only to discover that as Obito turned back, Zhengdai abruptly opened his eyes and formed hand seals. Leaf fluid technique, ultimate 1,000 years of pain. He aimed directly at his target. This move was instinctive and did not require selection. Obito, a dramatic close-up captured his face, transitioning from pale to crimson, culminating in a comical jump as he covered his backside. Kakashi instinctively took a step back, while Rin retreated, covering her mouth, glancing between Obito and Zhengdai. That hurts. Ouch, ouch. Obito exclaimed, struggling to regain his footing. Zhengdai, I'll get you for this. Coughing, Zhengdai showed a feeble demeanor. Appearing on the brink of death, Obito was left at a loss for what to do. After the farce concluded, Kakashi helped Zhengdai to his feet, supporting him as they exited the pit. Sarada and her companions returned together. Makoto, I'm hungry, Kushina said sweetly upon seeing Minato. Minato hurried over. You can have my share of the meal first, Kushina. I'll go buy more. No, let us eat together. All right, together it is. Minato opened a bento box, and he and Kushina leaned against the bench, sharing bites. Wow, is it really that torturous? Zhengdai thought, nearly losing a tooth to the sweetness. Wincing as he glanced at Sarada. Hey, why is Teacher Kaisei covered in dust? Am I really that strong? In a fleeting moment of confusion, the woman with chestnut hair beside Haruno Sho asked, You must be the gentle and beautiful girl that the teacher often speaks of, the wife of Yabuki, correct? Haruno Sho flashed a broad smile, while Yabuki gently shook her head, replying, Please, call me sister. Sho often mentions you, saying you are the child who tells the best jokes. After a brief pause, she continued, However, it would be wise to refrain from too much humor. Actually, I never tell jokes, Sho retorted with laughter. Ahaha, the teacher's sense of humor is simply too low. Haha, enough of the foolish laughter. Sho responded with a straight face. After a moment, Yabuki spoke earnestly. I have come here because the third Hokage entrusted me with a task to investigate the secrets hidden behind the printing shop owner, Yuichi. Does that chubby fellow really have secrets? Sho asked, intrigued. It is not merely about him printing the book titled Frogman Sage's Tale, Yabuki replied. Due to certain circumstances, the Umbu and Root cannot intervene, so we must investigate on our own. Root? Sho could not help but inquire. Are you referring to the plump owner? What secrets could he possibly harbor? And what does Root have to do with this? Sho smiled and said, What you do not know is that the individual who printed that book is actually affiliated with Root, a pawn of Danzo. What? The revelation left Sho astounded. Therefore, Frogman Sage's Tale 2 is a scheme orchestrated by Danzo. The astonishment of Sho was palpable. Can it truly be Danzo? And Hinata too? After experiencing the power of the tailed beasts, Sho was utterly exhausted and could not partake in the subsequent investigation of the plump owner. He learned of this shocking news from Haruno Sho the following day, displaying the same astonished and indignant expression he had when he first heard Danzo's involvement. Indeed, it is Hinata, Sho confirmed. However, this matter ends here. Hinata is still unaware that we have uncovered the truth. Oh right. I almost forgot you are a subordinate ninja of the Hinata clan. Do not divulge this to them. Sho blinked. I assure you, I will remain silent. I promise. Haha, that is good to hear. Haruno Sho laughed heartily. Yesterday, following the lead from the printing shop owner Yuichi, you will not believe what we discovered. What? Sho inquired eagerly. That fellow has been secretly pirating Lord Jiraiya's books under Danzo's orders, profiting from it. What? Sho was taken aback, incredulous at Danzo's audacity. I never expected this. Yesterday, Minato was unusually furious, and Danzo was forced to surrender a significant portion of Root's assets as compensation, assuring that no further pirated works of Lord Jiraiya would emerge in the Land of Fire, pledging to personally eradicate them. I see, Sho paused thoughtfully. But what about that Frogman Sage's Tale too? That book is not actually considered a pirated work. In fact, it is quite well written. The Hokage intends to revise and publish it under the village's name, which is expected to bring substantial profits to the village. Oh, and since it involves Minato, he will receive a 10% share of the profits. Zheng Dai, with a light leap at the corner of his eye, remarked, the original author, Haruno Matsuri, is most likely affiliated with the Hyuga clan. He can only swallow this bitter pill. Zheng Dai continued, this loss is mine to bear. I shall remember this grudge. Let us consider the final proceeds of this book as an Asuma head. The village owes me 27 million, and Minato owes me 3 million. Oh, and the village still owes me a great deal of ninjutsu. I shall reclaim it all in due time. Noticing the peculiar expression on his face, Haruno Matsuri inquired, is the after effect of the Nine-Tails power still troubling you? On March 1st, I plan to take you all on C-rank missions or above. Should I postpone? No need. Zheng Dai replied, shaking his head as he returned to his senses. I have nearly recovered. Matsuri nodded, that's good. Yesterday was your first encounter with the Nine-Tails power, and your reaction was quite ordinary. Were you already aware of that entity? Zheng Dai paused, then smiled, teacher, I am, after all, a top student who graduated with perfect scores. The relationships among the 5 great nations and the overview of the ninja world both briefly mention tailed beasts and their Jinchuriki. While the information is not comprehensive, I can make educated guesses about the specifics. I see, Matsuri said. Then make sure to rest well. I must take my leave. And remember, do not become so engrossed in the power of the tailed beast that you forget your own true capabilities. It could cost you dearly in critical moments. I understand, teacher. Good. Remember, you are still just a small fry that I could easily overpower with one hand. Zheng Dai, at a loss for words, suddenly recalled, teacher, I just remembered something. You broke my sword. That blade was worth several thousand ryo. Do you think you should compensate me? In an instant, Matsuri vanished without a trace. I should go find Kakashi. It was his sword that did the damage. Zheng Dai chuckled softly, reclining back on the bed, his eyes closed in contemplation. In the end, the blame fell squarely on the Hyuga clan. He finally began to piece together the fragments of yesterday's inexplicable flashes of information and the attribute points he had acquired, though clarity still eluded him. After all, conjecture can be quite perilous. Just like Obito, he and Rin were about to welcome a grandchild. In truth, he had never even held Rin's hand. Whatever will be, will be. I have utilized the attribute points, so I shall not concern myself with their origins. Zheng Dai shook his head, narrowing his eyes as he pondered the stability of the burden placed upon the Hyuga clan and whether he might still be exposed. As a subordinate ninja of the Hyuga, wholly devoted to their clan, Zheng Dai felt it fitting to have them shoulder this burden, especially since it seemed to grow ever heavier with time. The greatest vulnerability lay in the original manuscript, which bore my handwriting. No, rather, the handwriting of a water clone. The clone, possessing only 1/10 of the original strength, roughly wielded a quarter of that power, which would inevitably affect the handwriting, creating some discrepancies. However, the numerous references left by the water clone still existed. The hundreds of test papers and notes from Dijian, most of the assignments submitted to Teacher Oki during school, and even the scroll that Orochimaru borrowed from the Hyuga were hastily transcribed by my water clone. What a hassle. As for the assignments, Teacher Oki might not have kept them. It was unlikely that Orochimaru would present any materials to the public. Only Dijian remained as a potential risk. That young man ought to cherish and meticulously preserve each of my notes. According to Master Zhao's words, that original manuscript was first taken by Danzo and subsequently requested by the third Hokage. It is unlikely that the third Hokage would investigate further, making it difficult to connect me to the matter. As I pondered this, a sense of relief washed over me. The chances of exposure were exceedingly slim, and this issue was likely behind me, at least for the time being. I then began to assess the gains from yesterday, at midnight, plus the additional point for aggravating Kushina. I had utilized all 25 attribute points. This resulted in a significant enhancement. Template, Chunin Template 15, Basic Attributes 3, Physical Strength, 512568885. Mental Strength, 286-33212. Chakra Amount, 6194, Main skills 4, body technique 1 level 51, chakra refinement method 3 level 86, throwing technique 3 level 83, taijutsu 3 level 88. Auxiliary skills 17, ninjutsu basics 3 level 91, water release. Great water arm technique 3 level 13, water release. Water clone technique 3 level 10, other skills slightly. Real skills 2, water release. Water severing wave 5 level 100 has reached the current template limit, with one skill reaching the template limit and 4 others nearly there. Only a few points shy, including the great water arm and water clone, which are also just 3 points away. Thus, under optimal circumstances, with 4 more attribute points, I could advance to the Jonin template? A flicker of confusion crossed my eyes. Am I truly that formidable? If it were not for the real skill, water severing wave, I would feel there remains a slight distance between my strength and that of a Jonin. Could it be that my prolonged association with Haruno Zhao has led me to overestimate ordinary Jonin? Meanwhile, in the route, Danzo's aged face darkened as he scanned a test paper before him, muttering under his breath, "The handwriting is indeed similar. The executor is that little brat, isn't it? Truly, he is someone I have taken a liking to," showing no hesitation in framing his own team leader. But why does he remain so steadfastly loyal to the Hyuga? A look of confusion crossed his face as he recalled the substantial funds lost and the leverage he had relinquished, his face twitching in frustration. That insufferable brat. Does he truly believe that my regard for him and the Hyuga's protection allows him to provoke me time and again? It is time to teach him a lesson. Haruno Zhao seemed to be preparing to take him on a C-rank mission. After resting at home for 3 days, on February 27th, I finally emerged from the weakness brought on by using the Nine Tails chakra, fully restored. After being cooped up for 3 days, especially needing to feign nonchalance in front of Uncle Tsukumi and Aunt Shio, I felt stifled. Therefore, once I recovered, I could hardly contain my eagerness and set out with 2 bags of snacks in hand. I had 2 tasks upon leaving. First, to deliver the 2 types of smoked pastries to Asuma, and second, to seek out Hong to acquire knowledge regarding Jinjutsu. 2 months after prioritizing the study of Jinjutsu, I was finally ready to take action. The delay had been due to my intention to solidify Jinjutsu as my 4th real skill. With just 4 points needed to advance my template, it was high time I prepared for this endeavor. Moreover, with his prior 6-point enhancement in physical techniques, his physical strength surged impressively, yet the growth of his chakra remained somewhat unsatisfactory, and his mental fortitude evidently became a bottleneck. Jinjutsu, a combat method that disrupts an opponent's 5 senses through chakra manipulation, requires a strong aptitude for chakra control, high intelligence, and exceptional combat proficiency, knowledge I had recently recalled during my studies in the Ninja Academy's introductory course. I possess all 3 qualities, thus rendering Jinjutsu quite manageable for me. With unwavering confidence, I arrived at the Sarutobi clan's premises and exchanged a few words with the guards at the entrance. Soon, Asuma, drenched in sweat, hurriedly emerged from within the clan. "Training, huh?" I inquired. "Ah," Asuma replied. "Do you need something, Zhengdai?" Smiling, I lifted the 2 pouches in my hands. "I brought you a gift." "A gift?" Asuma looked taken aback. "This is rather unexpected. Isn't the son of the Hokage supposed to curry favor whether there's a reason or not?" I teased, opening one of the pouches and producing a piece of a snack to offer him. "Care to try? A snack?" Asuma seemed even more puzzled, hesitating to take it. "You aren't experimenting with your culinary skills on me, are you?" Chuckling, I shook my head. "Do you doubt my cooking? Just give it a taste." "Fair enough," Asuma nodded. Regardless of how unpalatable my cooking might be, it surely wouldn't reach the level of his mother's. There was no reason for him to suspect foul play. Asuma accepted the treat and cautiously took a small bite, chewing 3 times before his eyes widened in surprise. This is delicious. What is the secret?" "It has a unique aroma." He devoured the entire cookie. I smiled silently and withdrew another cookie from the other pouch, placing it in Asuma's hand. "Now try this one." Without hesitation, Asuma took a bite. Asuma's proficiency increased by 1, and he gained 1 attribute point. Just as I had anticipated, I felt a surge of joy at the beginning of Asuma's transformation. It was indeed unnecessary to burden him with the complications of a smoking addiction. I merely needed him to experience tobacco for the first time, keeping it at bay. I pondered whether this initial taste, devoid of addiction, could elevate his proficiency to 5, or even 10. While most endeavors are often challenging at the outset, I discovered that the initial phase of correction was straightforward, the middle phase difficult, and the conclusion ultimately simple. Wait, don't these two cookies taste remarkably similar? Asuma inquired, perplexed. There's only one differing ingredient, I explained. The first cookie contains a hint of tea leaves, while the second has a touch of tobacco. Oh, Asuma nodded, then suddenly widened his eyes in shock. Tobacco. Zhengdai Yuug. I was at a loss for words. Was such a reaction truly warranted? Knowing it was tobacco, one might think I had fed him something revolting. I patted Asuma on the shoulder. Calm down. It was just a small amount you found from the Hokage, barely enough for him to smoke twice. I've made over 100 cookies of this size. The tobacco content in each is minimal. Consuming one is harmless. I've eaten several myself. I see, Asuma said, visibly relieved. You nearly gave me a heart attack, Zhengdai. Rest assured, I would never lead you astray. Zhengdai, with a smile, raised 2 bags of cookies in his hands, saying, Here are the items you requested, meant to assist Lord Hokage in his efforts to quit smoking. Normally, he can indulge in these infused with tea leaves. When the craving strikes, he can resort to those containing tobacco leaves. The slight presence of tobacco should help alleviate his urge, but ultimately, it depends on Lord Hokage's resolve to quit. Asuma paused, a glimmer of realization illuminating his expression, and gratefully exclaimed, I can't believe you remembered, Zhengdai. I thought after 2 months, you would have forgotten about this. Thank you truly. No need for formalities among teammates, Zhengdai replied. Asuma nodded repeatedly, accepting the cookies with a sense of nostalgia. He recalled how, during their time at the Ninja Academy, he had held Zhengdai in disdain, primarily due to his belief that Zhengdai harbored intentions toward Hong, considering him an adversary. However, through their prolonged camaraderie, Asuma discovered that Zhengdai's feelings toward Hong were not as he had presumed. Zhengdai proved to be quite amiable, and gradually, Asuma came to regard him as a friend. I'll head back to assist Lord Hokage with his smoking cessation. By the way, where is Hong's residence? I need to speak with her about something, Zhengdai inquired cheerfully. Asuma, taken aback, felt a surge of emotion. Friend? Hardly. He's merely an enemy. To pacify the inexplicably sensitive Asuma, Zhengdai spent over 10 minutes explaining, nearly pulling his hair out in frustration. In contrast to Asuma, Hong was much more straightforward. Upon learning of Zhengdai's purpose, she promptly lent him 2 books within 10 minutes. The Fundamental Principles of Illusions and Basic Usage of Illusions. Zhengdai realized he had been miscalculating. Illusions are one of the 3 essential skills for ninjas, mentioned in the comprehensive ninjutsu curriculum at the academy, which taught conventional countermeasures. It is not merely a skill, it encompasses a vast array of techniques. Zhengdai could not activate the entire illusion skill within his actual skill set. Otherwise, wouldn't it be more advantageous to activate the entirety of ninjutsu? To activate it, he could only engage a singular illusion. He found himself ensnared in a predicament once again. Without a potent illusion worthy of being a true skill, it was improbable for Hong to bestow upon him her family's secret techniques. Teacher Haixing was adept in illusions. It remained uncertain whether he possessed only superficial knowledge or if he had considerable expertise that could translate into a legitimate skill. When contemplating illusions, the first that came to mind for any fan of Hokage would undoubtedly be Tsukuyomi, Izanagi, or Izanami, techniques associated with the Uchiha clan, which held no relevance for Zhengdai. What he yearned to learn was something entirely different. The second Hokage's forbidden technique, the dark technique, the lights-out technique. He decided to consult teacher Zhao first. If that failed, he would have to devise a plan involving the Hyuga clan. After all, he had become quite the sought-after individual. Upon returning home, Zhengdai summoned his water clone. You have rested with me for 3 days. It's time to get to work. Gather all the information related to illusions from the materials provided by the Hyuga clan, along with the 2 books borrowed from Hong, and begin studying. The water clone responded expressionlessly, understood. 2 days later, on March 1st, at 8 in the morning, the 3 members of Team 10 reconvened in front of the Hokage building once more. Haruno Zhao was late yet again. The trio had grown accustomed to this, engaging in idle conversation while speculating about the nature of the upcoming C-rank or B-rank missions, observing the comings and goings in front of the Hokage building. Most were merely passing through, though a few teams entered the building to receive their assigned tasks. A corpulent, well-fed middle-aged gentleman approached, drawing several glances from Zhengdai. His substantial girth was one aspect. Standing at 165 centimeters, he likely weighed around 170 kilograms. However, it was his attire that truly stood out. He donned a long green robe, adorned with numerous gleaming gold and silver accents, which Zheng Dai surmised to be genuine gold and diamonds. In other words, this green robe was likely worth several tens of thousands, if not over 100,000 taels. While there were many affluent individuals in the village, Zheng Dai had never encountered anyone dressed so ostentatiously. A wealthy merchant from outside the village, perhaps here to commission a task? As expected, he walked directly past the trio and entered the Hokage building. He certainly appears affluent, Asuma remarked with a chuckle. I wonder what the task's rank is. My father has a penchant for such individuals. After a brief wait of 2 minutes, their teacher, Kaixing, finally appeared on the horizon. Following the customary late arrival apology and a series of obligatory jokes, the 4 members of Team 10 proceeded into the Hokage building. Teacher, are we still going to see Lord Third to accept a special mission? Ha ha ha, no need for that. I couldn't find a suitable wild boar for you to capture, came the playful response. Their banter continued, and soon they arrived at the mission assignment office within the Hokage building. This office was modest in size, smaller than the third Hokage's office, containing only a single table piled high with a thick stack of mission registration forms. Behind the desk sat 2 chunin, one responsible for registration and the other for issuing tasks. Upon entering, they noticed a familiar figure, the well-fed gentleman in the green robe, whose registration seemed to be nearing completion. The chunin responsible for registration stood and offered the gentleman a smile characteristic of the Land of Fire's ninja philosophy, saying, "Thank you for your commission. Please wait at the inn for further news. The latest within 3 days, a ninja will accept your task." 3 days? The wealthy gentleman huffed with mild dissatisfaction. It is the latest 3 days. Let me see. Chun Yu Zhao leaned in closer, exclaiming, "Ah, a C-rank task. Is this what they call fate? Come, hand me the mission slip. I wish to examine it closely." Zhao, the Jonin, the chunin in charge of registration greeted, passing the mission slip over. Chun Yu Zhao murmured as he perused the document, lost in contemplation. The well-fed gentleman turned sideways, glancing up at the nearly 190 centimeters tall Chun Yu Zhao, before returning to scrutinize Zheng Dai and his companions. Clearly knowledgeable, he inquired, "They are quite young. They wouldn't happen to be newly graduated genin, would they? I hope those who undertake my commission are ninjas with more experience. I am quite experienced. I have executed C-rank tasks over 200 times and S-rank tasks 9 times, with no oversights." Rest assured, Chun Yu Zhao replied vaguely, handing the mission slip to Zheng Dai and the others. "Take a look." The trio gathered around. Escort mission. Wealthy merchant Sakuramoto Midori from the Land of Fire seeks to establish a shop in the Land of Waves, requiring a ninja team for protection. The protection period concludes once Sakuramoto Midori selects the shop location and recruits the necessary personnel. The time limit is set at 50 days, with a commission fee of 80,000 ryo, categorized as a C-level task. Zheng Dai's eyes glimmered with intrigue. The Land of Waves? The Land of Waves? Hong and Asuma exchanged puzzled glances, uncertain of its location. The Land of Waves is a small island nation, Haruno Zhao explained. It lies to the southeast of Konoha and has only recently been established. Most of its inhabitants fled there to escape the turmoil of the ninja world, seeking refuge and settling down. Tracing back their origins, one would find that nearly half of them hail from our fire country. However, since they are essentially refugees, the place is rather impoverished and chaotic. This is the first time I've heard of anyone from the fire country intending to venture there for trade. It certainly broadens one's horizons. The well-fed middle-aged man in a green robe let out a low grunt, adjusting his cloak. Zheng Dai seized the moment to add, "This is called seizing business opportunities. Hence, he is a wealthy man, while you, teacher, are merely a pauper who cannot even afford to treat his students to a meal." Haruno Zhao paused for a moment before bursting into laughter. The green-robed gentleman's expression softened slightly. After a brief hesitation, he turned and remarked, "This child appears quite astute. I agree to let them undertake my commission, and I hope they can embark on the journey soon." "Wait a moment. Who said we are accepting your commission?" Zheng Dai abruptly interjected, shaking his head resolutely. The wealthy man's eyes widened in surprise, mingled with a hint of barely perceptible anxiety. "Not accepting? What oversight have I made?" Haruno Zhao raised an eyebrow, while Asuma and Hong expressed their confusion. "Indeed, teacher, I am reluctant to take on this commission. Let us choose another," Zheng Dai implored. Haruno Zhao scratched his starfish in bemusement. Perceiving the task as rather simple and the commission fee notably generous, 80,000 ryo is the maximum for a C-level task. Why refuse? Of course, he could not fathom Zheng Dai's reasoning. As someone well-versed in the nuances of the Hokage, Zheng Dai was aware of the underlying trope. The first C-level mission after becoming a ninja typically escalates to a B-level or even an A-level task. He harbored concerns of falling prey to this curse. To venture to the land of waves? That would be akin to raising a flag over his own head. In such a place, encountering members of the 7 ninja swordsmen would be utterly commonplace, and in this era, they are far more formidable than the likes of Zabuza. Zheng Dai wished to avoid such encounters at all costs. Not accepting? Truly not accepting? Let us choose another, teacher. With Zheng Dai's insistence. Haruno Zhao shrugged and returned the mission scroll to its original position. Then we shall select a different one. Show me other C-level tasks. What do you mean by not accepting, Zheng Dai? Obito's loud voice echoed from outside, tinged with envy. We heard you shouting about it downstairs, you rascal. Are you tired of fishing already? He strode in confidently, followed by Minato Namikaze, Kakashi, and Rin. Zheng Dai turned his gaze. It's not fishing. It's a C-level escort mission commissioned by this gentleman, and I'm not particularly keen on accepting it. C-level mission? Obito's eyes widened with excitement. He turned to Minato. Sensei, Zheng Dai is already able to choose C-level missions. Kakashi, you imbecile, say something. You don't still want to take on those mundane cat-catching or weeding tasks, do you? Kakashi rolled his eyes. Idiot. What did you just say? The task delegation office had erupted in commotion. This task, we shall undertake, exclaimed Obito, striking a heroic pose with one hand on his hip and the other firmly pressing down on the desk, leaving an impression. Minato, visibly distressed, ran his fingers through his hair. Do you not consider the details of the task? Do you not wish to understand why Zheng Dai refuses to accept it? Are you unaware that the decision to accept or reject the task lies with me, your instructor? Do you not notice the distrustful gaze of the client upon you? He felt a genuine headache stemming from Obito's bravado. Casting a sidelong glance at Kakashi and Rin, he observed that Kakashi, who had just been bickering with Obito, now stood silently watching the performance, his lips sealed. Minato quickly deduced that Kakashi, too, was inclined to accept the C-level mission. Hesitating for a moment, he reached over and extracted the mission request from beneath Obito's hand, perusing it with care. Soon, his brow unfurled, and he cast a puzzled glance at Haruno Sho. Sho shrugged, signaling that he had no answers. Minato turned to Zheng Dai, who was distressingly scratching his head. He opted for candor. It is merely a feeling. My subconscious advises against accepting this task. The middle-aged man in the green robe felt a jolt of surprise. What does a subconscious entail? It seemed the mission entrusted by Elder Danzo was destined for failure. What now? Withdraw the request? Or should Minato heed his subconscious? Minato murmured softly. Minato-sensei, do not mind Zheng Dai. Let us proceed, let us proceed. Obito urged fervently. At that moment, a young man, approximately 20 years old, of diminutive stature with a receding hairline and broad forehead, stepped inside the task delegation office. Upon seeing the crowd, he hurriedly nodded an apology and retreated. Zheng Dai squinted his eyes. This individual appeared somewhat familiar. Who could it be? Minato, however, had resolved to no longer delay. Team 7 truly could attempt to accept a C-level task. It would serve as preparation for the Chunin exams in over 2 months. The Land of Waves harbored scarcely any ninjas and was rather barren, offering little allure to bandits or rogue ninjas. This assignment seemed unlikely to present any complications. Moreover, he recalled that the journey to the Land of Waves would pass through the ruins of the Land of Whirlpool. Turning to the portly man in green robes, he offered a trustworthy smile. May we accept the task of escorting you to the Land of Waves? The man hesitated slightly, but the diminutive youth outside suddenly peered in. You seem to be discussing the Land of Waves? I apologize, I overheard by accident. Minato was taken aback. No worries. Hello, are you from the Land of Waves? Zheng Dai's gaze shifted, his pupils contracting in disbelief. What in the world? How could it be him? What is going on? How could he present himself in such a manner? Yes, the young man responded with a hint of shyness, nodding. Ninja-sama, I have come from the Land of Waves. Haruno Sho displayed a look of intrigue, encountering 2 individuals in succession, one seeking to travel to the Land of Waves and the other arriving from it. Was quite the coincidence. Have you come to issue a request? Indeed, the youth affirmed with a nod. I wish to hire a team of ninjas to protect me for a period. Sho scrutinized him. Judging by his attire, he appeared to be an ordinary civilian. The young man hesitated, glancing at the portly man in green robes. May I inquire why you are visiting our land of waves? To establish a shop. Oh, thank you and welcome. The young man displayed a sincere smile and reached out to grasp the hand of the affluent middle-aged man in green, only to have it evaded. Unfazed by the slight, he explained, "You see, our nation, the Kingdom of Waves, is surrounded by the sea on all sides, making inland travel solely reliant on boats, which is quite inconvenient. I am a bridge builder and aspire to construct a grand bridge across the sea to connect our kingdom with the mainland, facilitating greater communication and prosperity for our homeland." Just then, the middle-aged man felt a sudden darkness cloud his vision. A bridge? The young man paused, revealing a hint of hesitation before continuing. To be candid, most of us from the Kingdom of Waves migrated there to escape the ninja wars. Some have lost loved ones in the conflict and harbor a certain animosity towards the esteemed ninja. They are reluctant to establish connections with the mainland. Consequently, my efforts to build the bridge have faced numerous obstacles, even threats to my life. However, we cannot afford to remain isolated. Our resources are limited. If it were not for the surrounding sea, providing fish to stave off hunger, many would surely perish. Perish? Lin gasped softly, and Obito's mouth slightly parted, as the pampered children felt a pang of empathy. But rest assured, esteemed sir, the young man continued, seemingly recalling something, the local merchants are still quite amicable towards outsiders. In recent years, many have come to trade and set up shops in our kingdom. Thanks to your people, we have experienced a slight prosperity. I am immensely grateful. He bowed deeply. The middle-aged man in green merely hummed in acknowledgement. So your request is for protection while you complete the bridge? Chunai Zhao inquired. The potential attackers would be mere civilians from the Kingdom of Waves, not ninjas, correct? The young man hesitated briefly before nodding. They likely cannot afford ninjas. This time, I have relied on a few companions who have risked everything to assist me, managing to gather 30,000 Rio to post my request. 30,000. Chunai Zhao's lips twitched as he glanced at the affluent man and then back at the young man. Considering both are headed to the Kingdom of Waves and the time required for the tasks is comparable, there seems to be a discrepancy of 50,000 Rio in the fees. Without comparison, one cannot comprehend the disparity. Chunai Zhao's interest waned, yet at that moment, Zheng Dai interjected, "Let us accept his request, teacher. Do not tell me your subconscious is urging you to take on this task." Zheng Dai sighed internally, pondering the predicament of the young man who aimed to build a bridge. "Teacher, this gentleman has certainly faced many challenges. We cannot be driven solely by monetary gain. We must aspire to transcend base desires." Asuma, Hong, what do you think? The two nodded in agreement, albeit with a hint of surprise. "Teacher, do you see?" Chunai Zhao burst into laughter. Very well, very well. Regardless, your reasoning holds merit, and you have indeed transcended base desires. Ha ha ha. The diminutive young man beamed with gratitude. "Thank you, esteemed ninjas. Then can our two teams travel together?" Obito brightened. "That is not feasible, Obito." Minato shook his head. "With two clients, two missions, each team must operate separately. Otherwise, it would be irresponsible to both the clients and their requests." "I am indifferent," the young man replied. The portly middle-aged man in a green robe suddenly interjected, "It's better to travel together. I can glean more information about the land of waves from this local resident's perspective. Once we arrive, I can hire staff with local recommendations." The short young man responded, "No problem, no problem." Zheng Dai, who was reluctant to agree, sighed and said, "Well then, my good sir, please proceed to register the task, and do provide detailed information." "Oh, of course," the short young man nodded, turning to the registration desk to retrieve a form. Client's name, Cardo. The last shred of hope for Zheng Dai was swiftly dashed. What on earth? He doesn't just resemble him. He is a gaunt, unrefined version of Cardo, isn't he? Am I to endure this? This expedition to the land of waves would span between a month and a half to 2 months. Everyone was to return home to prepare, enjoy a hearty lunch, and gather at the front gate of Konoha by 1 in the afternoon, equipped with necessary supplies. Tonight, we aim to reach Yubtown for rest, then head to the seaside town tomorrow, allowing us to cross over to the land of waves the day after. Chun Yi Zhao outlined the itinerary. Watergate, the two clients. Does this arrangement pose any issues? The portly middle-aged man replied, "It's acceptable." Cardo added, "I have no objections." However, Watergate hesitated, exchanging glances with Chun Yi Zhao. Chun Yi Zhao, startled, leaned in for a hushed conversation, suddenly realizing, "This is troublesome. Let us go find Hokage-sama together." "Thank you, Zhao." The two ascended the stairs to seek the third Hokage, while the children exchanged puzzled looks, unaware of the silent exchanges between their teachers. Zhengdai, indifferent to the unfolding drama, lingered for a moment on Cardo before departing the task registration office and returning home. In the Hokage's office, the third Hokage took a deep drag from his tobacco pouch, lost in thought. I apologize for the inconvenience, Hokage-sama, Watergate said. Kushina has expressed a desire to revisit the ruins of the Land of Whirlpools, and this mission happens to pass through there. Personally, I wish for her to venture out more often. She tends to seclude herself at home, partly due to the shadows of war she experienced in her childhood. Perhaps visiting the old site could help her find closure. Watergate continued. I understand that as the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, her leaving the village might pose challenges for you. But, fear not, Chun Yizhao interjected, Kushina merely dislikes confrontation. With her strength, few in the ninja world could match her, especially with you and I alongside her. Problems are unlikely to arise. Watergate hesitated once more, but what if Kushina brings danger to the children? Hey, Watergate, whose side are you on? Chun Yizhao exclaimed. Are you foolish? I'm trying to help you, and yet you undermine your own position. The third Hokage exhaled slowly, picking up his pipe, which Asuma had confiscated. He could only retrieve another piece of tobacco to chew on, mumbling, I understand. Take Kushina with you, but do exercise utmost caution along the way. At Zhengdai's home, his aunt fussed, why must a simple task take 1 to 2 months? Honestly, little Zhengdai, do be sure to prioritize your safety on the journey. As the conversation unfolded, her eyes glistened with unshed tears. She raised her arm to wipe them away and sighed, though the child has grown. The day of departure always comes. Yet, I never anticipated it would arrive so swiftly. She continued, I am not leaving for good. Why do you make it sound as if I am settling down? Just then, she reminded, the wardrobe needs to be cleared. With a sigh, she offered, let me help you roll things up. She began organizing various belongings, and in a flurry, she dashed out to purchase ingredients for a sumptuous lunch for her child. Meanwhile, he sat at his desk, lost in contemplation. The task of reconstruction was no simple feat, he pondered. You suggest Jiraiya is a lecher. Asuma has succumbed to the vice of smoking, and Kushina has transformed into a fiery spirit. Perhaps this is merely the nature of things. Yet, transforming an innocent commoner into a vile smuggler posed a significant challenge to his moral boundaries. He could only flirt with the edges, perhaps aiming for a modest gain of attributes. Accepting Kato's commission was driven by deeper motives. He suspected the reconstruction target extended beyond Kato alone. From Kato's account, there existed a faction in the Land of Waves that opposed external interaction, which contradicted his previous knowledge. If this endeavor aimed to rectify the bridge incident in the Land of Waves, excluding Kato, he might be able to mend the situation. Striving for a potential gain of 50 attribute points. How to initiate the reconstruction? He grasped his pen, aimlessly scribbling on the paper, occasionally biting the pen in thought, until he eventually despondently tossed it aside. This is so difficult. I feel my hair thinning. Earning attribute points grows ever more challenging. Moreover, undertaking a mission in the Land of Waves, even with teacher Hoshigaki and Minato, evoked an unsettling premonition. What if the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist were to converge? With only a scant amount of attribute points remaining, he feared it would be insufficient for any emergencies. His gaze shifted, and he sighed, I'm sorry, Jiraiya. He reached for a piece of paper and began to write hurriedly, attempting to make his handwriting somewhat illegible. Dear Lord Jiraiya, I am your devoted reader. Simultaneously, at Kushina's residence, Minato knocked on the door, carrying 2 lunchboxes, and headed directly to Kushina's bedroom. Kushina, why don't you ever close the door? Inside, Kushina was engaged in a card game with the Nine Tails. She turned to glance at Minato and muttered, close the door for what? No one ever visits me. Moreover, if anything were amiss nearby, Kurama would alert me. Why are you here with lunch so early today? Aren't you supposed to be picking up the kids? Kushina, I have taken on a C-rank mission. C-rank? That's reasonable. Kushina mused, suddenly realizing and turning sharply. Are you leaving the village? For how long? Approximately a month and a half. That long? Kushina pouted, visibly displeased. Where are you going? Is it far? Can't your flying thunder god bring you back quickly? Unfortunately, no. Minato replied with a resigned smile. The destination is the Land of Waves. By tomorrow evening, I will likely reach the limits of my flying thunder god technique. Kushina, how about you accompany me this time? Accompany? Kushina was momentarily taken aback and shook her head repeatedly. No, no, I want to go. Yesterday, I spent the better part of the day attending Mikoto's wedding at the Uchiha clan grounds, which has considerably depleted my outing time for this month. In the days to come, I must devote more time to Kyubi. We will pass by the ruins of the Whirlpool country. Kushina's lips parted slightly in annoyance. Passing by the ruins of the Whirlpool country, how bothersome. Minato seized the moment to suggest, since Kakashi and the others are aware of the Nine-Tails' existence, they can join you and Kyubi for a game of cards. Let's all go? Kushina. Well, alright then. In the underbelly of Konoha, the root. Subconsciously, he declined Sakura's request. Danzo's face was filled with surprise as he marveled. What remarkable espionage skills. The ability to predict and foresee danger far surpasses that of ordinary individuals. My judgment truly is commendable. Thankfully, they accepted another mission to the Land of Waves. Otherwise, my plans would have fallen through once more. After a moment of contemplation, Danzo instructed his subordinate. Inform Sakura to proceed as originally planned. No changes necessary. I refuse to believe that Minato's team will encounter trouble without Haruno helping out. It is unfortunate, however, that the record of a failed mission will fall upon Minato's team. At noon, upon hearing that Side-Eye was set to embark on a long-term mission, Uncle Takumi hurried back from the weapon shop. Following a sumptuous lunch, he and Aunt Shu reluctantly bid farewell to Side-Eye as he stepped out of the house. By the time Side-Eye arrived at the entrance of Konoha village, it was nearly 1 o'clock. Haruno had not delayed this time, her distinctive starfish hairstyle marking her presence in the middle of the village entrance. From a distance, Side-Eye observed that nearly everyone had gathered, save for himself and Obito. Moreover, there was an additional figure, the reluctant and displeased Kushina Uzumaki. Is she this attached to Minato? Side-Eye initially thought she was there to see Minato off, only to discover upon closer inspection that she too would be joining the expedition. Side-Eye felt a surge of delight. With Kushina along, the safety of the journey was considerably enhanced, and considering the Nine-Tails within her, it was double the joy. After exchanging greetings with a few, Side-Eye joined the ranks of those waiting. As the clock struck 1, Obito still had not arrived, leaving Minato with no choice but to apologize to everyone. Haruno playfully chided. Being late is a bad habit. Minato, you ought to manage him better. Side-Eye couldn't help but chuckle at the jest. As waiting proved to be a waste of time, at the suggestion of others, Kato began recounting the details of the situation in the Land of Waves. While Kushina looked around, sneaking into the Konoha registration office to call out the gatekeeping ninja, promptly falling asleep inside. Currently, in the Land of Waves, those in favor of building a bridge to connect with the mainland and those against it are roughly equal in number. Unfortunately, many of those supporting the bridge lack resolute conviction, whereas those opposing it, under the leadership of a certain Dazna, have united and are severely hindering the progress of the bridge construction. Kato recounted with a deep sense of helplessness. Side-Eye interjected. Under whose leadership? Kato paused. Dazna. Ah, splendid. Quite reasonable. Please, continue. Mr. Kato, Side-Eye replied, his expression unchanging. The wheel of fate turns, and no one escapes its grasp. Kato blinked, and Haruno placed a hand firmly on Side-Eye's head. Side-Eye, what's up with you today? You seem a bit off. It's nothing. Obito has arrived. In the distance, Obito huffed and puffed, struggling to drag a package larger than himself towards the group, clarifying the reason behind his tardiness. Was he moving house? Meanwhile, Jiraiya, sensing a shift in his consciousness, released his shadow clone, and memories flooded back to him. He patiently waited for 5 minutes, observing Minato and Rin helping Obito discard a pile of junk. 2 lines of text flashed before his eyes. Jiraiya's correction level 1, gained 1 free attribute point. The letter from the reader had succeeded. Jiraiya felt a surge of energy, yet sighed, pondering, must I employ such harsh methods to correct my past self? It seems that my 9-year-old self has lost its innocence. No, no, no. I am merely lending a helping hand. Otherwise, he might dawdle into his 50s, pursuing a romance in twilight years. Haruno Sakura waved her hand decisively. Let us set forth. The scene shifted back 5 minutes. At Jiraiya's residence, a series of knocks echoed, prompting him to call out. Who is it? Please enter. The door is unlocked. More knocking ensued. Who is it? Jiraiya, with a charmingly furrowed brow, reluctantly descended to open the door. Yet, upon swinging it open, he found no one outside. His eyes narrowed as he sensed a peculiar aura lingering in the air. Muttering in confusion, a clone? Which rascal is playing tricks on me? Shaking his head, he decided against pursuing the matter. planning to close the door and return to his writing. At that moment, he noticed an envelope lying at his feet. Another female ninja? He chuckled wryly, picked up the envelope, closed the door, and returned to the comfort of his sofa. Opening the envelope, he extracted a sheet of paper densely filled with writing. The handwriting rather chaotic. It did not resemble that of a woman. Glancing at the signature, he found none. He began reading the letter from the top. Esteemed Jiraiya-sama, I am your devoted reader. I have carefully perused all 3 of your books. Jiraiya blinked. A devoted reader, you say? I have only published 2 books. Especially your recently released 3rd book, which demonstrates its significant breakthroughs and advancements compared to your previous 2. I sincerely hope you continue to excel in your writing. But I also wish you would remind those printing your books to be more diligent, as both human and sage characters were misprinted. Jiraiya's eyelid twitched. After all that praise, it turns out they were lauding that book, implying my works were inferior. This must be a false fan. As your devoted reader, I not only care about your books, but also your life and every little detail. To my knowledge, such a dashing figure as yourself remains unmarried, having never even experienced a romantic relationship, which greatly saddens me. Ah, so this is the prank of some female ninja? Is she about to confess her feelings? Jiraiya sighed with a wry smile and continued reading. I know you have long harbored feelings for Princess Tsunade, but have lacked the courage to confess. Here, I am willing to lend you a helping hand. Princess Tsunade is a formidable martial artist, bold and straightforward, exuding an aura of dominance. All you need to do is conquer her with a more assertive approach, and you shall successfully win her heart. What nonsense is this? I suggest you boldly declare your affection for Princess Tsunade in the street, and she will surely be taken aback, allowing you the opportunity to embrace her and deliver a passionate kiss. Jiraiya was left utterly dumbfounded, envisioning the scenario with great difficulty as he swallowed hard. Is this truly my devoted reader? Are they concerned for my well-being? He mused. Trust me, Princess Tsunade will initially be furious, perhaps even resorting to violence and sending you to the hospital, but in due course, she will certainly visit you to offer her care, and your relationship will undoubtedly deepen. Jiraiya blinked in bewilderment, shaking his head in disbelief. What a far-fetched notion. Who concocted such a ridiculous idea? As he continued to read, however, he noted a sudden shift in the tone of the letter, with the writer's attitude becoming unexpectedly assertive. To ensure you take action, I must resort to some unconventional methods. I hope you can forgive me. Rest assured, my intentions are solely for your happiness. In the next fortnight, rumors of your public declaration of love for Princess Tsunade must circulate throughout the streets and alleys of Konoha, for I must be made aware of it. Otherwise, I shall disseminate certain stories you would prefer to keep hidden. For further details, please tear open the envelope and read the inner side. Jiraiya paused, his brow furrowing as he contemplated who in the village would dare to address him in such a manner. Were it not for the absurdity of the idea presented in the letter, he might have suspected it was Danzo retaliating due to prior financial losses. Threatening me? I am eager to uncover what these stories entail. He tore open the envelope, and indeed, the inner side was filled with a dense array of small print. Narrowing his eyes to read, his pupils widened in shock, and he felt a stream of blood escape from his nostrils. Who on earth is behind this? Meanwhile, the team from the Land of Waves gradually distanced themselves from Konoha. Obito, Kakashi, and Rin were all experiencing their first time away from the village, while Asuma and Kurenai had only briefly visited the Shin River, and even Kazashi had only vague memories of a small village called Moku Mountain. As they traversed the forest and the endless expanse of wilderness, their spirits remained high. However, as an hour passed, then 2, the scenery remained largely unchanged, and their enthusiasm began to wane. We are moving so slowly, Obito grumbled, glancing back at the sluggishly advancing Sakuramoto Midori. The mountain ahead seemed so close. Yet half an hour later, they had made little progress. Ah, it is indeed a bit slow, Kazashi remarked, somewhat perplexed that this wealthy merchant had not hired a carriage for the journey. Is he trying to lose weight? While lost in thought, Sakuramoto Midori interjected. How much further until we reach the town? Once we do, I will hire a carriage. He had been so preoccupied with Danzo's assignments while in Konoha that he had momentarily forgotten about the possibility of hiring a carriage. The next town is probably still about 10 miles away, Haruno Sho pondered. Let us not enter the town. Instead, we shall allow the children to proceed ahead. And once near, they can secure a carriage for us. We must also quicken our pace. Mr. Kato, will you be hiring a carriage? I shall not, Kato replied. a hint of embarrassment crossing his face. Tsukuyomi Midori turned to him, addressing Haruno Sho, "Please hire 2 carriages. I will cover the cost." "Ah, thank you," Kato replied hastily. As Zheng Dai turned to glance at Cardo, whose honest expression was marked by a flustered and reserved gratitude, he pondered for a moment and approached him, asking, "Mr. Cardo, have you ever contemplated how the land of waves will develop and prosper once your grand bridge is completed?" Cardo paused in surprise, replying, "Well, it will gradually improve through trade and communication with the inland, I suppose." Zheng Dai inquired, "And what about you? Do you not wish to become wealthy?" Cardo scratched his head and chuckled, "Of course, I do. Once the bridge is built, I will be an experienced bridge engineer. I hope to be invited to design bridges and buildings in the future." Zheng Dai shook his head with a smile, saying, "If it were me, I would construct a house by the bridge I built, and everyone crossing it would have to pay me a toll." Cardo quickly shook his head, exclaiming, "But that bridge was constructed with everyone's effort, not just mine." Zheng Dai suggested, "Then let us divide the toll equally. We can all walk the path to prosperity together." Cardo hesitated, momentarily caught in thought, as if there were some merit to the idea. Zheng Dai's expression darkened as he realized he was merely testing the waters. But Cardo genuinely seemed inclined towards independent thought, not merely a participant in the bridge-building endeavor of the Land of Waves. Haruno Sho then playfully smacked Zheng Dai's shoulder, remarking, "What toll? I have never heard of a toll for crossing a bridge." Cardo suddenly enlightened. "Ah, yes. Zheng Dai, returning to the moment, jested, "Of course. The rice noodles served at the bridge aren't more expensive than the usual ones, right?" Haruno Sho, however, was not amused by this ancient joke, frowning. "What are rice noodles? Is there a distinction between crossing and not crossing?" Zheng Dai was taken aback, realizing that this world indeed lacked such a delicacy. "It is a unique food, somewhat resembling noodles, but far more delicious. I shall prepare it for you all someday." Another new dish? Red Bean, who was not present, piqued interest in the kitchen's second captive, while Asuma and Obito soon joined Red. Kakashi glanced back, maintaining his aloof demeanor, unfazed by the allure of food. Regrettably, as the conversation continued, he recalled the lunch hours at school, where Zheng Dai would wave his lunchbox in front of him, the enticing aroma long absent from his senses. Kakashi felt a twinge of hunger. After discussing culinary delights and walking for an hour, they finally caught sight of the small town in the distance. Haruno Sho exchanged a few words with Tsukuyomi Midori, who then produced a banknote of 100,000 ryo to hand to Zheng Dai. "Go hire a carriage," Haruno Sho instructed. Zheng Dai pocketed the note, asking, "Who will go?" 5 voices responded in unison, their curiosity about the nearby Fire Nation town piquing interest, leading all 6 to rush towards the town. "Do not run amok. Once you hire the carriage, return promptly to the road. We must keep to our schedule," Haruno Sho called after them. Understood. Having endured the slow pace for far too long, the 6 began to sprint with abandon. Obito, holding back his energy, grimaced as he attempted to overtake Kakashi, only to find himself trailing in the dust behind both Kakashi and Zheng Dai. In merely 3 minutes, they covered the 2 miles and arrived at the outskirts of the town. In the Fire Country, the architectural style of the small town bore a striking resemblance to that of Konoha, with faint echoes of distant hawkers reverberating through the air. Itachi gestured towards the edge of the town, indicating a sizable white structure. "That must be a restroom, right?" The group's gaze converged, and with a momentary glance at Asuma, Itachi confidently declared, "Indeed, it is a public toilet." "Ah, I must pay a visit," he exclaimed, hastily dashing toward the facility. The other 5 exchanged glances and followed suit. Upon entering the men's restroom alongside Asuma and Kakashi, Itachi swiftly completed his business and emerged, pinching his nose. "You all came too. It reeks in there." The stench was indeed overwhelming, prompting the trio to wrinkle their brows in discontent as they held their breath and found individual stalls to address their physiological needs. After fastening his pants, Itachi began gently tapping on the walls of the restroom, discerning that one side produced a hollow sound. "Goodness, there truly is someone inside. Do they not fear suffocation?" Itachi's expression sharpened. "What is the matter, Itachi?" Asuma inquired. Itachi glanced at him. Nothing. A sudden wave of anxiety washed over him until he exited the restroom and rejoined the 2 girls, who were chattering about the foul odor. He allowed himself a self-deprecating smile, thinking, what a coincidence to stumble upon an underground black market and encounter Kakazu. Perhaps I've read too many novels. Besides, Kakuzu in this world may not even be avaricious. However, lingering in this place was unwise. Even a rogue ninja could incite complications, so Itachi took the lead, guiding the group into the town. Meanwhile, in the land of water, before a few low, dilapidated makeshift shelters, a tall man clad in a high-collared trench coat, enveloped securely, was setting up a small stall to mend shoes. The thread and needle danced in his hands like living beings. Within mere seconds, a damaged shoe sole was restored to its original state. A ragged citizen gratefully handed him a couple of silver notes, which he casually accepted, placing them in his bag. Such a poverty-stricken nation, far removed from the filth of wealth. How delightful, he mused. Yet, he lamented that his tranquil existence over the past 3 years was about to be disrupted. Why must we rebuild the bridge? His gaze drifted into the distance. After hiring a carriage, their pace finally quickened. By around 7 in the evening, they successfully arrived at their destination for the day, Yubu Town. Nestled in the southeastern part of the Fire Country, Yubu Town was a bustling hot spring resort. Even at night, the streets thrived with pedestrians, occasionally interrupted by a patrol of armored guards. Clearly, Yubu Town was significantly larger and more pleasant than the remote town from which they had come. A reason why Haruno Sakura had chosen this as the endpoint for their first day's journey. Upon entering the town, they found a sizable restaurant to enjoy dinner. Having visited this town before, Haruno Sakura skillfully guided them to a commendable hot spring inn for lodging. Both clients, being ordinary individuals, were thoroughly exhausted despite the latter part of their journey being spent in a carriage, showing little interest in the hot springs as they each retreated to their rooms, promptly succumbing to sleep. With a hint of excitement, Daitu whispered to Jingdai, "Hey, Jingdai, let us go soak in the hot springs. I noticed there are not only separate male and female baths, but also a mixed bath." Zheng Dai erupted into laughter, then hurried back to the room and change. "We'll meet in the mixed bath in 10 minutes. Daitu glanced at Lin, his face reddening. In his dreams, he had embraced grandchildren, yet in reality, he found himself too shy to invite her or even to let Zheng Dai extend the invitation on his behalf. He could only sulk back to his room, harboring eager anticipation for the mixed bathing experience. 15 minutes later, Asuma entered the men's bath, while Hong ventured into the women's. Haruno Zhao left in search of a tavern. Daitu, with a sullen expression, found himself submerged in the same mixed bath as a dozen elderly men and women, enduring their eager gazes with a sense of despair. "Where's Zhengdai? Help!" Meanwhile, Zhengdai had already forgotten Daitu, having slipped into Kushina's room with the remaining 3. "Come, let us play cards," Kushina declared, eyes closed, deliberately deepening her voice. "For the first round, let QB play. I am QB now." "Kushina-ne. Was that name really QB last time?" Lin inquired hesitantly. "I am QB, not Kushina." Lin blinked, praising, "QB, your power is truly impressive." The sensation of battling teacher Zhao was exhilarating. "In a while, could you lend me your strength again? Although it leaves me weak for a few days, I've become considerably stronger afterward." Kakashi's eyes flickered, becoming stronger? Kushina, or rather, QB, cast a glance at Kakashi and gruffly said, "Kid, don't get any wild ideas. You are not like this little one named Jingdai. You don't need my power." "Speaking of Jingdai, I almost forgot to ask you. Where does that power suppressing and digesting my strength within you come from?" The Ninetales sensed a hint of affinity, causing Jingdai's heart to race. He maintained a calm facade, replying, "I'm not sure. It just naturally surged forth." "Is that so? It feels somewhat reminiscent of that old man's ocular power," Kushina murmured before changing the subject. "Come on, let us play cards." "The old man's ocular power? Sage of Six Paths? Rinnegan? How could the attribute points be related to the Sage of Six Paths?" "No, it was more likely related to Madara." Thoughts raced through Jingdai's mind as he observed Kushina. After a moment of contemplation, he proposed, "Playing without stakes is dull. How about we add a penalty? The loser must stick a paper note on their forehead." Minato hesitated, but Kushina eagerly interjected, "Sounds great." They played a card game called Draw Ghost, which Jingdai had played numerous times. In northeast China, it had a colloquial name, Draw Old Turtle or Draw Bastard. With his childhood experiences and exceptional mental fortitude, Jingdai was confident in his ability to turn Kushina into a paper note target, possibly provoking her and earning some attribute points in the process. However, more than half an hour later, Minato, Kakashi, and Lin gently blew on the paper notes covering their eyes, casting mournful glances at Jingdai. Oblivious, Jingdai was nearly engulfed by the stack of notes adorning his head. "Kushina. No, The card skills and luck of the Nine Tails are quite formidable. They are utterly unmatched. However, Kakashi has gained some insights from this experience. Is gambling at level 0 with a 21 score merely about winning or losing? I refuse to believe that advancing to levels 2 or 3 would still leave me at the mercy of a fox. Kakashi clenched his teeth internally, determined to continue. Let us go. We shall stay up all night. Kushina exclaimed with delight. Excellent. Minato offered a wry smile, while Kakashi remained speechless, and Rin's eyes shimmered with unshed tears. Meanwhile, in the land of waves, a somewhat bustling neighborhood was filled with incessant clamor. Let go. Release me. You scoundrels. A middle-aged man, around 40, was being forcibly carried by 4 young men. They unceremoniously dragged him from the warmth of his bed and unceremoniously tossed him onto the street, where he shouted in outrage. Dazna, have you lost your mind? Dazna, a burly man with a thick beard, strode ominously toward the struggling middle-aged man. Akiyama, it is a privilege for you to host the esteemed ninjas from the Mist Village. You scoundrel, why don't you thud? Dazna delivered a powerful kick to the man's chest, causing him to gasp, silencing his protest. The onlookers murmured in low tones. Dazna raised his arm, demanding silence. What are you shouting about? Do you have no compassion? I have traveled all the way to the Mist Village to issue this mission, and for whom? For all of you. Do not forget that rascal Kato has already gone to the Land of Fire to hire ninjas from the Leaf Village. Are we any match for them? Once the bridge is completed, we will be dragged back into that endless, terrifying ninja war. Do you wish to return to that precarious existence? The noise gradually subsided. Among the crowd, a tall cobbler chuckled softly and turned away. Dazna pivoted, his demeanor shifting from aggressive to obsequious. Rushing before a group of ninjas clad in Mist Village attire, he respectfully stated, Apologies for the spectacle, esteemed ninjas. These ignorant villagers fail to comprehend the gravity of the situation. After all my arduous efforts, this is the best house in the Land of Waves. Please, make yourselves at home. The leading Mist Village Jonin, a corpulent man with glasses, did not even glance at Dazna as he and his companion strode into the house from which Akiyama had just been expelled. He surveyed the surroundings, his dissatisfaction evident as he frowned. Is this truly the best house in your Land of Waves? Dazna affirmed with respect. Indeed. The Jonin, devoid of any emotion, fixed his gaze on Dazna. The mission you issued must be adjusted according to the strength of the Leaf Ninjas. If any Leaf Jonin accompanies them, eliminating that bridge builder would constitute an A-rank mission. Are you certain you can afford the commission? Dazna felt a fleeting flicker of anxiety. An A-rank mission? He could barely afford a B-rank. Yes, esteemed ninja. The Jonin scrutinized Dazna deeply before waving dismissively. Get out. Yes, yes. Dazna bowed respectfully as he retreated, closing the door behind him and exhaling deeply, silently cursing. A few arrogant rascals. I hope they meet their end alongside the Leaf Ninjas and Kato. The next day, as they prepared to set out, the number of hired carriages had doubled from 2 to 4. Among the 2 additional carriages, one bore Kushina, who was peacefully dozing against Minato, while the other housed Kakashi on one side and Rin on the other, both breathing evenly in slumber. Outside, Obito wore a disgruntled expression, while Haruno Sakura awkwardly clutched a starfish, laughing heartily as she apologized to the 2 clients. Sakura's gaze lingered on Haruno's somewhat dazed eyes, and she pondered silently. Had he also suffered from a hangover last night? If I were a typical client, I would surely be cursing loudly right now. However, considering the tasks ahead, she deemed it wiser not to confront these ninjas too soon. Perhaps if she appeared more accommodating, the likelihood of suspicion later would decrease. Thus, she declared, as long as it does not impede my matters, you may proceed as you wish. Ah, rest assured. They replied, their spirits lifted. As the day slipped away in a haze of sleep and waking, they passed through town after town until they finally arrived at their destination and checked into an inn. The one who had been plastered with notes the previous night, now fully revitalized, took a glance at his attributes. Gambling level 1, with a remarkable growth rate. With just 2 more nights, I could turn the tide. Let us play cards again. Kushina, Minato, Kakashi, Rin. Kakashi, ooh. Rin, eh. Kushina felt a twinge of excitement, but reluctantly shook her head, following Minato out of the inn. The one who had been revitalized was momentarily taken aback. Looking inquiringly at teacher Hoshigaki, with a wave of his hand, Hoshigaki beckoned the children to his room and stated, Kushina and Minato have other matters to attend to and will return in a few hours. Do not concern yourselves with them. He redirected their focus back to the mission. Tomorrow, we shall arrive in the land of waves. Although we travel together, do not forget that we have taken on two distinct missions. Kakashi, your task is relatively lighter. Minato will provide the arrangements for you tomorrow, so I shall not elaborate further. As for you, Zungdai, Asuma, and Hinata, have you considered how to fulfill the mission of protecting the bridge construction? His expression turned serious, and Zungdai and the others adopted a similarly earnest demeanor. Teacher Hoshigaki was clearly assessing them. Shall we seal off the bridge construction site, allowing only workers to approach? Asuma proposed. Haruno nodded emphatically. Excellent. Let us proceed with that plan. If civilians attempt to breach the blockade, incapacitate them. If they resist stubbornly, then let them taste the bitterness of a kunai. Asuma looked sheepish. Hinata had intended to respond, but was abruptly silenced, casting a pleading glance at Zungdai. After some contemplation, Zungdai inquired, Teacher, I've been interested in studying Jinjutsu lately. Could you teach me a couple of useful techniques? Jinjutsu, you say? Haruno scratched his head. Very well. During the bridge construction, we shall rely on Hinata's Jinjutsu for support. Do not look to me, for I fear it would exhaust me. Hinata's expression shifted slightly, while Zungdai chuckled. Who said I would use Jinjutsu to protect the bridge? I merely expressed a desire to learn it. Haruno was taken aback, laughingly scolding. You little rascal. Teacher, I do know 2 Jinjutsu techniques, but I am not proficient. Go learn from your teacher's wife. Teacher's wife? Zungdai's eyes brightened, eliminating one erroneous option. Zungdai continued, then let us govern the civilians through the civilians. Did we not agree that those in favor of the bridge and those against it would each constitute half? Let us unite with our supporters. An admirable thought. However, how shall we execute it? I shall ponder this further. Additionally, according to Mr. Cardo, the assembly gathered by Dasna comprises individuals akin to village tyrants. What if they were to launch an armed attack? What then for our civilian populace? Haruno Mizu inquired further. In that case, it falls upon us to take action. Haruno Mizu nodded. Very well, but what if Mr. Cardo is concealing the truth, and there are only a handful of supporters for the bridge project? What then? The group fell silent, lost in contemplation. If the opposing side were to hire ninjas, elevating their ranks from C to B or even A, and Mr. Cardo could not afford the remaining commission, should we abandon the task or persevere? The silence lingered. Haruno Mizu laughed heartily. I grant you another night to deliberate. Undertaking a mission is no trifling matter. We must consider every facet. Should you falter, you shall witness the true extent of the teacher's prowess. And the commission fee for this task shall be mine alone. Do we have any objections? Teacher, is that your true intention? Zungdai momentarily speechless. Yet he concurred. Very well. Asuma and Kurenai also expressed their agreement. Haruno Mizu beamed, ushering the 6 young ones out of the room, though his expression promptly soured. What if all that I have mentioned comes to pass? What shall I do? Unbeknownst to him, he found himself at a loss for words, laughing heartily. Outside the room, Zungdai invited Kakashi and Rin to play cards, but was met with refusal. Only Obito expressed interest, prompting Zungdai to confine him outside. Water style, water clone technique. Standing in the center of the room, Zungdai formed hand seals. My real self, would you like to join me in a game of cards? The water clone eagerly interjected. Zungdai paused. No. What fun is there in playing with oneself? If I stick a note on your face, when I dispel the clone, the sensations will still be relayed to me. Do you take me for a fool? The water clone gazed at him silently. Zungdai continued. I summoned you to contemplate how we should approach the commission. Give it your best effort. He moved aside, pulling out a deck of cards, and sat on the bed to arrange them. Reflecting on the various card game strategies, I ought to improve my gambling skills, right? Compared to my culinary skills. I was far more adept at cards in my previous life. How did I end up losing so miserably to a homebody and a fox? The water clone, devoid of any emotion, glanced at him and seated itself, closing its eyes in deep thought. When the water clone vanished, Zungdai lost track of time and eventually dozed off on the deck of cards. Upon waking, he was greeted by a series of sharp, resounding knocks at the door. Zungdai? Huh, Teacher Starfish? Is it time to depart? Zungdai, still groggy, glanced at the clock in the inn room. For a clock? Has something gone awry? He instantly became alert, leaping from bed to open the door. Teacher, what is the matter? Haruno Mizu spoke with gravity. Minato and Kushina have yet to return. Zungdai gasped in surprise. They haven't returned? Teacher, where could they have gone? Over 50 kilometers southeast of the town, there once existed a country known as the Land of Whirlpools. Zheng Dai's eyes flickered with realization. I see. The records on the Hyuga clan mentioned it. Sister Kushina hails from the Uzumaki clan of the Land of Whirlpools, correct? So, they have gone to pay their respects? Quite so. Teacher, there is no need to rush. Perhaps they will find shelter for the night and return shortly, Zheng Dai suggested. No, replied Chunya Zhao. The identity of Jun and I as a Jinchuriki is coveted. Watergate and I have agreed that they will make a swift return. With their speed, the round trip should take only about an hour. Regardless of ancestral rights, it cannot possibly take 6 to 7 hours. Zheng Dai furrowed his brow. In that case, I must go. I will leave this side to my shadow clone and you. Before we return, please ensure that the client understands and does not set off. Chunya Zhao seals the jutsu. Shadow clone technique. Poof. I understand, teacher, Zheng Dai acknowledged. Very well. Chunya Zhao patted Zheng Dai's shoulder and vanished in a flash. While his shadow clone settled into Zheng Dai's room. Zheng Dai, I presume you will find it difficult to sleep. Why not share a few jokes to inspire your teacher? Zheng Dai yawned. Water release. Water clone technique. Go. Accompany the teacher's shadow clone and share some humor. With that command, he burrowed back into his bed. And within 2 seconds, snores filled the air. He was entirely untroubled by the thought of Junanai and Watergate encountering danger. He fully understood the formidable strength of the perfect Nine-Tails Jinchuriki and the swiftness of Watergate. How could anything possibly go wrong? An hour later, however, his water clone roused him. Teacher's shadow clone has suddenly disappeared. What? Zheng Dai's expression shifted dramatically as he sat up straight. The shadow clone vanished? What could possibly happen at a mere ruin of the Land of Whirlpools? The sudden dispelling of a shadow clone could signify 2 possibilities. Either the original encountered an enemy requiring full combat capabilities, leading to an active dispelling, or the original lost consciousness, resulting in a passive dispelling. Regardless, both scenarios indicated that Teacher Haixing was in trouble. Zheng Dai's demeanor changed as he glanced at the clock. Noting it was only 5 o'clock, he peered outside. Dawn had just begun to break. Furrowing his brow, he murmured, had I known, I would have sent Teacher Haixing with my water clone to ascertain the situation. No matter how he considered it. He couldn't fathom that anyone in the current ninja world could threaten Watergate or Junanai's lives. Teacher Haixing was not someone to be trifled with. The more likely scenario was that they were trapped somewhere. The Land of Whirlpools, the Uzumaki clan, sealing techniques? No, what sealing technique could restrain Watergate's flying thunder god? Stuck in contemplation, Zheng Dai clenched his teeth. I must go. Even if he rushed back to Konoha to fetch reinforcements, it would take over 10 hours, causing delays. It was wiser to investigate himself, to be forewarned of any danger and approach with caution. Utilizing a water clone for reconnaissance should pose no issue. The crux of the matter was that he did not believe those 3 would encounter any trouble. He quickly donned his clothing and knocked on the door of the neighboring room. Kakashi. Kakashi. What is it, Zheng Dai? Kakashi answered, opening the door. Zheng Dai swiftly recounted the entire situation to Kakashi and declined his offer to accompany him, stating, You must stay here to explain things to the client. Their safety requires your protection. Kakashi pondered for a moment. Then I shall send a shadow clone with you. In case of any trouble, it will be beneficial to ascertain what has transpired. Zheng Dai nodded. Let us go. He departed from the inn, accompanied by Kakashi's shadow clone, sprinting towards the southeast at full speed. The coastal town where they resided was situated at the southeasternmost tip of the Land of Fire. Thus, they swiftly crossed the borders of the Land of Fire, entering a territory that once belonged to the Land of Whirlpools, now a desolate expanse. The Land of Whirlpools had fallen over a decade ago, and the rampant undergrowth concealed the path beneath their feet. As they navigated through the thick grass, they could still catch glimpses of dilapidated villages from the Land of Whirlpools, where wisps of smoke occasionally rose into the air. Though the Land of Whirlpools had perished, resulting in the demise of most of the Uzumaki clan's ninjas, a few had scattered across the ninja world. However, this did not imply that there were no civilians remaining steadfast in their homeland. Without paying them much heed, they continued their rapid journey for over 10 kilometers, entering a forest dense with towering trees. Beyond this forest lay the Whirlpool Ninja Village, or so he speculated, and he slightly reduced his speed, taking a few deep breaths. Uncertain of what awaited them within, it was prudent to conserve some energy, as even Kakashi's shadow clone was beginning to lag behind. It should be fine. Kakashi's shadow clone struggled to accelerate, keeping pace alongside him. As they were about to exit the forest, he planned to create a water clone. However, mid-sentence, he suddenly changed expression, realizing that he had stepped on something resembling a trap mechanism, which emitted a crisp snapping sound. Instantly, a large net sprang up from beneath him, enveloping him from below. A trap? Perhaps set by local residents to capture wild beasts? His mind raced, and he acted swiftly, drawing the long knife from his back with 2 quick slashes. Yet, to his surprise, the net was remarkably sturdy. He only severed a few threads, and it coiled around him, hoisting him upward. Ninja tools? A trap fashioned from ninja cloth. Whoosh, whoosh. The sound of projectiles slicing through the air reached his ears, and his gaze sharpened. With a swift turn of his head, he opened his mouth to catch the handle of a thrown shuriken with his teeth, shaking his head to send another shuriken flying away. Be careful. Kakashi's shadow clone's final warning echoed, but he too was ensnared and unable to evade the shuriken strike, resulting in a piercing sound as it struck him. Damn it, to perish before the mission even began. He muttered under his breath, spitting out the shuriken. His senses heightened as he scanned his surroundings. Who was there? Could one of them be a shadow clone? A burly young man emerged from the thicket beside him, looking up at him and exclaiming, "A Konoha headband? Boss, this kid seems to be a ninja from Konoha." The other kid's clone might have reported back. Could we be in trouble? What is there to fear? That kid didn't see our faces. If he returns to the village, they can't possibly investigate each of us individually. Another lanky youth stepped out, speaking in a sinister tone. It was wise to come out early. The ninjas from Konoha are far wealthier than those poor fools. It's time we replaced our ninja tools. Robbers? His eyes narrowed. The absence of a ninja warrior's purge made it quite normal for a few bandits to appear on the ruins of the land of whirlpools. These two seemed like ordinary individuals with only basic ninja training, hardly qualifying as genin, yet their well-placed traps had caught him off guard. Let alone the average genin or chunin. Observing the two individuals with their practiced demeanor, one cannot help but wonder how many have fallen victim to their schemes. What are you staring at, little imp? Have you forgotten to beg for mercy in your fright? Off with you. The lean youth emitted a low grunt. And alongside the burly youth, they each produced a kunai, launching them simultaneously toward Side-Eye, who was ensnared in a net. Side-Eye, unfazed, let his long blade slip from his grasp and fall to the ground, clenching his fist with determination as a shimmering blue light emanated from his wrist. Water release, great water arm technique. The net shattered instantly, and freed from his restraints, Side-Eye seized both kunai with ease, redirecting them back to their throwers as they fell. The lean youth's expression turned to one of terror, and he clumsily rolled to evade the returning kunai. Side-Eye, feeling the ground beneath him shift, sprang forward in pursuit, only to suddenly halt at the sound of a dull thud. Turning back, he beheld the burly youth, a kunai lodged in his chest. His face twisted in a grotesque expression of defiance as he collapsed lifelessly. Side-Eye felt a fleeting moment of disorientation. Was this truly how it ended? Was this how he took a life? Ever since that fateful day when he witnessed bloodshed, he had known that he would eventually kill. Yet he had not anticipated that the moment would arrive so abruptly. Shouldn't the normal course of events involve their instructor, Hashizuki, guiding them through a blood-soaked trial to bolster their courage? Kikuchi, cried the lean youth, his eyes bloodshot with rage as he glared at Side-Eye. Yet instead of charging in a futile attempt to confront him, he turned and fled into the woods. Side-Eye's eyes briefly closed as he recalled how mercilessly the two had targeted him with their kunai, letting out a soft sigh before abruptly reopening them. Forming a hand seal, water release, water severing wave. A powerful jet of high-pressure water erupted from his mouth, aimed at the lean youth. Without a second glance, Side-Eye resumed his journey southeast. Moments later, a piercing scream echoed in his ears, accompanied by the heavy sound of a body collapsing. As his inaugural and second kills, the demise of those two bandits elevated their deaths to a higher echelon. In their next life, may they forsake the path of thievery. Upon emerging from the forest, Side-Eye was met with the sight of a steep incline sloping down at a sharp angle of 60 degrees. At the base lay the village of Yuzushogakure, the hidden village of Whirlpool. True to its name, the village was a swirl of chaos. Nestled in a low-lying area reminiscent of the massive crater created by Pain's assault on Konoha, where the terrain rose high on all sides but dipped low in the center. Living in such constricted conditions, it is no wonder that the Uzumaki clan, known for their fiery tempers, thrived in this environment. Gazing downward, he could see the remnants of destroyed houses, ravaged streets, and patches of moss flourishing in the damp, deserted surroundings. In the heart of the village, several grand estates bore the scars of fire. Throughout his journey, aside from the two bandits, he had encountered nothing amiss. So it seemed plausible that his instructor and companions had encountered trouble in this very place. Taking a deep breath, he inhaled the cold, damp air, finding the silence of this desolate village somewhat unsettling. Water release, water clone technique. Go forth and scout the path ahead. The water clone nodded, sliding down the steep slope and swiftly entering the dilapidated district. Faint traces of rummaging and scavenging could still be discerned around the neighborhood, suggesting that it had been frequented by scavengers in years gone by. The water clone headed straight for the center of the Whirlpool Ninja Village, darting in and out of several grand estates, oddly contemplating its hairstyle. Nothing here? No enemies, nor any sign of activity from Teacher Hoshigaki and the others. Not even a mouse, a stinky sock, or a rattle. The water clone made its own assessment and circled the village a few more times without discovering anything unusual before voluntarily dissipating into water. Meanwhile, Zhengdai furrowed his brow in contemplation. Could they be underground? No. If Kushina had come to pay her respects, she would likely seek out the ancestral shrine. The Uzumaki clan shrine was probably destroyed in the turmoil of war. Even if it remained intact, no family would construct a place for venerating their ancestors underground, would they? Well, one could never be too sure with these ancient clans. Who knows what traditions they might uphold? Rubbing his temples in frustration, he pondered that if he could not locate the shrine, it might not even be situated within the village, but perhaps in the surrounding area. He hoped there were no peculiar mechanisms involved. Where would he even begin to search? Zhengdai began to form hand seals, simultaneously creating 3 water clones, dispersing himself and the clones to search the vicinity. After half an hour of searching, one of the water clones discovered a dilapidated structure overgrown with ivy, situated 2 to 3 kilometers from the Whirlpool Ninja Village. In front of the crumbling building stood a half-collapsed stone pillar, showing signs of having been moved by someone. This must be it. The water clone hesitated momentarily, opting not to directly inform the main body, but rather to investigate for potential dangers first. As it approached the entrance, a chilling sensation enveloped it. Through a haze, it perceived a shadowy figure lunging toward it, accompanied by a pale-faced Teacher Hoshigaki, who shouted urgently, "Zhengdai, get out of the way." With that, Zhengdai transformed into water and vanished. The water clone startled him, but fortunately, it was astute enough. Haruno Sho clutched his chest, gasping for breath.